The Place to Be podcast is a proud member of the History of WWE.com website. The History of WWE.com features thousands of complete cards and detailed results from throughout wrestling history from legendary promotions across the country, in addition to informative columns and reviews. It is also the official home of the Place to Be podcast and Scott and Justin's pay-per-view reviews. Visit us at thehistoryofwwe.com or on Facebook by searching for History of WWE or the Place to Be podcast. For anything and everything wrestling, the History of WWE.com is always the place to be.
Yeah, Frank here, he's got his own billiard room.
Yes, it's what do you call it, Kramer? The billiard room? No. The name. The billiard? Not the billiards. It was, come on, Red, come on. We call it the place to be. The place to be, yes, it's the place to be. Then I shall be there.
Now, it's time. Live and in living color.
The Grandy Man can.
Time to play the game.
Well, you always left me satisfied and smiling, so.
That's what she said.
Why do I want this?
Yeah.
Because I want to make bank, bro. I want to get ass. I want to drive a Range Rover.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, it is now time for the Place to Be podcast. And now your hosts, Justin Rosero and Scott Friscolo.
Just for the house. The styling is creative. Flashy above the native. Can be violated or even decepticated. I got brothers in the jungle. Cousins on the quest.
Place to Be Nation, welcome to another great episode of the one and only Place to Be podcast. I am your co-host, Justin Rosero. And with me, as always, is the black sheep of Place to Be Nation. That is my PIC, Scott Criscolo. Scott, how you doing?
PIC, always good to talk to you, sir. And welcome back, everyone, to the, I don't know, is this Diamond? The Diamond edition? Number 75? Is that the Diamond anniversary of people?
I don't know. What did people get you for your 75th birthday?
Well, let's see. Tickets to see the Cubs and the Pirates right before the 1909 World Series. No.
Okay.
Anyway, it is number 75 of the Place to Be podcast. We are 3/4 of the way to the C-note.
Mm-hmm.
And as we get closer, we'll talk more about some of the special things we'll do that night. I don't know if that'll be a vault or I gotta have to do the math.
Yeah,
well, think about it.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, if we do it the way we're going now, it will not be a vault, because the vaults are odd numbered. So that'll be a headline show. So we'll be able to do a little something special, unless something happens like another savage death type thing where we do an extra. But we'll see.
All right, well, we got like 3 months to figure it out. So.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we have plenty of holidays and things. Excuse me. All right, tonight.
Now there is a reason I picked that open tonight, and that's because Vince McMahon had a decision to make whether he should go with this or that.
That is true. And tonight, on the Place to Be podcast, we will open up the big tomb of greatness and history. That is, of course, V2. And no, not Matt Hardy. The Vintage Vault. And tonight is actually a very special one. You and I have talked about how we were going to approach this, but it's going to be a lot of fun tonight. It's going to be a very different Vintage Vault because this one has a little personal history attached. For tonight, live from the Ocean State, we go back to one's childhood.
And then the big one, the casket match, The Undertaker
I didn't expect this. What the hell did you expect?
Wow, what a crowd, huh?
Oh yeah, we I guess I'll say we for the show, but we were definitely smoking hot, and that was cool to hear Vince acknowledge it because right out of the gate it was pretty wild in there.
Yes. For, of course, tonight on the Vintage Vault, a very emotional one, we bring you the 1994 Royal Rumble. And why is this a particularly special show? Because, as we will see 6 years later for me, for this guy, the PIC, your first ever live pay-per-view.
Yeah, it was pretty
Let's
awesome.
turn back the clock.
Yep.
Let's turn back the clock, shall we? Before we even get to the meat and potatoes, when did you first find out that the Rumble was going to be in Providence?
It was, I want to say it was like November-ish. It was around when the tickets were going on sale for Survivor Series as well in Boston, I think.
Okay.
And they had sold out and everything. And then, word started circulating that they were coming to Providence. And we must have been on the magazine subscription list for some reason. That's why we got something in the mail saying, order tickets now. So we were going to mail in for tickets, but my uncle... I don't know if he knew someone or he took care of the whole thing. So he ended up getting the tickets for us, and it was me and my cousin Matt, my sister, my friend Josh, and then my dad and my uncle came. So that was the group that we had revved up for this thing. And me, Josh, and Matt, obviously, were very big wrestling fans.
Yes. Cool.
I think my sister was coming just so she wasn't left out. And then my dad and uncle, both cursory fans, on the periphery at this point. But me, Josh, and Matt, heavily into things. So I remember we got the tickets. We were excited. We had pretty good seats. And my friend Jim, who I offered, to have him come with us and get the tickets, said, no, he's just going to mail in the thing. And him and his dad did it that way. And they ended up sitting behind the Titantron.
Poor Wayland.
I'm glad I didn't rely on him to get us the tickets.
Yeah.
So.
The patriarch of the Price family's moral of the story, never trust your son.
No, Wayland. I think Wayland was in charge of it.
Oh,
Jim couldn't handle that at 30. Never mind 13.
That's true. You can't put him in charge of anything in terms of clerical work. So
I remember waiting in there, outside to go into and you remember what the old Civic Center was like, waiting out in the hallway over there, and just like the crowd was just going insane in there, just waiting for the show to start, and knowing it was the building block to WrestleMania, and the Royal Rumble is always an exciting show live, and we were just really, really pumped up. And it's funny to hear Vince, introduce Ted DiBiase, because we were really wondering who the announcer was going to be, because Lawler was still gone. Bobby was gone now. So, we really weren't sure who was going to be in the booth. So we were pretty pumped when DiBiase's music hit and, kind of set the night off on the right track, thinking, okay, we're in maybe for a good night, something special.
Now, let's talk about I feel like I'm doing an interview. I feel like this is a wrestlingography. We all know who your favorite guys were, but now I know, based on just watching stuff, I know your friend Josh very well, and I know Matt, your cousin, through things we've watched. But who were their favorites? Like, I know your favorites. You liked Bigelow. You were a Diesel guy.
Well, I wasn't as big into Bigelow at this point. Tatanka, Josh and I were very similar. We had a lot of the same favorites because we hung out so much and we just gravitated towards the same.
You both
guys.
Like Sean, right?
Yeah, Sean and Diesel. We in our backyard little wrestling world, we envision ourselves as the Sean and Diesel of West Warwick.
So you two were West Warwick's dudes with attitudes.
Yes. And don't forget, this is when Diesel, wasn't Diesel yet. He was just kind of a goof on the ring outside, but we loved him anyway. The Quebecers and Johnny Polo, of course, we loved big time, the three of us. Matt was a big Jeff Jarrett fan for some reason right out of the gate.
Really?
Yeah, it was odd. Oh, we all like Savage, I'd say. He was one of our favorites. And other than that, we just, typical kids. We liked the faces.
Loved everybody.
Yeah,
right.
Brett, we liked Brett. But I'd say Tatanka and the Quebecers are probably the biggest on our list at this point. And Ramon as well, we liked.
Right. And I'm sure your dad and your uncle were wondering where Hogan was.
Oh, my dad.
Really?
And my uncle were actually pretty up on things, only because my cousin and I were very into it, obviously. And, they went to house shows with us. And my dad would watch Raw with me every Monday usually. So he was pretty up. I mean, he'd doze off, on and off throughout it. But he was pretty up on what was going on. So.
Right. Well, let us now set the stage. Now, the way this is going to lay out is a little different than we do normally for our vaults. I'm pretty much going to handle the pay-per-view main stuff. We'll set up the matches and all that kind of thing. And my PIC is pretty much going to act like he's there. It's almost like I'm going to be doing commentary and he's going to be giving us the Todd Pettengill notes being there. So this should be fun. I hope you all enjoy this one. This is a special one. We'll be doing this a few times.
Yeah.
Over history.
Enjoy this one though, because it's better than the next one I give you.
Yeah. And then my first one won't be for a while, but that one was pretty good too. All right. January 22nd.
And by the way, before we move on, I'm not making any bones about it. I know I overrate this whole show, and I'm very biased, so I'm just getting it out of the way now. But
and I think from a lot of people's perspectives, and our PTB Nation is pretty good about this. I'm sure you'll get a pass. And it's not like the show is a debacle. I mean, if you were a Philly guy going to the 95 King of the Ring, we think you're on drugs. But right. But this show is not like this at all. It's not a terrible show anyway. But we'll talk about it, and we of course have our feedback later on. So the PTB Nation will have their say. And of course, a lot of them have already read our review, which you can follow along with, of course. Bigelow34.proboards.com. So I think you get a pass here. But again, it's not like we're dealing with a complete piece of junk either. Right. So we'll, but of course we leave that up to our wonderful listeners. January 22nd, 1994, live from and I'm sure my PIC finally enjoys hearing this, the Providence Civic Center. That's what it was at the time. It had not become the Dunk for at least another.
Yeah, it's a while.
15 years probably, right? Or 10 years. Well, yeah, something like that. In Providence, Rhode Island. Your announcers, you just heard one of them. Vincent Kennedy McMahon, but you heard the music of the other one. Now, you were sitting in the stands. Yep. You saw the empty seat, of course. At the time, of course, we all knew Bobby was gone. Within a few months, he would debut in WCW. Lawler was still on the, not around. So he was dealing with, the 15-year-old telling him the trial involving the 15-year-old saying he boned her in his car or something. I don't remember what it was. So you were kind of now. I don't remember if that was actually in the magazines or
no. I don't think we knew. I think we just knew Lawler was gone. I don't think we really knew what was going on.
All right, so you had no clue. Now, were you guys kind of guessing or predicting who you think it could have been?
Yeah, I think we were just hoping it would be someone different, someone cool.
Johnny Polo would have been a good color commentator.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can't honestly remember who crossed our minds, but I'm sure we were just assuming. I mean, I think we were perpetually wishing Jesse Ventura came back. So part of us probably were hoping it was him at this point. But when DiBiase's music hit, we got pretty excited, and it was cool to see him back. Obviously, always a DiBiase fan. He had been gone since SummerSlam, so this starts his return. He wouldn't really get into any major storylines till later in the year, but at this point, just comes back and does some commentary.
Yes. So, the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, of course, last time we saw him was his final match, which was at SummerSlam, as Justin mentioned, losing to Razor Ramon. There's your broadcast team. It's so fascinating. Now we're starting to get to that stretch where we get some kind of cool, funky color commentators that kind of bounce around a little bit. So, it'll be interesting.
Yeah, I like this team. They do pretty good throughout the night. DiBiase's a natural right off the bat, so, and, he's obviously a good heel, so him and Vince play well off each other.
Yes.
And again, Gorilla and JR, or Jim Ross, were on radio WWF duty here.
Yeah, and I don't think they swapped this time.
Yeah,
I don't
think
there was. Do they swap at some point? Okay.
Yep, they do for the Intercontinental match, I believe. Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. The attendance, 14,500, which is a sellout. And were there any pockets of empty seats? I doubt it, right?
It didn't look like it from where we were. No, it was pretty loaded, and like I said, a very hot crowd, a lot of cool signs and different glow sticks and lights and different stuff like that. It was it was hot. I mean, it really was, and I think it shows.
Well, you could tell.
Watching. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you guys that opening usually get like the decent TV din of the crowd, but this crowd, you guys sounded like you were legitimately like going out of your skin. Yeah, so applause. Yes, an applause to the Providence Civic Center crowd. And
I always like this little late '93, early '94 trip through the Northeast Corridor. We started in Boston, go through Providence, and we ended New York for WrestleMania. So it was a cool stretch they went through.
Yeah, I agree. It was a good stretch. It kind of was, because Vince knew that the product, the business was a little shaky, so he wanted to stay in his wheelhouse and get the hot crowds. And this was definitely a smart decision. First pay-per-view ever in the Ocean State. So
to get a Rumble was really cool. That's what we're most pumped about. That wasn't just a pay-per-view, it was a Rumble. So you knew it was going to be a lot of fun no matter what.
Right. Your dark match, no surprise, guess who's in it?
Yeah. Shocker.
Mr. Dark Match himself, the Brooklyn Brawler, and he defeated Jim Powers.
I don't remember much about that match. I remember kind of filtering in and getting to our seats and everything. I remember it going on, but I don't really remember much about it, honestly.
Okay. Well, Brawler won. Big shock. Okay. Let's all get down to business. Our opener, my PIC immediately gets excited because... Oh, I was waiting for the...
No, we're gonna leave it this time.
Really? Okay. There we go. The guy whose winning streak just ended, a few months earlier, Tatanka, still red hot though because of my PIC and his crew.
Yep.
Taking on
Native Americans.
Yes, your little braves, as he says in the song. You are all braves. Taking on, of course, Bam Bam Bigelow. So immediately you're like on cloud nine. First match, just right at your wheelhouse.
Although we were a little disappointed because Bigelow is actually a replacement. That fucking pussy, Ludwig Borga. Fucking
joining us, of course.
Backed out at the last minute. If it were me in this match, I wouldn't have backed out. I would have went and beaten Tatanka into the ground.
Of course, everyone, the Argentinian hero, El Gigante, making a special appearance tonight for my PIC on his special night.
That stupid Finnish bastard. They couldn't even show up, and now he's gone. He's gone forever, where he belongs.
Now, according to the facts, Gigante, and maybe this is quite suspicious that Borga was out with an injured ankle. Wonder where you were on that night.
Stupid pussy.
Question is, Gigante, where were you?
Why did his cunt is in the sink, huh?
And he should have been the replacement, damn it. So.
Okay, goodbye.
See you later, El Gigante, of course. It's good to make an appearance. It's nice. See, it's almost like a birthday party for you. You know how we have clowns and stuff coming for your night. You get El Gigante. Yes. You get the Argentinian hero.
Very excited.
Now, as mentioned, it was supposed to be Tatanka versus Ludwig. Of course, the two of you were probably your crew would have gone all over that match as well.
Oh, I mean, we were really looking forward to that match actually, and the big rematch. And it would have been a good rematch. The rematch of the ending of the undefeated streak from Superstar. So there was a lot of heat on it, and he was announced up until the morning of the show on Mania. Of course, this show was on a Saturday night, and on Mania they announced that Bigelow would be taking his place. So. Bigelow originally just scheduled to be in the Rumble, and instead he ends up doing double duty. So,
yep. In fact, the Coliseum video box, of which I have, on the back still says Tatanka versus Ludwig Borga on it. So, as for Borga himself, why don't you let the audience know what his future could have been with this company, and then of course what would happen.
All right. Well. I mean, this is another one where we're gonna hedge and say this is according to some legend. I don't know if it's ever really been completely proven, but there are rumors that the world title was supposed to change at this show, and that the man who would win the title would lose it to Ludwig Borga between now and WrestleMania, and Ludwig would face Lex Luger at WrestleMania. To me, this sounds a little bit of internet hearsay, but I mean, Ludwig was getting a good push, so I guess it's possible. But he ends up injuring his ankle. It ended up being a pretty serious injury, and he would be out for quite a while, of course, forever from WWF.
Yeah, pretty much.
He is scheduled to be at WrestleMania, but he ends up not returning there. They end up subbing him out at the last minute again, and then that ends up being it for him.
All right. We're going to quickly check now on...
And also, I'm going to read this now. It's a portion of Ben Zanni's feedback. Because he said that he thought we shortchanged Ludwig at Survivor Series. But, Ben, we hadn't talked about it yet, that he was leaving. So this is usually when we wrap up his guys' careers. But here is what Ben had to say about Ludwig. The man's life included the following. WWF promos that included the line, "You say this is the land of milk and honey? Well, I say down here it smells funny." It's still being investigated as to whether he or Shakespeare wrote that line first. Borga was green before green was cool. He was a boxer and participated in one of the first UFC events. He actually was Randy Couture's first opponent, and Couture tapped him out in 45 seconds. He released 3 books with titles such as God Has Mercy, I Don't, and The Viking's Strength Guide. He also made a musical album called Met Sartit Selina. I have no idea what the fuck that means, but it sounds awesome. Having mastered all aspects of life, Tony Halm, which is Ludwig Borga's real name, ran for parliament in Finland under a very right-wing and adamantly racist platform. He wanted all criminals deported to Russia. That day, you fucking moron. That day he was elected. The day he was elected, he called Prime Minister a lesbian on national radio. Again, he called the Prime Minister a lesbian. His time in Parliament ended with an unlicensed handgun discharged in his home during a domestic dispute. Interpret that as you will. Halm soon turned to the bottle and later admitted to a mental institution with alcohol-related delirium. So many blame the booze for a later death, but I blame American pollution. Radio Couture and the lesbian Prime Minister of Finland. God have mercy, but Tony Halm did not. And, of course, I blame El Giante.
Yes, of course.
Driving into the bottle.
Yes. Some just to kind of fill in the gaps on those facts, and we thank our man for the insight there. According to Wiki, Borga on December 14th, Borga defeated Razor Ramon at a house show to win the Intercontinental title. However, the contest continued because Razor's foot was on the bottom rope. Shawn Michaels interfered and hit Razor with another title belt, and we'll get more on that in a little bit. And Borga pinned Razor again to win the title. However, the decision was reversed, making Razor the winner. And on January 17th, 1994, which was, 5 days before the show. So it was pretty right to the end.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm done. It was definitely that morning they announced it, because I remember watching Mania.
Borga injured his ankle in a match with... who? Do you remember?
I do not.
Okay. Rick Steiner.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I do remember that, actually.
The injury forced the WWF to cancel plans for Borga, including his scheduled appearance at the Rumble and a proposed WrestleMania match. Oh, see, now, this is what they say here. And a proposed WrestleMania match with Earthquake.
Well, yeah, because that's what's announced before WrestleMania. So.
Right. And then he left the WWF shortly after. He wrestled for Catch Wrestling Association in 1995. Mm-hmm. On December 20th, Borga won the World Heavyweight title in that federation, his first and only singles championship, by defeating Rambo. After holding the title for over a year, he lost it back to Rambo on December 21st, 1996.
Yep.
After retiring from professional wrestling in 97, he went on to fight for rings in UFC, and he, again, mentioned, as our guy said, he lost to Couture in a very short time. Halm did not hide his nativist views and intended to speak in a rash, direct manner, tended to catch the public on his ear. He suggested Finland should send drug dealers to Russian prisons, blah, blah, blah. Populist Party of True Finns took him as an independent candidate in the parliamentary elections of 2003. His share of about 17,000 votes was the seventh highest in the Helsinki parliamentary district.
I didn't vote for him. Not at all.
Most of his voters were from the poorest suburbs where unemployment is high.
I voted for the lesbian.
Some political analysts believe the Halm phenomenon is to be a form of protest, but some feared this would mark the rise of a political racist right-wing movement. During his parliamentary career, he raised controversies. The woman he was talking about was President Tarha Halonen, and in a radio interview, he indeed called her a lesbian. He stated that if a lesbian can be president of Finland, then he can be a member of parliament, and he said El Giante can bite his Finnish chunk.
Yes.
That's what he said.
If a lesbian can run Finland, then Ludwig Borga can fucking blow me.
A huge uproar ensued as much of the Finnish media treated the statement as a personal attack on Halonen. Halonen herself made no comment. He later apologized, stating that he was sorry that the statement had been interpreted as an insult and that he had been under the genuine impression that she really was a lesbian. And anyway, July 2003, a handgun was fired inside his apartment.
I don't do any tricks.
Yeah, well, neither obviously does Borga. He was, let's see, in March of 2006, he was involuntarily committed to a mental hospital, reportedly due to delirium caused by excessive alcohol use. Earlier in 2006, he had been diagnosed with alcohol-related cirrhosis and acute pancreatitis. After spending almost the entire year of 2006 on sick leave, he went on disability pension at the end of the parliamentary term.
Cirrhosis of the liver and jaundice. Jackpot!
In December 2009, Halm told a newspaper that he was suffering from impairment of his short-term memory and had trouble remembering anything, but was still trying to write a book of his political career.
All right, I think anyone else can just go to the Wikipedia page.
Yeah. Finally, on January 8th, 2010, he died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound from an unlicensed handgun.
Yeah, Jim Ross actually basically came out and said, yeah, it's too bad he died, but he was an asshole. So it's interesting there on poor Ludwig. I agree with you, Jim Ross. Ludwig Borga's a fucking brick.
So that's it. The great Ludwig Borga's WWF career lasted a whopping, 8 months?
Very disappointing. Yeah, it came in with a lot of promise.
Yes. But in any event...
P.S. Your cunt is in the sink.
Yeah. Sorry, Ludwig. Anyway, Tatanka takes on Bam Bam Bigelow.
Good opening.
I thought it was great, and you guys were scorching hot for the match. I did not see this match. I didn't see the show live. I rented the tape when it came out. I enjoyed I love the opener. Thought it was well paced. I thought it had a good. Wasn't awesome, but it had a good roll to it. I thought the crowd, you guys, jumped all over the match.
Yeah, these two had pretty good chemistry, and Tatanka was a good seller, and Bigelow was a good bumper for a big man. And it was just basically what an opener should be. Get the crowd going. It's under 10 minutes. Tatanka wins. Kind of gets his revenge from that feud that never fully ended over the summer when Bigelow cut his hair, him and Luna. They were on opposite teams at SummerSlam, but then Bigelow's got sided off into that Doink feud. So
right.
It was good to see this feud have some closure. And even though Tatanka couldn't get revenge on Borga, he does take out Bigelow here and gets a good win. So, and then now both of these guys will be in the Rumble later tonight. And this is the first time really we see a lot of double duty from, a few guys, not just
the
usual.
Right, exactly. Well, I mean, let's be honest. The roster at the time was not incredibly deep.
Right, yeah,
so,
they needed guys like that to fill in.
Yeah, exactly. Was Ludwig scheduled to be in the actual Rumble itself too?
I don't think so. I'm not positive, honestly. I don't remember.
So Tatanka was double dipping.
Yeah.
So Tatanka was double dipping, but not Ludwig. Okay. Which I find kind of odd. You figured he'd probably.
I was frozen today.
And I'm sure a lot of people would like it to be frozen.
I mean, he may have been. I know there was some replacements. I didn't think he was one of them, but there's a good chance he was.
Okay. So good opener. You guys very excited, very happy. Native American, all you little braves, got your win in the beginning. And Tatanka with a big win over Bam Bam Bigelow. Our second match.
Actually, yes, Ludwig was supposed to be in, and he was taken out.
Okay, it makes sense. Sense. Yeah. All right. We have 3 title matches. All three titles are on the line, and the first. It's a big moment. You ready? This is huge for you. Huge. The World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Championships are on the line. I can't believe you and Josh weren't running around with little... You should have had your mom buy some, button-down shirts and cut the sleeves off.
Oh, we were all singing the song. I know that. We were pumped to see these 3 guys. And it was awesome hearing the song live and seeing these 3... I say this affectionately. These 3 clowns make their way down to the ring.
We are talking, of course, about Jacques and Jean-Pierre.
Pierre!
And that is, of course, the Quebecers, who now, the World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Champions.
Well, they were before.
They lost them. Well, it hadn't happened on our last show.
Right. January 17th, Raw. At I'm sorry, it was the 110 Raw. They defended the titles against the 1-2-3 Kid and Marty Jannetty, upstart team, and they were upset by Jannetty and the Kid. They stole the titles in a match. Then they went into the crowd and celebrated. It was a pretty cool moment on Raw. Kind of kick off the new year with a big title change.
Yes.
And then the next week, it was actually kind of a unique way they did this. They got a rematch at an MSG house show. And it was on a Monday night going on. And what they did was they kept cutting in to Raw and showing like clips of it, or they had I forgot who was there, Pentgill maybe, giving updates via the phone of what was going on.
Right.
And then they broke in, and so the Quebecers had defeated Jannetty and the Kid to regain their tag team titles. So the way they were talking, I don't think Kid and Jannetty were going to step in here. I think they were just playing it off like it was going to be a non-title match. Quebecers and would still be facing their opponents here, just without the titles on the line. I'm pretty sure that's what they were saying.
Okay.
Cool.
So the Quebecers
switch, though.
Yeah, really. And I find it odd that I don't know why they picked those 2. It was kind of strange, huh? Maybe it was more for Kid.
I think they were trying to make Kid like still the upset artist, kind of. So I think that was a big part of it. And Jannetty was built as an underdog as well.
Yeah, so they went along for the ride. But they are tag team champions for 7 days. But the Quebecers triumphantly won them back in Madison Square Garden. One of the biggest anti-Canada...
Well, that didn't surprise me a bit because Lou Albano is a big, fat, sloppy pig.
And Pierre was a little portly as well. But but not as big, fat, and sloppy as Captain Lou. I'm surprised Captain Lou didn't manage the Quebecers. I'm surprised he didn't kick Polo to the curb so we can have, 27
Oh, God,
teams?
I would have fucking... I probably would have killed him. Literally, I probably would have showed up with a gun.
Oh, God. But he would be back, though. He would be back later in the year, though.
And he'll ruin the run of my favorite tag team.
Yes. So, obviously, the other...
Main event! It's a main event! You think I'm not going to be in a main event?
You should be. This is not a main event, but it's close. In any event, on the other side of the coin, we were talking about the little tension going on within the first family of Calgary. If you remember our last trip in the vault at the Survivor Series in November, Owen was a little pissed off at Big Brother Brett for screwing him up and being the only Hart brother to get pinned in the match with Shawn Michaels and the Knights. Then things were, getting a little testy on Superstars and Raw and that kind of thing.
Yeah, but over Christmas, they reconciled.
Yes.
And over New Year's, of course, and they had a little promo after the holidays saying, we're back on the same page. We, reconciled over the holidays. The family's back tighter than ever. And Brett even announced, I'm going to put my singles aspirations on hold. I'm going to go ahead and team up with my brother, and we're going to take the tag titles.
Yep.
And Owen was still showing a little bit of, I don't say, I can't think of the word I'm looking for, but he did the whole, with the Rocket leading the way and the Hitman behind me, we're going to take the title. So still showing a little arrogance on that level. Still kind of showing that he wants to be the leader of the team. So it was pretty cool, though, seeing these guys. I know they worked some house show matches and different things around this time, so that was pretty neat. Of course, they had the one awesome match with the Steiner brothers during this time period, so it's cool to see them. As much as great as the storyline is, I almost wish they had a longer run as a team, to be honest with you, because they could have some really good matches. But this was a very interesting, unique tag title match.
Yes, and I'm pretty sure when was that match with the Steiners?
It was. Let me try to find
Was it after this?
No, it was before, obviously.
Oh, obviously it couldn't have been after this. So it had to have been late '93, I guess, right?
No, it's right here. Wrestling Challenge taping on January 11th.
Okay.
25
and that is, of course, the classic. We'll have to find. That might be another audio clip that we'll have to find, and
yes.
D-Bag would have to.
Yes, that match is on the WrestleFest '94 VHS, and then the Heart and Soul DVD is on there. It's on there.
Yeah, but you know what? The WrestleFest '94 tape's better. I don't think the awesome snarky line is on the Heart and Soul tape.
Nope.
Which when you and I first watched that was one of our. I think that was one of our first great moments together at watching wrestling, and we threw that because you and I found that tape on eBay, and that WrestleFest '94 tape. We threw it in just to give everyone a background. It was it Gorilla and Polo doing the commentary? No, it wasn't. It was Gorilla and Stan Lane.
Yes, yep, Stan Lane.
Stan Lane, of course, former one half of the Midnight Express, was working for the WWF at the time, doing announcing. I don't think he did any matches. And Gorilla was in this mode now where everything was just a big it was just a big rib. Like everything was just I don't want to say he was tired, but you can tell Gorilla was kind of at the end of his rope with
yeah. Well,
TV
especially
stuff.
he was always like that on those Coliseum and house shows anyway. He was always kind of pushing things.
Yeah, he was a little snarky. So this match, which is and take nothing away from it, it is an unbelievable match. Might be the best match I think the Steiners ever had, even in their WCW days. My personal opinion. It's a good match too. What is it? 23 minutes, 24 minutes. It's pretty impressive. And then they just start getting into like fist fights. Like the match ends in a draw or something, or a double count out, or whatever the hell it was.
I think it's double DQ.
Yeah, and then they just start like a fist fight just breaks out. Like they just start punching each other. It's ridiculous. And then obviously this whole all the backstage people, Tony Gurria and all them come in, and Hall of Famer, one of the greatest of all time, the first Intercontinental Champion, Pat Patterson, comes in the ring. And Gorilla says, "Hey, is that Pat Patterson?" And then there's a pause, and we're like, "Oh, that's kind of neat." What's his next line? Boy, did he get fat.
Yes. And then he harps on it a little bit more, too. It says, boy, he really let himself go. It was really funny.
It's tremendous. Again, the match is on the Heart and Soul DVD, but they take that out, which sucks. It's awesome. They block it out. So if you can find the WrestleFest '94 tape, and I'm sure you can find it on Amazon or eBay. We recommend getting it from that. We're not saying not get the Heart and Soul DVD. That's tremendous, but for that specific match, you'll enjoy it more off the WrestleFest '94 tape. All right. Anyway,
I don't do any tricks.
Well, we're not paying you to do any tricks. Just
All right,
ref.
so this, you going to double pay me? No? Okay.
Yeah.
This match is definitely one of my favorite Hidden Gem Classic matches. Not only because I was there and it features 4 of my favorite guys of all time, plus Johnny Polo on the outside, for the tag titles, big pay-per-view match. But the match itself is very, very good. The Quebecers could really go. I mean, they weren't jokes in the ring. We all know Jacques could wrestle, and Pierre, even for a bigger guy, can really move out there and does some interesting stuff. And, you know, a lot of back and forth, and then the Quebecers take over and start really wearing down Brett and working his leg and working his leg and working his leg. And, you know, we hit the 15, 16-minute mark, and Brett's trying to tag Owen, and he can't, and he finally gets a little bit of energy, but instead of making the tag, he tries to, I forget what move he goes for, but he stays in the ring and tries to, he tries to go for the sharpshooter, that's what it is. And he's in too much pain, and he just collapses. So the ref checks him out and ends up calling for the bell, saying that Brett can't continue, so they're going to stop the match. And I just remember the crowd, like this coming out of nowhere, the crowd was just crazy. So I actually have the clip of the end and then all the fallout. So I think this whole thing, because of what it leads to, is definitely worth listening to.
Let's get to the ring now. Your attention, please. Even though there has been no submission from Bret Hart, the official has elected to end this match. Therefore, the winners and still World Wrestling Federation and Team Champions, the Quebecers.
Well, the Quebecers are champions, and rightfully so. But I heard Bret Hart give up.
Look at this. Owen is really angry, and he is angry at the official, and justifiably so. He should be more angry with the Quebecers.
Angry at the Quebecers. He should be angry at his brother.
I think it partner.
Why didn't he tag out? He had the perfect opportunity to tag out. And once again, instead of tagging out and letting Owen have the opportunity to win the match for him, he hogged the limelight and stayed in the ring.
I don't know what match you were watching. I was watching a different one.
What did I tell you? That's right, Owen. That's right, you're right. He should have tagged you. Hogging the match again.
Owen is exasperated. But I don't think Bret deserves this. Owen Hart appears to be giving his brother a tongue lashing. And certainly Bret does not deserve it. Bret can't even get up. He can't even stand.
I'm not even saying that they would have had a chance if Owen had gotten the tag to win the championship. But Owen is obviously right in being mad at his brother. One more time, Bret refused to relinquish the limelight and let his brother have the opportunity. Limelight.
Bret Hart is trying to do everything he can to get out. His brother Owen isn't even helping him. Owen is yelling at him. Owen is shouting at him.
Well, it's obvious to me that Owen Hart is finally... That's the smartest thing that Owen Hart has done all night, McMahon. As a matter of fact, that's the smartest thing that Owen Hart has ever done. I think you've just seen a major change in that man's career. He is finally waking up to the fact that he's not going to stand in the shadow of Big Brother anymore. Big Brother is to hog the limelight.
Can you imagine what the Hart family must be thinking back in Calgary right now? They thought they were going to see Owen and Bret as brothers win the tag team championship. Instead, they see that man right there.
All you have to do is tag me, but he's too selfish to worry about me. He just worries about himself. He's trying to be a hero and fight the whole match by himself. All he's got to do is tag me. I know he had a bad leg. Why didn't he just tag me? Just tag me, Bret. But you're too damn selfish.
I can't believe those remarks.
I can. He hit the nail right on the head. That's exactly what I said, McMahon. That's exactly what I said. And Owen Hart has just waken up. From now on, you're going to see a whole new attitude from that young man, and I see him going to the top.
Now, DiBiase was a commentary god here.
Oh, he was amazing.
I mean, he was like at his Jesse Ventura best right there, putting over. And even throughout the match, he was really harping on the whole thing about, you know, Bret hogging the match and not tagging Owen. He doesn't flub any lines. He's concise. He's to the point, but he has a lot of emotion behind it, and he was a major role in getting this storyline going. Also playing a major role is the Red Hot Providence crowd, because we really bit on this heel turn. And I mean, immediately he was getting some awesome heel heat. And later, when he comes out for the Rumble, he just gets almost booed out of the building when he enters. So,
what were you guys thinking? Because I mean, this was just that ending was just so out of nowhere, and just all this chaos and confusion. I mean,
it was great. I mean, we were obviously happy that we liked Brett and Owen, but we're happy the Quebecers retained. And then, as always, whenever you're there live, you always want something major to happen, either a title change or some kind of big angle or something. So for that to happen there, and Owen to kick him down and then turn heel was pretty cool. And of course, this would really set the tone for Owen's heel turn, where he was a little bit cowardly, even though he could go in the ring. And the fact that he turns by kicking Brett's injured leg is great. He doesn't hit him with a chair, doesn't do any vicious move, just kicks him in the leg and knocks him down. So we fast forward a few minutes here. Owen's in the back, and Bret Hart's getting put on a stretcher.
This is unfortunate. Standing by right now, ladies and gentlemen, Todd Pettengill, I believe, is back with the Rocket Owen Hart. And we can take it to Todd.
Vince, I just got to tell you, I cannot believe what I just saw. Owen, please tell me why. Why this despicable act?
Why what?
I don't understand.
You want to know why? Bret Hart, you're nothing but a selfish person. I went in there in a tag team match for the biggest match of my life. It was a dream come true. I thought I had the best partner in the world, my own brother, but you're too selfish, like I've said all along. Your ego is too big. You only worry about yourself, Bret. You don't care about me.
Unbelievable in front of your entire family.
I don't care about anybody. I was concerned about myself and my whole family. The biggest opportunity in my life. I had a chance, Bret, and you stripped it away from me. You took it away from me, Bret, because you're too selfish. All you had to do was just tag me. My hand was there. Just tag me. I knew your leg was bad. I was aware of that. Just tag me. But you're too selfish. You just want to put your sharpshooter on. I could have won the match. I don't need you with a bad leg doing it, Bret. You're too damn selfish. And that's why you're sitting there with a bad leg. And that's why I kicked your leg out of your leg.
Owen, let me ask you something. You've obviously cost Bret a shot at the championship. There's no way he's going to be able to compete in the Royal Rumble match coming up tonight. Don't you think that was selfish on your part?
There's no selfishness in me. There's not a selfish bone in my body. He cost himself the WWF Tag Team belt, and he cost me, his little brother, a guy that's never had the taste of a WWF belt before. He's done it before. He doesn't care about me. He just worries about himself. I don't care about you in the Royal Rumble, Bret, because this is my opportunity. I'm in it too. I'm not worried about you getting cost the WWF belt. I'm worried about myself. And I'm going to get that belt because I didn't get a chance to win the tag belts because of you. But I can count on myself, and I'll take the WWF belt. I'll win that Royal Rumble.
Let's go back to ringside. Let's just go back to Vince McMahon.
Well, your reaction to that.
Now, of course, flub aside, very effective heel promo by Owen, really explaining his feelings, getting over why he did this. Bret was selfish, and that's why he kicked his leg from his leg.
I tell you though, take that line out.
Yes.
And you're not talking about a guy or a kid who doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
No.
I mean, that was an as you said, an amazingly effective promo. And he pretty much laid it on the line. Bret, you're a selfish prick who only cares about himself. And that was it. And screw you and your stupid leg from your leg.
And I love the fact, I love that he's doing it on the big screen while Bret's on a stretcher in the aisle, looking up at him, holding his leg, and he's just berating him and screaming at him. And I just remember it being a very, unsettling and wild moment. You don't know what to look at. Bret's in the aisle on the stretcher, Owen screaming at him on the Titantron, just blaring through the arena. And it's really effective the way they did everything.
And obviously the building, you guys were just detached from yourselves. I mean, I don't think you probably had no idea what was going on here. I mean, you did, but I couldn't even imagine what you were thinking. I couldn't even imagine. It's just such a huge storyline, and something that would be a big deal for at least the next 3 years, 3.5 years almost, really. And it started here on this night. Well, it started at the Survivor Series, but it really started here. So, an unbelievable moment for you as fans in that arena, and a big moment for Owen Hart, who put on an unbelievable promo. But what we can't forget, like you said, a tremendous match.
Yeah, just the whole package was just good stuff. Just like the Brett and Lawler stuff at SummerSlam. Another overall great package. And, of course, we were imitating the kick your leg line, just like everyone else was immediately after. But, it's fine because it was portrayed as an emotional guy who just portrayed a passionate, heat of the passion crime, whatever that saying is. And, had just taken his brother out, and he was obviously all fired up and flustered. So he almost the flub almost makes it more realistic to me.
Yeah, that he's just so irate that he doesn't even know what he's talking about. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Black the hole right through the bottom of the boat.
I think Owen wanted to put Brett through the bottom of the boat at this point. We go to our next title match.
Yeah, now we were all, trying to recover from what the hell was going on. It's just like, such a big happening, such chaos, and now, okay, holy shit, we get another title match now, and this is where the announcers switch, obviously. So
yes, yep. Gorilla and Jim Ross move from radio to TV, and Vince and Ted DiBiase will go to the radio WWF booth. Were they upstairs again?
Yes.
Did you see them, or were they on the floor?
No, they were up in the back, yeah.
Oh, okay. Our third match of the night, our second title match of the night, your World Wrestling Federation Intercontinental Champion, the bad guy, Razor Ramon, taking on IRS. The reason this match is going...
Yeah, I was saying this feud had still been going since SummerSlam.
Yep.
And they had feuded a lot on Raw. I mean, on and off throughout, they were on opposite teams at Survivor Series, and IRS would eventually steal Razor Ramon's gold, saying he was going to collect it for back taxes that Razor owed. So, interesting little feud. It was good to see IRS get a title match, and I definitely thought he had a shot of winning it here, to be honest with you. He seemed like he was being set up for it, so.
Right, exactly. And you were, of course, anticipating at least one title change this evening for yourself.
You would think so with 3 title matches. I definitely know we were thinking there's a good chance of it.
Right, exactly. The match is, it's okay. It's not bad, actually. Obviously it's IRS. It's Mike Rotundo who
solid.
Really never puts on a bad match. Yeah. Razor was Razor. Do you remember the color tights that night?
Was it the light blue?
I don't know if it was light blue or green.
I think it was... actually, it might have been the red. I forget. Or is this there's one where he had, Rick Martel's boots on. I think it might have been this one. He had, these, he had, blue tights and, light blue boots.
That's funny. I keep forgetting. The following Rumble, the following year, he wears the banana yellow.
Yes. Yep,
that's the following year. Yeah.
Yeah, he had blue on. Light blue. I'm looking at a picture right now.
Okay, so light blue for this night. We'll continue doing this throughout the next 3 years. We're going to try and guess 2 years. We'll try and guess what color tights Razor has for these matches.
He didn't wear enough. And I was watching Superstars from '92 when it had one of his I think it was his second match. He had the red on. I really like the red. He didn't wear the red enough.
I like the red too. I obviously was a big fan of the purple. I always liked the purple.
Yeah, he wore. That was the purple and the black ones were his main ones.
His main ones, but the reds I did like red as well. But this night he wore Mark Martel's combo from SummerSlam '92. I think, right? Did he have the butter blue on that night?
He had the pink.
He had the pink on. Anyway, this match is pretty good. Again, you're dealing with Razor was in a good groove. At this point, I think he really was hitting his stride in terms of in-ring. And IRS was obviously, Mike Rotundo, just the guy's money, at least just when you just need a good match. You're not looking for 5 stars, and if you get one, awesome, but you're just looking for something that's not offensive. And Mike Rotundo and IRS was the best at that, so.
Yeah, they had a good moment, and I actually want to find the actual, I want to say it was December Raw. If you bear with me one moment here.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's doing that. I'm going to, while my PIC is looking for the clip, I want to give a little background while I have a minute on the other storyline that was kind of bubbling underneath. As we talked about at the Survivor Series, Shawn Michaels after his win over Mr. Perfect at SummerSlam, was suspended for a drug test. And that included being stripped of the Intercontinental title. Of course, we had the Battle Royal in my beloved New Haven Coliseum, which I was at. And Razor won the IC title, beating Rick Martel. Well, Shawn came back, and of course he came back at Survivor Series, replacing Jerry Lawler. I think otherwise, I don't even think he was probably meant to be at that show.
No, but I don't think so either.
Yeah. So, well, now that Shawn was back full bore, he realized, well, since I'm back in the fold, I can have my Intercontinental title back, and I'm the Intercontinental Champion again. So, while Razor was walking around with the obviously real Intercontinental title, Shawn Michaels was walking around with his Intercontinental title, which he says is actually his, and he never lost it. And at some point in the match, he actually comes out, knocks Razor out, and IRS actually covers him to become the new Intercontinental Champion.
I remember being pretty excited because even though obviously
Yeah.
Razor lost, and you're sad about that, we were just excited to actually see a title change. It was like, wow, so, another major happening on the show. But then we get the bullshit thing that only happens once every 10 months, where a second referee comes out and says explains what happened,
Yeah.
and the ref
Yep.
reverses the decision, restarts the match, and then Razor ends up hitting the Razor's Edge and retaining his title. So
Right.
a little bit of a dusty finish, a little screw job. But the Raw segment I wanted to talk about was from December 6th. It's actually the same Raw when Bobby Heenan left. 1, 2, 3 Kid and Shawn Michaels fought to a no contest when Razor Ramon interfered as Michaels was preparing to hit a Razor's Edge on the unconscious Kid after Kid had failed on a leap to the floor. Razor came out and stalked Michaels to the back after the bout, only to be knocked out by a punch from Diesel, who was standing behind the curtain. I don't know if you remember that. It's on the Raw DVD, and really one of my favorite Raw segments. Diesel just punches him from behind. You see this fist come out from behind the curtain. It's really cool. And
I think I do remember.
I don't think it's the same Raw. I think it's another one into 94 when Shawn actually hits 2 Razor's Edges on Razor on the floor, which were pretty cool.
I'll have to throw that DVD in again. Great set, by the way, that Raw 15. Got a lot of good stuff on it. So that feud was kind of bursting under the surface
Right.
while this match was going on.
Yeah, this was just a way for them to blow off this IRS thing that had been going on for a while. And because they obviously didn't want to do Shawn Razor yet. They had big things planned for that, so. Decent match, solid match, and, it's an IRS match.
So. Yeah, exactly. But obviously you guys were brokenhearted because
yes, very.
You did not see a title change. Now, why don't you, as we see on our written review, why don't you tell the fans what you were doing while this match was going on with your binoculars?
Oh, yes. I was looking for my friend Jim. I couldn't find him because he was hidden behind the fucking Titantron.
Now, let's rewind a minute. He got tickets by sending what in? And you got tickets, and then your uncle just went up to the booth and bought them. What did he?
I think so. They sent something out from the I think if you're on the magazine subscription list or the fan, I don't know what it was. It was something where a bunch of us locally that were fans received something in the mail saying, "Fill this out and return it back for tickets." That was basically what it was. And I'm pretty sure one of us did that. I don't remember who, so it either worked or it didn't. I honestly don't remember. And he did it the opposite way of how we did it, and he ended up sitting behind But I remember offering him, saying, "Do you want us to get you? Because we're getting these 6 tickets. Josh is coming and everything. Do you want to come with us?" And he's like, "No, my father's just going to get him. I'm just going to go with him." So. And then they were literally next to the Titantron, basically behind it almost.
Well, you figured if it was that easy to procure tickets that you were obviously going to get crap tickets, crap seats.
Right. And I think part of it was that we got them early too. We were part of the early purchase, and I'm sure he probably waited. That was probably part of the problem.
Well, yeah, probably. I'm sure there's not much left to.
No, they definitely they went quick. Yeah, they went fast.
Yeah, exactly. So we are now 0 for 2 in title changes for my beloved PIC and his crew there. But guess what? We have.
Are you coming to the show Thursday night?
No, I won't be.
Why not?
I'm not booked.
Well, they probably needed guys at this Rumble, so I'm surprised you weren't.
It would be awesome if he was part of this Rumble.
Of course, you guys were a little deflated, didn't have your title change. We do have one more title match.
Yes.
The big title match.
Mm-hmm.
Your World Wrestling Federation champion, Yokozuna, who was on just an absolute tear.
Yep.
Although he has lost back-to-back pay-per-view matches. Of course, he lost by countout at SummerSlam, and then his team lost at the Survivor Series. But he still had the gold, so what did he care? Taking on the Dead Man in his first pay-per-view championship match since losing the world title to Hulk Hogan at this Tuesday in Texas.
Well, I guess you could technically count Royal Rumble 92 as the title match.
Oh, that is true. Yes, that is true. Sorry, singles match. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so this feud kind of kicked off at Survivor Series when they fought each other through a double countout, and Taker was then named #1 contender. It was good to see him back in the main events, out of the scrub fights and El Giantes and Kamalas and all that crap he's been dealing with for the last 2 years or so. So it was good to see him back in this. And we had some really cool promos of him building the double wide casket for Yokozuna. And of course, my favorite one, and I know it's on the Taker DVD. It was right like the week before Christmas, and he's there, and he's got the wreaths hanging up in the little shed that he was working on the coffin, and he's talking, and you see like the breath coming out of his mouth, and Paul Bearer does his thing, and then he's banging. Undertaker's banging with the hammer on the metal, and he says "ho ho ho." It was like just an awesome build up to this. They really did a good job building this match. You know, they flickered the lights, and Yoko would act scared, and Taker was building the big casket. They'd wheel it down there and freak him out. So it was pretty well done, and you know, again, just like the previous match, you go in thinking there's a shot Taker could win the title. It wasn't completely out of the realm of possibilities here.
Of course not. Right.
And of course, this is a casket match. So
yes, and they did finally kind of streamline the casket match rules after that convoluted disaster they had with Kamala at the '92 Survivor Series. At least they actually streamlined. And what they would do here is pretty much what they would do for every casket match from here on out.
Yep.
3 title matches over the next 4 years for The Undertaker at the Royal Rumble. Mm-hmm. And every single time he gets screwed over by somebody.
Yep.
Or on this night, a myriad of people.
Yeah.
It's just like the most ridiculous thing on TV to watch. I'm sure you watching it was probably very exciting.
Yeah, it was definitely crazy because you didn't really know what was going on. And the match itself wasn't bad. Taker and Yoko actually worked okay together. I mean, it wasn't, they didn't tear the house down or anything, but things really broke down when Crush comes out. Taker looks like he's going to win. He's got Yoko in the casket, about to slam the door. Then Crush comes out, and you're like, all right, whatever. Crush is involved. He's, part of Fuji's group. That makes sense. And then these 2 mysterious guys from Japan come out. They had been hired by Fuji to enter the Rumble to take out Lex Luger. But they also help him here. That's Great Kabuki and Tenryu, your buddy. Yes. And then we also see a few more heels come out. Bigelow, Adam Bomb, Jeff Jarrett, who we'll talk about in a little bit. The Head Shrinkers and Diesel all come out. And now they're all taking turns beating the shit out of Undertaker. They all hit, their finishers, and they really do a good job beating him down and putting him out. And finally they roll in the casket and slam the door, and that's that. So, yeah, watching on TV, you're probably like, what the fuck, this is overbooked mess. But when you're 13 and you're there and all this is going on, it's a happening. This is what you want when you go live. You want to see happenings. You want to see either a great match, title change, or a big memorable moment. To me, this was a memorable moment. And then you have the great moment where they knock down Paul Bearer and they grab the urn and they drop it and it busts open and all the green smoke starts filling in the arena. And it was sitting there. You're just like, what the fuck is going on? Taker's in the casket. Paul Bearer's out. Green smoke is emanating from this urn and going all over the place. And the heels are kind of looking at it. And they don't know what to do. They're kind of scared. And eventually they all start wheeling the casket into the aisle. And, of course, as they do that, then the lights kind of go and start flickering, and we start hearing some lightning zapping, and that's when all this goes down.
Sometime. Wait a minute, what's that? I don't know, what is that? Wait a minute, look at that! Something's happening inside the casket! What? There's some sort of green gook coming out of the casket! That's the same stuff that was coming out of the urn. What in the world? The lights are out! What's going on here? Don't go through that! There's that look on his face again! Wait a minute. I don't know. What's this? What? That's the Undertaker. What is going on here?
The spirit of the Undertaker lives within the soul of all mankind. The eternal flame of life that cannot be extinguished. The origin of which cannot be explained. The answer lies in the everlasting spirit. Soon all mankind will witness the rebirth of the Undertaker. I will not rest in peace.
Oh my! What? I've never seen anything. What? Anything quite like this? What is that? Hey, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. What is going on? What is going on? I don't believe what I'm seeing. I don't know what I'm seeing. I'm just... The Undertaker is levitating! Here's Providence, Rhode Island! I'm speechless, McMahon. I've never seen anything like this in my entire life. What?
Now, of course, what happened was Taker gives a speech and, a shot showing him inside the casket, the lightning zaps, and then his picture rises on the Titantron and eventually morphs into him being risen up above the arena, just raised up, by strings, obviously. And, of course, I believe it was revealed that it was portrayed by Marty Jannetty was the, Taker that was raised up here. Obviously, it wasn't really him, but live, this was unreal. Like, you didn't know what was going on. You're just watching this, just trying to wrap your head around all these things going on. It's like, what are they doing? Taker's dead. Is he not dead? He's talking inside the casket. Now he's raised up into the heavens. It was just chaos. And I wanted to ask you, do you think, to this point, this is easily like the biggest Royal Rumble undercard ever, right? I mean, we've never had this much stuff happen on an undercard of a Royal Rumble. And I think it's a while before this much happens again, really.
Absolutely. I know. I totally agree with you. Forget the fact that matches were not. The matches were good, but all this stuff going down. You're pretty much seeing just all this ridiculous chaos, and I know that a lot of internet writers and thought this was the biggest pile of dog shit in terms of just it's so ridiculous and overblown. People just see. I'm trying to see if I can word this right. People. When you're at an arena, fans that are in an arena expect, when it comes to The Undertaker, something fantastic happening. In terms of unrealistic, it's wrestling. None of it's realistic. So, I don't know what the hell anybody is we're getting so upset about, oh my God, this is so over the top and ridiculous lights and all this goofy lightning. And It's the Undertaker, people. It always happens.
I mean, and listen
you
to
know
the
what?
pop when it's happening. It was crazy in there.
Exactly. And with the Undertaker, you just expect it. And everybody eats it up. And then, oh, wow. And then you move on to the next match. I mean, I don't know why people, oh my God, that was so, a lot of people, and we both have read stuff that just, oh, it's so over the blown and so stupid. And now you're taking it too. Now we go back to the great interview you and I had with our good friend John Walters about, oh, stop sitting there criticizing things and thinking you're smarter. And, well, there's a perfect example. It's the fucking Undertaker, folks. It's always going to be like that. And I remember watching it on the tape. Now, I heard about it on Superstars and Raw before I rented it. So I kind of knew what was going on. I don't know if they aired it live. No, they probably did. And I thought it was tremendous put together television. You had to give Taker something to get him off camera.
Yeah, he obviously needed a break. He had been going strong.
He needed a break
Since his debut.
Yeah.
So, it's different. It's unique, but it's not like something they did all the time. So for this one thing, they take Taker out. It takes 10 guys to destroy him. They empty out his magical urn. They take out his manager and bury him in a casket. And now, maybe they could have done without him raising up to the rafters, fine. But whatever. Yeah. It's a moment, And a couple of live notes, of course, was my cousin Matt trying to time Undertaker raising his arms up with the lights and kept telling us to watch him do it as he did it. And I knew that he was an idiot, so I didn't pay attention. And Josh was watching, and then he was mad that he ended up missing the real version of it. So, and then later in that match, I happened to look over. My sister was kneeling on the floor, sleeping on the seat, and I was like, "What the fuck?" This is who we brought to the show. Poor Jim, stuck behind the Titantron while she's napping here on the seat, but.
Your dad was trying to be diplomatic.
Well, the funny part was Jim was pretty much right under where Taker was raising up, which was probably pretty cool for him. He was looking straight up at him, going up over his head. So,
yeah, that is kind of cool. But watching it on television again, I rented it probably a month and a half later. I thought it was fine. And answer to your question, this is a very loaded undercard. Just so much stuff's going on. Storyline advancement, heel turns. The only thing that didn't happen in these matches were any titles changing.
Right.
That was
we basically almost had one.
Yeah, but realistically, with what creative was trying to purport with these matches, the title changes were unnecessary.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to put over both the characters and the storylines, title changes would have just threw wrenches in the mix. So, I have no problem with what happened. And Undertaker is gone. Again, as Justin mentioned, a much needed vacation, because he pretty much had been working nonstop for over 3 straight years.
Mm-hmm.
99, since November, since his debut with the 90 Survivor Series, he's pretty much worked nonstop for 3 straight years.
Yep.
So Taker gets a breather, a little battery recharge.
Yeah, this was a good time-killing feud for Yokozuna before heading into WrestleMania.
Exactly. So, all right. Now the undercard is complete. We have one match left, so we're going to sit back, let my PIC and his crew kind of sit down and take a breather before their main event is what they just watched. I mean, think about what you just watched back to back to back.
Yeah,
you watched that awesome,
yep.
Exchange of the thing with IRS and Razor, and then the whole Brett Sean, Owen thing, and I can't even get it in my head. It's tough. It's so tough to process. I mean, you needed to take a breath.
And this was still during the time of intermissions, so I know there was an intermission between here in the last match.
Yes. So I'm sure everybody got up, and I'm sure your father was trying to adjust your sister on the floor. So guess what? We're going to take our intermission too. So we're going to take a break before we get to the final match, which, trust me, has its own story in it as well. And listen to some words from our good friends at WrestleChat.net. Because
promotion considerations been paid for by the following.
How many pro wrestling news websites do you visit to get your daily news? 3, 4, maybe 5? Do yourself a favor and make that number 1. WrestleChat.net, the only professional wrestling news site that brings you all wrestling news all day long, and is home of the critically acclaimed Still Real to Us podcast, starring former CZW, ROH, and ECW announcer Eric Gargiulo and the champ Jeff Beck. That's WrestleChat.net. WrestleChat, it's where it's at.
And of course, the champ and the announcer probably could have also been included in this group of Rumble guys. They still needed spots to fill. As I always say, and as my PIC always says, WrestleChat.net is your only home for everything news and notes. We have, of course, our news and notes segment on our weekly headlines show, sponsored by our good friends at WrestleChat.net. They have a great message board as well. And while you're on the front page of WrestleChat.net, just look to the right and you will see the little gnome and click on it, and bingo, you'll be right to our Podbean page and right to our podcasts. So you can go right from reading the news and notes to us analyzing the news and notes, right from one to the other. So join our good friends at WrestleChat.net, your only source for news and notes. And I believe they will have a post-show short podcast, I believe. I think I read it again earlier in the week, right after Vengeance tomorrow night, which the post-podcast might be more exciting than the show itself.
Most likely.
But we'll talk more about that during the week. But anyway, let's head back to the Providence Civic Center and my PIC and his crew. And your dad was into it? Yeah, your dad had. I mean, I know Tony pretty well. Your dad didn't have some snarky comment about all that Undertaker antics, or was he mesmerized too?
Yeah, I think he was just kind of just there, you know.
What about your uncle? Was he? He must have been digging this. I mean, he obviously wanted to go, so he must have been enjoying this too.
Yeah, he was on this, same lines as my dad. They watched it growing up, so they knew, and they still watched through us. And they weren't big time fans, but they were big enough fans that they enjoyed going and watching and getting into it. So,
did you get the program? Did you buy the program that night?
Yeah, I'm sure I did. I definitely did.
Okay. Any good? I mean, obviously, I'm thinking far back, but you have a good memory for this kind of thing. But did you walk around during the intermission? Did you check the concession stands or the merchandise? Anything cool? Or
honestly, that I don't remember.
Okay. I mean, you figure, pictures of Stephanie with the cheap hats on, and Savage looking in her eyes longingly. No. Anyway, okay. So here we are. We are at the final match. Of course, it is the Royal Rumble match with the winner getting a World Wrestling Federation Championship title shot. At WrestleMania 10 in the home office of Madison Square Garden.
Yep. Now, Vince announces before the match starts that due to time constraints, they have to cut the entrance time down to 90 seconds instead of 2 minutes.
Which, really, if you think about it, who cares? It's not like anybody really pays attention to that anyway.
No,
it's always off by...
to me, always ends up being the better time. 2 minutes is a little bit too long, so I think 90 seconds is pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. Now, you, obviously, I'm sure you were all chatting about who you thought the first entrant would be.
Yes, and I successfully predicted that Scott Steiner would be number one, and I made sure to rub it in everyone's face afterwards. He just seemed like a number one guy to me for some reason. I don't know.
Okay. So, number one is, of course, one half of the former World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Champions, Scott Steiner. Let's go through the next. At number two, one half of the Head Shrinkers, Samu. Followed, of course, at number three by the other half of that team that came in at number one, and that is, of course, Rick Steiner, the guy who was paid by El Gigante to end Ludwig Borga's career.
Yes.
And he did.
Good job, Rick Steiner, the dog face, fuck face.
And they should make that a t-shirt. Would you say the dog face fuck face? Yeah. Make that a shirt.
Imale watched Ludwig Borga right into retirement.
Okay. At number four, we have a debut.
Quang.
Quang was some guy in a mask. Of course, we know eventually he would be somebody else. We won't say who that somebody else is yet.
All right, portrayed by Juan Rivera, debuted in January of '94, and one of Harvey Whippleman's new charges, and of course he was known for spitting mist in opponent's face like many other Orientals. So
yes,
he was actually, according to Wikipedia here, he was replacing Ludwig Borga, so he was not originally scheduled to be in this match.
Okay, and of course the infamous joke all the time is what is the sound of 300 pounds of shit hitting a fan? Quang.
Yeah.
I don't know where that joke ever came from.
I think it was Scott Keith original.
Oh, lovely.
So there you go. But yeah, Quang comes in and he sprays. It looked like the Steiners were going to dominate because they quickly eliminate Samu. But then he sprays the mist in Rick Steiner's face, and that's pretty much it for Rick at that point. So the Steiner dominance. Just like, actually, we got to talk about the Steiners because this is it for them. So why don't we do that now?
Okay.
You would think they were set for a much bigger run, being the Steiner brothers. But unfortunately, they were not. This would be it. They would actually stick around, though, through the spring. Mm-hmm. And they were set to probably do something at WrestleMania, I would think, right? But you would think so. Anyway. But of course, they were not. I mean, for a team brought in with such fanfare to not even be at WrestleMania was shocking. So they wanted to start working in Japan, saying, "Fuck you! If you're not going to use us to our ability, we don't want to be here anymore." So Vince said, "Fine, whatever, go ahead, but you got to put over some guys on the way out." So they did that. And his last TV appearance was losing to IRS in a King. They were in qualifying match in a couple months. But they barely wrestled, I think, throughout the spring. So they would, of course, hit Japan, and then they worked in ECW. Then they would return to WCW, and they would stay there until WCW folded. Now, we never see Rick Steiner again on WWE TV. Scott Steiner will return many, many years from now. But they would obviously have a very good run in WCW. And then Rick would bounce around the indies a little bit, and actually I think he does real estate now. So,
would you buy a house from him?
Maybe.
The dog face, fuck face.
Trying to sell me a fucking shithole house, you fuck face.
At number 5, and this is where the heat really packs in.
So pretty good heat for a heel turn that had just occurred, an hour before.
Yeah, you guys roll over him like stink on shit.
Yeah.
It was
stink on shit.
Very impressive. At number 6, one half of a team that probably replaced the Steiners in essence, basically on the babyface tag ladder, and that is Bart Gunn, one half of the Smoking Guns. At number 7, and here it is, the moment that would change the course of wrestling history. Coming in at number 7.
Oh, no.
Okay. No. Virgil, the man. At number 7, the bodyguard of the self-proclaimed Intercontinental Champion, Shawn Michaels. And that is, of course, Big Daddy Cool Diesel. Now, it was no secret that Diesel was pretty much on the outs. He was Shawn Michaels' boy, and Shawn was on the shit list at the time. So a lot of people thought that Diesel was probably out the door. But no. Because at this moment, the small West Warwick contingent saves the life of Big Daddy Cool. Right at this moment in time.
Well, the booking helped a little bit. I mean, we were cheering him on loudly. But he goes on this rampage. He tosses Scott Steiner, tosses Quang, tosses Bart Gunn. And of course, there's the big pot for him tossing Owen Hart.
Yep.
So he
actually, Scott Steiner dumped Samu.
I didn't say. Was it Scott Steiner, Quang, Owen Hart, Bart Gunn?
Owen eliminated Rick Steiner.
I didn't say Rick Steiner. I said Scott Steiner, Quang, Owen Hart, and Bart
Scott
Gunn.
Steiner. Right. Okay. I got the wrong babyface wrestler. Okay. All right. So Diesel kicks 4 of the first 6, not counting him, to the curb.
Yep.
And he's standing there.
Yeah.
So
standing alone.
Standing alone. At number 8, a future J-Fave of my PIC, former World Wrestling Federation champion, Bob Backlund. And these two would cross paths again 11 months later.
Yes, unexpectedly.
Unexpectedly. But Backlund gets in the ring and is pitched out again. And all of a sudden, the chants began.
Diesel. Diesel.
And all of a sudden, the capital of Rhode Island was becoming the second home to Kevin Nash.
Well, I mean, it just goes to show you, and it stands today as well. If you book a guy strong like a monster and have him run through guys and beat the shit out of guys, he's gonna fucking get over. You know what I mean?
Yep. Number 9, the other half of the Smoking Guns, Billy Gunn.
He gets tossed in 14 seconds.
Yep. And guess what? The chance continued. At number 10, there he is right there.
VIL!
GIL. Virgil comes in.
And he's actually replacing Kamala, who now had been gone since June, but was announced to be in this match.
Ah, okay. And he gets kicked to the curb in probably like a minute. The chants continue. At number 11, personal favorite of yours, and a favorite historically of the Providence contingent, the Rhode Island contingent. That is, of course, the Macho Man Randy Savage.
His body slammer around the world won everybody's vote. It almost knocked the hole right through the bottom of the boat.
He was chanting.
I've been here before, but I feel like I've been here before, but I don't think that I have. Have I told that story? I think I did. I think I told it in the Savage tribute.
Yes. So he's in at number 11. And at number 12, here's where we have our first significant debut. And that is your cousin Matt's favorite wrestler. Don't know where the hell he picked this from.
He loved him. He loved Double J Jeff Jarrett. Of course.
Yes.
Jarrett, the son of legendary promoter Jerry Jarrett, began his career in the mid-'80s down in Memphis. Worked a little world class. Mainly was the USWA star in Memphis.
Yep.
Held the Southern Heavyweight title 10 times. USWA Tag Team titles 15 times. So, the usual down there. They traded titles every hour down there.
Yeah, pretty much.
In late 93, he was hired to the WWF under the gimmick of Double J, a country music singer who intended to use the wrestling and WWF to elevate his singing career as a country star. He'd strut to the ring wearing his flashing Double J hat and gaudy attire, and always ended his promo saying, "Ain't I great?" and spelled out his name, JEFFJA, RRETT. Debuted in late 93, basically a lower mid-card guy heading into the Rumble here.
Indeed. And I just can't fathom how your cousin made this guy's favorite.
His vignettes were really funny. He had R.P. Lee, I think was the guy's name, was his little consigliere in these little vignettes he had where he was trying to get into different music studios. And it was basically this fat guy in a red polo and like a little black hat. And they were really funny. And we all gravitated towards guys debuting around this time. And I'll let you know Josh's guy when he shows up on some show eventually. I'll let you know my guy a little bit later. The 3 guys debuted around this time, and we all kind of gravitated towards each of them. And Matt picked Double J.
Okay. At number 13, now we're getting into another storyline that's continuing to burgeon as one of Mr. Fuji's charges. Crush comes in.
Oh, by the way, I just want to reverse really quick and circle back to Owen. Pretty surprising that they had Diesel, that they had him be part of Diesel's wrecking crew there. A guy, obviously, they put a lot of faith into it, and this big heel turn, and then they have him quickly eliminated. I'm guessing they didn't want him around when Brett came back because they wanted to keep them apart. And they figured this Diesel toss him. But still, you would have expected him to maybe last a little bit longer.
Yeah, exactly. You would have figured Diesel would have, it's still being a heel, would have, maybe Owen, they could have worked together or something like that.
Or just have Owen come in after the Diesel stuff,
Yeah, that as well. Obviously, but as mentioned, Crush comes in, and obviously he and Savage just start mauling each other. And Savage actually gets eliminated by Crush. So,
yep.
At number 14 is suddenly going from one of my favorite characters of the early 90s to one of my least favorite characters of the mid-90s, and that is, of course, the new Doink. The new and unimproved Doink.
And now
the clown Prince Matt Rotella.
He has his buddy with him, Little Dink. This is such an obvious joke.
I'm not going to say anything because I don't want any hate posts on Facebook about how I hate midgets. So
no, it's not even a
I'm
midget.
Not saying...
it was more of going to be a Rotella joke. But Doink,
okay.
So Doink comes out, and yes, he has his midget clown friend Dink. Of course, this came down from a decree after Survivor Series when Jack Tunney said, "That's it, no more multiple Doinks. We're done with this garbage." So on one of the Christmas Superstars, Santa Claus brought a present for Doink, and that was, of course, this little midget clown. Dink, portrayed by Tiger Jackson.
Yes. At number 15 is a guy that we've already seen tonight, and hopefully will have better fortunes than he did earlier, and that is Bam Bam Bigelow, who of course lost earlier in the night to Tatanka.
And it's funny because this is almost like the heel revenge run here. Like Crush tosses Savage, and then Bigelow tosses Doink. So it's kind of funny that those two guys, kind of get their revenge. Almost like this heel tinge to this Rumble at this point, with Diesel dominating, and there was like all heels in the ring at one point. And Bigelow's elimination of Doink is actually really good. He picks him up high over his head and press slams him out to the floor. It's actually kind of a nasty bump.
Exactly. At number 16 is another guy who almost got the Diesel push here, because it took him a lot to get him out, but he's just by pure size, and we're talking about one half of Men on a Mission, and that is, of course, Mabel.
And now, we'll get into the times later, because there's some impressive ones here. We'll do that in a little bit.
Yes. Yep. At number 17, another debut, and that is Thurman Sparky Plug.
Now, this is the guy I gravitated towards at this point.
Oh,
I don't know why. Well, I like those little vignettes, and he was kind of cool. It was kind of like the underdog guy I was rooting for. Of course, portrayed by Robert Howard. He debuted in 1990 for Smoky Mountain and other indies, and then joined the WWF in 1994. He's a welder by trade, as Jim Moss will tell us many times over the years. But here he portrayed a NASCAR driver. And, of course, Thurman Sparky Plug, or Sparky Thurman Plug, was supposed to be a... anagram? No, what the fuck do they call it when the letters all mean something, like STP? That's what it's supposed to be.
Acronym. An acronym. Acronym?
No, acronym, yeah.
Yeah.
So it was supposed to be an acronym for STP, like the oil or whatever. So anyway.
Oh, right.
Off track. But he had his little race car outfit on, and the vignettes were always him racing and stuff like that. So Thurman Sparky Plug makes his debut here, and he's actually replacing the 1-2-3 Kid, who was out. I'm not sure. He must have been injured, I guess, to miss this show. So, but he was not originally supposed to be in this match. He just makes a surprise appearance here.
Right.
It's his debut too.
So
it's his in-ring debut.
Yes. At number 18 is the self-proclaimed Intercontinental Champion, the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels. Still kind of on the shit list, but he'll slowly be weaned off it. But right now, things were still very shaky between him and the company. That would change in a couple months, but right now he's still kind of tiptoeing his way without breaking eggshells.
And now, as we'll see,
but they did get him into a decent storyline.
Yep, and as we'll see in a minute when we start talking about the durations, there's a lot of guys who last a long time in this thing. It's pretty impressive. First time in a while, they really let the ring build up towards the end. They have that big second half push with a lot of guys.
Exactly, and at this point, Diesel finally gets eliminated by Shawn, ironically.
What happens is he's teetering on the ropes by a bunch of guys, and Shawn comes over like he's going to try and help him, but he accidentally pushes him over and eliminates him. So, and a lot of boos, a lot of heat for that. The crowd was not very happy to see Diesel eliminated there.
And look what happens from here.
Yeah, he gets a huge standing ovation as he walks to the back. Pretty crazy. I mean, the crowd's chanting his name and just going insane as he leaves. So, pretty cool.
Yep, because instead of getting fired, Vince takes through the bottom of the boat. And so I hope you... And then, of course, we know what Kevin Nash does for the next 15 years. So just always know that you have that on your conscience.
Hey, I'm fine with it.
So, at number 19, the other half of Men on a Mission. Oh.
Hey, BTB Nation, it is now time for the Rob Houston Memorial Hacksaw Jim Duggan Update.
Of course, we need to combine the two men that Scott hates most in this world, Hacksaw Jim Duggan and D-Bag LaRue. But as of January 1994... we still don't know where Hacksaw Jim Duggan is. I can't wait till he shows up at WCW so we can give some legitimate updates here. But
yeah, well, What's funny is you placed this in a spot that's fine because a guy that's just as irritating as him comes in at number 19, and that's Mo.
Oh, okay.
So I didn't have a problem with it.
I was trying to pick a spot where there wasn't anything important going on.
Yes, I was waiting. It was getting weird that we were over halfway through this list and I hadn't heard that yet. So, to be honest with you, I don't know when I'll start to remember it, but I didn't even think about it until the start of out of our Wrestle Chat promo. I honestly didn't even remember.
I like to build the anticipation for the nation, you know.
Yes. All right. At number 20 is the Hammer, Greg Valentine, who I totally forgot was even in this match. It's very weird.
I guess he stuck around after his little Survivor Series cameo as one of the knights.
Yes,
and him and Kamala were two of the big surprise names that they threw in there. So
yeah, so gets a nice paycheck from Vince for being on. Mm-hmm. At number 21, the guy who won a match earlier in the night, and that is, of course, Tatanka. At number 22 is a guy that, and we might have to talk about this guy briefly because it is technically his debut.
I don't do any tricks.
No, it's not him. I think he's, his spot was replaced by Quang. Anyway, at number 22, a new guy, we talked about him during the Yokozuna Undertaker match, and that is the Great Kabuki, or as Dusty used to call him, the Great Kabuki, and his partner Kendo Nagasaki.
Of course, he's one of the guys brought in by Mr. Fuji as one of his paid assassins to take Luger out.
Yes. Kabuki, incidentally, goes back to the 70s, wrestled in, NW. The usual one of those guys, bounced around from different territories.
He debuted in 1964.
Jesus. Wow.
Born in 1948.
Wow. The first time I remember him
was his debut in 1964.
No. Well, I was there for his birth in 1948. No. I first saw him in World Class in probably 85 probably. But I remember him even before that in the old PWIs my brother used to buy. And I got to be honest with you, he was one of the creepiest bastards I've ever seen. He legitimately scared me, Kabuki. Even though he was never in great shape, he was kind of chunky, and he didn't look like Muda.
Your cunt is in the sink.
Well, that too. I think he probably wrestled him at some point in the territories in the 80s, but he didn't have that look like Muda or any of those guys, or Chono even. He was a little dumpy looking, but he was the creepiest fucking bastard I'd ever met, or not met, or ever seen when I was a kid. And he was in World Class. He was part of Skandor Akbar's Devastation Incorporated and all that kind of stuff. I think he was with Gary Hart too. So, but I hadn't seen him to this point. I hadn't seen him in about 9 years until he shows up here at the Rumble. So that's Kabuki. So at this point, he was Jesus. 46 at this point in this match. At number 23, we probably have our first legitimate favorite in this match, and that is the guy who celebrated, who we've never seen celebrate harder over a count-out victory, and that is the All-American Lex Luger.
Now, of course, they were trying to tease.
Was the Lex Express outside the dunk? Was the Lex Express outside the dunk?
Yeah, we wrote in it there.
Tremendous.
They were obviously trying to tease that he may not be able to make it later in the match because they show. We didn't see this in the arena, but on pay-per-view they show Luger getting assaulted in the back by Kabuki and Tenryu, who enters at number 24. So they were beating him down in the locker room before he came out to the ring. So they were trying to put doubt in your mind, like, could Luger survive this assault and win the Rumble match?
Yes. So Luger's in there. And then, as Justin mentioned, at number 24 is Tenryu. See, got it right.
And now at 25, the buzzer goes off and no one comes out. No entrance. Mm-hmm. So live, we're sitting there thinking, all right, this is probably them just taking Brett out due to his knee injury. So, Luger's going to win. I remember we were pretty upset about it, thinking, it's kind of a screwy way to take Brett out. The angle was cool before, but now we're not going to get to see him in the Rumble, and it's pretty obvious that Luger's most likely going to win. So
right. So at 25 we have nobody. 26, here he is, the early Rumble era marathon man, still kicking around. The model Rick Martel comes in at 26. Guy averages 37 minutes a Rumble in terms of his appearances.
Yes.
So at number 27, there you go.
Bret
there
Hart
he is.
Shows
up.
The
Hitman Bret Hart limps his way up to the ring. What were you three thinking?
Yeah, we were going crazy. We were really excited to see him limping out there, and it was cool. It was a cool little. It didn't take long. It was just probably 4 minutes in between, but it's a cool way to kind of swerve everyone, thinking, oh, Brett's not showing up. And of course, the guy who was supposed to show it up at 25 ends up being Bastion Booger. And Vince says on commentary, oh, he ate himself into sickness and he couldn't come out. So,
but in reality, he was kidnapped by this little kid with a goatee and a slight hunch, and was stolen and brought back to his house. I'm gonna hear that. I said slight hunch. Whatever. At number 28, the other half of the Head Shrinkers, and that is Fatu. Of course, his partner was way back at number 2. At number 29. The Foe Taker. So 3 guys pretended. So there were 3 guys that played the character of the Undertaker in 1994.
Yes.
People may not know that. And that is, of course, Marty Jannetty.
And of course, him and Shawn Michaels go right at each other, re-energizing that feud, which is pretty cool to see. They go right at each other in the middle of the ring.
Right. And then finally, at number 30, is my favorite guy from this era, or from this match, and that is, of course, Adam Bomb.
And now he doesn't last very long. He is dumped by Luger under 5 minutes, and DiBiase is actually pretty funny. He really gets pissed about it. He bitches about how a guy in Adam Bomb's size, that he should be embarrassed that he gets eliminated that quickly after coming in at number 30. It was pretty good. I liked DiBiase in this role. He was very entertaining.
Yes, and he comes in and finishes off the entrance. So. Here we are.
A lot of guys in the ring at this point. A lot of guys.
Yeah, there has been not a lot of eliminations at this point. And so, what were you guys thinking now? Now that Brett was in, did you think he was just going to win, or do you remember what you were thinking? Did you think Brett was going to win automatically now that he was in, or do you think the injury would cost
we
him?
definitely. Now we weren't sure, and like I said, they tried to make Luger be injured as well, so they could do the whole, Luger and Brett are both at a disadvantage. Who's going to win this? So, at the time, no, I remember not being sure once Brett came out. So, and of course, the final 4 end up being Brett, Luger, Shawn, and Fatu, and that's where we picked this up.
Other than guts. There it goes. Michaels is out of there. Wait a minute. It's spit out. It's Luger. One of these men. Luger to Wrestlemania. Unbelievable. Bringing it up. And Luger. Let's go out. And down. It's Luger. Luger threw Bret Hart out. I don't know. No. Where's the referee? Luger, I believe. I'm not sure. Threw Bret Hart out. I hate to say it. I think Bret Hart threw Luger out.
And of course, both men tumble to the floor at the same time. Both hit the floor, and now we don't know what's going on. Chaos in there. Jack Tunney comes out, and of course gets booed as always, very loudly.
Yeah.
Debates with the referees. We get a million different angles. One referee says that Luger won. The other one says that Brett won, and they keep announcing Brett Luger, kind of testing the crowd to see which guy they liked more.
Approximately the same time. It was tough. From our viewpoint, I thought, wait a minute, there's President Jack Tunney. I think Luger won, McMahon. I think I'm going to agree with you.
I love the Tunney boos. So yeah, they're debating. Yes. We get all the camera angles, and then, Tunney can't decide. He's going back and forth, and
this will be the one that will determine who won. Here we go. You see, Luger's feet hit the ground first. Let's get back. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the 1994 WWF Royal Rumble. The winners are Lex Luger and Bret Hitman Hart. What? Oh, no.
So
clearly,
yeah.
none of you dug that.
No, it was like, after all that, what a great night. All this great happenings, and we just go out with 2 winners. They couldn't decide who was going to win. We couldn't do the whole restart the match and have a winner. And it was obviously, it kind of came out later, and it was obviously pretty clear that it was kind of a test to see who the crowd wanted to see more, because Luger obviously was the original plan since SummerSlam that he was going to earn his title match through the Rumble and get his rematch with Yokozuna. But over the winter, the heat on Luger kind of started to cool a little bit, and Vince started to question, what he should do, and he wanted to do something special for WrestleMania, something different, and he wanted to kind of reward Brett for all he had been through.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, all right, let me have these 2 guys. Let's see who my bigger guy is here. And the one thing he didn't bank on was that, Providence loves Tim White, Randy Savage, and Bret Hart. So Bret Hart was winning any kind of little vote off they had, unless it was against Savage. So, we were really rooting for Bret to be the winner. And when they said, both men had won, it was kind of like, it made sense because those were the 2 main faces throughout the winter, kind of being prepped for this run. And it really was a good build to that finish, not knowing which of these guys was going to win. But yeah, it was disappointing. After such a great night, it was a little disappointing to see it end that way.
I agree. I didn't like that ending either. And what makes it upsetting is that it was actually an exceptional Rumble match. And just, we talked about it earlier, the amount of longevity highlights, the myriad of guys that lasted this match longer than 20 minutes is mind-boggling.
Yes.
Obviously, the guy that's in the longest is Bam Bam Bigelow, who's in for 30 minutes and 12 seconds. But listen to some of these numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Crush, 25:03. Sparky Plug, 21:33. Shawn Michaels, 29:17. Mo, 22:46. Mo. Greg Valentine, 20:39. Tatanka, 20:07. Luger, 21:58. Those were all the guys that were in for longer than 20 minutes. And then Diesel, 17:41. And then Brett
you
was
missed Shawn at 29:17. And Bigelow.
I did say Shawn.
Oh, okay. Did you say Bigelow at 30:12?
I said that was the first one. Yeah, I
Okay.
said him first.
Yeah, so you have 11 guys that were at least 15 minutes or more, and then 8 guys at 20 minutes or more. So
yeah,
a lot of longevity in this Rumble. They had a quick run early to get Diesel over, and then everyone else pretty much hung around till the end. So it was a unique Rumble. I liked the Rumble match a lot until the finish, and it's obviously a memorable finish. And I don't think I need to say any more about the show as a whole. My memories of it are great. I love being there live. I love watching it. I can watch it over and over. I think the commentary is really good. A lot of historical moments behind it, and a very fun Rumble match. A lot of, not a ton of names, but enough names to keep you interested, and a lot going on in this whole show. So,
yes, a tremendous show. Kind of a shaky ending, but we have a co-winners of the Royal Rumble. So we have no idea what's going on at WrestleMania. And
yeah, that's a big question. Who's going to get that title shot? And that would be answered on Raw a week or so after the show. So we'll talk about that in our next review next week. But
yes. So there is your Royal Rumble review. I like the show. It's very exciting. There's a lot of storyline advancement. The matches are good. They're not great. They're good, solid. But the storyline advancement is amazing. It seemed like, other than the main event, they seem to have their ducks in a row for March 20th in the home office, except for the main event.
Yep.
That's a little shaky about, but we'll get to that next week on our next Vault. But I like the show. Obviously, you do as well. You like it more than I do.
Oh, yeah.
You were there. You have every right to like it more than I do. So, felt good walking out of the dunk that night. Felt good. You feel like, wow, your first show, you felt satisfied.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I mean, like I said, the ending was a little bit of a disappointment, but I mean, overall, we couldn't complain. We saw a great show.
Mm-hmm. So, now, let us do what we do to conclude the show, and that is you've heard my opinions. heard my PIC's opinions there. Let us now go to you, Place to Be Nation, and let's look at our feedback. And I think I'm having an issue here because, oh, you know what? I know why. I think I hit the wrong thing. Because I seem to not know where the feedback for the, oh, there, I found it. Okay. You put 2 of them, and the top one had nothing there, so I lost it there. Okay. All right. Let us give the feedback for our Royal Rumble 1994 review. I'll lead off for us. Jason Greenhouse, the Pablo Picasso of the Place to Be podcast. This show was a breath of fresh air coming off the horrible end of 1993. Tatanka and Bam Bam had a solid opening match. I loved watching Bam Bam around this time as he continued to become one of the best big men in the history of the business. The tag title match was pretty good. The Quebecers are one of my favorite teams from that era. Owen's official heel turn was awesome. The Undertaker-Yoko match was great, and the aftermath was ahead of its time. I loved how all of the heels came out to beat down Taker and put him in the casket. The post-match speech on the big screen and the resurrection had me glued to my TV as I watched live on pay-per-view. The Rumble match was okay, not one of the best, but not as bad as 93's. Diesel dominating the match and throwing everyone in sight out of the ring stands out to me, as does the way the crowd popped for him even though he was still a heel. The finish was cool. Props to Brett and Luger for nailing it. That is true, because that's probably the first time they ever tried to attempt that.
Yeah, it was very close. There are fans in the front that would say that if you look close enough from where they were looking, that Luger's foot did touch first. But
okay.
All right, Jordan McKinnon. Finally, the show where Vince starts to make amends for taking the world title off Bret Hart way too early at WrestleMania 9. Great start to Owens' heel turn other than the promo. Well, other than one line of the promo. The promo itself is very strong. I thought they did a good job making Taker look strong in defeat by taking the heel locker room to beat him down. The Rumble was decent since they had guys from the undercard pull double duty. Lex did a good job pulling off the double elimination with Bret. But if there's ever any doubt that Bret was more over than Lex, the pop of the end sealed the deal. Good show. Sets up the best show of 1994 very nicely.
Okay. Corey Ferreira. Good show to open 1994 after the lackluster ending to 1993. Tatanka and Bam Bam have a good opening match. The Quebecers versus Bret and Owen is a great tag match, and the match finally cements Owen Hart's full heel turn on Bret and begins one of the best WWF storylines of all time, and also gives us what may be the best Owen Hart promo of all time. The Undertaker-Yokozuna casket match is great. The build with Yoko being scared of the casket was great. The match is great until the ending when the heels all come out to beat on Taker. Looks like early Russo booking at its finest. Time for the Rumble. First off, this is the Nash Rumble. Nash cleans up in this one, and it's great from this match on. You could tell the WWF and Vince are extremely high on Kevin Nash from this moment on, and it shows throughout the remainder of 1994. A lot of guys hang around in this match. 8 guys hanging around for over 20 minutes in this match. The finish was interesting, having both Bret and Luger be eliminated at the same time and have the crowd choose by cheering who they want to win. Obvious that Bret got the bigger pop. Luger had run his course as a top face, even by the start of 1994. Overall, a good start to 1994 in the WWF.
Dave Hall, one of my favorite Royal Rumbles ever. The Owen Hart heel turn is fantastic. The build during the match is excellent, with the Quebecers helping to fuel the tension throughout. Bret's injury also helped cast doubt on his ability to back up for the Rumble. Razor Ramon and IRS are solid, and the match helped solidify Razor as IC champ. The Undertaker versus Yokozuna match was well done. While it can appear overbooked, the multiple run-ins actually helped solidify Undertaker's status as a main eventer, who was practically unbeatable. Seeing the heels finally get Taker in the casket and celebrate is great. The light show and Rising was a little corny, but still fun. Finally, the Rumble was very good. Diesel really steps up and looked great. His performance even got the crowd behind him, and I believe it was the start of plans to turn him face. It was a shame Owen wasn't given a little more time to really establish himself as a heel. The final moments with Luger and Bret going over together was well done, but it's obvious that the Lex experiment is now over and Bret is ready to return to the throne.
Yes. Ben Zani, who of course gave us that awesome summation of Ludwig Borga's life after WWF. Ben Zani. The good. Owen's heel turn and the Harts Rougeau's match in general. What else? The bad. Everything else. The Brooklyn Brawler actually winning a dark match. Who did he sleep with to get that win? Oh, right. Never mind. Oh! No Ludwig Borga. More on him in a second, but we talked about that earlier. But basically, he's the most awesome guy ever. The clusterfuck ending to the Razor IRS match that was fully ruined for me after seeing the Scott Hall ESPN piece. That dude's life has turned into a Joy Division song. Wow. Ghoster Taker, which was the most fucking ridiculous storyline in a career of ridiculously storylines from Mean Mark McCool. A Royal Rumble match that involved Quang, Sparky Plug, the corpse of Greg Valentine. I'm sorry, that one made me laugh out loud. Possibly the worst WWF roster they've ever had. Well, no, the next year is too much better. Even Bastion Booger could. Even Bastion Booger couldn't be bothered to show up. That's actually pretty good. Lex Luger doing what Lex Luger does: be a clumsy, roided up special. I'm sorry. That would just make me laugh. A clumsy, roided-up Special Olympian who fucks up matches. Overall, this show sucked 11 dicks. Wow.
Yeah, Ben Zanny, not happy with Royal Rumble 94.
Ben Zanny taking all of your childhood and just crapping all over it.
Yeah,
wow.
That's fine. Differing opinions. Brian Samek, the Smack Man. I like this Rumble, and I don't like it at the same time. Taker Yoko main event was really good, I thought, outside of the bad overbooked ending. That end up made Yoko look pretty weak as he needed that many people to take The Undertaker out. Way to make your champ look strong. A year or so later, however, it's perfectly fine for one guy to take Taker out on his own. I think maybe one of the guys should have run in to distract Taker, and then have Yoko drop 5 or 6 bonsai drops to put Taker out. Maybe it makes Yoko look like an even bigger killer, so Brett's WWF title win at Mania 10 will look that much better, and Survivor's 94, the rematch would have been, can Taker finally beat this guy feel? The IC title match had 2 good workers putting on a decent match with the right guy going over and Razor, getting him ready for Mania. The tag title match was okay, but I hate the knee injury thing. Quebecers really didn't do that much damage to Brett's knee to warrant stopping the match, and shit, Brett came back to fight in the Rumble, so how badly was he hurt? Owen did the right thing in taking him down. Seriously though, I would have gone with something different to force Owen to finally attack Brett than what we got. I'm not a fan of the Royal Rumbles or Battle Royals, so this was just like the rest of them. A bunch of guys standing in corners trying to push each other out. How can 5 guys have trouble getting one guy out at any time? The Diesel power is really good though, so I'll give it that.
Okay. Dennis Nunez. Vince uttering the line, "The Undertaker is levitating before this capacity crowd," has got to be the most absurd thing he's ever uttered on WWF TV, probably ever. I remember seeing that for the first time when I was 7 or 8 years old, thinking that was real and being really scared and awed at the same time. What do you want? I was a kid. Owen turning heel has to be one... Matt Rotella still thinks it's real. Owen turning heel has to be one of the best built storylines of all time. It's so well done and so methodical that it puts anything WWE does today to shame. They actually took their time with it and let it pan out and didn't push the panic button. Owen kicking Brett out from under him is still a great moment, along with "I kicked out your leg from your leg." Diesel running through the rest of the roster in the Rumble match must have made Vince think about putting the belt on Kevin if he hadn't thought so already. Diesel did look impressive, plowing through the match and creating fear throughout the rest of the WWF roster in more ways than one, him being champion and almost killing the company. Can you guys confirm for me whether or not the co-winner's mess was intentional or whether there was supposed to be only one winner? Brett winning seems like the logical conclusion to me. Well, as we just discussed, Luger was probably... Yeah, Luger was picked to win for a while, and then they... Oh, he means, were they both actually supposed to fall over, is what he means. Is that what he's asking?
Yeah, I believe so. It was definitely intentional because they wanted to do something special for WrestleMania and have the 2 title matches.
Right. So, there you go. Thank you, Davis.
Mike Wilkinson. I thought this was a very nice recovery for WWF from a few subpar shows. I loved Yoko Taker match. DiBiase was a great commentator, especially in this match. Owen's heel turn was awesome. Brett plays the victim great, and Owen is such a great a-hole character. I thought the Rumble was good. Certainly not the best, but not the worst either. You knew it would come down to Luger and Brett, and both guys won. I thought they did the ending great, as you could not tell who went first. Nash got the big push here, and had big things coming. Overall, a great show, and had to be an awesome show to see live, with the Taker drama and the drama at the end. The Fink is awesome, looking at Tony like, really? This is what you're going with?
Awesome. Thank you, Fink. Jay Hinchy. The Royal Rumble in 1994 was the first pay-per-view I officially saw, not watching it scrambled. I saw it with a bunch of my friends at a sleepover when I was a kid. Loved the Rumble match itself, with Brett and Luger being the co-winners. I remember seeing it live, though, and thinking Lex hit the floor first, so Brett could be the one going to WrestleMania. Diesel dominating the Rumble is good stuff as well. Yoko Taker is not bad, and I really want Taker to win the WWF title. The aftermath, to me, even though it's a little hokey, is still cool, with The Undertaker talking on the screen from the casket and then levitating. Razor IRS for the IC title is a pretty solid match. Tag title bout is really good with Brett's injury, and then Owen's heel turn. Tatanka Bam Bam is a solid opener, and DiBiase is good on commentary with Vince. This Royal Rumble holds a special place with me. Thank you, Jay.
J. Arsenio D'Amato. My favorite moments of all the Rumbles is when the new star dominates with multiple eliminations. Diesel, Taker, Kane, Cena, Stone Cold, Stamp, etc. Kamala was scheduled but replaced with a special alternate. How do you spell 22nd elimination? VIR. GIL.
GIL. Yes. Jared Incel. Oh, good Lord. Oh, wow. Okay.
I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up when you're done.
I will.
Oh, holy cow, Jared.
No, I only care to Jared. Keep writing. Following 2 mediocre pay-per-view outings in SummerSlam and Survivor Series, the WWF returns to form at the beginning of 1994 with the Royal Rumble. After 7 months of shoving Lex Luger down our throats, Vince and his booking committee return to their senses and begin a solid push to WrestleMania centered on Bret Hart. It's a shame that it took over 7 months of the WWF to figure out that Luger wasn't going to cut it as their top guy. Consequently, 1993 is one of those what could have been years had the roster been utilized properly. We've talked about that often here. Nevertheless, as we move into 1994, we see the WWF righting some of the wrongs of 1993 by taking Bret Hart out of his asinine feud with Jerry Lawler into a more credible program with his brother Owen, who was long overdue for his own push. In regards to the show, it gets off to a good start with a decent opener between Tatanka and Bam Bam Bigelow. The tag title bout between the Harts and the Quebecers is really the centerpiece of this show and a crucial moment of the Bret Owen storyline. The IC title match between Razor and IRS was okay and furthered the Razor-HBK feud. The world title bout between Yokozuna and The Undertaker was entertaining, too, especially with the whole Undertaker dying angle at the end. The Rumble told a great story, even with the thin roster to round out the numbers. Overall, a very solid show that kicks off 1994 on the right note. One final note, this show marks the beginning of the end for Luger Mania. In a couple short months, there will be no more Lex Express and no more fake model families aimed at making Flexi Lexi look like a decent guy. Oh, and by the way, Luger, your feet hit the floor first. Thank you, Jared.
Austin Pfaff, one of my favorite Rumbles. Nice opening match with Tatanka Bam Bam. The infamous Owen heel turn. If anyone didn't like it, he'll kick your leg out of your leg. Owen, I feel, should have had a better showing in the Rumble match, however, but thankfully it doesn't hurt him in his feud with Bret. Very good match between Razor and IRS. Michaels made his presence known, which leads to something historic coming up. Interesting casket match between Taker and Yoko. Nothing can kill Undertaker as he has Marty Jannetty as a stunt double. You wonder why Marty had a late entry in the Rumble. Rumble match was good all around, though my hatred for Diesel still outgoing. Had to give him his due here. The ending was great, something new and clever, but unfortunately got used more than once over the years, which it should not have been.
Okay. And finally, Kieran Polland.
That's good.
There you go. A pretty good Rumble this time round. Tatanka Bigelow was a good match and was the start of when wrestlers would be doing double duty for the Rumble, as they would be in the Rumble as well. The tag title match is also good, but is remembered mainly for the aftermath in which Owen kicked Bret's leg out of his leg. Needless to say, Owen's flub was hilarious. Razor and IRS is decent, and was just to get Razor on the show and to further his feud with Shawn. The casket match is actually not as bad as you may think, considering who's involved. Like I've said in the past, I'm a mark for Taker's antics, so I have no problem with the whole raising up to the ceiling thing after the match, but I can understand why people may have a problem with it. The Rumble match is quite overlooked. You'd be surprised how few people mention this Rumble when it comes to good Rumbles. Diesel's marathon eliminations were fun to watch, and it was quite surprising to see the Steiners eliminated so quickly, considering their position in the company a few months prior. I'm sure they had Tenryu and Kabuki attack Luger so they can get some heat on him, much like Bret had been injured earlier in the night. Admittedly, the camera angles were indeed inconclusive, although fan reports have said that Luger touched the ground first. Clearly, Bret was the favorite, and Luger's Superman push was on life support. Overall, a good show.
All right, let's jump over to Graham
Thank you, as always.
Cawthon's, History of WWE Facebook page. Keith Lagasse. I was at that show, the first of 4 Rumbles I went to in person, 2000, 2008, and 2011. Well, Keith, we share a common bond then.
Okay. There we go. My screen froze, so it didn't... here we go. Let me just find the...
Dave Rosenbluth. Great Rumble with an unexpected twist. One of my personal favorites. Number 1 of all time was when Flair won in 92. I went to 2011. Okay. It was an awesome experience. Behind the 3 WrestleManias I attended.
Yes. Adam Lyerly. This is the last of the classic Rumbles, in my opinion. Next year, they would start changing things up. This is the event that finally saw Owen Hart start to show his star potential. Also, who can forget the awesome casket match between Undertaker and Yokozuna? Or as he types, Yolozuna. Yokozuna. It took a dozen men to put Taker away, and even though it may seem a little cheesy, the special effects after the match are still pretty cool. This is also the event where Diesel breaks out and becomes a star, eliminating 7 men in a row in the Rumble and creating what is now called the Diesel Push. It is also the only Rumble ever to have co-winners, which is very well done, and also the last Rumble for the Macho Man. That is quite true, yes.
Brandon Whitehead. While I agree with Adam that Bret and Luger tying worked well, particularly since they really did appear to hit the floor at the same time, I must say that I find this a rather loathsome event. The Taker-Yoko match is particularly hard to watch, given the ludicrous finish and post-match angle. The Rumble participants are a fairly uninspiring group, and I don't think that the beginning of the Diesel Push is anything to be celebrated, considering that Nash damn near bankrupted the company during his run as champion. And in spite of his participation in the NWO, still one of the best angles in history of business, has been such a cancer to so many promotions that it may have been better if the Diesel Push never happened. Of course, that's just my opinion, and I could be wrong.
And finally, Steve Riddle. Rumble 94 was a pretty good show. The opener was solid as Bigelow Tatanka put on a good match. The tag title match was awesome, and it kickstarted Owens' heel turn, and the match itself was good too. The IC title match is better than I think it gets credit for, and the world title match is more for the end than the actual match, although that wasn't bad either. The Rumble itself is memorable for two things: Diesel's dominance in the beginning and the end with the Lex Brett tie and the crowd split down the middle. Overall, a very solid show that would lead into one of the best WrestleManias of all time.
So there you have it. There is the great Royal Rumble 1994, of course, in my mind. But pretty good feedback. We had guys on both sides of the fence, which I actually expected more vitriol for the show. I was kind of impressed that so many people did enjoy it like they did. So
yes,
there you have it. That is Royal Rumble 94. So we hope you enjoyed it. As always, thank you for your feedback on both Facebook pages. And keep us coming with that feedback there on the message board, Bigelow34proboards.com, at Twitter, at place2B podcast. Can hit us up there, and I guess that's it, Scott. So thanks for listening. We will be back with you later this week with our headlines and NFL preview for Week 8, right? We'll be going on. So
yes, Week 8. Yep.
And we'll be recapping Vengeance, which goes down this weekend, and that's it. So, and then we'll be back with WrestleMania 10 as well after that. So until then, we hope you have a good week, and we hope you enjoyed this review, and we'll talk to you soon. Thanks for listening.
Peace.
That's no question, show my honey's love in every way possible. I once took my shorty to the hospital. She cut the hand in glass, plus I love that ass. Short and sexy, lips always wet, see. I go downtown cause it's fresh, plus she lets me rub it the right way like Johnny Gill would say. I'm glad you feel that way. Sometimes we just chillin' late in the sack of rubber back when we're resting. It was love at first sight, my confession. She know who she is, can't say her name, cause if I do, I won't be true to my game. Well, up, I can't escape this life that I'm living. I'm in the mix, I'm in love with two women. That's what the moms, I got two honeys on my arms, and I don't wanna let none of them go.
The Place to Be podcast is a proud member of the History of WWE.com website. The History of WWE.com features thousands of complete cards and detailed results from throughout wrestling history from legendary promotions across the country and the world, in addition to informative columns and reviews. It's also the official home of the Place to Be podcast and Scott and Justin's pay-per-view reviews. So visit us at thehistoryofwwe.com or on Facebook by searching for History of WWE or the Place to Be podcast. For anything and everything wrestling, thehistoryofwwe.com is always the place to be.
Yeah, Frank here, he's got his own billiard room. Yes, it's what do you call it, Kramer? The billiard room? No. The name. The billiard? Not the billiards. It was... Come on, come on. We call it the place to be. The place to be, yes. It's the place to be. Then I shall be there.
Now, it's time. Live and in living color. The Grandy Man can.
Time to play the game!
Well, you always left me satisfied and smiling, so...
That's what she said.
Why do I want this?
Yeah.
Because I want to make bank, bro. I want to get ass. I want to drive a Range Rover.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, it is now time for the Place to Be podcast. And now your hosts, Justin Rosero and Scott Criscolo.
Place to Be Nation, welcome to another great episode of the Place to Be podcast. I am your co-host, Justin Rosero, and I figured spiderwebs fitting entrance for this Halloween weekend. And joining me, as always, the man who's always more trick than treat, my PIC, Scott Criscolo. Scott, how you doing?
Good evening, JR. Welcome, everyone, to number 77, episode 77 of the Place to Be podcast. Not as witty a number.
I don't do any
as...
tricks.
No, definitely not.
No, definitely not. But not as witty or snarky a number as we had for our headlines podcast earlier in the week because, hey, baby, the Mongo number went over big with everyone. So, but it is episode 77 of the Place to Be podcast. And it is, of course, V squared evening or morning or afternoon, depending when you're listening. Tonight is a special anniversary in the Vintage Vault. For tonight, we go back to where it all began. 10 years in the making.
So there you go. Really, this is really the first time in a while that they have started embracing a little bit of their history. It makes sense, heading into WrestleMania 10, obviously 10th anniversary, or 9th anniversary for those who get angry about that kind of stuff. But
Exactly. The only other thing I didn't like about the intro is they had to do like some made up lines. Like, Fink really didn't say the first WrestleMania. He really didn't say that.
Right.
And I don't remember Gorilla saying all that stuff about Muhammad Ali, to be honest with you. But you know what? That's all right. Creative license. It's what WWE does best. So
yeah,
of course, no surprise. Tonight on the Vintage Vault, when you look at the dictionary under the word underrated, this show is it.
Really?
Tonight on the Vintage Vault. Well, I still think after over 25 years, or 15 years, I'm sorry.
Let's just say
over
25, it's been that long.
I'm sorry, over 50, I always get that wrong.
No,
over
you,
15 years.
25 years is like a drop in the bucket for you, I know.
Well, Toots would have been proud of this one, I tell you. Him and I drinking some car stairs. He'd have been proud of this show. But after 15 years, I still think it doesn't get as much credit as it deserves. For tonight, as my PIC mentioned, on the Vintage Vault, we bring you WrestleMania 10. And I still think to this day that the show still has its detractors.
Yeah, I think there's a few in the feedback. I'm actually really curious to see the feedback for this one.
Because we all know individually, in terms of matches, and obviously we'll get to them, we know people's opinions. But I don't think people collectively give this show as much credit as it deserves. Because obviously people look at the era and go, yeah, another crappy mid-90s show. But with a couple of gems, but then garbage all around it. I wouldn't really go that far. And we're going to talk about that this evening. We're going to talk about the real lack of respect collectively as a show that WrestleMania 10 gets. And I think it'll be fascinating. I think everybody will enjoy it because, yes, this show probably will grade very high. And if you've read our review, which please go to while you're listening, bigelow34.proboards.com, go under our WWE reviews and follow along with us, you'll see that this was a show that meant a lot to the company at this time because, again, there was a lot of detractors and the product was kind of in a dip. It would really hit a dip later on in the year, but for the moment, Vinnie Mac finally looked at his roster, looked at the strengths and the weaknesses, and put together an amazing show. And I think one that people really don't give enough credit to. And this is from a guy who didn't see this show live.
Well, don't forget, too, heading into this, the first Mania without Hogan was also a big thing.
Right.
Not sure who was going to, be the main draw on this show. And Luger, obviously, as we'll see, hasn't really panned out the way they had hoped. And, he was looking to really find that niche. And like you said, it looks like he finally decides upon it here. So.
Right. And we'll have a lot of fun with this one tonight, so we hope you enjoy it. And again, I'm also looking forward to feedback from our beloved and very loyal PTB Nation. I know you always have a lot to say, and we're looking forward to. Oh, by the way, because we were scolded for not doing it, a happy birthday goes out.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Just a big happy birthday to one of the early PTB Nation loyalists, Jeremy Nicholas, our friend Jeremy. Happy birthday, buddy.
Happy birthday, Jeremy. And a special podcast for us to say it. Most definitely not a throwaway podcast, but I like that. Wonderful fanfare at the end. Definitely not one of those headline shows where you'll remember it in a few days and then forget about it. You should be very proud that we and grateful that we've mentioned your birthday on a very special episode tonight. All right, enough of that fun and frivolity. Down to business. March 20th, 1994, live from, of course, the home office of WWE, the great, venerable Madison Square Garden. Coming at a time, by the way, where things were very busy at the Garden in the spring that year.
Mm-hmm.
You had the New York Rangers, of course, making a deep run into the playoffs. Of course, the Knicks making a deep run into the playoffs. So, Garden was hopping in the spring of 1994. Of course, the Big East tournament was probably the week before this. Won by
your PC Friars.
That is correct. That is right. Michael Smith, Dickie Simpkins, Pretty good team. And then they played somebody and laid an egg in the first round of the tournament.
I think that was man, it's gonna piss me off now. I want to say Alabama, maybe.
I do too. It's either Alabama or Pacific. Pacific was later on in the decade.
No, Pacific
right?
was 2004. 10 years later, WrestleMania 20.
There you go. Yeah, I can't remember who it was either. 1994. It's gonna kill me too. I think I agree with you. I think it is Alabama. I'll have to double check that. But anyway, so a very busy spring in the Big Apple. Very busy spring in the home office, Madison Square Garden, New York City, of course. Your announcers, and how about this? After 10 years and what is this, the 5th show there, I think? VKM, Vincent Kennedy McMahon, finally does play-by-play. Not only his first full WrestleMania, but also his first show at Madison Square Garden. Well, I shouldn't say that. First pay-per-view at Madison Square Garden. Of course, he did all those house shows back in the 70s and 80s on HBO before he handed the reins over to Gorilla in the 82 or 83. So obviously this is not Vince's first go-around doing play-by-play at the Garden, but this is his first pay-per-view at the Garden.
Yes, Providence was an 8 seed, and they lost to Alabama in the first round, 76-70.
Okay. And then Dickie Simpkins would get drafted. Michael Smith went to the Kings. I don't know where Dickie Simpkins went. He went to the Bulls. Okay. I do remember Michael Smith going to the Kings.
And he won a ring, I think, with that Jordan team.
Yes, he did. I watched the game, and he won all 3. He was on all 3.
Was he?
Teams. Oh, yeah, he was on all 3. I believe he was. Yeah, if he was drafted in 94 and stayed there. Because I remember he was on the team in 98.
Yeah, I know that.
So he had to have been on the other 2, too. So he's got 3 rings. How about that, huh? And in the color commentary seat, back in the saddle, after a legal hiatus, Jerry the King Lawler, as it turned out, the 14-year-old or 12-year-old, whatever the hell it was, in Memphis, was lying about Lawler raping her. Right. So he was cleared.
And he's not announced ahead of time here. He surprised. He just shows up next to Vince in the beginning.
Yes. And that's good because this is a great show that needed him.
Right. Oh yeah, definitely. They would have been. I mean, I guess you could have plugged DiBiase in there if you had to. At least they would have had someone because he doesn't really do much of this show. So they did have a backup at least.
Right. But at least from the storyline perspectives, it was great to have Jerry back. So your attendance in person. Now, tell me if this counts. I'll leave this up to my PIC. 18,065 in the actual Garden. However, downstairs at the Felt Forum, which is now the Paramount Theater, or something else, some other sponsor, they had another 4,200. So conceivably, 22,000 watched the show. Not all of them.
We even get a glimpse of them as well, those extra fans.
Yes. So 18,065 in the actual Garden, and another 4,200 at the Felt Forum, which is upstairs. I wanted to say downstairs. I believe it's upstairs. And they were on closed circuit, which is now the Paramount Theater. Your buy rate, and I know we don't talk about buy rates a lot, but for mid-90s, 1.68 is pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yep.
So that's the celebrity guests, a who's who of your place to be humble correspondents, J and S faves, Jenny Garth, Kelly Taylor, of course, and her slimeball father, Little Richard, Burt Reynolds, Cy Sperling.
Your buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, the last person that needs any plugs is me. Why don't we go talk to the Clown Prince there, Mr. Rotello, who are talking about plugs, okay?
He needs multiple plugs.
Yeah. Donnie Wahlberg, the other one. And for some reason, she was just my favorite back then. A lot of people don't remember her. In fact, I saw her today in an infomercial, which is kind of sad. The former host of USA Up All Night, Rhonda Shear, who now is pimping bras in infomercials.
Oh, she certainly needs them. So
that's for sure. So our dark match does not have the Brooklyn Brawler in it.
Well, I mean it's WrestleMania. He's only for the other pay-per-views he can win.
Yeah, that's true. This dark match pits a rematch. I don't know. These two never met. I'm thinking of the Beverly Brothers. My bad. The Heavenly Bodies defeated the Bushwhackers. Jimmy Del Rey pinned Butch.
Thriller.
All right. Yeah, exactly. That was when everyone was getting in line to have the $8 beers with the pretzel in the mug. All right. You ready? We jump right out of the gate here. Right out of the gate. our opener, red hot feud. Red hot feud. Right off the bat. And I have a question for you when we get to the end of this analysis, because I was thinking about this today as we were preparing for the show. The much anticipated brother versus brother battle. Bret the Hitman Hart, who, of course, later on in the evening would be facing somebody for the World Wrestling Federation Championship. We don't know who. But he had to wrestle a match because, well, we'll explain why later. Anyway, he wrestles in our opener begrudgingly against his brother, the Rocket, Owen Hart.
Now, of course, this started all the way back in November.
Rocket as he hits his brother, the Hitman, into the steel garter, and then, check this out. 1, 2, 3. The Rocket gets pinned by Shawn Michaels, the only Hart brother eliminated, and he's none too happy about it. Check this out. A verbal and physical assault against his brother. How did he feel about it? Well, just 2 weeks later, our own Vince McMahon caught up with the Rocket, Owen Hart.
Bret, there's only one way to solve this thing, with me being the shadow of you, the Hitman. That's right. Why don't you go out and step up to the plate? You and me, face to face, one-on-one. I'm challenging you, Bret, my brother, to a fight one-on-one.
I'd like to live up to those words of saying I'm the best there is, the best there was, the best there ever will be, and I take on anybody, but under no circumstances would I ever, absolutely, positively not ever step in the ring with my own brother under any circumstances.
You know, I'll be the first one to admit there was a lot of friction between Owen and I. I know that, and I'm not going to deny that. But the fact is, I knew this was tearing up the family, and I knew that Owen and I had to sit down and we had to resolve this thing, and that's exactly what we've done. You know, maybe I'm never going to find out who was a better wrestler. Actually, I feel a lot better about it. I didn't want to fight my brother Owen. I knew we could channel our energy in a better direction, and that direction is against the Quebecers, and we are going to win the World Wrestling Federation Tag Team titles as a unit. United we stand, divided we fall. Right, Owen?
Bret Hart may not have known how true those words would be. Here the brothers are united, the tag title on the line at the Royal Rumble. But watch this. Owen reaching for the tag. However, the Hitman can't get to him. His knee severely injured during this match with the Quebecers. Unable to make the tag. Now watch this. Bam! Owen kicks Bret when he's down. This, one of the most shocking things I've ever seen in the World Wrestling Federation. How does the Rocket feel about his actions now? Let's go back to comments made last week.
I don't know what law it is that says just because you're older than me, that makes you better than me. That doesn't make you better than me, Bret. And you've held me down all my life. And I'm coming at you, Bret, at WrestleMania 10. And I'm going to beat you, brother.
So there you go. A lot of build there. That takes you back and pretty much catches you up on the whole feud. Now, after the Royal Rumble, of course, as we detailed last week, Lex Luger and Bret Hart had co-won that match. So we weren't sure who was going to earn the title shot here at WrestleMania. On Raw, Jack Tunney decreed that they'd have a coin flip. And, he decreed that both men would earn a title shot. So they were going to have a coin flip. The winner of the coin flip would face Yokozuna for the title first. And the loser would face another suitable opponent. And then the loser of the coin flip would get the second title match at the end of the night. So Lex Luger wins the coin flip. And he moves on to face Yokozuna later in the show. And Bret lost, so to make things fair, so he had 2 matches as well, he got to face Owen Hart. Now, if Luger had lost the coin toss, his opponent would have been Crush. So, interesting concept there. Do you feel, though, that the winner of the coin toss actually won? Like, isn't it harder to win the title, have to win it, and then defend it? Wouldn't you rather have, like, a warm-up match and then get the last title against a worn-down champion already?
Absolutely, of course. I mean, we see this 7 years later at Vengeance 2001 with Chris Jericho. He beats The Rock for 1 belt and then literally gets to breathe for about 10 seconds and then Stone Cold comes out right after it. So absolutely, even though Luger might be happy that he gets the first crack, Bret got more time to chill.
Right.
Now, of course, as we find out, this match was not a walk in the park by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, in answer to your question, I think Luger's the one that ended up getting stiffed because...
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I know this match wasn't easy, but in my mind, I'd rather... If Luger won the title and I was going to go defend it right away, wouldn't you just rather have that one shot as opposed to having to win it and then possibly not lose it?
Right. And you know that if you lose a coin toss, you were going to wrestle your warm-up first and at least get yourself, what, hour and 45 minutes to relax?
More than that, even, yeah.
Yeah, maybe even over 2 hours before you would have to go out again. And your first match, you have nothing to lose.
Right.
Really.
As we see here.
Now, we've always talked about the Rockers and the Orient Express from the 1991 Royal Rumble as, to this point, the greatest pay-per-view opener ever. And you and I love that match very much. And we've documented it on the show, and we've watched it many times together and talked to many people about it. But from this point to where we are right now, at the end of, with what, 2 pay-per-views left in 2011, it has been very hard to find a match, an opener, better than this one.
Yeah, I mean, this match is essentially perfect. So unless there's another perfect opener, I don't I don't really see it being surpassed. I mean, you have 2 guys that obviously know each other very, very well. You had a very realistic feud, a feud that had been building and simmering and brewing and finally exploded. You could see both sides of this. You could see Bret's side under no circumstances did he want to fight his brother. And, he really has nothing to win here, because if he beats him, all he does is defeat his whiny little brother, and if he loses, it's a major upset. So he's really in a tough spot. And you can see Owen's side of the coin as well. A guy who's always been in the shadow of his older brother, always kind of been buried and overlooked by the promotion because of his brother. And you can see why he'd be upset and want this match. So, you really can understand both sides of the story. You can get into the story, and 2 guys that could really put together a 5-star match, which is what they do. They go 20 minutes to kick off the show, and they just tear the house down. The crowd is rocking the whole time. Vince and Lawler, very good in this match. Lawler really playing up his support for Owen and ripping Bret, which is good. And Bret makes his brother look like $1 million, and Owen makes his brother look like $1 million back. So a very even match, a lot of good work, a lot of stiff strikes here and there, and kicks and punches. And then, coming down the stretch, obviously everyone assumes Bret Hart's going to win this match, right? I know I was going into it, because he's going to get the title match. You figure there's no way he's going to lose to Owen in this, because Owen, despite the great bill of this, had never really been, and he had been billed as a great wrestler, but never had really won much. But as we see in the closing minute here, the little brother that would shock the world.
Yes, but downstairs to the midsection. The Rocket now reversing in the hitman to the buckle. Here comes the Rocket. Ooh! Red Hart going out. Look at this. We hurt him on the legs, and yes. A victory. No. Whoa. Whoa. Wait. What do you think of that, McMahon? Wow. It's great. Look at this. What about it now? The world is in shock, Vince McMahon. The world is in shock right now. I'm in shock. Give him his due. Sing his praises. Look at that. Owen Hart unquestionably stepped out of the shadow of his brother Bret.
I love it too. After he's done getting his hand raised and celebrating, he just goes over and sticks a finger at Bret's face and yells at him, and then walks away. But of course, he'd go to the back and cut a very passionate promo. And of course, once again, though, just like the Rumble, where one little thing kind of mars it, he has got a big thing of spit on the side of his mouth, which is pretty funny. But
yes,
as we'll get into later, because I want to save it for later, but this was very, very smart booking by the WWF.
Absolutely. I don't think they worried about the match per se, because I think they knew the 2 of them were going to go.
Right, I'm talking result. Very smart booking of the result.
No, that's what I'm saying. They didn't have to worry about having to book the match itself. They were able to focus on the residual effects of it. And the fact that they had so much time to be able to do it makes the whole package even better. And it also puts doubt into the rest of the show. Regardless whether it's Luger or Yoko he faces at the end of the night, is his head in the game.
Right.
Baby brother just not clean. That made it even better. If Owen had to cheat, then it takes everything. It just takes the starch out of it.
No, that's the best part. He beat him clean. No shenanigans, no anything, not even like a foreign object earlier in the match that may have affected things or cost Bret. it is clean 100% the whole way through.
Yep, and that's what makes it even better.
And of course, they battle over the sharpshooter, and I know one of them kicks out of it. Do you remember which one it is? Is it Owen or Brett? I think Owen gets it and Brett breaks it, and they say only Brett would really know how to break it because he created it.
Yeah, I think it is too. I can't see winning the match is one thing, but kicking out of Brett's finisher, I don't think they went that far.
I don't know if anyone. I think Brett would have let Owen do it.
Probably, but I don't think in this case it was definitely Brett kicked out of Owens. So.
P.S. Your cunt is in the sink.
Yeah, he wishes he would be in a match this good. Why don't you put your ball bearings back in the skateboard to steal the 16 fucking jokes that were on Monday Night on Raw? Anyway, no, Marty. We don't want to focus on Marty tonight. He's I don't know. Were they still in WCW at this time? Where the hell was he?
No, yeah, probably Japan by this point.
Yeah, sure. Now, of course, if you have the through, of course, our wonderful man, the newly married Broham, Graham Cawthon, and his awesome history, WWE.com. Taking a look at the site, obviously, if you have the tape, I have the legacy copy on VHS. But, of course, if you have the anthology DVD set, you have the full show. This match is on 2 DVDs. It's on Bret Hart's DVD. It's not on the Heart and Soul Family one. I was trying to think if it was on both. It's not. It's just on Bret's DVD, and it's on the Greatest Superstars of the 90s DVD. So, for those that don't have the actual full show. So, there's really not much more you could say here. It is the perfect match. It is, to this day, over 17 years later, still the greatest pay-per-view opener of all time.
Yep.
And it can only be matched. It can only be matched. I don't think anything can surpass it. Just because of the, I was going to say not just because of the work. No, I was going to say not just because of the work rate, but because just of everything surrounding it. The build. I mean, and you must agree that Owen really rebounded, Spittle notwithstanding, after the poor deer in headlights promo at the Rumble. He really got it very quickly.
Oh yeah.
And in terms of the build part, helped kick this thing into high gear.
Yeah, he had a great promo leading into this. We heard a little bit of it at the end of that package. Him with Todd Pettengill on the road to WrestleMania special. He cut a really, really good promo. And for two guys that looked like they'd never fight each other, they ended up having a hell of a feud here over the next 2 years with a lot of good matches.
Right. So, in what would end up being the first of the beginning of an awesome 4.5-year run for one of the more beloved wrestlers by fans around the world, Owen Hart has his coming out party on this night at Madison Square Garden and beats his brother Bret clean with a schoolboy roll. And so Bret Hart, the co-number 1 contender for the World Wrestling Federation Championship, he's got something in his head right now. It's a little shaken after this. Now, next up, we go from.
I'm not booked.
Well, maybe you should have been booked for this match. It might have helped it. After the unbelievably awesome opener, we have this. And I know, look, I'm not digging on your boy, buddy, B Cubed here, buddy, but this is just unpleasant to watch. Bam Bam Bigelow and his main squeeze, Luna Vachon, take on Doink and Dink.
All right, well, I will say this. Yes, obviously the match itself, is not going to be anything to write home about, but after that heated 20-minute war that we just saw, I'm fine with a cool-down match here, because you kind of need it to spell the crowd a little bit, and like it or not, Doink was over enough with the younger fans and the crowd. He could get the point across, and this only goes 6 minutes. It was actually a pretty heated feud between Bigelow and Doink, so it's not like it's just a throwaway match. I mean, I don't think it's actually that bad.
No, and you're right. One thing I will say, you always find a good way to point out the ancillary. I'll give you that at least the crowd gets a chance to go grab a beer, take a leak, because they probably sat in their seats with their knuckles white after that opener. So a match like this is fine. Now, this is the first WrestleMania match in 7 years to involve a midget, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I can't think of another one.
No, I can't either. So, first match involving a midget, which makes Matt Rotella very happy. And again, the match itself is, and again, it was pretty heated. It goes back to the Survivor Series.
Yep.
So what do you think? I got to throw this out to you while I have it on my mind. As I think it's great when we do these, and I'm glad, and I hope our, and I know our PTB Nation, smart wrestling fans they are. Even though the product maybe overall was a little shaky, from a booking perspective, don't you feel that they really took the time though to flesh these feuds out? I mean, our first two matches involve feuds that go back to late October. Well, not late October, but one goes back in October, the other one starts in November.
Yep.
So we're dealing with two matches that are 6-month-old feuds.
And that continues throughout the night, really. Almost every match has a really good feud behind it. So you could tell they put a lot of effort early on into booking the show and preparing the show. So, which is a nice touch. I mean, it deserved that kind of build, and it gets it. A lot of these matches were really, really well anticipated.
And that's what I think. That might be one of the knocks when we get there of the Attitude Era. Is other than the main event feuds, you really don't see this anywhere else in any of those cards, but per se. But we'll go get to that when we get there. So again, this match is 6 minutes of comedy, parlor tricks and not Dennis Stamp parlor tricks with a trampoline or anything, but maybe just as entertaining. And in the end, Bigelow splashes Doink, although it would have been better if he splashed Dink.
Well, it's kind of a weird finish. Like, Luna dives and Dink rolls out of the way, but then Bigelow tries to dive on him and Doink pushes. It's something really weird, and he ends up, squashing Doink and getting the win, which was good because you kind of worry, it's the blow off. Are they going to have Doink win to have the face win? But they had enough faces winning on this show. They didn't really need another one. So it's good that they obviously wanted to reestablish Bigelow as a legit heel threat and end this feud. So, and Doink obviously is expendable. So
it's a shame because Bigelow, if Owen was not ready or Owen was not, prepared or whatever, Bigelow probably would have been a damn good title contender in '94.
Yep. Well, we saw him as one in '93. In King of the Ring feuding with Brett, and then obviously on the house show circuit,
right?
They had a great run. So he, he had been in that role before, and he definitely. It'll be a theme. It'll definitely be a theme over this run that he ends up being misused a lot of times.
That's for sure. So Bam Bam and his main squeeze, Luna Vachon, come up with a win over Doink and Dink. Next up, and I got to be honest with you, buddy. I've been kind of dreading this match.
Yeah, sad.
But it's inevitable. He's not gone. He sticks around, but we don't really.
No, this will be the last time we really. Well, it's the last match we're going to talk about for this guy, and it's the last time we'll really talk about him.
Yep. Up next, the very first pay-per-view, probably the first ever in any capacity, I guess. Falls Count Anywhere match. Crush versus probably, let's be honest, man, a WrestleMania landmark.
Yes. Well, to this point, because obviously, it's almost like a passing of the torch show because Shawn Michaels kind of usurps that title later in the show. But to this point, I think Savage has been Mr. WrestleMania when it comes to in-ring, performance. Obviously, he had a couple stinkers, but 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. Those are all memorable, great feuds and matches, and he's got a couple decent ones like this one, and the mixed tag was fun, and then really the only stinker was at WrestleMania 2. But
yeah, let's be honest. WrestleMania 2 is probably the only one of his WrestleMania matches that has no redeeming quality. Right. 6 was not meant for the work rate. 6 was meant for you and I to be highly entertained by Jesse's redonkulous commentary.
Yeah, and then the match here. Caps off a really, really good feud. So, and the other ones were all stellar matches. And so, I definitely agree with that he really was the first Mr. WrestleMania. And I'm glad they let him wrestle on this show, I know they probably didn't realize he was leaving at the time, but I'm glad that they let him get one last Mania match here after not wrestling the year before.
Right. And obviously, just like Providence, one of MSG's favorite sons.
Yes.
Also the Macho Man. Did we go over the build on the last show, or do you want to do it now?
Survivor Series, we went over the Savage Crush Summit, where he showed up as a heel with Fuji and beat Savage up.
Yes,
and of course, they fought at Survivor Series. Well, they distracted each other at Survivor Series and cost each other their matches. the Rumble. Crush, I believe, eliminated Savage. So
Yes.
heading into this, they had a lot going on. Now, Savage actually received a world title match on Raw. And let me see, I had it here, so let me get the actual date.
I think it's on his DVD.
I think so, too. It was actually a pretty good match.
Pretty sure it's on his DVD. In any event, while he's looking at that, we will give you the Macho Man's final pay-per-view record. Well, you know what? Usually I ask my PIC, so I
already saw it, so you can go ahead.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
25 pay-per-view matches in his awesome WWE career. And because he was good at winning and good at putting guys over, his final record is a nice, clean, symmetrical 13-12. Not counting the 5 Rumbles he lost, 13-7. And that's probably the one thing that's incomplete.
Yeah.
On Randy Savage's resume, he never got to win a Rumble. But unfortunately, either he was not in the title feud, or in 89, he was already champion. Not that winning the Rumble meant anything, but I would like to have seen him win that Rumble in 89. I think that would have helped kind of push the feud. But his totals, well...
I'm sorry, it's on the 228 Raw. Defeats Yoko by DQ at the 13-minute mark when Crush ran out and broke a cover after Savage had knocked Cornette off the apron and hit a flying elbow onto Yokozuna. So he actually had him pinned, and Crush came in and cost him the match.
Wow,
and it
13 minutes, huh?
Yep, and it is on the DVD, correct. So
okay.
So there you go. That was kind of the last straw for this feud that Crush cost him the world title.
Wow, 13 minutes. Impressed. Nicely done. And you would have thought, this is where I get a little upset. You'd have thought, after getting a title match and being on the biggest show of all, that Vince would have figured this guy still had a little bit left in the tank. It's a little disappointing, but we'll get more to that next couple vaults when we get to the end. I don't want to get too depressed now.
Yeah, no, we'll wrap up his career at SummerSlam. I mean, if you really want the whole eulogy, well, maybe wrong term, but whatever, the whole wrap...
One of us is going to walk into it eventually. So
the whole wrap up on his career, you can listen to. I think it was like episode 31 or 32. Was after he passed away earlier this year. It was our Randy Savage tribute show. It was about.
Yes. I
think it's about 40 minutes long, and we go over his whole career and our memorable moments and all that. So
yes,
check that out. Since this is his last show, maybe it's a good time for you to go back and revisit that tribute.
Yes, I actually listened to it about a month ago. I think I listened to it again, and I thought you and I did a pretty good job. It was very sad. We haven't done many sad episodes, but that one was a bummer. Mm-hmm. But I thought you and I did a good job. So please listen to it. It's again, it's quick. Yeah, like you said, it's quick listen, 40-45 minutes tops, and we go over everything. But his final pay-per-view record is 13-12. Don't have the total breakdown, but he was 0-5 at the Rumble, 4-1 at Survivor Series. Well, shouldn't we fix that? Because we always get confused with that. Didn't we say that he gets the win even though even if he's pinned?
Yeah.
So he's technically 5-0. Because his team won all 5 times, but he only survived in 4 of them.
Yeah, that should have counted. As long as
5-0.
So the team wins, we should count it.
Yeah. So his record is actually 14-11, and his WrestleMania record is, let's see, 1-2, lost at 3, 4 wins at 4, so that's 5-1, 5-2, 5-3, 5-4, 6-4, and he wins here.
Well, that didn't surprise me a bit because Lou Albano is a big, fat, sloppy pig.
And that right there is Randy Savage's #1 fan, right there.
Yes,
that's one guy you can always count on. Jesse didn't have many favorites. Jesse was always very objective, but he had his couple of guys he couldn't stand. Well, there's probably 3 guys. Over history, there's probably 3 guys Jesse absolutely despised. Hogan, Dusty, and Warrior. And probably his 2, maybe if you can think of more, his 2 absolute favorite guys I think he ever loved watching on commentary were Savage and Rude.
Yeah, I agree.
Is there anybody else that comes up close to that level? I don't think so. No, Savage and Rude were always Jesse's 2 favorites. And Hogan, Warrior, and Dusty were always his 3 most despised. So, again, we talked about a lot of it in 1993, but again, another case where another piece of our childhood goes away.
Yeah,
And
I mean, I remember really liking this feud and match at the time, but obviously not realizing, how his
right.
time is numbered.
Right. Now, mind you, of course, it's not like he never wrestles again. Of course, we see him for another 6 years, of course, in WCW. But it's just, in my personal opinion, and I never disliked any of his feuds in WCW by any stretch. By '96, he was the most bandied about guy. I mean, we're not going to get into it now, but I mean, my point is the first 9 years of his career. And I'll tell you something, even his year in Memphis, I have that Wrestling Gold DVD. His matches in Memphis actually weren't bad, least in the sense that he fit in with that Memphis stalling chicken shit stuff. Fortunately, by the time he came here, it took him like a year. But once he won the Intercontinental title, he kind of shook off all that stalling and posturing bullshit and got down to business. And I think it's safe to say, and you and I said this on the eulogy, and it was a eulogy, I guess, a podcast, probably one of the most beloved guys of all time. And he had his moments. He had his demons. We all know the highly publicized fact that he was a paranoid, jealous freak show who allegedly used to lock Elizabeth in his locker room bathroom or something so nobody could talk to her while he was in the ring. And I don't know if I totally believe that, but but anyway, he's here for another 4 months, but this is the last in WWF ring victory and match for the Macho Man Randy Savage. Does he wrestle on like Raw after this? He keeps wrestling, right? This isn't like the last match.
House shows, and he has that match with Bret Hart in Japan, I believe, is after this. So,
but this is his last pay-per-view match, and his final record is 14-11. And the match itself isn't bad. It's a lot of punching and kicking. I mean, it's nothing earth-shattering, but it's, two guys that end up actually becoming very good friends out of the ring. And obviously, the Falls Count Anywhere rules were a little different back then. You pinned your opponent and then gave him 10 seconds to get back to the ring. It's very weird. So he pinned Crush, and then he hog-tied him to some, I don't know what the hell it was, like a paint scaffold or something. I don't even know what that thing was. And Crush couldn't come loose. 10 count. The pop was off the charts. So that is it. The final pay-per-view match for one of the greatest of all time, the Macho Man Randy Savage.
And a good brawl. Like I said, I really enjoyed it. And I like you said, they had the unique rules where he pins him and hog ties him. And they actually had a couple falls early in the match as well, where the guy got up and beat the count, which I thought was kind of a nice touch. So it was, not the best match of his career to go out on, but it was definitely good. And it was a good feud he had, and a lot of emotion, as always, for a Savage feud. And I like how after the match, they go to other stuff, and they cut back to him, and he's out in the Paramount Theater there celebrating with the fans going crazy. So that was a nice little touch as well. And I guess looking back at it, it does have a feel about it that it was kind of his last hurrah, the way they kind of book it. So,
right.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess you could tell looking back, but
yeah. So, what has been a very emotional and very enjoyable show so far. We've seen a great 5-star match. We've seen a typical powder of a gimmicky match, and we see an emotional, although not known at the time, farewell match for one of the most beloved and greatest of all time. Up next is the first of 2 straight matches that involve huge J-faves of my PIC. The World Wrestling Federation Women's Championship up for grabs for the first time since since WrestleMania 2.
On pay-per-view?
On pay-per-view.
Yeah.
Yeah. For the first time since that
ridiculous... Rumble 88.
I was just thinking of that.
Or 89.
89. Yeah. First women's match at WrestleMania.
Yeah.
But first women's match on pay-per-view since that hideous debacle between Judy Martin and Rockin' Robin at the 89 Royal Rumble. Excuse me. And it involves a brand new player on the scene. Why don't you let us know who that is?
Lundra Blaze. Lundra Blaze, portrayed, of course, by Deborah Ann Maselli, the former Medusa Maselli, began her career in the AWA, managing Kurt Hennig and eventually winning the AWA Women's title. She then moved to WCW, where she resumed her managerial role, being manager of Ravishing Rick Rude, and then part of the Dangerous Alliance before feuding with Paulie Dangerously. She was a big part of that really hot run in 92 and 93 in WCW.
Yes.
So then she came here as they were looking to restart the women's division. They brought back the women's title, dusted it off out of the mothballs, and they had a fictional, good old Rio de Janeiro style tournament where we only saw the finals on Superstars, where she defeated Heidi Lee Morgan, and that was on. Do we have the day here? December 13th, 93. It was actually All American. She won the title, okay. So she's been around since late 93, and she's now the champion. And she was originally supposed to face Heidi Lee Morgan here, I believe, and then they changed it to the returning fossil, Leilani Kai, making her first appearance in a long time. And looking quite haggard, I must say.
Yeah, definitely hanging out with Donna.
Yep, good.
I was going to say hanging out with Donna Christianello at the Orange Blossom Cafe. And then, oh, wow, I got to wrestle. So pulled out the old bathing suit for this one.
Well, it's funny because her and Howard Finkel are actually, I believe, the only two people to appear on camera at both the first and this WrestleMania.
Yes. Very strange.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. And if you threw a party.
Now, of course, because Gorilla was not on camera at this show, I don't think at all. So.
No.
Leilani Kai and the Fink, the only two people to appear at WrestleMania 1 and WrestleMania 10.
Yes.
I'm
kind
of sad Tito didn't hang around a little bit longer to make this show.
I know. It is a bummer because then it would have been perfect.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he was gone at this point. I think he actually was in ECW at this point. I think because I think he was dealing part of the whole Snuka Morocco thing in ECW. So anyway, there we go. Yep. Alundra Blaze took on B. Arthur, and in this match, I think B. Arthur looked like a women's wrestler sometimes. Really, this, as you said, this was just a chance to showcase, Alundra Blaze.
Oh yeah,
the new chick on the block, and you knew she wasn't going to lose. The match is only 3 minutes. Again, another case where, nice chance to kind of, after the very emotional Savage moment, just a chance to kind of, take a deep breath and have another spell before we move on to other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. Nothing crazy. Alundra Blaze successfully defends her women's championship against Leilani Kai. Our next match involves another one of my PICs, beloved.
We're like the mountains, we're handsome, we're brave, we're strong.
Very sad already because we've barely gotten to listen to the song that many times, and this is already the last pay-per-view appearance.
I know. My PIC's continued obsession and love for French-Canadian wrestlers. The Quebecers, your World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Champions, along with the iconic Johnny Polo. Taking on Mabel and Mo, men on a mission.
Your favorites.
To wear ugly, gross, Laker-colored tights. And, of course, Oscar, their manager and co-rapper.
I mean, for as much of a mess as they were in the ring, they were actually pretty over, I thought. With
they
the
were.
fans. They always got decent pops, and the fans rapped along with them. And
yeah, I mean, it wasn't that big a deal. You had to have some comedy guys that, that are okay to put in there and at least give the crowd, good, some entertainment. And we had some, we can mention them now.
Stars and stripes were flying high, we heard the angels sing. The Lex Expressman don't go sooner through the wrestling ring. Your body slammers around the world won everybody's vote. It almost knocked the hole right through the bottom of the boat.
And that's all he's doing now. He's practicing his rapping now because, unfortunately, the great Randy Savage we will not see in a pay-per-view ring again. But speaking of Mo and Mabel, Simon Cowell produce this one too?
No, sadly. I think Oscar produced it.
Oh, lovely. Don't give him too many royalties.
By the way, this is a great promo picture that they have on YouTube with this song. They're standing like in a fake alley. Mabel's holding a tire. Oscar and Mo are standing. There's like a shopping cart tipped backwards, and they're standing with their feet up on it. And there's like a pallet and some newspapers crackled around the alley. It's very odd. This is obviously how people live in Harlem in gaudy purple tights.
Yes, all you need is Bobby Brown. It looks like a new edition cover.
Yeah, what the fuck?
But now, right after
this is how rappers all live. They're all black and fat and wear purple and live in an alley.
And they like watching midgets play basketball.
Oh God!
But now we can mention this now, or we can wait till the next one. We might as well mention it now.
Yeah.
After the show.
Well, do you want to? Did you talk about the? We didn't talk about the swaps.
That's what I was about to mention. I was about to bring the swaps up.
Oh, that was. I kept thinking that. I always think that's before the show. I'm sorry.
No, it's after the show. Yeah. The match itself is predictably dull. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's it's all right.
I thought. I mean, you know me. Anything Quebecers I like, and I actually was kind of a Men on a Mission fan at the time. So I still think they could have done better. I don't get where the Steiners were. Well, I know they were. They were pissed off and in Japan, but they couldn't have used them one more time here, unless they had refused a job. I don't know, but that could have made the show even that much better if they had that match again. Even the Smoking Guns, who were better in-ring workers, could have put on a better match here. I know Men on a Mission were probably more over than the Guns at this point, but I really think the Steiners were the spot. They could have really helped make the show even more memorable if they had that match here.
I'm hoping, I mean, you know how these guys think. We've been watching wrestling a long time, my friend, and even now they think this way. But I bet you their whole thought was, if we have, the African-American guys wrestle, the black guys wrestle, maybe we'll get a nice urban sense and the crowd will like them even more. What do you think?
I mean, do you think they've seen the promo picture that they're from an alley in Harlem? Obviously.
Exactly. I mean, maybe they'll sing Candy Girl. Oh, wait, wrong band. Anyway. Maybe Savage will sing Candy Girl. Anyway, so Men on a Mission win the match by count out, by the way. But obviously the Quebecers retain the championship.
I know. They can't even let the Quebecers get a clean win.
I know. But after this, the
Candy Girl.
Might have to find that. Bobby Brown when he was like 11 and smoking crack.
She knocked him right through the bottom of the boat. The Lex Express. I think they ate too much fucking candy, girl.
I can't believe you actually found it. Yes, while Bobby Brown was in the back smoking crack, Mabel ate the rest of the band. It's amazing, though, how that band suddenly broke off and became, like, unbelievable superstars anyway.
Yeah, and then he became a wife beater. That's even better.
Yeah, yeah. And then he turned Pop's pretty girl into a crack addict. But anyway, all right, we move on. So anyway, the Men on a Mission and the Quebecers would actually bandy the belts around across the pond.
Mm-hmm.
On March 29th at some arena, I think it was in Birmingham, or Birmingham or London, Men on a Mission would end up winning the tag team titles. But then 2 nights later in Sheffield, the Quebecers would win the titles back.
Yeah, just the usual thing to pop the foreign crowd, let them get a little taste of a title change.
Now, according to Internet legend, the title switch was an accident. Men on a Mission were not supposed to win the titles, but because Mabel fell on Pierre, and Pierre obviously couldn't kick out.
Yeah, I never really bought into that. I think it seems more likely to me that they just wanted to pop a reaction and give the feeling that anything could happen at these European shows and, try and draw crowds in.
And you know what else I think is amazing about that? Is that we're talking about these title changes while this song is still playing in the background. Oh, God. Thank you, Men on a Mission, for some more unintentional comedy. And you know what's going to happen? I'm sure PTB Nation's either A, wondering what the hell this song is, or B, we're going to have to find another spot for it on our on weekly podcast. So anyway.
Or C, Jason Greenhouse is going to do a great Scott, Men on a Mission, Bobby Brown.
Oh, lovely. Thank you.
Scott in the purple tights would be fantastic.
Yeah. And with my... As long as there's room on the carriage for my foot, then everything will be fine. Unless Mabel throws me out of the way or folds me up and eats me, whatever.
You'll be in the carriage.
Yes, in the carriage with Johnny Gill.
Yes.
All right. So Men on a Mission win the match, but the Quebecers keep their tag team championship.
You know way too much about New Edition, by the way.
Well, you know what? I just watched the Bobby Brown Behind the Music, so I kind of knew the background of. And I remember Candy Girl was their big hit. So, but and honestly, that whole picture just described like them their album to a T anyway. So anyway, okay. Our first up next, back to business here.
Oh, I need to eulogize the Quebecers quickly. If they would, we'll talk about the title change at the next show. But unfortunately, yeah, this is their last pay-per-view. Well, they will return in 1998 on pay-per-view, but it won't be the same. From here, they leave towards the end of the year, and Jacques takes off. Pierre actually returns in 1995 under a new gimmick, and they would reunite as a team in WCW in 96 before coming back to WWF. So I was very sad. They had a short meteoric rise, and they flamed out just as quickly, sadly. It's funny, the tag division during this time, very weird, like a lot of flux. Like the Steiners come in, they're red hot, then they quickly fade. The Quebecers come in, they're red hot, they quickly fade. It's very odd.
And now, how long? Just to clarify for us, how long did JP stick around? Through the summer?
He was around. Yeah, he was into the fall. He was doing commentary. Obviously, he does a lot of the Coliseum videos, and he was doing All American with Gorilla Monsoon, and then he was on the booking committee as well. So, yeah, he had a decent run, and then he left at the very end of '94. He left, and then of course went to ECW.
So they had faith in him to book? That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, he booked. He actually produced Raw for a while. He was associate producer of Raw. Let's see, according to Wikipedia, he occasionally wrestled, worked as a color commentator, co-host of Radio WWF, and behind the scenes was an associate producer for Monday Night Raw. During this time, Polo also briefly started assigned Roddy Piper, Jim Ross, Richard Kimball, I don't know, something. 94.
What is that? Wow.
Yeah. Interesting. So January 90.
I'll have to look that up.
January 7, 95, he bulked up and debuted in ECW under the name Raven.
Yes. How much did he bulk up though? It didn't seem like he bulked up that well.
He bulked up.
Yeah, I guess he was because he was a cruiserweight or a light heavyweight in WCW, so he's probably he probably put on like 20 pounds.
Yeah, he was pretty small, even as Polo. I mean, he always wore a ton of clothes, so you can really tell. But
that's true. All right, so now we come to our first World Wrestling Federation Championship match. As the champion, Yokozuna, who has been on a reign of terror since June. And let's be honest, folks, and you and I have talked about this previously. Probably one of the greatest heel title reigns in history.
Mm-hmm.
He deserves a lot of credit for this run, Yoko. Really does. I don't think, and again, just like I think this show, I don't think Yoko gets nearly enough credit or respect for what he's done since he debuted. I mean, what a run. I mean, I know it was a little different because the roster was a little thin, so they kind of needed to put some more faith in guys than they would have. But, under the circumstances and how the landscape was, Yoko did a hell of a job and really kept his heat on and really made the baby faces look good and kept them, hot. Just an all-around great effort by Yoko after beating Hogan at King of the Ring to keep his composure and put on a good, 8 months as champion. So. But here, he may have to wrestle twice for a very svelte body like his. It may not be.
The second year in a row, kind of.
Yeah, pretty much. Here he takes on Lex.
Everybody's vote. It almost knocked the hole right through the bottom of the boat.
Yes, but he got out of the boat and got to the ring here at the Garden. And as we mentioned earlier, he would take on the guy who won the coin toss, and that is, of course, Lex Luger. And obviously, at this point, he's fried. I don't even know why they bothered. I think this was maybe one last-ditch effort to...
Well, they obviously still wanted him, though, to be an upper-level player.
Oh, sweet God.
They obviously wanted him to still be in that. He wasn't going to be the guy, but they still wanted him to be a top face. I mean, they still had faith in him for that. But
yeah,
he, of course, the big thing here as well is we have some special guests involved. This is where we have the first guest timekeeper and the first guest ring announcer. The guest ring announcer, of course, is Donnie Wahlberg, and the guest timekeeper here is Jenny Garth. And I always love Donnie Wahlberg's introducing of Yokozuna. Yokozuna! And of course, we have the first, what we didn't mention before, was that Jack Tunney had decreed there'd be 2 guest referees on this night. 1 for each title match. So they were really pulling out all the stops for this show. And the first surprise return of a guest referee was Mr. Perfect. We haven't seen him since Survivor Series, since he tagged out before the match even began.
That's right.
So he returns here. He's got his ridiculous full-body referee suit on. And, he referees this match. You didn't know where he was really going to lie. Of course, when he last left, he was a face. But he obviously always had issues with Lex Luger throughout 1993. So that was kind of underlying as well. So it was good to see Perfect back. But unfortunately, he was supposed to start wrestling after the show. But he backed out at the last minute, kind of got cold feet due to that Lloyd's of London insurance policy he had going on. He didn't want to violate that. He was collecting those big checks. So he was supposed to fight Luger on the house show circuit after the show, and Crush ended up replacing him on the circuit. So he'd be gone until late 95 from TV.
Yes. But there's one more question that needs to be answered for both you and I to PTB Nation. Where does Jenny Garth indeed lie in your favorite 90210 Vixens list?
Number 1.
Yeah, I as well. However, I always did. I know people laugh at me at this for some reason, but I always did kind of have a thing for Tori Spelling.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
But no, Valerie was obviously number 2.
Yes, Valerie. Yes, for you. Although I always forget her name, but that girl from the wrong side of the tracks that Brandon
Valentine?
was with. Yeah, Emily Valentine. That's right. Emily, who set the school on fire or whatever it was.
Yeah, she returns from San Francisco and gets involved there, and he's with her the night that Kelly burns at the fire. All right, we'll have to do a whole show.
There's no doubt we're doing there's no question we'll be doing a 90210 throwback episode soon. Anyway, the match itself here, even with Perfect in it, is pretty lousy.
Yeah, it's definitely not up to their SummerSlam match at all.
No, not at all.
You could tell Luger mentally seemed checked out. And of course, there is the urban legend, which another one I'm not really sure is true, that Lex got drunk the night before the show, or whatever, a couple days before the show, and told a New York Times reporter that, or Daily News, one of those rags, that he was going to win the title. So once it leaked and they printed it in the paper, Vince ended up changing it. And Luger was supposed to win here and then lose to Brett later in the night, but he ended up switching it and keeping the belt on Yoko. I don't know if that was true or not, because obviously they had the whole headache thing going on. And what we mean by that is Mr. Perfect starts going a little bit rogue at the end of the match. Fuji and Cornette get up on the apron, and Luger knocks them down, and they're laying on the apron. And then he goes to cover Yoko, but Perfect, instead of counting, goes and tries to help Cornette and Fuji get off the apron, trying to clear them out of the ring. And then Luger just kind of nudges Perfect, and he calls for the bell and DQs Luger, and the crowd goes into a loud bullshit chant, giving him pretty good heel heat, and that's, of course, why they were going to feud on the house show circuit. So, but leading up to that, the 14 minutes before that are really, really rough, and most of it is a nerve hold from Yokozuna. So, and you could tell maybe they were trying to keep him a little bit fresh because he had to wrestle again later in the evening. But this match definitely was not good.
No, it's pretty horrible, and at this point, I think in a lot of our opinions, Luger pretty much checked out as any kind of a major player. I think Vince is just fed up with him and his nonsense.
Well, like I said, I think they still had plans for him as a upper card face, but as any kind of torchbearer for the promotion, he's done.
No, he's done. So Yokozuna keeps the World Wrestling Federation title. So our main event, our final match of the night is set. Yokozuna will take on Bret the Hitman Hart in a rematch of WrestleMania 9. So for the first time, and obviously we'll get more into it in a little bit, for the first time in World Wrestling Federation history, we have the same main event in back-to-back WrestleManias.
Right now, it's the second second time, though, we've had a rematch, right? Because of the Hogan-Andre. I guess if you technically count that as a title match.
Right, exactly. Second time we've had a rematch, but the first time that technically both matches end the show. Technically.
Right.
I guess so. But after the tension of that and all of the fun and frivolity we've had so far on this show, we are going to take a timeout and catch our breath and maybe pull out your new edition albums and see if Mo and Mabel are standing behind those fences too. And I don't know, what have we done in this first half of this podcast? I think we've done an excellent job of analyzing, but we've brought up New Edition and Emily Valentine, and we're like pop culture frenzy, folks. But we'll take a breather, and then we'll continue on. We have obviously 2 more title matches, including another history maker. But we will first take a moment to hear from our good friends at WrestleChat.net. And that is because
how many pro wrestling news websites do you visit to get your daily news? 3, 4, maybe 5? Do yourself a favor and make that number 1. WrestleChat.net, the only professional wrestling news site that brings you all wrestling news all day long, and is home of the critically acclaimed Still Real to Us podcast, starring former CZW, ROH, and ECW announcer Eric Gargiulo and the champ Jeff Beck. That's WrestleChat.net. WrestleChat, it's where it's at.
And of course, you can get all your news and notes on WrestleChat.net from everything in WWE, TNA, of course, updating you on the WWE Network and all that information we bring to you every week on our sponsored news and notes segment on our headline shows, brought to you, of course, by WrestleChat.net. And don't forget the podcast with Mr. Gargiulo and his candy girl, the champ Jeff Beck. And, of course, while you're checking the news and notes, just peruse to the right of the front page, and there you will see our candy gnome, which means you can click on it and go right to our Podbean page. Loaded now, as we've added space, and go right to our podcast. Right on the place to be. So there's really nowhere else you need to go. Go to WrestleChat.net. Everything you need for pro wrestling. I think they do some UFC on there as well.
Yeah, Chris Golo, shut the fuck up. My first match is supposed to be coming up here. My WrestleMania match.
There he is. Argentinia's candy girl, El Gigante. So I heard that you had a date with Leilani Kai. Did you have a date with Leilani Kai?
It didn't go very well. Judy Martin tagged along and fucked it up. She cop-blocked me.
So, so the rumor was it was supposed to be you. Okay, it was supposed to be you.
Me and Earthquake.
But it was supposed to be you and Earthquake taking on Judy Martin, Leilani Kai,
and Bobby Brown.
Ludwig Borga in a crack pipe on a pole match, but Donna Christianello cock-blocked that one for you. Sorry.
That stupid bitch, Donna Christianello.
Thank you, El Gigante. Thank you very much. El Gigante, the Argentinian candy girl.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye. Joining us on the Place to Be podcast. All right. El Gigante does mention one half of the participants in our next match. Kind of a throwaway here. And I'm assuming, and I think we talk about this in our comments, that this match was probably supposed to be longer.
But I just jump. I stay fit. I watch what I eat.
Yes. Well, Earthquake doesn't, but that's why we love him. The Earthquake taking on Adam Bomb, one of my personal favorites from that era. Speaking of, I think I didn't even realize this as I looked at the fun fact. We do realize who Earthquake was supposed to face in this match, my friend.
Well, why do you think I played the clip?
That is, of course. That's right. Earthquake was supposed to face Ludwig Borga, who had been off TV since January, but El Gigante took him out in the streets of Helsinki as the border war between Sweden and Argentina continues. Finland, I'm sorry. Finland and Argentina.
Fucking geography right, you dumb motherfucker.
Sorry, wrong state of blonde progressives and where prostitution's legal. No wonder Gigante wanted to invade it. In any event.
Yeah, so Borga was supposed to fight Earthquake, and of course, Earthquake returned over the winter here.
Mm-hmm.
He had been gone since last January. Took a year off.
Yep.
Comes back without really much fanfare, but he was supposed to fight Borga here, which, of course, again, a match I was really looking forward to, as always. But my hopes, like at Royal Rumble, were dashed once again. And Ludwig's ankle injury was still bothering him, so he's pulled at the last minute. I think it was like a week before or 2 weeks before they add Adam Bomb into this match, and of course that makes it a lot worse. And before the match, we get a little bit of shoving and a little bit of arguing between the Fink, who had been announcing most of the show, of course, with his new toupee on from Cy Sperling. That was the whole reason he was on. And Harvey comes out to introduce Adam Bomb, and they get into a little shoving match, and Harvey rips Fink's tuxedo, and Fink shoves him down. And, of course, that feud with Ray John. That feud had actually been going on TV for a while between those two. So Adam Bomb comes out to help his manager, and he grabs Fink, and then Quake comes out. They quickly start fighting, and then Quake just squashes him in 30 seconds. So quite the precipitous fall for Adam Bomb here, but in a good win for Quake on his return. So
yes,
and
so
they would have
this,
and they were obviously, and we'll see why again in a minute. They were really pressed for time at this point in the show, running quite long. So. This match, these two would actually have another match on Raw a couple weeks later on 4-4 to make up for this. So
okay. So Earthquake, his first win at WrestleMania since 6, I guess. Well, no,
7 he won. Yep. 8.
7. That's right. Yeah. Well, okay. So WrestleMania 8. I wasn't. I forgot.
He's actually undefeated at WrestleMania at this point.
Yeah, there he is. So. Earthquake gets the win and had a much easier night than he probably originally planned. All right, up next.
Hey, PTB Nation, it is now time for the Rob Houston Memorial Hacksaw Jim Duggan Update.
As of March 1994, Jim Duggan's still MIA. We don't know where he is. It's coming soon, though, folks. It's coming soon.
He found his own candy girl somewhere.
Yes. We're gonna have a lot of good Jim Duggan updates by over the next couple of podcasts, hopefully. But at this point, our boy Duggan still trucking around Glens Falls, New York, looking for his buddy Scott Criscolo to go pound some Colt 45s with. So.
Yeah, exactly. While listening to his own candy girl with the Iron Sheik. So, anyway, I'm glad you got that out of the way now before we get to this match. All right.
Get a little after so.
We now come up to our third championship match here at WrestleMania 10. It is for the World Wrestling Federation Intercontinental Championship. And it is the official champion, Razor Ramon, taking on the self-proclaimed champion, the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels. A lot behind this match. There's a lot going on into this match, both on camera and off camera.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you fill the nation in on what was going on here, on and off the scenes?
Well, of course, we had the 2 IC titles. We had Razor Ramon's real one and Shawn Michaels' fake one, as we detailed at the Royal Rumble. Shawn was back. So Jack Tunney decided, look, we're going to put an end to this nonsense once for all. Shawn, you may have kind of a point that you did leave, but you know what? You did forfeit your title. But what we're going to do, for the first time ever on pay-per-view, we're going to take these 2 belts, hang them above the ring, give you a ladder, and let you fight it out. And whoever gets those 2 belts will be the official, undisputed Intercontinental Champion. According to rumor out there, Shawn Michaels was actually planning on leaving the WWF and heading to WCW. They had given him a big fat contract, and Flair was booking, and they were big on kind of the smaller, more athletic wrestlers at this point. He was thinking about going. It was supposed to be a swan song. He'd put Razor over and head out the door. Shawn kind of backtracked, changed his mind, and decided, you know what, let me stay where I grew up. And it ended up being a good move for him because Hulk Hogan would sign with WCW a couple months later, and obviously would not have been good for Shawn Michaels, I don't think. So
no, not at all.
He decides to stay with WWF, and they said, you can take 5 months off over the summer, 4 or 5 months off, recharge your batteries, and you can stay on TV as a manager for Diesel and be his running buddy for a while. And they ended up having him host his own little talk segment, the Heartbreak Hotel. And, he would be on TV very regularly, but he wouldn't wrestle again until August. So,
Yes. So this, with all that background and everything we've documented, over the last 7-8 months involving Sean's, crap going on backstage and his, even though, and we talked about it with the last 4 or 5 vaults, he would continue to hold the Intercontinental title, but the matches themselves would be just dreadfully flat at times.
He was like a rookie, basketball player, just kind of waiting for him to finally break out and hoping he would at some point.
Yep. And right here, and I think it's safe to say this, at this point right here, the new Mr. WrestleMania was born on this night at Madison Square Garden. And what's funny about this is, over time, even though this might be one of the greatest matches of all time, Madison Square Garden would not be one of Shawn Michaels' best places for the next 8 years or whatever. It would be coming back here 8 years later that would change things. But anyway, this match clearly goes down as undoubtedly one of the greatest matches of all time. And you wonder how, because, we knew Shawn Michaels was a great wrestler. We knew he was waiting to bust out when he wanted to put his working boots on. He was amazing. But it was Razor Ramon we were a little worried about. Razor, a solid in-ring guy, but a bigger, bulkier guy. Didn't think chemistry-wise or work rate-wise he would fit with Shawn's style. But they didn't really have to worry about that here, because we weren't dealing with just 2 guys in the ring together having to wrestle a match. The 2 titles, Razor's real one, Shawn's fake one, would be hanging over the ring. And for the first time in pay-per-view history, we had our first actual ladder match. Now, ladder matches have gone on in various parts of the country and around the world in promotions. If you have the first ladder match DVD that came out a few years ago, you will see that Jake Roberts and Big Daddy Ritter, otherwise known as the Junkyard Dog, wrestled in a ladder match up in Stampede Wrestling in 1979. And then in 1992, about 2 years before this match, Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart would wrestle in a house show ladder match for Bret's then Intercontinental title. Bret was the champion at the time. But here, on this night at Madison Square Garden, the ladder match would be perfected by 2 guys with very different backgrounds and very different styles of wrestling, and would come away with a match for the ages. Now, it took a long time, and I begrudgingly, because I still say my favorite match of all time, and I think still the greatest WrestleMania match of all time, is Ricky Steamboat and Randy Savage.
Yes.
Took a lot for me to begrudgingly give other matches that kind of cred for me. But this match comes painfully close. And somehow, some way, and I'm not saying I don't give Shawn Michaels credit, because Shawn finally got it on this night. The screwing around would continue, but at least when he was on camera, the screwing around stopped, and he brought the goods. His off-camera demeanor would still be a source of a bane of Vince's existence for the next 4 years, on and off, I guess. But at least he knew, starting here, that when Shawn Michaels got in the ring and the lights came on, the guy brought it. But again, I think just as much, if not maybe a smidge more credit, goes to Razor, because there's a guy who normally doesn't have to face very flexible, athletic risk takers and keep up with them. Well, Razor, for 25 minutes of this match, well, a little less, 19 minutes. It wasn't as long. I think the rematch was longer. 19 minutes 19 minutes, hung with Shawn.
Yep.
Added the drama, took some very, very stiff shots with that ladder.
Oh, yeah. It was a brutal match.
Yeah. They were smacking the hell out of each other with that ladder.
I like, too, how they had Diesel involved to help put over, his role, but they don't let it mar the match. They kick him out early. They let him get his lick in, make him a presence, and then take him out. So I like that. I like how they didn't let him kind of, take over things. And one quick thing I want to talk about in the build, I think I mentioned it briefly at our last show, the great segment where Shawn dropped Razor on the floor with a couple of Razor's edges. I thought that was really cool.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah, exactly. And there's a couple of moves where Razor goes for the Razor's edge, and Shawn backdrops him onto the garden floor, which, by the way, was paddedless. So he literally went down on the concrete.
Yep. And
there's just a couple of moments where, like, Shawn hits Razor in the face with the ladder. I mean, he smacks him hard. And then, of course, the splash off the top, which is a clip that has been used for the last 17 years in various video vignettes for Shawn, the ladder match, the garden, anything having to do with that match and the pieces of it. Finally, both guys are on the ladder. Shawn falls off, gets his leg and then arm tangled up in the ropes, and then Razor finally pulls both belts off and retains his Intercontinental Championship. I'm going to put you on the spot, my PIC. Both, obviously, this match and the Owen Brett match are 5 stars. Clearly. But if you had to pick one over the other to watch, like if I said to you, regardless of what mood you're in, what you feel like, what you don't feel like, if you had to choose one of these 2 matches to throw in, which would it be?
Championship, one more run, you'll have it. And Razor starting to shake the ladder. Get out, look out, Shawn! Oh, he throws a shoulder. Oh, no. Michaels, look at this. His foot's locked in the rope. Let me help him out. Let me get him out of there. Come on, referee, unhook his leg. Where's Diesel? Referee, what is the referee doing? Unhook his leg. Where's Diesel? No way! Razor trying to climb up now. Michael, get out of there, Shawn. He's out, he's out, he's out. He's up. Come on, referee. Yes, 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 yes.
If I had to pick, probably the ladder match, but not by much. It's not easy, that's for sure.
I agree. It's not easy. Both matches are fantastic. Now, both pairs of guys, Bret Owen and Razor and Shawn, would wrestle again in future matches, just as entertaining in different ways.
And the thing too is, like, you go into the show kind of lamenting, Hogan's gone. There's no big main name right now. How are they going to pull off a WrestleMania like this? And you really wonder what they're going to do. Is Luger going to be the guy going forward for this promotion? You don't really know what to expect. And then you kind of come out of it with these 4 studs that go out there and put on these 2 great matches. And you're kind of thinking, all of a sudden you're feeling better about the future of this promotion when you see those guys putting on these athletic contests that had really been the calling card of the NWA or WCW for so long. And now with Hulk Hogan kind of going down there and migrating south and bringing in a bunch of his cronies and these athletic guys kind of going to the top of the WWF, all of a sudden you're starting to see these promotions in a different light, I thought, at this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Because both promotions needed those things. WWF needed to kind of wean off the big guys because of what was going on. We'll get more into the Vince's off-camera issues on next week's Vault, because that's where it really comes to light. And so he needed to wean out the big, jacked-up dudes. Notice you don't see him at the moment. He'll come back at SummerSlam, but there's one guy related to the Hearts that is gone right now for that reason. And on the other side of the coin, WCW needed star power. They needed to make a national, international presence in the wrestling world. So with Hogan switching and other guys moving, both promotions got what they wanted at that moment in time.
Right.
So, and then over the next, 4 years, we'd see the pluses and minuses of both those things from both sides. But here, we see Shawn Michaels finally get it and figure it out, at least in the ring. His off-camera issues would still plague him for the next 4 years, but at least he didn't let it affect his in-ring for the next 4 years. There's not many awful matches Shawn has between now and when he leaves.
Now let me ask you this, because I've seen this many places from different people, that they feel this ladder match isn't quite the same impact, that you don't get the same impact watching it after seeing all these other ladder matches throughout time that have kind of eclipsed what they do here. Do you feel the same way, or do you feel like this one still stands out?
Oh, I absolutely, this one still stands out. It has to. Everyone has to understand the eras are different now. I understand we got spoiled in 2000 with the Hardys and the Dudleys and Edge and Christian, but this is the standard bearer. You can't buck tradition. And it's easy to upgrade when you've seen what's behind you. But these two guys, again, Shawn's wrestled one ladder match, and I mentioned it earlier when him and Brett had that match a couple years earlier on that house show in, Portland, Maine, I think, or something like that. Somewhere in the Northeast, in New England. And Razor had zero experience in a ladder match, and I'm still captivated by it. Now, 2 years later, you and I will likely have this same debate about that WrestleMania's main event, whether it stands the test of time. But this match and their rematch a year and a half later definitely stand the test of time. And that doesn't take away from the current ladder matches, but at least they had a template with which they could improve on. These guys had nothing to go on.
And plus it's different. A lot of, I think, younger fans that maybe didn't see this live and understand the impact of it saw the later ones first and then went back and watched this one and said, where are the high spots? Where's all the crazy bumps? And at the time, this stood out because it was so stiff and the ladder shots are so vicious, and you didn't really need all the high bumps and crazy falls. And because what they did, they used the ladder as a weapon. They didn't just use it as a prop in the ring. They used it as a weapon. I mean, they literally beat the crap out of each other with it. There are spots where they were throwing it at each other, off each other's skulls. Right. And they used it for a couple of cool spots. Like, of course, the one that you said, Shawn swan diving with the ladder down onto Razor was one of the best ones. And then the great baseball slide drop kick into the ladder. And, there were a lot of great spots, but this one was built around the viciousness of using the ladder as a weapon, I thought.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think anyone should ever take away from future ladder matches what this match meant to the future of the business. And Shawn still says it to this day in interviews. They revolutionized what the prototypical World Wrestling Federation match would be for the next 6 years, probably 6 or 7 years, and I don't think that can ever be denied or taken away from them. So, this match definitely goes down as one of the greatest of all time, simply because it changed the way, and you just said it, my friend, changed the way the World Wrestling Federation ran as a company.
Yep.
And how it changed. And in that vein, the way WCW would end up changing, because they needed to for their own. WWF needed to dummy down the beef for fear of going to prison, and WCW needed star power to beef up their getting out of the shadows of the South.
Yep.
And, of course, right here on the Place to Be podcast, even though we may not do podcasts pertaining to or vaults pertaining to WCW or NWA shows, we will relate to them and kind of refer to them over the next 5 years worth of shows, how that philosophy dictated the protocol and the way that the companies were run over the next 4 years. So getting very philosophical here, but our point is this match was a standard bearer.
Yeah, it was. It really was a revolutionary match in the WWF canon.
Yeah. And it can never be taken away in that aspect. Yes, the ladder match now has revolutionized. But you and I and I don't want to get into the whole point now, but you and I have even said on past shows and just in conversations that the ladder match has almost hit a ceiling in some cases.
Yeah.
There's a glass ceiling there now. What more can you do? For instance, you and I just very quickly just watched, and we posted it, and please read it on our message board, bigelow34.proboards.com. We just published, put on the board our Unforgiven 2006 recap. And that, of course, that main event was John Cena and Edge in a TLC. TLC, of course, is almost like a hybrid of a ladder match.
All right. Well, it's not. I don't think we need to get into that right now.
My point is the match has revolutionized in so many ways that it's even hit a ceiling that even now you can say, what more could they possibly do?
Yep.
But that still should not take away from the WrestleMania 10 match. So my answer to your question is no. This match should never lose the respect it deserves. Even though I went like on a 9-page rant, but anyway,
that's fine.
Point is, it's a great match. Never get sick of it.
Nope.
And it's on, and I said this to you earlier. It's on, I believe, 5 DVDs.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go into our man, the Broham, Graham Cawthon, HistoryWWE.com. 1994 Year in Review, Coliseum videotape. Razor Ramon's Coliseum videotape. Most Unbelievable Matches, which must be a tape. And then it's on Shawn Michaels from the Vault, The History of the Intercontinental Championship, that cool 3-disc set, not the cheesy one.
Yep.
True Story of WrestleMania, and the new ladder match set, Crash and Burn.
Yep.
Which just came out, like a month ago.
Yes.
So it's all that matches. If you don't have the entire pay-per-view, this match is all over the place. So you can't miss it. All right. There was supposed to be, and we've already talked about it, that time was running very long in the show.
Yes.
And since the 80s, since the Federation years, Vince has tried to kind of compress the WrestleManias a little tighter. So why don't you tell the nation this delicious 10-man tag that I'm sure you were salivating over.
Oh,
and
my
your cousin.
God. We were really looking forward to this match. We were very sad when it didn't happen. Because, of course, they'd show these two teams arguing. Well, actually, they showed the heel team in the back arguing over who the captain was, and they couldn't decide. So Vince just says, oh, well, we're not going to have the match. They can't decide who the captain is. Kind of a lame reason. I don't know why they just didn't skip it. The match was supposed to be Jeff Jarrett, Rick Martel, IRS, and the Head Shrinkers versus Tatanka, my boy Sparky Plug, the 1-2-3 Kid, and the Smoking Guns. They would actually end up having the match on the April 4th Raw, the same Raw that they had the Atom Bomb Earthquake rematch as well. So they would get the match in. This ends up being, we can kind of say, the end of Rick Martel now for a very long time on WWF pay-per-view. He was obviously at Survivor Series and at the Rumble, had this one little last run, but he leaves after this, so he's gone now. Jeff Jarrett, obviously IRS, Head Shrinkers, Tatanka, Plug, Guns, and Kid we'll all see many, many more times. So that's that for that match. Very sad that we didn't get to see that 10-man war.
Yes. And it was a big deal for you and your little crew, Josh and your cousin and the gang, because you guys all had interests in multiple guys in this match. So who did you watch this with, by the way?
It was at Matt's house. Yeah, he usually got the pay-per-views back then. So it was him.
Okay.
I'm sure Josh came as well. And then his parents, my parents were there, I'm sure. And actually, I think my cousins Vinny and Jared were there as well.
Okay.
The heels won that match on Raw when IRS pinned the Kid. And that's actually on the Best of Raw Seasons 1 and 2 DVD set that came out last year.
Really? Yeah. I didn't know that. I haven't grabbed that set yet. I have to get it still. All right. So now here we are. We are at the end. The main event, our second World Wrestling Federation Championship match. Yokozuna, who survived the DQ with Lex Luger, taking on Bret the Hitman Hart, a couple of hours removed from being stunned in one of the greatest matches of all time by his brother Owen. How much?
I'm not booked.
Well, yeah, you are. Twice. As I mentioned earlier,
It's a main event. You think?
Yes, this match is the first time that the same match headlined back-to-back WrestleManias. I mentioned that. And the only time the same match headlined back-to-back WrestleManias. Now, Andre and Hogan main evented WrestleMania 3, but as we mentioned, they were like the third match or fourth match at WrestleMania 4. So.
No, way later than that.
Was it way? Well, yeah, it's the whole first round. Sixth match, I guess. Something like that. Yeah.
So, of course, again, now we get the second special mystery guest referee and another big return. Returning to the Garden for the first time in quite a while, and the first time on pay-per-view since SummerSlam 92, and that is, of course, Roddy Piper. Last time we saw him, he was playing the bagpipes for the Wembley Stadium crowd. His last match was at WrestleMania 8, 2 years prior to this. And I actually misspoke before. There were two other people on camera, along with Leilani Kai and Howard Finkel, and that is Roddy Piper, of course, was at WrestleMania 1 and 10, and Mike Rotundo was at WrestleMania 1, and also appears here. They had, we forgot to mention, another celebrity, in quotes, that they had was Bill Clinton impersonator in the crowd. And they had DiBiase sitting with him at one point, and then IRS sitting with him arguing about taxes, and just kind of cute, quick little clips. And also throughout the show, they did WrestleMania rewind moments, which was cool too, to see them nodding towards history once again. So, but yeah, so Rotundo, Piper, Finkel, Leilani are the four people that were on 1 and 10 on camera.
And you do notice, who do they ignore when they do all those WrestleMania rewind moments?
Oh yeah, Hogan, nowhere to be seen.
Nowhere to be seen. It's almost as if he wasn't even at any of them.
Yeah.
Piper brings some legitimacy, and this would be the first of 3 consecutive WrestleMania appearances for the Hot Rod. Not Kieran Pollan, but the other Hot Scott. But the match itself, I think a lot of people are anticipating some kind of payback for Brett.
Yep.
It's been one long year since that absolute clusterfuck in Vegas.
Well, it's a weird spot too, because going into this match, it's fairly obvious they're not going to let Yoko walk as champion to end the show. I thought anyway. That's why I really thought Luger probably should have won. I know they wanted Brett to probably be the main face and not have to split any of the cheers, and wanted him to really get his revenge on Yoko, which all makes sense. But if you wanted to add a little mystery to things, Luger winning and then facing Brett for the title is probably a bigger match. They'd never really fought in these roles. Staring down at each other at Madison Square Garden for the world title really could have been something special, a special moment, and you really would have had some question as to who was going to win. I mean, here, it's obvious Brett's going to win this match.
Yes. But I think it's a whole, I think there you still have that old school thinking of, we need to have the big evil heel vanquished by our conquering young hero. And
and it caps off their history, though. I mean, I get it. It's like, Yoko beat him at 9. He's had this monster run. Brett was kind of de-pushed and battling with his brother, and then he comes back and gets his revenge and wins his title back. I mean, it's fine, and you make sure Brett's the undisputed face, which I think he would have been anyway, even with Luger. But I'm just saying, for a moment, Brett Luger would have been pretty cool.
Well, I think one thing that may have come out of that match, if they have had it, is maybe Luger would have turned heel again.
Yep.
And which we probably all wanted anyway.
Well, they couldn't really do that, though, because they were obviously setting Owen up as to be the top heel.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. I like actually this match. This is one of the times that our grades disparage. You thought this match was fairly average. I actually liked it.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, 10 minutes. Piper, plays it pretty down the middle for the most part. He doesn't really do much. He's just kind of out there. And to me, this is like, it's a little anticlimactic, the match itself, only because we've been through so much on this night already. 2 5-star matches, a lot of emotion, and this one just kind of feels like, all right, just get it done. Let Brett win. It's kind of like, you just know what's coming, and you just kind of want to get there. And it's only 10 minutes, which was good. They kept it short, but
weird ending.
Well,
Yoko goes for the bonsai. Oh, okay.
I got it for you. And of course, as we mentioned, the timekeeper announcer again in this match were a guest, and it was Burt Reynolds was the ring announcer. Rhonda Shear was the timekeeper. So why don't you narrate that finish, and then I have a little clip of the celebration here.
Okay, so Yoko goes for his patented bonsai drop, but in some bizarre way, the top turnbuckle snaps loose. He loses his balance, falls to the ground, and Brett just gets on top of him and pins him. Kind of a strange ending, but a happy ending nonetheless. And the vanquished, the monster heel that has reigned terror on the World Wrestling Federation since June of 1993 has been silenced by the Hitman. But
sorry. You want to talk more?
No, I was going to. No, that's it. I was going to do. But and then go for it.
Of course, we have a correction to make. There's a fifth person. Gorilla Monsoon gets in the ring here. So he was another guy that was on camera at 1 and 10. So yes. Gorilla does make an appearance here. His one appearance, he's in the ring celebrating with Bret Hart. And of course, I can't remember. I didn't play because I can't remember if Lawler narrates it or not. But of course, Owen Hart comes down and just stands in the aisle sneering at Bret, the man he beat earlier, watching him have all the accolades, sitting atop everyone's shoulders as the world champion. Just really seething over it. So that was a great touch to end the show.
Yeah, it wasn't overbearing.
No.
It didn't take away from Bret's moment, but just that seething with jealousy, and you just see Owen just want to just knock his teeth out. I mean, it's just an unbelievably emotional moment and a great way to end the show. It takes away it doesn't take away from Bret's wonderful garden moment.
Nope.
Yet at the same time,
sows the seeds.
Yeah, the unfinished business ahead. So, there you go. Now, before we get to the feedback, like I said, this is a show that I still think, after 17 years, people don't give its true respect. As a show collectively, we know everyone loves Bret and Owen, we know everyone loves Razor and Shawn. We know that. But I'm saying collectively as a show, I don't think this match gets as much credit as you and I give it. We both, if you go to our review on our message board, we both give this show an A+.
Right, and I did want to talk quick about the moment that Bret he talks about in Wrestling with Shadows, and I think he does as well in his book, how everyone has him up on his shoulders, and it took him back to that moment in grade school when he wanted to fight over a bully, and all the kids picked him up on his shoulders and paraded around the schoolyard. He, he likens that moment, kind of took him back a little trip down memory lane as it was in the moment. And of course, like we said, it was kind of Vince's mea culpa to Bret, saying, okay, you're the guy. I'm sorry. Here you go. You're my number one face now. You're my world champion. Gives him the huge celebration in the ring, really solidifying him and setting up his feud with his brother. So, but I agree. I love the show. To me, it's an A+, only because, you get 2 5-star matches out of 9. So, already you're in pretty rare territory. The crowd's hot, a lot of memorable moments. Are there any other really great matches other than those 2? Probably not. But to me, when you have 2 all-time matches on that level. They weren't just like 5-star cruiserweight spot fests. I mean, they are historical matches. To me, the importance of those matches alone carry this show. And the whole package itself, like you said, is just very entertaining, very important, very historical. The true new generation of the promotion was ushered in here, and they proved that they could do a major show without Hogan's shadow, overbearing on everything. And you just look at a guy like Savage, who, he could probably still go, but he was showing how to be a legend with grace.
Yes, absolutely. And in the end, like I said, Vince is pretty much telling Bret, yeah, I screwed up last year. I'm sorry. Here you go. And it begins a pretty eventful 6 months for Bret. I think he truly enjoyed being the champion. I think he enjoyed being the torchbearer of the company. And it begins here. So, all right. Let us get to the feedback. And again, the feedback is curious. These are the kind of I'm looking forward to the feedback for this next few years of vaults, because this stuff is not all cut and dry. It's not all black and white. We begin with our art director, the Pablo Picasso of the Place to Be podcast, Jason Greenhouse. That special WrestleMania feeling was back in the air for the first time since WrestleMania 7. Just like WrestleMania 9, the heavyweight title is defended twice, except this year fans weren't disappointed with the outcome. This era belonged to Bret Hart, and tonight was no exception. He and Owen delivered a masterpiece of an opening match and one of the best matches in the history of WrestleMania. The HBK and Razor ladder match is pure gold. The return of Mr. Perfect and Roddy Piper as special referees was a nice surprise. Hot Rod has and always will be a crowd favorite wherever he steps foot in MSG. The Savage Crush match wasn't anything special, but it ends up being Randy Savage's final Mania appearance. The mixed tag match was fun. At least Bam Bam's match wasn't canceled this year because his opponent was distracted by an elephant. I love the end of the show when all the baby faces come out to congratulate Bret and kick off the new generation. All in all, a successful Mania. Okay? There's one who says he liked it. Resident Purple and Gold fan, Laker Nation, Corey Ferreira. The 10th WrestleMania and the return of the home office, MSG. First off, Bret Owen, what an opening match. Easily the best opening match in WrestleMania history. First time I saw this, I was shocked Owen got the win over Bret, but I wasn't smart to the business when I first started watching in 1999, when I first saw all this stuff. Good to see Bam Bam get on the show, even though he's wrestling Doink and his little friend Dink. Savage and Crush is nothing special in terms of match quality, but has a special feel watching it now with it being Savage's last WrestleMania match. Nice throwback seeing Leilani Kai at the 10th WrestleMania. The match is nothing special, just a nice throwback. I never cared for Alundra Blaze. Interesting. Men on a mission on a Mania card, oh boy. And why were they paired up with the Quebecers? First WWF title match, Yoko and Luger. The rematch 7 months in the making. Luger wins by DQ, and the crowd didn't care like they did at SummerSlam when he wins by countout. Then again, people were over Luger after his summer push. Now the big one, Shawn vs. Razor in the ladder match. First off, it pisses me off. WWE calls this the first WWE ladder match when Bret and Shawn had one in 1992. Yes, that's true. Other than the match is great, and people seem to forget Razor takes the gold, but HBK gives such a great performance is understandable. The official birth of Mr. WrestleMania. Main event time. Vince finally makes it up to Bret from a year earlier as Bret wins his second WWF title. The post-match is great with all the babyface characters coming into the ring to celebrate. The returns of Mr. Perfect and Roddy Piper are great. I think it's fitting Piper was the ref for Bret's match. Nice to see Lawler back on commentary for this show. I think he adds quite a bit to this show. Overall, a great WrestleMania. Thank you, Corey. Dennis Nunez. 1994. You gave us many wonderful things. Ace Ventura, The Mask, and Dumb and Dumber. Obviously, Dennis, you're a big Jim Carrey fan. Forrest Gump, The Lion King, Pulp Fiction, Speed. Natural Born Killers. I did like that movie. Mortal Kombat 2. Seinfeld was the #1 show. The Simpsons were in their prime. Beavis and Butthead were in their prime. Cool. Too many other things to mention. But the biggest gift of all has to be WrestleMania 10. Bret vs. Owen is the greatest opening match in pay-per-view history. It's 20 minutes of pure wrestling clinic. Two guys who have awesome chemistry with each other, not just because they're brothers, but because they're both masters of their craft. Awesome match. Bam Bam and Luna vs. Doink and Dink was there just to cool the crowd after that hot opener. Nothing much. The fake Bill Clinton is there for some reason. Macho Man vs. Crush is a fun little match, but unfortunately it will be Macho's last WrestleMania, and he would move on to WCW along with the Orange Goblin. Quebecer vs. Men on a Mission was meh. Luger Mania had officially run out this night as he proved to the fans once and for all that he couldn't get it done. Way to go, Flexi Lexi. Earthquake vs. Atom Bomb was kind of pointless, but served as another cool down before the ladder match that started it all. While I'm not sure it's the best ladder match ever, it's perfectly paced and does hold up today. Both guys' statuses within the company went up tenfold business-wise after this match, and neither's career would ever be the same. Bret vs. Yoko was a slightly better match than at Las Vegas the year before. Vince realized the errors of his ways and rewarded Bret for all his hard work by making the Hitman the champ for the second time. Even though the undercard is a bit shaky, it's not that bad, and this show does have 3 all-time classics on it, along with a real special feel in the air throughout the whole night, as if the audience knew they were in for a great night. I salute thee, WrestleMania 10.
All right, J. Arsenio D'Amato, the master of the apostrophe.
Mm-hmm.
Owen's classic post-match interview with the chunk of mucus on the side of his mouth is priceless. No pay-per-view will ever have 2 greater special refs than Piper and Mr. Perfect. Mr. P had the swankiest ref outfit of all time with his matching pants. Nobody could pull that off like Mr. Perfect. Nobody. Burt Reynolds was the worst ring announcer of all time, even worse than Ron Garvin. I wouldn't go that far.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't go that far either.
The ladder match was so unique at the time. We have seen the moves repeated so many times, but Razor and Shawn set the standards. Sadly, Macho Man's last Mania match wasn't too special, but the finish was original. Nothing like MSG.
I agree. Our birthday boy, Jeremy Nichols, loved Bret Owen, HBK Razor, and Bret Yoko. The show between those matches was so-so. Shawn Razor easily stole the show, but I'll never forget the guys putting Bret on their shoulders at the end of the show. It made up for taking the belt off him a year earlier.
Mike Wilkinson, I think sometimes pay-per-views, especially WrestleMania, can be great for 2 different reasons. Reason number 1 is a show basically from opening match to main events are solid, or 90% solid. And reason number 2 is that 3 to 4 matches really carry the whole show. I believe WrestleMania 17 is like reason 1, and this is a classic example of reason 2. What a great show. I watched this a few weeks later when it came out, and I was back on the WWF bandwagon. Bret Owen was such a great match with a great surprise. Another classic Owen promo after he wins, even with the loogie hanging on his face. HBK Razor is still one of the best one-on-one ladder match ever, and this is the night I became a huge HBK fan, as I was already a Razor fan. Macho beating Crush was a nice touch, and I remember having high hopes Randy was going to be in the ring more often. Well, he would be, just elsewhere. Yoko wrestling twice for a big man was impressive, and I honestly thought being 13 that Bret Luger was going to be the main event, but I was glad in the long run I wasn't. Vince gave Bret a big thank you, and I was happy as the 13-year-old was my hero at the time Bret Hart was back on top. The nice thing here is they already had a great challenger for him already. I would venture to say the best WrestleMania of the 90s. What an awesome show that really brought me back. I wrote a lot about this, and I apologize for the length, but this show really brought me back to WWF in a special place in my heart.
We concur with you, Mike Wilkinson. Absolutely. Thank you again. Austin Pfaff, what can be said about this show that isn't going to be already said? Classic show, and if anyone doesn't like this show, they aren't a true fan. Just my opinion.
Right.
Strong words.
Dave Hall, a pretty decent show, where the crap is totally overshadowed by the awesomeness. Bret and Owen launched the show with an all-time classic. Bret put Owen over cleanly and helps launch him to superstardom. Owen ends the match with a gob of spit at the side of his mouth, bringing back memories of Hacksaw Jim Duggan's snot. Bret backs this up with a great outing against Yokozuna to regain the top belt, prove himself the best, and propel Owen to the main event picture. Randy Savage and Crush put on a great match to end their feud, with the finish really unique. Razor and Shawn tear the house down with their classic ladder match to make this event a memorable one. The crap is bad, though, with poor Bigelow having to work with a crap doink, Quebecers forced to carry men who are too fat, Luger stinking up the place with Yoko, and Vince bringing the women back. Thankfully, all is forgotten and forgiven by the great performances of Bret, Owen, Shawn, and Razor.
I tell you, man, not a lot of love for Alundra Blaze. Be very unpleasantly surprised, I have to say. A newcomer to the page, to the PTB Nation, DDP. No, not that one. Although it would be pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Diamond Davin Page. Pretty average WrestleMania in general. It really missed the awe and spectacle that was the Undertaker's presence at the time.
True.
Interesting.
Yep.
Yeah. 2 title matches on one show is a bad idea, in my opinion. However, it was saved from being a total failure by the greatest match in wrestling history, HBK Razor, and the greatest opening match ever, Bret Owen. You couldn't help feel how good it could have been with Bret Owen for the championship, Undertaker on the card, and Randy Savage in a meaningful feud and resulting match. It's the first time I've ever actually heard anybody say that Taker missing hurt the show. I haven't heard that much before. Interesting insight there, DDP.
Yeah,
and he also says,
I don't think Bret Owen was ready for the championship.
No.
Not at this point. So I'm fine with that not being the title match. Maybe you could argue Bret Savage, the match they had in Japan, a little bit later, but I'm fine with the whole main event picture here.
I am too. He says, and Alan, classic show, and if anyone doesn't like this show, they aren't a true fan. You're just my opinion. Your opinion stinks, and that's just my opinion.
I
Oh,
think he was going back at Austin, not Alan.
yeah,
Well,
I was
just
wondering.
looking at
I'm
Alan for the hangover. I'm not sure, but
But look at this, huh? DDP making his presence felt quickly.
feel the bank, huh? Alan Pfaff. All right, Neil
That's
Trauma.
right.
Ever since I started listening to the podcast, I've been waiting for you to get to WrestleMania 10. This is the official day I became a wrestling fan. I was at a friend's house, and he couldn't stop telling me how excited he was to be going to another kid's house to see WrestleMania. I'd only watched once or twice, but his excitement made me think wrestling could be cool, so I tuned in the next Monday night. When I think of all the time, money, and energy I've spent watching wrestling since that day, I should have punched that kid in the face. Oh yeah, the show. Well, after all, it's the show that made me become a wrestling fan. Of course I loved it. No bad matches with competitors weighing 600 pounds. 2 great matches, Burt Reynolds and a fake President Clinton. What's not to love about this show?
Very good. Jared Incel. I'll keep my comments short this week as the quality of the WrestleMania 10 show speaks for itself. Brett vs. Owen opening the show was awesome, probably the best Mania opener ever. It seems like everyone thinks the Savage vs. Crutch match was a piece of crap, but I didn't mind it. Well, neither did we. I would have liked to have seen that 10-man tag take place on this show, so would my PIC, but it would be on Raw a week or so later. The Shawn vs. Razor ladder match is also a classic. Brett beating Yoko for the title was a great moment to close one of the better WrestleManias. It was also nice to see Mr. Perfect return in his pajamas, just to disqualify Lex Luger and thus spare the fans from having to see him in the world title picture anymore.
All right. Okay. Tony Nagel. The ladder match is beyond awesome. Bret Owen is the best opener in WrestleMania. Hell, pay-per-view history. The rest is obligatory, and even then, it's still the best in history.
And DDP. Again, did people watch Mania 10 with rose-tinted glasses? Wow. This guy make...
Yeah, he's not happy. Jay Hunter, Jesus, Midget and Doink and Bam Bam vs. Luna springs to mind. Bret Owen really stands the test of time.
Okay. Wow, and I get him again. Look at this. I feel like I'm his manager. Diamond Davin Page says, Owen Bret was a wonderful match up, but its place on the card was all wrong. I've never heard that before.
Well, he said it earlier that it should have been for the title.
It should have been the title, yeah. But I can't believe that. It's interesting. Okay.
Matthew McKinney, funny show. Love Lawler's line about the Jester Man guy helping Luna grow hair on the side of her head. Also, was Yoko speaking really speaking Japanese to Mr. Fuji during Jim Cornette's interview? Great interview with the uncomfortable close-up of Yokozuna seeing Mr. Fuji smiling in the background. Couldn't pay attention to a single word Cornette was saying.
And finally, Rob King. This is my personal favorite WrestleMania. Bret Owen and HBK Razor are both on my list of top 5 favorite WrestleMania matches. Cy Sperling was the worst WrestleMania celebrity since Claire Peller at WrestleMania 2. Herb from Burger King was no better. I know Savage Crush was by no means a great match, but it's always been a guilty pleasure of mine. I thought it was dumb the kayfabe reason as to why the 10-man tag match didn't happen. Obviously, the captain should have been Jarrett. You know, your cousin thinks so, too. The ending did leave a sour taste in my mouth, though. If this was supposed to be Bret Hart's big moment, surely they could have come up with a better ending. Yokozuna falling off the ropes was so lame. Still, the 2 matches more than make this card, and I personally have this WrestleMania ahead of 17, although it's close.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
All
Excellent feedback by everyone this week.
Yes.
Very good job.
Everyone delivered. And we have a few more here from Graham's History of WWE website. Eric Thompson, Bret Hart, Owen Hart in the ladder match. Best.
Okay. I'm just waiting for my stupid...
Steve Riddle, what else needs to be said about WrestleMania 10? One of the best. To start, Bret and Owen put on a wrestling clinic. Showed Owen was a big-time player. The mixed tag was okay, and the right team went over. The Savage Crush was good, and it gave Macho Man one last time in the spotlight in his last in-ring pay-per-view match. The women's title match was decent, but couldn't they have found a better challenger for Alundra, with all due respect for Leilani? The tag title match wasn't as great as the Quebecers could do, only so much. The first WWF title match was a joke, and it finally proved Lex Luger was a choker. Didn't belong in the main event. What else needs to be said about the ladder match? A classic, and up there with Savage Steamboat. Bret Yoko was good, and Bret winning one of the best highlights ever. With all the faces and celebs celebrating and Owen standing in the aisle, this was just a top-to-bottom great pay-per-view, and I mentioned at 9, got me to be a fan, but this show clinched me, and is the reason I'm still a fan today.
Okay. Brandon Whitehead, Bret vs. Owen is a 5-star classic, no doubt. The ladder match is breathtaking, and the image of Bret being carried around the ring at the end of the show will stay with me forever. The rest of the card, And I'll take the last one. Chris Golds. WrestleMania 10 is among the greatest wrestling pay-per-views of all time. Bret vs. Owen is a tremendous opening contest. This also happens to be Randy Savage's final WrestleMania appearance as he dismantled Crush. The ladder match with Razor Ramon and Shawn Michaels is still a classic to this day. Yokozuna having to defend the WWF title not once but twice was also an interesting twist, given the events that occurred at the 1994 Royal Rumble. And after Bret Hart recaptured the WWF title, the in-ring celebration was one of the greatest moments I've ever witnessed as a wrestling fan. WrestleMania 10 is a must-have for any serious wrestling fan.
All right, so we want to go ahead and thank all the nation, as always, for all your great comments. We hope you enjoyed our trip back to WrestleMania 10. We'll wrap up the show now as we're hitting our max time, I think. So,
Yes.
hope you enjoyed it, as always. We always love going back in time to the Vintage Vaults. So, we hope you have a good rest of your weekend once this gets posted. We hope you have a great, happy, safe Halloween. Mm-hmm. We will talk to you next week with the headlines. We'll do our NFL preview. We'll talk more Survivor Series. We'll wrap up the World Series and a few other news and notes as always. So until then, I'm Justin Rosero. That's Scott Criscolo. Take care.
Peace. To Be Podcast is a proud member of the History of WWE.com website. The History of WWE.com features thousands of complete cards and detailed results from throughout wrestling history from legendary promotions across the country, in addition to informative columns and reviews. It is also the official home of the Place to Be Podcast and Scott and Justin's pay-per-view reviews. Visit us at thehistoryofwwe.com or on Facebook by searching for History of WWE or the Place to Be Podcast. Because for anything and everything wrestling, the History of WWE.com is always the place to be.
Yeah, Frank here, he's got his own billiard room. Yes, it's what do you call it, Kramer? The billiard room? No. The name. The billiard? Not the billiards. It was, come on, Red, come on. We call it the place to be. The place to be, yes, it's the place to be. Then I shall be there.
Now, it's time. Live and in living color. The Grandy Man can. Time to play the game!
Well, you always left me satisfied and smiling. So.
That's what she said. Why do I want this?
Yeah.
Because I want to make bank, bro. I want to get ass. I want to drive a Range Rover.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, it is now time for the Place to Be Podcast. And now your hosts, Justin Rosero and Scott Criscolo.
Want the bitch diamonds and pearls, I mean. Should have seen them shit shining on the wrist. Now money ain't a problem, see my dough is like.
Place to Be Nation, welcome to another hella good episode of the Place to Be Podcast. I am co-host Justin Rosero. And joining me, as always, the man that's always like, whoa, my PIC, Scott Criscolo. Scott, how you doing?
JR, pleasure's always my brother. Welcome, everyone, to episode number 79 of the Place to Be Podcast. The year that the first W was dropped.
Yes.
It went from the wide left and became just the World Wrestling Federation.
I don't do any tricks.
Well, I'll tell you something. With the entertainment value of our show tonight, we're not going to even need you.
No.
For tonight, on our 79th episode, we open up the alternate universe that is
to doubt El Dandy.
the Vintage Vault. And this evening, we are going to take an alternate course of entertainment value. Unintentional, I might add. Or intentional, I guess, depending on your point of view.
Sorry, jumps.
But one of our... Yes, I know you're prepping. For one of our greatest nicknames ever given a superstar in WWF history was born on this night. Because we will all hail the King of Hearts.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm Gorilla Monsoon, along with the Macho Man, Randy and Baltimore's own football legend, NFL Hall of Famer, Art Donostalgia. And we're going to have a new king crown here tonight, Art. Who do you think that's going to be? Razor Ramon. Razor Ramon. Oh, leg drop interview. Well, I can't do that in the NFL.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep a straight face throughout most of this show. Yes, folks, tonight on the Vintage Vault, PTB Nation gets a treat. Oh, good Lord. I knew this day would come. Tonight, in the Vintage Vault, It is the 1994 King of the Ring.
Gorilla, is the partner getting any air at all? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. That's okay.
I don't think either you or I have to speak for the next hour and a half, really.
Oh, we are
Is
locked
there
and loaded with plenty of Art Donovan fun.
Or of course, as he is affectionately known in the World Wrestling Entertainment Pantheon, Art Dono.
Yes.
June 19th, 1994. Live from the Baltimore Arena in Baltimore, Maryland, as Vince concludes his tour of his wheelhouse.
Mm-hmm.
We went from Boston at the Survivor Series to, of course, your beloved Providence at the Royal Rumble, to Madison Square Garden, the home office at WrestleMania 10, and now finally, kind of almost his other home office back in the old school days of his dad. And that is, of course, down in Baltimore. And then with our next show, we go back out across the country somewhere else. 12,000. Doesn't seem like a lot, but that seems like probably one of those older, smaller places. I'm sure 12,000 was a sellout. Your announcers, you did hear, though, the wonderful tones of the great Gorilla Monsoon, who
The max
sits in
in
the play-by-play.
Baltimore Arena was 14,000, 13,650 for concerts.
Okay, so it was for the most part sold out, probably about 1,000 empty seats. But we're getting to that time now where you're not going to see a lot of sellouts. Definitely not the Federation era anymore, that's for sure.
Do that in the NFL, can they? I can't even stand to watch it.
Gorilla makes his return, his official return. Now, as we've mentioned in the past few vaults, he does step in with switching back and forth between the TV and the WWF radio. But this is his first official play-by-play gig on camera in over a year since the 1993 Royal Rumble.
Yep.
So, the Macho Man Randy Savage, kind of unusual. Where's he been? Well, not where's he. We know where he's been, but he hadn't been in an announcer role for a while. And here he is, sitting in the seat. And also there, and I still, to this day, really want to know what the hell Vince was thinking here. Sitting in the seat, as we know.
Just wanted a local celebrity, I guess.
Very weird. Hall of Famer, Art Donovan. Art Donovan, for those that are very young. I didn't even see this guy play, har. Art Donovan was an NFL Hall of Famer, played for the Baltimore Colts in the 50s and 60s during the Johnny Unitas years. Before my PIC's beloved New York Jets won Super Bowl III.
What's the girl over there screaming at?
He, before your beloved Weeb Eubank coached the Jets to Super Bowl III glory, he coached the Colts in the 50s. He actually was the coach of the Colts during that great game in 58 against the Giants. But anyway, Art Donovan was a Hall of Famer for the Colts, and for some really bizarre reason.
Well, I mean, isn't he known for, like, his talking and his, like, weird way of making points and telling stories and stuff? Like, isn't that... Because he's on, like, a ton of NFL film specials and stuff, so...
Yes.
I thought that was just like him. I thought that was kind of the joke, that he was kind of outspoken and you know, got into these kind of things. That's what I thought about him.
Well, outspoken's one thing, but this just seems so random that he's color commentary on a WWF pay-per-view. I mean, it just seems so random. I could see him doing like Colts games on radio or something weird, but this is just bizarre. I don't know. I mean, I have no issue with it, but because as we see, it's highly entertaining. But
yeah, some people.
Just seems
this is a very divisive show and idea, because a lot of people find Art Donovan to be distracting and annoying and ruin the show. I personally, I know you agree with me, we believe that it actually adds to the show. I think it adds to the enjoyment quite a bit. And I think the show on its own is pretty good, but he is so ridiculous that it makes it even better. I don't know. I enjoy it.
It all depends on your perspective of the comedy. Now, yes, there are some who think...
What's he going to do, throw him out of the ring?
I think there's a few people that think that you know, he's not, you know, that are diehard serious Mark fans who want to focus on the tournament, focus on the very, very big title match, and focus on the big feud at the end, the last match of the night. And don't want to bother
the guy that I picked to win, Razor.
That's my favorite one. You just remember who the heck he picked. Then there are others like you and I who think, look, we understand what's going on in the show, and of course we'll document the show as we always do. But this is an instance where, as much as I thought it was illogical, that doesn't mean I didn't like it. I just thought it was illogical. Why the hell they grabbed this guy out of nowhere to do color? And I thought Gorilla actually knew who he was. Then he blows his name, so I don't know. There's just no words can describe this. Your buy rate is 0.85. Now,
he's not looking well at all.
we got a lot of there's a lot of background stuff going on right now in the company.
Yeah, I guess we gotta. Yeah, let's tell the background, then we'll get to the show, and I'll try and resist the urge to play these great Art Donovan clips.
Of course, going on at the moment, while this was going on, was the highly publicized steroid trial involving Vincent Kennedy McMahon.
I can't believe the whole thing.
Maybe he'd have been a witness. He'd been better than Nails. But, although Nails probably got him acquitted. Anyway, we all know the story, and we Justin and I have kind of, touched on it over the last couple of years of shows. And that is, the highly publicized use of steroids in the company, Dr. Zahorian, and all this other nonsense. And now we've come to a head. Vince McMahon on trial. And if he's acquitted, if he is convicted, he goes to prison. And the gravity of that statement I don't think ever has sunk in with anybody. Could you imagine?
He's coming at you!
They might have done that in prison too. But, I mean, the gravity of that statement is just immense.
Well, talk about a way that could have really completely, totally altered the course of professional wrestling history, honestly. I mean, I don't know how long he went to jail for. I had heard maybe a year. I don't know. It would have been longer than that. But I know there was a plan in place.
Yes.
Apparently that Jerry Jarrett from down in Memphis, of course, Jeff Jarrett's father, was going to be brought in to run the show, basically. And Linda would run the business end, and everything was actually transferred to her name around this time.
Right.
And Jerry Jarrett would have run the whole creative of the company. So, of course, things would have been very different. With his Southern style booking, and who knows who he would have brought in. Probably would have been Pat Patterson. I'm sure would have been involved with him as well, booking. But so interesting how things could have went.
Yeah, you think his kid would have been champion?
Yeah, probably would have got a good push.
Yeah, your cousin would have got a boner at that.
Yes.
Most likely. Of course, that did not happen. Vince was acquitted thanks to the awesome. Yeah, him. The awesome testimony of Kevin Kelly / Nails. Kevin Wacholtz. And even the testimony of one Hulk Hogan.
Yes.
And that's it. The schism between the two of them, at least for the next 8 years, was pretty wide.
But didn't Hogan help him, though?
Well, this is very confusing, and we won't belabor this point. This might be one of our specialty podcasts. We talk about like our what if episode. Maybe we'll have Reish and Duncan and those guys on to talk about what would happen. But this is one of those confusing stories. Now, I was told we've always been told that Hogan testified against Vince, but I think he testified for Vince.
Well, no, he testified against Vince. I think that's the whole thing. He was testifying for the prosecution, but what he said, I believe, ended up helping Vince. So I think that's where the mix-up comes in. That he was testifying against Vince for the prosecutor, but what he ended up saying pretty much helped them acquit Vince.
Yeah.
Now they're both out.
Should have had this guy as his prosecution. It would have been tremendous.
I think they're all guilty.
Yeah. Who's that guy there with the funny shirt on? Anyway.
So that's why Vince is not on this show. He was obviously busy with that. And the reason on TV was that he was having neck surgery. That's what they said. And of course, the infamous thing where he'd be at the courthouse in the neck brace and all that crap. So that's how they explained why he was absent from TV. It was earlier in 1994. I think it was after the Royal Rumble that they actually fired Jim Ross. They let him go.
Yes, he was fired because if you remember the big rant that JR went on, what was it, late 96.
Mm-hmm.
He says, it was January something, 1994,
right,
that Vince McMahon fired me. And I think to myself, what the hell did he fire? Well, that was his first Bell's palsy.
No, that was before that.
What, before January 94?
No, this is before the Bell's palsy.
Oh, are you sure? Because I thought he said it in the...
No,
okay,
he
I thought he
fires him
said
again
it
later in the year, I'm pretty sure. They brought him back. They fired him because they just didn't think he fit in. They thought he was too Southern, too whatever, and they didn't feel like they needed him. So they fired him. He went down and worked in Memphis and all that stuff at that time. And then they brought him back when Vince had to leave, so they needed a guy to fill in. So that's when he started doing Superstars for Vince during the summer. Right. And then I think after this, when Vince comes back, they released him again. And then they bring him back later in the year. And I think that's when they release him this time, is when he had the Bell's palsy.
Right. So JR is gone. And now we have this
you're
strange...
right. I'm sorry. You're right. I apologize. Ross was fired on February 11th, 2 weeks after suffering his first attack of Bell's palsy. He subsequently became an announcer for Smoky Mountain and the Atlanta Falcons. When Vince McMahon was indicted by the United States government, he was unable to continue commentating Raw. After a few weeks of Gorilla Monsoon, they rehired Ross to fill in for McMahon along ringside with Randy Savage that summer. Ross was let go. He was fired again, though. With McMahon acquitted, Ross was let go by the WWF again. Ross returned to Smoky Mountain, then they rehired him in early 95 prior to WrestleMania. And that's, of course,
all right.
He'd be on for good since then.
Yeah. So here we have this strange amalgamation of talent, or lack thereof, on the broadcast booth. All right. So there's that. Of course, this is the second annual King of the Ring tournament. Bret Hart is the defending King of the Ring winner. He, of course, has bigger fish to fry on this night. We'll get to that later. You have a very... Here are the guys that were in the tournament going into tonight. And then I want you to give your predictions, because you and your crew there had a little thing going on of the tournament picks. Here were the guys that were in the tournament. Razor Ramon, fresh off his Intercontinental Championship win at WrestleMania, or his retaining of his title. Bam Bam Bigelow, IRS, Mabel, Jeff Jarrett, the 1-2-3 Kid, Tatanka, and of course, Owen Hart. So there were the 8 in the tournament. We also have a...
Guy weight 500 pounds plus, Art. Oh, that's not bad. The only fellow only weighs half the amount.
Thanks for that logic, Art. Much appreciated. We, of course, have a World Wrestling Federation Championship match to discuss. The first of the quartet, I call it, between these two guys. And then...
That is dangerous. Gorilla, who's the guy in the white suit? Guy in the white suit? That'd be Oscar. That's Oscar, the manager of Men on a Mission, Art. Oh, I thought maybe he was the guy coming to take him to the hospital.
I can't wait till we get to the PTP feedback, though. It's gonna be very interesting to see what sounds like he's drunk. He really does. Maybe he should have been. I don't know. Maybe Savage and Gorilla should have been drunk. Maybe Gorilla should have been passing the joy juice out. All right. We do have a dark match.
This show's gonna be like 6 hours long.
I know. All right. We have a dark match. You're the master of the dark match. Why don't you tell us who it is?
This dark match was my boy, Thurman Sparky Plug against Quang. Big matchup there. Yep. And Spark Plug beat him, so.
Yep. We'd see Quang in a better role about a year from now.
Yes.
But, okay. All right, let's go through the first round of the tournament. First match, Pitts, our Intercontinental Champion. Right? He's still got the belt right now, doesn't he? Or did he lose it?
No, he is not.
No, he does not have it. Okay. Former World Wrestling Federation Intercontinental Champion, Razor Ramon. We'll tell you who he lost the belt to later on. Loses the title to somebody. So here he is in the King of the Ring, taking on Bam Bam Bigelow, who's coming off his multi-gendered win over the Doinks and the clown posse there Doink and Dink at WrestleMania. Why don't you tell everyone who your pick was for this tournament going in? What were you guys? Your crew there, the crew that we feel so affectionate to be part of after the '94 Rumble vault. What were you guys thinking about going into this tournament?
Definitely, I figured Razor for sure was going to win this. He seemed like the best position to win it. I thought it was going to be him and Jeff Jarrett in the finals. That was my official prediction, and that he would win.
I remember vaguely reading this on the in the PWI, and I actually had a feeling that Owen was going to win. That was my pick.
I did not. I honestly had him losing in the first round of my bracket. I remember. I did not think he was going to win. Yeah. I don't know why. I mean, it's funny because he was still pushed pretty well after WrestleMania, but the hyper push didn't start till after the show, so it wasn't completely obvious.
Right.
The top rope. Check out Luna. Here we go again. He's really some athlete, really. Randy, I felt that down here.
As these clips continue on throughout the evening, it sounds like he's getting drunk. What do you think Savage had to been thinking? Jesus Christ, what am I doing here? Thank you, Vince, you asshole.
That's what he was thinking.
Yeah, pretty much. All right. Qualifying matches. Razor got into the tournament by defeating the 300 pounds of you-know-what hitting the fan, and that was Quang.
Yes.
And Bam Bam Bigelow defeated your guy, Sparky Plug. So the losers of the qualifiers faced each other in the dark match.
Makes sense.
Yes. By the way, this is the second straight year Razor is in the curtain jerker of the King of the Ring pay-per-view.
Mm-hmm.
A year ago, he wrestled a great match with Bret the Hitman Hart, the eventual winner. Here he takes on a guy who Bret Hart defeated in the finals a year ago. Bam Bam Bigelow.
Yeah, kind of a big matchup here in the first round. Two guys that you think could maybe go a couple rounds deep into this thing, or at least another round, and they face off here in the opener. So, surprising matchup, honestly.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
I always liked this match. I thought, we've gone over how good Bigelow is for a big man, the bumping he does, and Razor works well with those kind of guys. And I thought they had a pretty good match. I actually wish they maybe would have had a bigger feud at some point, just never really matched up. But Luna, of course, still with Bigelow, as we heard in the Art Donovan clips there.
Yes.
And I always like the finish, too. Bigelow goes up for the moonsault. Razor comes up behind him, grabs him in his undercarriage with his arm, and slams him down on the mat with kind of like almost a power bomb off the top. It was pretty cool. So it was a good finish, and Razor picks up the win. And yes. I always really like this opener.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's pretty solid. I mean, you're dealing with two guys who, pretty solid in the ring, and they, different philosophies, but, both big guys. I mean, Razor wrestled like a big man. He was, but not nearly as big as he was in his AWA days, but definitely had the style to go one-on-one with Bam Bam and put on a pretty good match. So Razor gets the win, moves on to the next round. It's funny. I feel like every time we do a vault with Bigelow in it, we always say, yeah, he'd have been good with this guy. Yeah, he'd have been good with this guy.
I know. Well, he wasted half of his run with Doink, sadly.
Yeah. That is kind of a bummer. But here he loses in the first round to the former Intercontinental Champion, Razor Ramon. So Razor moves on to the next one.
You know what else I liked about this tournament was they had the big board with the brackets at backstage, and they'd keep going to Todd Pettengill in the back, and he'd update the brackets and everything. I always like that little touch.
Yes. Yeah, I kind of thought that was cool. It kind of reminds me of the old wrestling classic when drunken Lech, Lord Alfred, was sitting there sticking his freezer bar into that whatever that blonde chick's name was, with the big and they had the big board for the tournament with all the little faces on it. All right, our second first round match. I don't know. I thought maybe this match would have proven that this guy didn't belong in any singles situation. Yeah, this guy probably ate Johnny Gill and Bobby Brown. Good God. Anyway, IRS, who came out to this song, by the way, taking on our candy girl, Mabel.
Around the world won everybody's vote. It almost knocked the hole right through the bottom of the boat.
Well, he's the kind of guy that could do that. So, IRS takes on 1/3 of the men on a mission. and that is Mabel, with his partner Mo by his side, and Oscar, the guy who drives the ambulance, I think, is what Art Donostalgia.
Mo isn't with him, because Mo was actually hurt at this point.
Oh, okay.
And he's gone for a while. I think he's gone until early 95. So Mabel, they obviously kind of liked him as a big man, so they keep him and Oscar around as a singles guy all the way through the summer and through the winter. So Oscar returns in January.
Okay. So
I mean, Mo.
You mean Mo. Oscar comes out because Oscar apparently drives the ambulance. So whatever. In the qualifying matches, IRS defeated Scott Steiner, which is fine because they're pretty much on their way out the door anyway.
And that was his last match, Steiner.
Okay. And Mabel defeated one of your favorites, one half.
I don't want to talk about it. It depresses me so much.
Yeah, one half of the awesome Quebecers, and that is Pierre. Hey, you know what? Time for me to have a little request of our art director, Jason Greenhouse. I think you need to do a collage of JR with the Quebecers and Johnny Polo.
Well, I would treasure that. I'd hang it on my wall.
Yeah. So Jason Greenhouse, let's do that. I have mine of Flair and Andy Gibb and all of my group. I think you should do one for the Quebecers and JP. So JP for JR. Okay. The match itself is an unmitigated. Well, first of all, let's talk about the Steiners. They're officially gone.
Size of that one. What's his name? How much does that guy weigh? 500 pounds plus, Art. Well, that's not fair. The only fellow only weighs half the amount. I think I'm going to get out of here. This is dangerous. Gorilla, who's the guy in the white suit? Guy in the white suit? That'd be Oscar. That's Oscar, the manager of Men on a Mission, Art. Oh, I thought maybe he was the guy coming to take him to the hospital. Did you two guys enjoy doing this? Oh, absolutely. I can't imagine that. This is far worse than playing football. At least we had pads on. Yeah. Well, it looks like he's bleeding a little bit. There's some red stuff on his pants. He's got Andy. He's got a lot of gold in his mouth, though, huh? He must be a very wealthy fella. Oh, wow. Just been involved in some matches in the past. Oh, all right. I can't believe a guy can be that big and jump around like he does. Great athlete. Well, one thing, man, he's got a lot more hair than you and I put together. And I'm hurt. Oh, man. He can hunt the bear with a switch, that guy. Gorilla, they're going to go right through the ring one of these times. There goes the ropes. Look, his second can't even believe it.
What do you think Gorilla and Macho
they hated it. Because it's so funny, as the show goes on, every time they cut to them, they're more and more like distance themselves. And there's one part, I think it's before maybe the last couple of matches they cut to him, and Art's like sitting by himself staring ahead, and Savage is completely turned with his back to Art talking to Gorilla. It's really funny. And you can tell by the end they were just getting fed up with answering the same old stupid questions over and over. So
yeah, I'm sure that Gorilla, who at the time had more clout than anybody, probably more clout than Vince. I'm sure he probably gave Vince an earful for that one. Sorry, I know you're in trial. I know you're in court. Okay. Again, this is Mabel's first.
Yeah, I mean, it was. Ugh.
Yeah.
Go ahead, though.
It was Mabel's first pay-per-view singles match, as JR and I have talked about. And again, this is. Why don't you talk about? I
think we talked about it, didn't we? At the Rumble.
Okay. Did we go through all of it? Okay, because we have the fun fact here, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
By the way, follow along on our wonderful board, bigelow34.proboards.com. Follow along. I just want to make sure. I know we talked about it at 10, but I just want to make sure because I.
Yeah, Scott. Yeah, this was the last match. I went to ECW, went to Japan, then they'd return to WCW, and they'd stay there till it folded, as well. So, and as we mentioned, we don't see Rick Steiner again.
No. This match is, and look, I love IRS as much as anybody, but this match is an absolute piece of crap.
No, he didn't have much to work with, obviously, and even the finish is awful, where IRS just kind of lays next to him and pulls his leg up, and he's like not even covering him. I don't understand why he couldn't get on top of him, but
this match is a disaster, and IRS. Fortunately, they didn't have him win. IRS moves on to the next round.
Yeah.
So
once Razor won, it was obvious Mabel wasn't gonna move on.
So why don't we move on? Let's get through, because there's really not a lot to talk about in some of these earlier matches. Our third match.
How much does he weigh? How much does he weigh, Tatanka?
I'll tell you, if I had to guess, Art Donovan, I would say somewhere between 260 to 280 pounds.
Really? I'll tell you, I think these two guys will make some great linebackers. What do you think?
You might be right. In a 5-4 defense, put them on the outside, keep the play inside, Art Donovan.
Put some pads on them, they scare the hell out of the other team. Well, I'll tell you what, boy, they're fighting all over this place. This guys need a helmet with a face mask. I can't believe the whole thing. They're killing each other. Gorilla, is Tatanka getting any air at all?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. That's okay.
Hey, Randy, no wonder they got 3 doctors around here. They need more than 3 doctors. They need a regiment. It looks like he means business now, huh? Hey, Randy, there's going to be
You like Gorilla? I can't hear you, Art. Too bad.
That's okay.
Did Savage say a 5-4 defense? Is that what he really said?
A fucking mess. I like how he barely can pronounce the Tonka as well. I don't know, he's Tabanka. I don't know what the hell he's calling him.
Tabanka.
But
Oh, God. That's awesome. Anyway.
Hey, Randy. So, we're just going to keep playing all these clips. I hope you guys don't mind. This might be a very clip-heavy show because I think it helps tell the story way better than we ever could.
Yeah, seriously. And we won't get this much great announcing for a long, long time. So, not great in the ridiculously entertaining sense. I don't think we'll get anything this good for a while.
So the qualifiers here, Owen Hart was actually supposed to face Earthquake. And just as quick as he returned, he was gone. He fought Yokozuna in a pretty famous sumo match in May.
Mm-hmm.
Earthquake beat that. He defeated Yoko, and then he was supposed to fight Owen here, and they announced that he was injured by Yoko at a house show, and then he was gone. And by the end of the year, he would pop up in WCW, and we'll see him again eventually under a different gimmick, but not for a while. So that's it for Earthquake, his brief return. And also here, Tatanka's first pay-per-view pinfall loss. Of course, his first loss was on Superstars in October against Ludwig Borga. But here, he loses to Owen Hart.
That's right. So the match, probably the first good match of the night, was solid. I thought it was a good, it was good to see two real good workers. Tatanka suffers his first pinfall loss here on pay-per-view. Do you think that they had run out of gas with him?
I think so. Yeah, I think it was clear that he kind of had his chance, too, to become any kind of title contender, and I feel like they kind of didn't take advantage and strike while the iron was hot, and by now he's just kind of floating around aimlessly. And at this point, you had to have him start losing matches. So,
yeah,
to me it just made sense to do this here. And I remember at the time thinking he was going to beat Owen and then probably lose to Jeff Jarrett. So I don't think the mystique was even there with him anymore as well. So, I mean, it was obvious. Once he had that loss, all that build up to that loss, he was pretty much just another guy at this point.
Yeah, exactly. And again, the match isn't bad, though.
Let me tell you something. Ludwig Borga defeated this stupid Indian on TV. I would have beaten him in the pay-per-view. I would have won the whole King of the Ring. I would have been the crown.
You know, I got to say something to you, El Giante. I think you and Mabel would have had a great match. But, I know that you...
Art Donovan, that fucking crackhead, coming out here talking like a fucking schmuck. Does I think who the great El Giante is from Argentina?
He would have probably asked how much you weighed. Probably, and...
I weighed the 35 stone and a biscuit. Don't listen to that stupid schmuck. Don't worry about him.
He could have put you in a 9-2 defense, and
we
could have been a good lineman.
We don't play the pussy football in Argentina. We play the real football. We play the soccer.
I heard that you had a great soccer match with Finland.
Fuck the Finns, those fucking pricks. All they care about is the clean air and the cars. We don't care. We don't even drive down here. We just walk everywhere.
All right. Thank you, El Giante. Thank you.
Go fuck yourself.
Imagine him as a fourth seat with Art. That would have been... I think Savage would have just got up and left at that point. So, not a bad match. Again, you got two good workers, but Owen gets the win and moves on to the next round. Our final first-round match.
We didn't finish the qualifying match. We talked about Earthquake. Quickly. Owen ended up defeating Doink, who replaced Earthquake, and Tatanka beat Crush, thanks to Lex Luger showing up and distracting Crush.
Okay.
Because now with Mr. Perfect gone, as we talked about, he was set to feud with Luger. He left impromptu, so they ended up just having Crush take a spot in the house show circuit. So
right. Okay. So Owen wins, and he joins Razor Ramon and IRS in the semifinals. Our final first-round match.
After what? 1, 2, 3. The 1, 2, 3 kid, yeah.
He wrestling the 1, 2, 3 kid, and check this kid out, man.
They're not as big as some of these other fellas, are they?
No, you're right. He's not 1, 2, 3.
I tell you, he's got a nice tan. He must have been down in the islands somewhere, huh? Who's this now, then? Who are we talking about? 1, 2, 3?
1, 2, 3.
He looks like a boxer. Double J said, I think he's mad at me. He looked at me, he said, come on up the ring. I said, are you nuts? I tell you, I saw more great clotheslines here than I saw in 13 years in the NFL.
Well, appreciate that, Art.
Oh, I'm telling you.
That's right.
These guys are too much. They're going to kill each other.
Once again.
I don't think that poor guy can win that 1, 2, 3. He's gonna get murdered.
Well, you're probably right, Art Donovan. To party.
You can come home to my house. Double J got all kinds of stuff. Take a lot of other things out of you too. Not only the start. He's in the 9th inning. Oh, nice move out of there by the kid. And Double J's in trouble. I think Double J's doing the 2-step. He's got 2 all right. He's got Double J's a cutie. They're gonna call out the Marines.
Did he say Double J's a cutie?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, what's wrong with the official? Why don't they stop him? He looks like he's afraid. Go up and get him, Randy. Randy, they can count to 1,000. He's not going to get up.
You got to give Savage credit at this point. At least he's trying. Gorilla's done. He's had enough.
Gorilla checked out as soon as he introduced him.
Yeah, he's done. Savage, to his credit, is probably like, you know what? I'm going to play around with this guy for a little while.
Oh, my God. Well, he kept directing his questions to him, too. He go, Randy. Hey, Randy.
Yeah. Think I didn't call him Lanny. That probably would have been even worse.
Oh, man.
So the 1, 2, 3 kid, as you can hear, takes on Double J Jeff Jarrett in the final first-round matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you give the qualifiers?
Yes, 1, 2, 3 kid defeated Adam Bomb, continuing to disappoint Ted DiBiase. He was onlooking, wasting his talent, of course. And Jeff Jarrett defeated Lex Luger, again, thanks to an assist from Crush. So the Crush-Luger feud, still raging on. They don't fight here or anything, but it was still raging on TV and house shows, and they screw each other out of King of the Ring slots. So this match is pretty short, pretty fast-paced as well. It's only 4.5 minutes, and the kid steals a win, gets a small package. Jeff Jarrett, though, gets some pretty good revenge after the match. He drops him with 3 pile drivers, and kid sells it tremendously. They carry him out, he's holding his neck, and, the questions start popping up. Is he going to be able to continue on and fight in the next round? And based on the year before we had the bye, you start thinking, oh, maybe they're going to do it again this year. Just save time. They're going to have kid just have to bow out due to an injury, and then Owen gets a bye to the finals. It was definitely looking that way at this point.
Mm-hmm. But this is a good match. Again, between 2 guys, pretty balanced in terms of ability. Jeff Jarrett's it's not often that Jeff Jarrett faces a guy that's that's lighter than he is. But, no, it's a solid match, and the kid moves on. So your semifinals are Razor Ramon takes on Mabel, and the Rocket Owen Hart takes on the 1, 2, 3 kid. Interesting combinations there. Did I say Mabel? I'm sorry, IRS.
Yes.
I'm sorry. So in a rematch of a match that you saw 6 months earlier.
Mm-hmm.
A rematch. Razor Ramon taking on IRS. And Owen Hart takes on the 1, 2, 3 kid. All right, we'll take a break from the tournament for now. And we have our World Wrestling Federation Championship match. And
Final 4 right now.
He may be in the final phase. There it is. Who's the guy leading? What's that, a second?
That's Shawn Michaels.
Was he another wrestler?
Former Intercontinental Champion.
How do you like the face in on the line?
Nobody.
The second looks like an offensive guy. Look at the size of that guy.
Well, the Anvil used to play for the LA Raiders, Oakland Raiders.
Oh, really?
Yep.
He come after you, I'm liable to get undressed to go in with him.
I appreciate
you're
that.
second. This is like David and Goliath.
Well, David and Goliath, indeed. We know what happened to that story.
He hit him with a rock. Can you do that? That's like sticking your fingers in a face, man. Can you stick your fingers in the guy's eyes? That's not kosher.
I'm not sure that actually happened, Art Donovan.
He almost reached out and hit the table. I think that's gone crazy. Absolutely stark, man. Crazy. Here goes the ring post. How do these guys get out of bed in the morning? How do you guys get out of bed in the morning?
You roll out of bed, and if it takes you a couple extra days, that's what you do.
Go right back at it, huh?
That's exactly right.
There's no way he can win this match now, the way that guy's beating him up.
Throw in control.
Hitman's he's fighting two guys instead of one.
That's three.
Then it's three. The guy is, what?
I know what you're talking about.
I guarantee I've never seen anything like what this guy doing. But Diesel's not through yet. You gotta watch it. I can't believe it. I don't have to take so much punishment. What? I can't believe it. I can't got terrible. Well, they're all in the ring now. It's a close ring to go. They ought to call the doctor. Who's the other guy up in the ring? Who wins? What's the result? The referee's stealing the belt. Where's the referee going with the belt?
That's okay. He's just taking it out. It's the Hitman. Don't worry about that.
Well, that guy's a cocky guy, huh? Isn't anybody going to help the Hitman out?
I think Art Donovan would have fit in well in WCF. Where's the referee go with the belt? He's stealing the belt.
By the end of this podcast, they're going to think Art Donovan's one of the co-hosts. Next thing you know, he's going to be doing interviews with Matt Rotella.
I feel bad. I feel like we're taking this whole podcast. Everyone's going to hate us.
No, not at all. Everyone knows Art Donovan is
he is this show. I mean,
he really is.
When you think of this show, you think of obviously the eventual winner of the tournament, but you also think of Art Donovan. I mean, it's just, how can you not? He was the highlight of this whole show.
Exactly. Let's get into this match though, because this is actually a very good match.
Yes.
The Bret the Hitman Hart a year ago wins the King of the Ring tournament. This year, of course, a little bit higher on the ladder. He is your World Wrestling Federation champion after winning 2 matches in March at WrestleMania 10. Won a 5-star classic against his brother, or a 5-star classic against his brother Owen, which he lost, and then of course winning the championship from Yokozuna in the main event. Taking on, are you ready? The new Intercontinental Champion on the 430 Superstars.
Well, yeah.
It was taped.
413.
Taped on April 13th in Rochester, New York. Diesel upset Razor Ramon to become the new Intercontinental Champion.
I can tell you who wasn't upset. This guy right here.
You're big Diesel. You pretty much saved the guy's job, all you Ocean Staters. Saved the guy's job in January.
Well, the thing is, too, they announced, obviously, this match the week before it was going to air. They said, next week, Diesel challenges Razor Ramon. Now, in between that, during that week, on April 29th, they returned to Providence for a house show, part of the WrestleMania Revenge Tour, and one of the matches was Razor Ramon versus Diesel. And, of course, Diesel came out with the belt. So we were freaking out.
Right.
Because obviously now we knew that Diesel was going to win the title the next day on Superstars. So we were like going, me and Josh, and I don't remember if Matt was. I know Josh and I were definitely going bonkers at the idea that Diesel had won that title. So we were so fired up and excited. And then I taped the Superstars the next day. I still have the tape to this day of that match.
Ah, okay.
One of my favorites.
So Diesel, his title was not on the line. So here's a guy that all of a sudden, 6 months ago was going to be unemployed. Might as well find his Oz outfit. And now all of a sudden he has a possibility of holding both singles championships.
Well, too, along with that came a swagger in the way he carried himself in the ring, and he looked the part immediately. He didn't look like a guy being pushed over his head like so many guys would be. He immediately looked like he fit the bill. He carried himself that way, and he looked like he fit right in with Bret as a dominant monster heel. And on the 5:30 Raw, Shawn, Diesel, and Bret were all in the King's Court, which was Jerry the King Lawler's talk show segment.
Yep.
And Diesel and Michaels attacked him, laid him out with a jackknife, and that kind of really set the heat up for this match. So Bret promised he was going to have a family member at his corner at the show. Of course, rumors started swirling immediately. Would it be Stu? Would it be Bruce? One of the big ones was Davey Boy Smith that everyone just assumed it was going to be. I'm pretty sure I thought it was going to be Bulldog at the time in this match. And of course, it ends up being Jim the Anvil Neidhart makes a surprise return. So he comes out in his first pay-per-view appearance since the 92 Rumble, and he's going to be in Bret's corner and have his back for this match. So,
right. Or so we thought.
He does.
Yeah. Bret, of course, is on top of the world. He is the face of the company right now. No doubt about it. of all of his title reigns that he would have in his career, this would be the one that I'm sure he probably was the most proud of because he held it for a good amount of time and was able to really.
Yeah, I agree. This was the time when it was his company. Right now.
Yes, absolutely. And you think about this match, and they would have 4 total, and of course we'll document all of them right here. I think they get better, but this one was really good.
Mm-hmm.
What made it? Excuse me. What made it good? Do you think? Sorry, I was drinking some of Art's Joy Juice there. What do you think about this match made it so good though? Like here's obviously, like you said, Diesel finally after this match was Big Daddy Cool. He became Big Daddy, not just the silent guy with the shades and the ruffles and the frill on his tights. He became Big Sexy here.
I think part of it is that Brett was just a master. You know, everyone credits Paul Heyman as being one of those guys that they say he accentuates the positives, hides the negatives. I think Brett was that in the ring. He really knew how to cover for a guy, play to the guy's strengths, hide his weaknesses, and then do his part to help, finish the match off. And what he did was just lay around and let Diesel beat the shit out of him at a methodical pace. And he built the heat, milked the crowd. You had Shawn and Anvil running around at ringside doing their part. I just think all that excitement, and now Diesel all of a sudden looked like this unstoppable juggernaut. He knocked out Razor Ramon, took his title, took out Brett on Raw, and it looked like he may walk away with even more gold. And to me, what made this match was that they were presenting Diesel as a star. They were presenting him as a legitimate threat, not just an off challenger, not just a guy who got lucky or a fluke. They booked him like a legitimate monster.
Yeah.
And it was believable that he could maybe steal the title here. Like, it was not, it would have been made an upset, but it was like booked in a way that, wow, Brett's really going to have to face this guy who's just on a roll right now, this big, young, hungry monster. Can he escape with his title? And I think that's what made it successful. When you factor in Brett's selling and Diesel's offense that was, just good enough to make the crowd believe, then I think you had a pretty good match.
And the other thing is, Vince, when you get Vince's endorsement, you get a lot of opportunity. And you could tell that eventually this was the kind of guy Vince liked. It just took the time for Vince to really see it. And I think finally here on a big stage, that he really got down to getting the character. And he got lucky. Not lucky, let me rephrase that. He got the opportunity to wrestle a guy who he knew would make him look good. And sure enough, he did.
Well, don't forget, too, though, during this time, Vince wasn't really heavily involved in the booking.
Mm-hmm.
Pat Patterson was doing the majority of it. So I don't know if that played any kind of role, if he was letting, the talent kind of run the things themselves a little bit more than Vince would normally. So I'm not sure. But whatever happens, it was for the best, because Brett was just having great matches on TV. It was also around this time, it was after the show, he had the awesome match with the 1-2-3 Kid on Raw. And just had a lot of good stuff going on at this time. So he was definitely, building himself up well as the guy carrying the company, and Diesel positioned immediately. And the good thing here is the finish, which we'll get to in a second, doesn't hurt him at all. So no. Diesel still leaves this match looking strong.
Yes. And
Brett ends up being a pawn in the game of his brother and his brother-in-law, because what happens is the Anvil he finally has enough. He's chasing Shawn around. Diesel's about to hit the jackknife. Anvil runs in and clotheslines him, drawing the DQ. So Diesel wins the match by DQ at 22:51. So a lot of time given to this match as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Yep.
And then Anvil just leaves. He just walks off all pissed off, and then Diesel and Shawn beat Brett down until the referees break it up. So now you're wondering, what the hell's Anvil doing? He ends up saving Brett's title for him, but he costs him the match, and then he walks off all angry as Brett gets the shit kicked out of him. So we'll see the rest of this play out shortly. But for now, Brett keeps his title, and Diesel's screwed out of the gold, but still looking very, very strong.
Yeah, definitely a guy that was set for bigger things as the year progressed. And here we have a really good match. Probably one of the better ones. I don't know if it's on this match. Surprisingly, this match is not on any DVDs. Very surprising.
Yeah, I would thought it would have been on something.
It would have been on something. I would have put it on that Greatest Superstars of the 90s DVD. I think this would have been a nice hidden gem.
Yeah, you're right. It would have summed up things quite well.
Yeah, there's a couple of matches on that set that probably could have gone done without and done something else, but that's okay. But now a lot of these matches, of course, we refer to the awesome Broham, Graham Cawthon's History of WWE.com. Excuse me. There's nothing other than there's nothing of these on DVD. Hardly anything. I have the Coliseum video copy. There's hardly any stuff on even tape. Only one match is on any other compilations. We haven't even got to it yet. So this might be one of the true hidden gems in the history of pay-per-view. Really. Now, again, there is a King of the Ring set coming out at the end of the year. I'm sure this will be on it. I'd like to think this is on it because it's a match that definitely people need to see.
Yeah, but are they doing the pay-per-views? They're not just doing like tournament matches. No, there's no way they're just doing tournament matches.
No, because there's not enough good ones. Yeah. No, I'm sure they're doing pay-per-view. I'm sure it's for pay-per-view.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why this wouldn't be on it. You know, both guys are in the good graces, and it makes sense. It was a very good match.
And if you go through the history of the pay-per-view itself, and obviously we'll document all of them here in the Vintage Vault, there really aren't that many really great matches from the pay-per-view itself. We had a few of them last year in Dayton, and we have one here. So I clearly think this one has to be on the. I don't even think you and I talked about this earlier. I don't think the match list has been released yet. I don't even think the DVD's being released this year. I think it might not be. I think it might be early 2012. I thought
it was soon. I thought I saw like an ad for it.
Really? I don't remember there being a match list. I'll have to go on to another great site to go on. We don't talk about it much, but it is a great site. The only reason we don't talk about it much is you can't really buy anything on it unless you have a Region 2 DVD, and that's Silvervision, which is WWE's UK outlet. And you can get, if you have a Region 2 DVD, which is not hard to get, you just got to research them. Walmart sells them. Either a Region 2 or an All Regions DVD. For those that don't really know the way it is, most DVDs in this country are Region 1s. Region 2s are European versions. And you can get a lot of cool stuff on Silvervision, but they usually have match lists out for the new upcoming DVDs. I'll take a look at it. Anyway, back to this match. Exceptional. Find it somewhere. Maybe it's on YouTube somewhere. It's a great match. And again, these two guys wrestled 4 really good pay-per-view matches over the next, 2 years. Just under 2 years. 2 more 95, and then 1 more 96. But this is the first one, and it's exceptional. Bret Hart retains his championship. Diesel wins the match, and then his former tag team partner mysteriously vanishes. Very weird. All right, back to the tournament. We have our
Hey, PTB Nation, it is now time for the Rob Houston Memorial Hacksaw Jim Duggan Update.
Can you feel it? It's coming.
I know.
The excitement's in the air.
I know.
In June of 1994, the ink was drying on the contract as Jim Duggan was signing with WCW and make his debut just weeks later. At our next show, we're going to have legitimate Jim Duggan updates. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Fired up. PTB Nation, fired up.
I'm breathless with anticipation. Right now, though, he's probably hanging out with Art Donostalgia at a bar up
Who's a better announcer, Art Donovan here or Jim Duggan at WrestleMania 7?
Oh, God. That's a Matt Rotella question. Don't ever ask me that again. That's like saying, would you rather get hit by a bus or a train,
That's like saying, would you rather spend a night with Matt Rotella or Derek LaRue?
Yeah, exactly. I would have to say Art Donovan because then he'd be gone after this and I wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. Okay. Great. Can't wait for that. Can't wait for next Friday. All right. Let's get down to the semifinal matches. Quickies, because we are running short on, not we, as JR.
Yes, your cunt is in the sink.
Oh, where have you been, Marty? Where have you been, Marty? Probably, could you imagine, he was probably on trial, too, for leaving organs in kitchen spaces. Jet stream of bullshit. Anyway, we have a couple of quickie semifinal matches. Razor Ramon and IRS in a rematch for my PICs cherry popper there.
My man, Razor, right? This is the guy. This is the guy, Art, that you predicted. Oh! He may make you rich, Art. Oh! Look at him. That's like listening to Trap Block. Well, you certainly know about that, Art. Exactly like it, except completely different. That was a block. That was a good block. What is that? What does that give when he has his 2 feet on the rope? That's called leverage. That's called leverage. It's also called cheating. All right. He'll never show up. Gorilla, he'll never show up. Well, Art Donovan saying that the 1-2-3 Kid will not show up for his semifinal match. We'll have to wait and see. Now that's usually here. Hey, I may have a winner. I may have picked the winner. You may have. That was a heck of a forearm. Nice clothesline by the tax man.
Gorilla couldn't even let him have that.
I know.
Oh, what a forearm. Nice clothesline by the tax man.
Yeah. Oh, well. Razor Ramon moves on. I mean, the match isn't bad for 5 minutes. I feel like it's almost like a Superstars match or something. But you can tell Gorilla just was done. I'm sure he'd rather have done the show by himself. Savage just seems like he's having fun with the guy, and Art just has no idea. He just really has no idea. But Razor Ramon wins, and I think your prediction you're probably feeling pretty good about yourself at this point.
I thought so. And the fact that they had Art Donovan saying he was going to win kind of made me confident as well.
I'm so glad you took his advice. So Razor Ramon beats IRS. IRS doing what he does best, which is just get in matches and give you some good time, and he does there. So Razor Ramon is in the championship final of the tournament. Who will he face? Well, in a match that I thought got thoroughly robbed of time, Owen Hart and the 1-2-3 Kid wrestle the final match of the semifinals. And 3.5 minutes these two get. 3.5 minutes. That's it.
Donovan, he goes to the finals. Right, sir. How much does this fella weigh? 235, I think. That kid is a tough guy. I'll tell you. Well, that kid is some tough guy. How can you be so active? All right. What kind of a hole was that?
Of course, not many clips there, obviously, because it was such a quick match. And now Kid, as we said, they teased that he may not show up. They even play his music for a few minutes, and he doesn't come out, and they're playing it, and then he finally staggers out, holding his neck. And Owen is smelling a victory here, smelling the chance to get to the finals. Kid is barely near the ring, and Owen just crushes him with a baseball slide drop kick as he's getting towards the ring.
Yep.
And then from there, it is a 3-minute sprint of madness, and these two put on a tremendous match for a 3.5-minute match.
Absolutely.
Honestly, it may be the best sub-5-minute match in pay-per-view history for them.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, it really is. And I don't know if did they ever wrestle on Raw?
Yes, they fought after Brett beat the Kid. Owen, of course, always having to one-up his brother, a few weeks later fought the Kid, and they had a very, very good match on Raw. You with me? I thought I heard something.
Oh, there you go. I got so excited that the mic popped out of the laptop. So okay, yes. Just like when Blazer and Perfect fought at WrestleMania 5, you wanted that match to go another 5 minutes. You know. So Owen Hart hits ratchets up the sharpshooter. Kid is already in pain from his neck.
And it was on the August 15th Raw. These two would have their rematch. Okay.
I'm sure that was an exceptional match again as well.
Yep. Yeah, this match, again, if you haven't seen it or want to see it again, it's only 3.5 minutes, but it is really, really, really good.
Yes. So your King of the Ring finals match, Razor Ramon versus Owen Hart. And you still thought Razor was going to win, huh?
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't see Owen winning. I guess at this point I still wasn't taking him seriously as anything more than... I know the whole thing, he had beaten Brett, but he still a little bit seemed kind of just like a mid-card guy. Razor, you got to remember, I mean, he was heavily pushed as the IC champion. He had lost his belt to Diesel, and it just seemed likely that he was going to win this tournament and then go back to regain his title again. So,
all right. So,
especially the year before with the face winning, I think part of me didn't really see a heel winning either. So,
well, we will have that finals match in a little bit. We're going to take a breather, because Art needs a break. He needs a nappy time. So, and I think Gorilla needs a break with a couple of shots of Joy Juice after having to deal with all that. If I hear Art ask one more time, how much does this guy weigh? I swear to God.
On the video I'm using, they have a counter, so that was the 5th time.
All right. We still got a tag team championship match. We still have our tournament final, and then a very unusual main event. And I know this might cause some vitriol with some. I'm curious to see what the PTB Nation's feedback is. Because I remember hating it to death. You kind of softened me on it a little bit, but I still don't think it's a great main event. But anyway, we'll get to that. First off, though, why don't we take a breather and talk to our good friends from WrestleChat.net. Because...
the hell is this shit? Got chocolate or something on.
How many pro wrestling news websites do you visit to get your daily news? 3, 4, maybe 5? Do yourself a favor and make that number 1. WrestleChat.net, the only professional wrestling news site that brings you all wrestling news all day long, and is home of the critically acclaimed Still Real to Us podcast, starring former CZW, ROH, and ECW announcer Eric Gargiulo and the champ,
Jeff Beck.
That's WrestleChat.net. WrestleChat, it's where it's at.
Can't believe you. Kick him in while he's down. WrestleChat.net, your home for everything pro wrestling, all of your news and notes, WWE, TNA, and all that too. Some UFC. Of course, our weekly Cornucopia Fun and Games podcast of headlines. We have our news and notes. That's gotta be Kane! Wow, we are looking far ahead, aren't we? It made me lose my train of thought. Thanks. If you look to the right of the page, you of course will see the PTB Gnome. Click on it. You'll go right to our Podbean page. And you can listen to our podcasts. So enjoy the wonderful website that is WrestleChat.net. Your home for everything pro wrestling. Of course, they have a great message board and the champ and the announcer. Although they're not Art Donovan by any stretch of the imagination.
No one is.
No one is. At this point in the show, Gorilla wants to throttle him. Savage must be drunk at this point. But we still have a few matches left. We take a breather. We still have the finals match to come. But first, since our last pay-per-view, and I'm sorry, my friend, but we have new World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Champions. I'm terribly sorry.
Well, that didn't surprise me a bit because Lou Albano is a big, fat, sloppy pig.
Indeed
and that
he is.
Fucking big, fat, sloppy pig slops his way back into the promotion.
Yep.
And lo and behold, pads his fucking stats with another tag team title reign.
Glomming on to somebody else's coattails.
Oh, I hate him. I want to fucking choke him with his rubber bands.
On the May 2nd episode of Raw, the Head Shrinkers, who turned face right after WrestleMania, defeated the Quebecers. And suddenly, Captain Lou Albano is their manager. Co-manager, because Afa is, of course, still there.
Right. The whole thing was that he had been scouting teams for a while. He was at WrestleMania, and then he managed the Samoans back in the day. And so he said, I can help them regain the greatness that they once had. And he's able to get a tag title shot for them. They built it up, and they win. They defeat my Quebecers, who had a great tag team title reign. The Quebecers would get a rematch on the King of the Ring preview, the Countdown to the Crowning show the week before this. And that would unfortunately be their last match. So, very sad ending for my boys.
Yes. Thanks to that big, fat, sloppy pig.
Ugh, fucking.
Wow, is he? Here's a good question. We have to put this poll on the Place to Be podcast Facebook page. Who is my PIC's most reviled manager?
Oh, it's Albano.
Is it Captain Lou? Even more than Frenchie Martin, huh?
Frenchie was just useless. Albano was a thorn in my side.
Bane of your existence.
He belongs in the sink with the cunt.
Big, fat, sloppy pig.
Oh, fucking, I hate him so much.
Anyway, Head Shrinkers take on...
This is a Skyway. $600 there, Art. Huh? 600 pounds plus.
Huh?
I can't follow. How many guys are going to wrestle now? Just 2 against 2. Oh, 2 against 2. These guys He's got a Pacific Islands or what? He's got legs as big as most people's bodies. Randy, I can't see. The guy's got the flag.
That's power with Yokozuna.
Huh? I can't believe a man could be that big. Look at the size of it. He'd take over a whole defensive line. He's going to go right through the concrete floor. We're going to watch his level fall into our table here. There goes the ring. Who's the fellow with the American flag?
Art Donovan, that's Lex Luger.
Oh, okay.
Art Donovan, I got it.
Who's that guy? It's like, oh, okay.
Oh, right.
I like how he goes, how much does that guy weigh? 600 pounds. Eh?
Oh! Of course, the match is the Head Shrinkers defending their tag team titles against Crush and Yokozuna, Mr. Fuji's two guys that he's put together and aligned them here for a tag
It's kind
title
of a cool
shot.
team. I like that.
Yeah, it made sense. They worked well together. Yoko, of course, getting de-pushed a little bit after losing his world title at WrestleMania. Getting to the feud here a little bit with the Head Shrinkers. And, of course, you have the whole Head Shrinkers Yoko tie. For those in the know, the little Samoan tie there.
Yep.
And as we talked about, Luger and Crush have been costing each other their qualifying matches and having their feud on TV. And here, Luger comes out, distracts Crush just long enough for Samu to pin him with a super kick and retain the titles for the Head Shrinkers. So pretty good tag title retention for the Head Shrinkers, despite them being on my shit list right now.
And Crush really becoming a good, solid mid. He's almost like IRS. He's turning into a good, solid mid-card big guy. And Yoko takes a spell, lets the main event picture kind of shake up a little bit. Did Yoko get a rematch on Raw with Brett?
I don't think so, actually.
Never got his rematch. Son of a bitch. So, in what was a pretty good title defense, nothing crazy, nothing offensive, good solid match. The Head Shrinkers with that big fat sloppy pig retain the tag team championships. They would hold it for a while, a couple more months anyway.
Yeah, they had a decent reign. I mean, it just kind of came out of nowhere. All of a sudden, they turned the face and they won the titles. Like, they didn't really have much of a build to that. They just, I don't know if the Quebecers were just leaving, so they had to get the titles off them, or if they left because they lost the titles. I'm honestly not really sure.
Yeah, I don't either.
But I just remember being really upset about it.
Yeah, and this match not on any compilations either. Very weird.
I mean, it's nothing special.
Yeah, well, I wonder if they would have had to give Art O'Dono. I think he's passed away now. Any residuals from? I probably wouldn't even have noticed. Oh, look at his checks in the mail. It's my friend Randy.
So just to give you a little bit behind the breakup of the Quebecers, they broke up at a house show held at the Montreal Forum on June 25th. After a loss to Head Shrinkers, Pierre and Polo turned on Jacques Rougeau, Jacques. After a few minutes of Jacques being attacked in front of his hometown crowd, Ray Rougeau, who had been an announcer for the French language broadcasts, ran to the ring to save his brother. This angle led to Rougeau's first retirement match, which over the next few months was heavily promoted on WWF TV shows in Montreal, as well as in local media. The match was held on October 21st, 1994, drew a sellout crowd of 16,843 to the Montreal Forum, which saw a victory for Rougeau, where he pinned Pierre with a flying body press. It was accompanied by Ramon, and used Queen's song "We Are the Champions" as theme music for the night. And of course, they'd be wrestling again as a team in 1996.
Yes. So look at that. They even made them break up and heel on each other. Oh, you must be devastated. And you know why? That big fat sloppy pig
had to run his fucking mouth.
Yeah.
Get himself involved.
He thinks he's involved. But he wasn't booked.
He shouldn't have been booked, and he shouldn't have been involved. He should have been jumping on a trampoline somewhere. Not doing tricks.
All right. Out doing
waiting
tricks.
for the phone to ring. Because you never know when that next call is going to come.
Yeah, well, so was he. You wish that call never came.
Check it out. But I'll be sure to come back when the Lakers beat the Kings and Men.
Yes. Can't wait till we get to that. Sorry. Okay. Time for the tournament final. And what looks to be a pretty good match, actually. The King of Hearts, Owen Hart.
Right there.
Razor's going all the way to the finals. You might be the man to have picked the king.
And then he'll be the king. He'll be crowned the king, right?
He's got to beat the Rocket. He's got to survive the Rocket.
All right. These people are going crazy, these fans. Oh, he looks ready to go. He looks ready to go. I wish he'd get rid of that toothpick, though. This guy over at the Razor Ramon really outweighs him, what, by about 30 pounds? That's what I say. This is unbelievable. These guys are so well trained. They could play a football game forever. You know what? I think that Razor's going to lose. I think this other
wait a minute, Art. You predicted
I know.
beginning of our program.
After watching the show, I think the other fella's got a little too much for him.
It's a man's prerogative to change his mind. Is that what you're trying to say?
Right. Thank you very much.
Look at the Rocket. He's incredible.
Come on, Razor.
A 60-minute time limit right here.
How can they go that wrong?
Oh, wait a minute.
Well, I don't know.
So they pick Razor, or he picks Razor, then he changes and says Owen's going to win, and then he roots for Razor a minute later. It's pretty funny.
You know, we should mention, by the way, that the night before.
Let's save it. We'll talk about that for the end. We'll talk about it at the end.
Okay, I wanted to make sure we don't forget.
Okay. I think
right.
Art. This was a good pay-per-view for Art. The fact that it was a tournament, so he got to keep seeing these guys, because it made it even funnier that he didn't recognize half of them the second time around and the third time around. Like, I'm glad. Like he I don't know. I liked him being involved in a tournament. I think that was a good fit. So if he wins this, he's gonna be king then, right? King.
You notice Gorilla just stopped talking at this point. He was done. The match is good. No, not great, but pretty solid. And we see another returning relative. What happens in the end here? What's going on?
Well, the Anvil comes back out, and now you're wondering what the hell's going on. Is he going to help Razor? Seemed like maybe he would. But he actually, Razor's on the floor. He picks him up and clotheslines him. Throws him back in the ring. Owen hits an elbow off the top and wins and becomes king. Surprising victory in my eyes, and apparently 99% of the other fans expected him to win, and I was the only one in the dark. But so he ends up winning that, wins the title of King of the Ring, and now Anvil is aligned with Owen, and Gorilla and Savage kind of start piecing things together, realizing, wait a minute, this is a setup, and now it looks like the Anvil only helped Brett keep his title so he could keep it on Brett for Owen to go after him. And that's kind of revealed here as we go along. So
right.
The Anvil is now with Owen Hart, backing him up. They go to the coronation area. The Anvil puts the cape on him, or the cape and the crown, and gives him the scepter, and Owen proclaims himself to be the King of Hearts. And once I heard that, I realized that I should have picked him from the start, because how could they pass up something as great as that?
Right.
King of Hearts nickname. So, it was very fitting for him to be the king. The nickname fit, everything fit right into place for him. And of course, he is now the reigning King of the Ring. Doing what his brother did. Another thing, too, that we probably should have seen coming, that not only did he beat his brother at WrestleMania, but now he's topped him. He's the King of the Ring, again, just like Brett was the year before.
Right. And now there's only one thing left for Owen to do, and that is take his brother's World Wrestling Federation Championship. We'll get to that, though, next week.
So now, let's compare the tournament from last year to this year. Just the tournament itself.
Okay.
What do you think? Better? Worse? Same?
Well, quality-wise, definitely worse. The matches in '93 were better overall. In terms of storyline advancement, this one definitely had more stuff to it. Last year, the '93 King of the Ring was just simply to give Brett a payback for getting stuck in the wazoo at WrestleMania 9. This one, they used guys in the tournament to kind of advance other storylines.
Well, so mainly, and the storyline within it, with all the Owen stuff,
right,
as you see him getting more and more confident as the tournament goes on, and he's so aggressive and taking out the kid to get to the finals, and then the plan unfolding with the Anvil, it really makes it a much tighter storyline threaded throughout the tournament.
Right, exactly. So, Owen wins the King of the Ring, and right now is, I don't want to say he's the top heel, but he definitely went up many notches by the end of the show. Now, I would have been perfectly happy with the show ending here. Unfortunately, we have one more match to talk about. It's the second time this year that we have a main event that we probably could have done without. For some unusual reason, we have a match here between Jerry the King Lawler and Rowdy Roddy Piper. Now, it starts because obviously Lawler has a interview segment, as my PIC mentioned, the King's Court. I guess Piper was also given one called The Bottom Line.
Yes, where he would basically, a lot of the times he was just like on movie sets or somewhere else, and he would have sent it in like via fan cam kind of. And Lawler, of course, took offense to that, but he had also been running his mouth about Piper's poor refereeing work at WrestleMania. So he'd been called Piper out on TV,
right,
laying the groundwork for this match here, and he was calling him out and saying he sucked, and then pissed off that he had the show, and they started taking jabs back and forth over whose show was better. So Jerry Lawler, never one to let things lie, has his episode of the King Court where he brings out a scrawny little kid dressed as Piper and does an awesome dead-on Roddy Piper impression.
Yes. Yes.
And you may or may not know, but this is the segment that actually spawned the infamous Josh Richter version of Roddy Piper. So they come out, he mocks Piper, the fake Piper, and fake Piper does his thing, and he makes him crawl on his knees and kiss his feet. So that was really the main build-up for this match. And of course, this is Piper's first pay-per-view match since WrestleMania 8.
Yes. Although the kid that was on the King's Court never said that he bit the burger.
No, he did not.
Which is a great Josh Richter line right there. Anyway.
And of course, he's played to the ring by the bagpipes here as well.
Yes, that was cool. That was cool, I admit that.
Let me ask you a question. Did you two guys act like that in the ring when you were wrestling? Do you think the Anvil? I'll tell you, I can't believe this whole show. The shape these guys are in. It's unbelievable. Now, was he the king at one time? Jerry Lawler? I tell you, he should have been a preacher. This is his vocation. He's not very well liked, is he? Well, he's really mad, huh? I don't think Roddy Piper likes this guy. Billy Connie hasn't thrown a punch. I think Piper's in trouble. We've seen that many times before.
You know what, Art Donovan? I think you're right.
And that brings an end to the story of Art Donovan.
Yeah. I think Savage is even done with him at this point.
Well, it's funny because that first clip where they talk about the Anvil, and he asked them if they acted like that, and Savage has his back to him, and Gorilla just totally ignores him and starts talking about the angle, and they don't even answer him. But it's kind of, it's like they went out of the way to want to confuse Art Donovan by having this big tournament to crown the king, and then they have the king, Jerry Lawler, come out. You can just tell he was like so fucking lost. He's like, I don't know what's going on.
I never even thought of that. That's pretty funny. But I just never understood what the whole point of this match was. I don't. I don't understand the point of this match. I don't understand the point of this storyline. I didn't get it. I don't know why they had to pull Piper back to have a match. Considering one is just as bad as this one was. And I remember when we first reviewed this show, I destroyed this match. When we officially put it on our message board, bigelow34.proboards.com, I softened on it a little bit. I think I graded it. I gave it a 2. I think I originally gave it like a 0.5 out of 5. But I just didn't understand why we couldn't just end the show with Owen on the throne with a scepter and Anvil there. Everything would have been great. Instead, we have this, and this was just not good. I just didn't understand what made them have to put this match last. I bet you Vince, if he was focusing on this, would not have put this match on.
I think having the match, it kind of had, well, I guess it didn't have to be last. It was kind of a big deal at the time, honestly, though, for Piper to be wrestling. I mean, it wasn't that big of a joke. And going into it, I mean, Lawler had actually had some pretty decent matches and angles in the WWF at this point. So it couldn't be completely looked at as like, oh, these two old fucks are going to the ring and slowing things down. I mean, I think heading into it, I think we're looking at it in hindsight and seeing how crappy it ended up being. It's 12 minutes and not booked the best way, but going into it, I don't think it was looked at as like a joke of a match. I mean, I think it was built pretty well. I think Lawler was built as a very effective heel, and Piper was pretty over. I mean, he had just come back at WrestleMania, and he was looking strong and looking good, and I don't think, and don't forget the last match we had seen Piper in was against tearing the house down with Bret Hart. So it's not like he had this run of like 5 years of garbage, and then we get this match. And so I think just heading in, it wasn't that bad of an idea. Just not in execution, it doesn't end up being that good. So, and the fact that it ends the show, but I could see why they didn't want to end the show with Owen. I mean, I get it. And I get why they couldn't do the title match last either, because you don't want to end with Diesel and Shawn. Plus, you needed that to be earlier to have the Anvil story play out.
So. Right, exactly. So I don't know. I guess you're right. I guess it's tough to hindsight's 2020, and at the time they probably thought this was give a spike on pay-per-view for having Piper come back. Maybe they didn't think the match being any good mattered, but I just wish it was somewhere else on the card. But I guess you had to do what you had to do. The match is not good. At least my opinion of it is. Maybe a lot of you think it's good. Well, we'll get to the feedback in a second. Maybe some of you like the match. That's fine. That's fine. I don't know. I thought it kind of buzzkilled Owens' win a little bit. But if to get Piper on pay-per-view to spike it, I can understand that.
Yeah. Plus, they wanted to obviously. Yeah. Exactly. They needed. I think they still were kind of worried a little bit about not having that Hogan draw. And they figured having Piper on there would maybe help add some buys to the show. And of course, this was on Father's Day, this show as well. And I think a little bit of it was they were saying like, get it as a Father's Day gift, and maybe they were hoping the nostalgia of these guys would help with that maybe as well.
Yeah, that's entirely possible. The crowd was...
I remember thinking that because they have the Piper kid come out, and he ends up helping Piper win. And then he celebrates with Piper after. Piper actually puts him on his shoulders and walks around the ring. And I remember thinking if we were wondering if that was actually one of his kids, and this was like a Father's Day thing. We weren't sure because he obviously sounded like him. So
right.
I don't think it was proven that it was, but yeah, and that was okay. And of course, for the second time in the show, we have an awful finish where Piper does this like back suplex. I think it was supposed to be like a bridge, but his shoulder. I don't know. It's just really ugly looking. And along with the IRS Mabel match, we have two of the worst pinfalls I've ever seen in one show.
Yeah, exactly. But at least, Jerry Lawler bit the burger at the end of this match. So, okay. There is your King of the Ring 1994 pay-per-view.
Is he dead, Gorilla? Now, it was also during this time that they were really focusing on the new generation, with Hogan officially gone and some of the other guys petered out. They started doing a lot of those vignettes focusing the new generation, the new stars. And it was funny that this was the main event of the first like real true new generation pay-per-view, but that was a big thing going on at this time, was the new generation.
Yes, and they had Art Donovan in the broadcast table. Yeah, that's a new generation for you. But, of course, he maybe gives this... He alone might have put a half tick on the final grade for the show for both of us. I don't know what we would have graded it if
I mean, nostalgia-wise, I always loved this show. This is another one we ordered at my house. I really enjoyed watching it live, and I always enjoy going back and watching it. And yeah, Art Donovan does play a big role in that, because he is pretty entertaining to listen to. He's funny as hell. Always cracks me up to listen to him. And I thought the storyline here was very good with all the Owen stuff. And, of course, the Bret Diesel match was very good as well. So
right. Yes, it was. Absolutely.
I mean, the only real dogs are the tag matches, not much to it, and then the main event. But other than that, I mean, the matches are all pretty good.
Yeah, they are all pretty good. All right. Now, we were saying earlier, we were holding off. The night before, they had the first official... Now, we said that the WWE Hall of Fame was created in 1993 by inducting Andre the Giant.
Mm-hmm.
But 1994, they actually had a class, per se.
Yes.
And they had a ceremony the night before. The following people were inducted in 1994. Arnold Skoland, the Golden Boy, former manager of Bob Backlund. Oh, man, we're getting close to little Bob Backlund time. Outstanding.
And Arnold will play a role in that.
Yes. Bobo Brazil, four-time WWF United States champion, was the U.S. heavyweight champion in the NWA, and plenty of regional titles. Nature Boy Buddy Rogers, who was inducted by Bret Hart, by the way. He had passed away, I think, the year before, or earlier that year, so he was inducted. Chief Jay Strongbow, one of the greatest WWF wrestlers of all time, inducted by Tatanka.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Classy Freddie Blassie, former legendary manager and wrestler.
Buddy Rogers passed away on June 26, 92.
Okay, so it was a couple years. Okay. You know who inducted Classy Freddie Blassie? Shane.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense. They were so close with the family, but it's kind of weird.
Right. Yeah. Gorilla Monsoon. You know who inducted him? Jim Ross.
Well, I mean, this ceremony is very different than the one that we see today.
Yeah.
Obviously, it was just held in the Omni Inner Harbor Hotel. It was just in a ballroom. Regis Philbin actually was the MC for the event, which is pretty funny.
That's awesome.
But yeah, you could tell it wasn't like a big deal who was inducting who. They just had people to give little speeches and they accepted and got their plaques. It wasn't. I don't know if it was open to the public or not, but
no, I doubt it was.
So
and finally, James Dudley, inducted by Vince, and he was the former arena head. He ran the Cap Center in Landover, so and he was very close friends with Vince Senior.
Yeah, wasn't he? I mean, the joke is that he was Vince Senior was like limo driver or whatever, right?
Yes, yeah.
But he also was a manager and he wrestled as well, so it's not like he was just some scrub. But I know Meltzer always kind of craps on him. And of course, the story goes over time, Dudley's role with the company diminished. He ceased working for them. Shortly before Vince McMahon Sr. died, he told his son, who had taken control of the promotion, whatever else you do, you take care of James Dudley. So there you go. He's put back on the payroll at age 74, got several gifts.
Yep.
Described as an important cog in the company. And Vince also always just paid him great respect. So.
Yep. So there's your 1994 Hall of Fame class. And we'll have a couple of years worth of them. Next year we'll have one.
Hang on. He ended up living in D.C. after retiring. 37 grandchildren, 34 great-grandchildren, 16 great-great-grandchildren. He passed away in 2004 at the age of 94.
Wow. God bless him. What a great family. Wow.
He actually played Negro League Baseball for 9 years as well.
Good for him.
Yeah. Quite a life for James Dudley.
A charmed life. Indeed. Indeed.
And he's inducted to the Hall of Fame in the Charm City.
Exactly. By his beloved boss's son. Vinny Jr. So next year, the King of the Ring, the Hall of Fame will be in June again. Then the following year, it's in November, and then we don't have it for 8 years because during that time nobody cared about history, I guess. But well, they had other priorities. But we'll get there. So there is your 1994 King of the Ring. We hope you enjoyed it. It was a kind of an alternative approach to the show tonight. Before we get to that, before we finish up, though, of course we have plenty of feedback.
Yep.
We'd love to hear what our PTB Nation. I'll let you go first. I know you don't want to read Corey Ferreira's. he's still your Paul Orndorff of PTB Nation. So
very angry.
You could start with the art director.
All right, the great Jason Greenhouse, who answered the call to action. Put the graphic up on the Facebook page, chronicling the assholes of the week. So thank you, Jason.
Excellent.
Damn you, Art Donovan. I feel bad for Gorilla Macho Man having to deal with that dope all night. With the exception of the Hot Rod King disaster, I enjoyed the show. Diesel, Owen, Yoko, the head shrinkers all continue to be pushed. And welcome back to the big fat sloppy pig Lou Albano. Brett versus Diesel was a great title match. Loved seeing the Anvil return. Pretty obvious he was going to turn heel, side with Owen, but he was just what Owen needed. Seeing Owen with that crown on his head still makes me laugh to this day. He looks so ridiculous, but what a great memory of Owen that is. Owen and the Kid had the match of the night. A pretty good show with a disappointing main event.
Okay. The Paul Orndorff of PTB Nation, Corey Ferreira. What can you say about King of the Ring 1994, but Art Donovan is a bad wrestling announcer? What makes it worse is that this is Gorilla's last WWF pay-per-view as announcer, and he had to do it in the presence of how much does he weigh among the other sound bites of the night. Well, of course, Corey, you were incorrect. Gorilla has one more pay-per-view after this. Now on to the event itself. I enjoyed this King of the Ring not as much as 1993, but it's a good show. The Nash-Brett program was good, and I liked seeing HBK in Diesel's corner for a change, though not the best match the two would have. You could see the continued push for Nash. He's the IC champ and facing the WWF champ. Owen winning the King of the Ring is great. His push is continuing well, and for the second year in a row, a Hart wins the King of the Ring tournament. It would play a role in building Owen's gimmick as a heel for the next few years and the next pay-per-view in August. The Piper-Lawler stuff is not good. I enjoy the Lawler segments on Raw leading up to the match. One of them is on the Raw Season 1 and 2 DVD from last year. And the big fat sloppy pig himself returns to pay-per-view for the first time in quite some time. Overall, an enjoyable show, especially compared to the horror of this show a year later. Don't remind us.
Eric Caffiero. Oh, Art Donovan, I love this guy. He is what the website WrestleCraft is made for. He should be the new Raw GM.
Why don't we take a quick, before we go any further. Let's take a quick peek and see when he passed away.
Did he pass away? I thought he was still alive.
Oh, he is still alive. Oh my God, look at him.
Yeah, I thought so.
He's 86.
Yeah, you put the poor guy in the grave.
Oh well.
He's your age, and you're putting him in the grave.
Gorilla wanted to that night, so yes, he's 86 years old. Still alive.
He still pops up, like I said, a lot on NFL films and shit like that. So.
Yeah. Anyway, he's from the Bronx, actually. Sounds like it too.
He made it a guest appearance on the Nickelodeon show The Adventures of Pete and Pete.
Oh God. All right, Kevin Bowers. This was the first pay-per-view I ever attended, so luckily my memories of the show were not ruined by Art Donovan's commentary. Brett Diesel was a pretty good title match. Seeing the Anvil return was awesome, although he did cost Brett the match, but that wouldn't be the last time we see of him. As for the King of the Ring tournament, I was rooting for Razor to win, so I was upset when Owen won, although looking back now, it's one of the standout moments in his career. Piper King was pretty dumb, but seeing Piper live was pretty cool.
Jeremy Nichols. I've never been a fan of Owen Hart, but it's clear he was not the only choice for winning the King of the Ring that year. Not only does it, that he was the only choice, rather. Not only does it add more credibility to the Rocket, but it pushes him towards SummerSlam. As for the rest of the card, well, it's not so bad except for Lawler Piper. Brett Diesel I thought was a fun match, and once again showed Brett could work with anyone, regardless of size. I give the show a B, and he said he would rather forget about Lawler Piper as well.
The Master of the Apostrophe, J. Arsenio D'Amato. Asshole of the Week, retroactive to 1994. Vince for allowing RDD on commentary. Who's this guy? How much does he weigh? Did you guys used to do that in the ring? I'd rather hear Justin do El Gigante for 3 hours.
Arsenio D'Amato, the El Gigante fan. Thank you very much.
Dennis Stamp was waiting by the phone.
He'll never get booked. All right, Mike Wilkinson, Triple Hermit. RDD was horrible. Oh, and shout out to Wilkinson as well. He wanted to answer the call for the Asshole of the Week. He was going to start working on it, but the man Greenhouse stepped up before he could. So
that's okay.
RDD was horrible. I'd rather have listened to Jim Duggan and El Gigante do color commentary and a Dennis Stamp match and listen to this idiot. I wish Artie wasn't booked because he knew no tricks. I would have paid the difference on his ticket. I think this is a solid show. I always like Nash and Brett's matches. Doing another IC versus WWF title match was a little soon for my liking, but not enough to downgrade the show. Owen needed the win. It was a good one. Putting him with Anvil was a good move. Another solid King of the Ring. By the way, I will never refer to Triple Hermit in the third person again after being compared to T.O. Damn it, I did it again. Okay, after this time. Keep on rocking.
You're a good man, Mike. Jared Incel. After kicking off 1994 on a strong note with both the Royal Rumble and WrestleMania 10, the WWF follows it up with a half-baked King of the Ring pay-per-view. This event, I wanted to maybe say that. While this event pales in comparison to its client, the 1993 predecessor, it is far better than some of the King of the Ring shows we will have to endure in the coming years. The bad has already been mentioned by others, namely Art Donovan on commentary and Piper and Lawler closing the show. To this day, I still have no idea why the hell the WWF did this. I mean, seriously, what the fuck, Vince? I concur, Jared. The rest of the card is pretty decent. The tournament may not have been as memorable as the one in 1993, but having Owen win it made for a nice moment. Owen's match with the 1-2-3 Kid was an obvious highlight, and it may be the best match of all time that was under 5 minutes. Brett vs. Diesel was a solid title match and was instrumental towards building Big Daddy Cool as a contender. Overall, a mediocre yet decent show. I also just realized that Lex Luger is not present on this card. Very surprising considering the time period.
Other than Art Donovan, the King of the Ring from 94 is a solid pay-per-view. Owen running through the tournament. Jay Hinchy, I'm sorry.
Right, okay.
Running through the tournament with 3 good matches against 1-2-3 Kid, Tatanka, and Razor to become the King of Hearts. A decent WWF title match between Brett and Big Daddy Cool, which showed the return of Jim the Anvil Neidhart, leading to Anvil helping Hitman retain the gold, which would make sense later in the night. Piper vs. King is an okay main event, and the tag title match of the Headshrinkers vs. Yoko and Crush is alright. So a fun King of the Ring, and is pretty memorable overall.
Okay. Sean Watts. King of the Ring isn't a bad pay-per-view, just the commentary sucks, due to Art Donovan not having a clue about anything. Owen vs. Razor's final was good, and they could have used it more in Owen's feud with Brett, due to Brett beating Razor in the first round the year before. Sean from Rotherham, England.
Oh, good. Thanks for checking in from across the pond.
Yes, exactly.
Matthew McKinney, M to the A to the B-E-L. I'm glad Mabel could spell his own name. Another good show, and I'm glad they kept giving Owen the push he deserved. It made for an excellent summer between him and Brett. Also, I don't know why Art didn't do another show for WWE.
You know?
I know why he didn't, but I wish he did. Personally.
All right, Rob King. Up until this time in the WWF, if there was a face world champion and he was not put in the main event, that meant the heel was going to win the title. So when Brett Diesel got put mid-card, my first thought was Diesel was going to win. I was so confused when it ended in a DQ, and I couldn't figure out why this was in the middle of the card. Of course, later in the night, we found out why it was there. 1-2-3 Kid and Owen Hart, I think still to this day, is the best 4-minute match I've ever seen, and the main event between Piper and Lawler dips down into negative star range. How much does this guy weigh?
And finally, Dave Hall, a pretty decent show. Owen Hart takes off where his brother left last year, puts on some great displays against different opponents, continuing his rise to the top. I love his acceptance speech, ushering in the King of Hearts gimmick. Brett and Diesel put on a decent match in the middle of the beginning of the 2-year series that I've always liked. The addition of Anvil to the storyline was great, and by the end of the night, everything made great sense. The head shrinkers against their cousin Yoko and Crush is entertaining, and I was glad to see the shrinkers running with the belts for a while. It's a shame that the addition of the big fat sloppy pig, actually, I'm so glad that's taken off as his nickname, actually seemed to water the gimmick down some. The only drawback to the show was the Lawler versus Piper match, which was a ginormous waste of time and the crap commentary of Art Donovan. It was unacceptable to be on pay-per-view, and to have to need Gorilla and Macho Man explain the rules of wrestling to this moron. He makes Hacksaw Jim Duggan look like a certified genius. But the rise of Owen continues as we prepare for his pay-per-view title match against Bret Hart. So there you go. That is King of the Ring 1994. We also got to give a special shout-out to the man Derek LaRue, the king of our fan club, of course, are crafting a bunch of those Art Donovan clips for me. So thank you, Derek.
Yes.
We hope you all enjoyed it. This was kind of an express episode. We got through this one pretty quick, but Art Donovan hopefully helped carry your entertainment value as well. So, and that is it. You have anything else to add, Scott?
Nope, I'm done. Thanks, Ardo.
Yes, thank you, Ardo. And we will be back next week with the headlines in the NFL Week 10 preview. We'll wrap up Week 9 as always. We'll continue our preview of Survivor Series, which is coming up pretty soon. We'll be talking about the shows you and I will be attending.
Yep.
And next week, we'll be back with the Vintage Vault for SummerSlam 1994. Another great show we're looking forward to. So,
yes.
Until then, visit us on the message board, Bigelow34proboards.com. We just posted our No Mercy 2006 review. Check that out. You can visit us on Facebook or on Twitter, place number 2B podcast. Hit us up there. We're tweeting out every now and then.
Yes.
So that's it. Until then, Scott, I have one question for you.
Yes.
How much does this fellow weigh?
This is Hello Kitty bedspread, sad and funk, mixed with Egyptian with a little rap and pump, zap and Eric Clapton, shattering, zapper, crunkin', yeah, baby. I want another crack at ya. You can beat me with any spatula that you want. I mean, I really want your badger, cunt. Nick, you had your fun. I've come to kick you when you sack a jump. Man, I could use a fresh batch of blood. So prepare your vernacular for Dracula, act-punk. Jack pipes from Baghdad. When will it never cease? For Pete's sake, he's crazy to say the least.
The Place to Be podcast is a proud member of the History of WWE.com website. The History of WWE.com features thousands of complete cards and detailed results from throughout wrestling history from legendary promotions across the country, in addition to informative columns and reviews. It is, of course, also the official home of the Place to Be podcast and Scott and Justin's pay-per-view reviews. Visit us at thehistoryofwwe.com or on Facebook by searching for History of WWE or the Place to Be podcast. For anything and everything wrestling, the History of WWE is always the place to be.
Yeah, Frank here, he's got his own billiard room. Yes, it's what do you call it, Kramer? The billiard room. No. The name. The billiard? Not the billiards. It was, come on, Rudy, come on. We call it the place to be. The place to be, yes, it's the place to be. Then I shall be there.
Now, it's time. Live and in living color.
The Grandy Man can.
Time to play the game!
Well, you always left me satisfied and smiling, so.
That's what she said.
Why do I want this?
Yeah.
Because I want to make bank, bro. I want to get ass. I want to drive a Range Rover.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, it is now time for the Place to Be podcast. And now your hosts, Justin Rosero and Scott Criscolo.
Place to Be Nation, welcome to another great episode of the Place to Be podcast. I am your co-host, Justin Rosero. With me, as always, is my PIC, Scott Criscolo. Scott, how you doing?
Good evening, JR. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to episode 81 of the Place to Be podcast as the numbers tick away towards the big C note. And tonight, of course,
I can't believe the whole thing.
it might be half your age, Art, but It is number 81 as we get close to the big C note, which Art's pretty close. As a matter of fact, I believe he's 94. Speaking of 94, how about that for a segue? Tonight on the Place to Be podcast, it is, of course, our weekly trip through V Squared. That is, of course, the Vintage Vault. And tonight, we are in the summer of 1994. And we're heartfelt greetings to a certain family. Because tonight we're going to focus on the family. It's a Hart family reunion.
WWF, oh yeah. Buckle your seatbelts because it's gonna be a bumpy ride. And I promise you, and I guarantee you, it's gonna be the most electric, the most fun that you've ever had in your entire life. Look at this crowd right here. It's unbelievable. And right over there are two guys that are gonna kick it off. One is Jerry the King Lawler, and he ain't no king. And the other guy is Vince McMahon, and he's a friend of mine. Take over while I do the thing in the ring.
Very emotional.
Yes, sad moment.
Very, very emotional. For on this evening will be the last time you see one of the greatest performers of all time on WWE television, WWF/E television. Tonight, in the Vintage Vault, we bring you SummerSlam 1994. That, of course, was the open, usually given to you by either Gorilla or Vince, the 8 welcomes. Welcome to, welcome to, welcome to, welcome to. But on this night, it was delivered by someone with a little more effervescence. That is, of course, the voice of the Macho Man, Randy Savage. And indeed, he was the host. They wanted to give him something to do anyway. Why don't you, before I set the stage, why don't we just put this to bed now?
Yeah, Randy Savage's final WWF pay-per-view appearance.
Yep.
He would remain in the Raw commentary booth into October, and at that point, his contract was up, and he had to decide, did he want to hang on as the WWF's goodwill ambassador and Babe Ruth that Vince McMahon pictured him being, kind of taking that spot as Hulk Hogan was now gone? Or did he feel like he still had something left in the tank? He did. He felt like he could still go. So he left his contract. Vince McMahon actually wished him a farewell on an October Raw, a little emotional moment. And then on WCW Saturday night in December, he made his debut. Jumped ship with his good old friend Hulk Hogan and all the rest of the crew. Mm-hmm. And then he would remain there until 2000. Finishing up his career, he would hit a couple indie shows after that, a couple spots in TNA, and he was one of those guys that everyone always waited. When's he going to come back? When's he going to mend the fences? Never really happened until the very end over the last couple of years. It was starting to crumble a little bit. It started to thaw a little bit with the WWF, or now WWE. He made the video game. He was doing some appearances. But as we chronicled back at our tribute show back in, I think it was 32, his life unfortunately came to an end when he suffered a heart attack in May of this past year, 2011. So that is it, unfortunately, for the Macho Man. He's provided us with many great moments, many great matches to talk about here over these last however many vaults we've done here, and 40 something, I guess. However many we've done. Feels
pretty
like
close.
Rest in peace, Randy, and of course, we always implore you to go back and listen to our great tribute to the Macho Man we did after he passed away.
Yes. Yep. I'll have to count. I don't think it's that many. It's probably what? Oh, no, it might be close to 40 now that I think about it. You figure 4 a year for about, that's 20. It might be close. Maybe we're in the low 30s probably.
Yeah, probably around there.
Pretty close to 40. This is a sad one for someone like me who started watching wrestling even before Savage came on the scene in 1985. Every time we've done a vault, pretty much since WrestleMania 9, I felt like a little bit of the Federation years just slowly starts to wither away. And there's still some guys left in the company at this point that still you point to the quote Federation years, which a lot of people consider the timeline between 1985 and 1993. But with Savage gone, now you really feel like now we're in now the new generation is here. Now it's officially it.
Yeah, and it almost like he sets it up. He passes the torch with his little intro there, saying, this is the official the show led by the new generation. So he kind of cues it up for us.
Exactly, and that's it. So a sad moment because we would know that 16 years or 17 years later, his life would end, and he would never come back.
His body slammer around the world won everybody's vote. It almost knocked the hole right through the bottom of the boat.
I wish he was still with us to do that now.
Yes.
But and you know what? Deep down inside, as much as people think he's a cold bastard, I think Vince regrets it too.
I'm sure.
I'd like to think he does. God rest your soul, Macho Man. You will always be part of the place to be family. Always. All right. August 29th, 1994. Live from the brand spanking new, shiny, just out of the box, United Center in Chicago, Illinois. So for the first and what turns out to be only time in the long history between the World Wrestling Federation and the Windy City, we have a Chi-Town pay-per-view not at the Rosemont Horizon. And as has been mentioned in the past with you and I on past shows, this is officially the first event ever in this building. I'm glad you find it so funny, Art. Obviously, later on that year, within a few months, the Chicago Bulls and the Chicago Blackhawks would set up shop here and have ever since.
Mm-hmm.
Old Chicago Stadium would be no more.
And then, of course, WCW would take over.
Yes, and Vince would go back to. Now I don't know if it was just a relationship. Maybe he didn't like the way the people. Maybe he didn't like the way the building handled the show, or maybe he just was too. Maybe Rosemont had something going on that night and they couldn't host it. I can't imagine what they would be doing.
I think it was just a pride thing, taking over this new building. Being the first show to emanate from this building. So I think that was mainly the reason. Then he wanted to go back home to Rosemont, and then of course WCW did come in and sign an exclusive deal, so it didn't matter anyway.
Right. So this would be the only time that the WWE would have a pay-per-view in this building. But what I find funny is, and we're not getting into it now because we're going far in the future. We can talk more about that point when we get there. But even after WCW went under, throughout the entire decade of the 2000s, Vince still never goes back there.
Yeah.
Figured
stay loyal to Rosemont.
Yeah, I mean, you would figure when they go back for WrestleMania 22, you thought he'd go there instead, but he didn't. He went to Rosemont. So, anyway, tonight we are at the brand spanking new United Center, and within a couple months, both the Blackhawks and the Bulls would start anew. By the way, it would also be the last year. We wouldn't really get this for another 3 years, but this was a very Special year for the NBA, 94-95. Just on a side note, because I was watching some games over the last few months at work. This would be the first year of the United Center, but for you, my friend, and for me, loyal, longtime New Englanders, this would be the final year, calendar year, 1994-95, of the Boston Garden.
Yep. A lot of changes. Arena world.
Yep. Well, it would close up in the spring, and then in 1995, what would start as the Shawmut Center, then, of course, would become the Fleet Center, and now is, of course, the TD Garden. Anyway, your announcers, back in the saddle, if you will, Vincent Kennedy McMahon, fresh off his acquittal and out of the neck brace.
Yes, magically healed.
Just imagine trying to do this show with a stupid neck brace on all night. And of course, in the color seat, Jerry the King Lawler. And of course, the Macho Man, your host. Your attendance sold out, 23,000, definitely a sellout. Buy rate 1.3, which actually isn't bad, not bad. And of course, your celebrity guests. We have a couple of celebrities. Leslie Nielsen.
Oh, all right, never mind.
Oh, okay, well, sorry. The cops. Well, you had it in the intro on our page. By the way, follow along, of course. Bigelow34.proboards.com. We'll get into the rest of those guys later. All right, we'll get into them later. But we have a couple celebrity guests. They don't start at the beginning. We'll let you know why they're on later. We have one dark match.
And there's actually some backstory to this match. It is Adam Bomb taking on Quang. Of course, they were both managed by Harvey Whippleman for most of 1994. But on May 28th, in a King of the Ring qualifying match between Bomb and the 1-2-3 Kid, Kid won after Quang attempted to interfere on Bomb's behalf. Quang accidentally spit green mist into Bomb's face, allowing the Kid to get the victory. Whippleman had Bomb and Quang work as a team, but the problems continued to develop over the weeks, and eventually they'd have an argument when facing 1-2-3 Kid and Sparky Plug, and they would end up splitting and facing each other on house shows leading up to their big, huge dark match here, of course, which Adam Bomb would win.
Yes. So there's your dark match. We have 7 matches on the show tonight. A few of them are pretty solid, and we have a couple of duds. But
interesting show, though.
Yeah, good, interesting show. Let's get started. We had a tag team match between. Interesting little team here. Mm-hmm. What did you book this match?
I know, huh?
IRS and the great Scott Charles. Parentheses, Bam Bam Bigelow, taking on the World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Champions. Wait a minute.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah. No longer the World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Champions, the Head Shrinkers.
All right, we got a lot to talk about here. First of all, let's get into why IRS and Bigelow were teaming. That's because over the summer, Ted DiBiase decided to get into the managerial game and fired up his own corporation. His first find was the returning Nikolai Volkov. Nikolai had been in the crowd in this cheap-ass suit every week on Raw, just kind of sitting there, and it was eventually revealed by Vince and the other commentators that he was broke and looking for work. So DiBiase hired him as his slave, basically, and his whole goal was to embarrass him. So Nikolai wore these little tights with the cent sign on them, and early on it was made like he was being forced into it. Eventually Nikolai just became one of DiBiase's loyal soldiers. It actually lasts for a while, into 95.
Right.
And then he would also sign up his good old friend IRS, who's his former tag team partner, of course. And then Bam Bam Bigelow split ties with his main squeeze, Luna Vachon, and he also hooked up with DiBiase. And DiBiase had one other charge that we'll get to later. So
yes,
the $1 Million Corporation in full effect here, just getting started. It looked like his men were in line for a tag title shot. Of course, it was hinted that DiBiase was throwing his money around and was able to get them this title shot.
Mm-hmm.
But on August 27th at a house show in Indianapolis, the Head Shrinkers lost the tag team titles to Shawn Michaels and Diesel, the Richer and Rosero Pulaski Street Dream Team.
Yeah, really.
And it's funny because it was actually that morning, Shawn and Diesel were guests on Regis and Kathy Lee, and they came out with the belts, and that's how we found out. Because actually was off for, it was still the summer, was off from school, and I remember watching because they were going to be on. Of course, anything Shawn Diesel, I was there. And they came out with the titles, and I couldn't believe it. Actually, I think I still have the show on tape somewhere. So that's where they were first announced as champions, and then Lawler mentions the title change as the Head Shrinkers are coming out to the ring here. So what was originally supposed to be a tag title match is no longer a tag title match. So this is a straight-up tag opener. IRS and Bigelow and the Head Shrinkers.
What was really the point of that? The night before? I mean, really?
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't just at least... I guess they probably wanted to show off Shawn and Diesel as champions on the show, doing the whole thing with them having all the gold and stuff like that. I mean, whatever. It's not like IRS and Bigelow were built up as major contenders that had earned this big title shot. So,
right.
I can see maybe why they would just keep it on them for one last show and have at least a tag title match on the show. But I'm fine with it not happening.
Yeah. No, either way is fine. The match itself is, pretty straightforward. Nothing earth-shattering. What were you thinking at the time about? Were you getting excited about this this DiBiase? I mean, you knew it was going to happen eventually. If he was floating around the company, it was like a perfect natural progression for him to have a nice stable of guys. You know,
with Lawler back in the mix, it was obvious he wasn't going to be the main color guy at all. I think he was still. I think he was doing Challenge at this point, if I'm not mistaken. It was either him. I know Johnny Polo was doing some commentary work as well, but I'm pretty sure DiBiase was on Challenge. And it made sense. He was such a good talker, and I think they just assumed his heat would naturally carry over to these guys,
right.
and he could be their mouthpiece. IRS and Bigelow, decent talkers, but DiBiase, they could play up the whole him throwing his money around and buying these guys title matches and everything else. So I liked the theory. I thought it was definitely going to work, only because DiBiase is such a good talker and a good heat magnet. But it'll be something interesting for us to chronicle over the next year or so to see if that really came to fruition.
Yes, exactly. Because he would gain guys and lose guys over the course of of time, and we'll document it. The match isn't bad. The DQ ending was pretty dumb. I don't know. It really wasn't necessary. You should have had just a clean finish, but. The match itself is pretty basic. The crowd was hot. I tell you something. I liked the open where they were showing like the dark and all those like circles. That was like their cool little thing, like those circle lights that floated around the arena.
That was the new generation. That's it. They found their new lights and their new little, what are those things called that they put over the lights to have the little
like the cutout kind of things.
Yeah. And they had each guy's
shapes.
Each guy's little symbol or name graphic would twirl around in the ring, and that they were starting to experiment a little bit with pyro for a few guys. So this is definitely the next step in the evolution of their presentation.
Yes, and they would have the open, that like octagonal or hexagonal looking thing with the logo would be there, and then the little screen would raise, and So I mean, they've been using that for a while. Glad you find it so funny, Vince. Hope you're excited. But this match was not. Hey, look, just saying. Maybe you thought it was great sitting at ringside, but at home, and I remember watching this show. Actually, no. This broke my streak of watching live SummerSlams. This was the first SummerSlam.
I don't do any tricks.
Probably could have used it in this match. Yeah. This was the first SummerSlam I did not watch live. I rented it a couple months later.
This is a memorable one for me. This was actually the night before I started high school, so it was very interesting. It was kind of my swan song to my youth. So
yes.
I like this opener obviously because I like the four guys involved. I liked the look of this arena. It popped to me. It was like very open and very. I know it's weird to like define shows and looks by color, but it was always like a blue feel to me. It was like very blue, and but just it almost reminded me of WrestleMania 3 in a weird way. Just the crisp look of it,
right?
And I remember I remember the quality of the show always resonated with me because my cousin, for some reason, he purchased like an 8-hour tape instead of a 6, and he recorded it in SP, and it looked awesome. And I always remember watching this show and like really enjoying the whole look of it because the quality was so good. And the sound and everything, it just always kind of resonated with me. But, Alpha interferes at the end, and I guess they don't want the Head Shrinkers to job again, coming off the tag title loss, and they wanted to still keep them fairly strong. And of course, you didn't want to have IRS and Bigelow lose right off the bat. So, you have Alpha come in, acting like the idiot, and starts hitting everyone. So, I mean, it's fine. What are you going to do?
Right.
It's an opener. It didn't mean much. The match itself is fine, so I'm okay with it here. I mean, yeah, of course, clean finishes are always preferred, but in this case, I'm cool with it.
One of my most recent lasting memories of this show is one of the few times that you actually came to visit me, and I was watching this show for us to prepare doing the written review, which of course, as I mentioned, please follow along with us tonight on bigelow34.proboards.com, and you were sitting on my couch.
P.S. Your cunt is in the sink.
Well, I'll tell you something. After eating that chili, there's going to be more than something in my sink. But yes, I remember you. You looked a little peaked while I was watching this show. Didn't you have you had some hallucinogenic dream about Razor Ramon or something going on while you were?
Well, I was. That's when I was working full time here in Rhode Island, but I was coming back there to help out with the NFL Network preseason stuff, which I had done on my previous job, and I was just. I was driving down there Friday after work and working overnight, and then crashing on your couch and going back. I was working crazy hours, so I was. Yeah, I was definitely out of it watching that show that day. I just needed to crash big time.
Yes, but I remember you went to Bobby Valentine's, which the first one here in Stamford, 2 towns south of me, and I believe you said you had some...
kind of disgusting, despicable.
Well, if you would have had this chili, you would have said the same thing. And yes, I remember I was watching our next match actually, and you were in some kind of strange haze, but that's one of my lasting memories of watching this show. But yeah, so there's your opener, and nothing fancy, nothing great, decent little tag match to get the show started. Crowd looked like they were excited anyway, so you probably could have had nothing going on in the ring and probably would have gotten away with it. Our next match, I guess you could say that probably fits it perfectly. Our next match is one that gets you very excited because it's, again, one of your favorite stars of the mid-'90s. And that is your World Wrestling Federation Women's Champion. Excuse me. The exciting and vivacious Alundra Blaze. And she took on...
Bull Nakano.
Yes. quite the opposite of what she looked like. Excuse me. Still trying to kick this cold. My apologies. A World Wrestling Federation Women's Championship match. The first time in SummerSlam history we have a women's title match. And these two were actually having a pretty decent feud, right? Throughout the last couple months.
Yeah, Luna couldn't get the job done herself against Alundra Blaze. So, of course, as we detailed, WrestleMania 10 was the women's champion. So she brought in Bull Nakano from Japan, or Bull Nakano. I'm doing the Savage version of it.
Nakano.
Bull Nakano. So they had a pretty good feud. Bull, jumped Alundra, and then she ran through some competition on Raw, a few different ladies that they brought in. And they were built up for the show here. So going in, I think probably amongst a smart community, they knew what was coming. Us fans at home that weren't really up to speed on the Japanese women's scene probably weren't expecting too much. But Bull Nakano is an awesome women's wrestler, and yes. Alundra, Medusa could hang with her for sure. And this is a very, very good match. It's up there definitely as one of the greatest WWF women's pay-per-view matches ever. We both gave it a 3.5. Bull really beats the crap out of her, but Alundra hangs in and eventually hits her with a nice stiff German suplex into a bridge. 8 minutes they gave them. And it was exciting. It was a good match. I really liked it. And Alundra defends her title, good solid defense, but this feud definitely is far from over. And what did you think? Did you gravitate to Bull? I know she's physically your kind of woman, so.
And I love the hairstyle too.
Yes.
At the time, yeah, because the women's division had been kind of out of it for a few years, and we were not ready for the quote unquote word diva had not been in the vernacular yet. So we were still looking for women's matches that had some teeth to them. So I liked Bull Nakano because I think it was nice to see this beauty, and I knew who Alundra Blaze was, obviously, because I knew her as Medusa Michelli in WCW. So I knew she was a good wrestler, but it was good to make sure that they would bring in some good talent on the other side. And, and Vince was still in that Federation philosophy of, big monster heels, and didn't matter whether men or women. She was definitely a force to be reckoned with. So I gravitated to her in the sense that it was good to have Alundra Blaze have a solid opponent and not just a big fat, crazy looking monster. She could really move. She was, in a weird way, her move set kind of reminded me of a female Bigelow in some ways. She moved really smoothly in the ring for a big woman, and Alundra was a solid foil for her.
And Bull's finisher also was impressive. It was a top rope leg drop, so she could move and she could fly a little bit. And I always enjoyed this feud. And it's funny because we've talked about it over the last couple years with the shows starting at WrestleMania 9, but Luna Vachon, kind of an underrated promo. When I was watching those Raws from mid-93, early 93, she was actually very good getting her points across, so not a bad little mouthpiece for Bull as well. She's got the natural Luna heat with her as well to really, obviously you don't need much during this time. If you were Japanese, you were a heel, so that was more than enough. And of course, she had the great Orient Express music, so that added to it. But the feud was solid, but the match is very good, and it shows that maybe they actually were going to be serious about women's wrestling this time around. Yeah,
and it would last for a little bit anyway. So our first real good match of the night, and I was feeling good. Again, I didn't watch this. I watched this. I was looking forward to this show after I was reading it in the magazines, and when it came to my Blockbuster, I rented it immediately, and was looking forward to the show. And after these first couple matches, I thought, wow, this actually turned out to be a pretty good show. I wish I had watched it live. And our next match continues the high energy. No, not the tag team.
Yeah.
Although you would love that. We have our second championship match. It is for the World Wrestling Federation Intercontinental Championship. Your champion.
I can't believe the whole thing.
I can't either, Art. Your champion, Big Daddy Cool, Diesel.
Yes.
Who, of course, won the title back in April against Razor Ramon.
Hey, I may have
Are you going to pick him to win it, Art? Are you going to remember? Let's hope you remember.
I like the other guy to win.
Yeah. I thought you picked the other guy. Oh, wait, I did. Never mind. So, there you go. The Click members collide.
I don't know, man. I don't know. She's just acting real funky.
Oh, good Lord. We got a couple years before we have to deal with that. So, Big Daddy Cool defending his Intercontinental Championship against Razor Ramon. Now, going back to the style of cheap pops, Razor Ramon would have, of course, Sean would be in Diesel's corner. Yes. Sean getting his summer vacation as a reward for staying and putting on an awesome match.
He's actually back in the ring at this point now.
Was he back? Okay, I wasn't sure if it was until September.
He made his return. Well, no, because they won the tag titles, obviously.
Oh, that's right. Yes,
and
of course.
Let me just double check. I'm pretty sure it was August 1st, if I remember that date correctly. He made his return to the ring on Raw, and he fought Razor Ramon in a WrestleMania rematch. Let me just confirm. Yes, August 1st. Him and Razor had a 23-minute match on Raw.
Wow.
And Sean won with a roll-up after Diesel interfered. So that's actually on the Hits from the Heartbreak Kid. I think that must be an old tape, right? That's not one of the DVDs, is it?
No. That's definitely an old tape.
And it's actually on the Best of Raw seasons 1 and 2 as well. So
really, that 23-minute match?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I remember. It's a really good match. It was his first match since WrestleMania.
Oh, I'll have to find that. That set's got to be cheap now. I'll have to take a look.
What the hell is this shit? Red chocolate or something?
Good Lord. What a mess. For those that don't know, well, you know what? I'm going to make you guess who that is. You probably know anyway.
No, they know. Who doesn't know that?
Yeah, that's true. That, of course, is Jake the Snake from Beyond the Mat, where he's a drooling vegetable in the hotel room, doped high on more crack than you could possibly purchase. Now, two things stick out of this from the start for this match before we get to the match itself, which I liked a lot, as did you. Number one, the cheap pop. Sean is in Diesel's corner, and in Razor's corner is former Chicago Bears great, future NFL Hall of Famer, the late great Sweetness, Walter Payton. And of course, cheap pop for the Chi-Town crowd. Oh, and incidentally, before we move on, the day before this show, they had that charity softball game between WWF Superstars and the Chicago sports media, newspaper writers, radio guys, probably Mancow probably played in that game.
Yeah, I think Mancow was the guy running that team against Lawler, I think.
Yep. And that's when you got to see the other talent of the Macho Man, because he cranked a monster shot home run in that game. So you catch it if you have the Coliseum video, which I do. They mention it somewhere in the show. I don't remember where, but they do talk about it. I don't know if they mentioned it. Do you remember them mentioning it live? They probably did, right?
I think they show clips of it actually on the show.
Yeah. Okay. They do it on the Coliseum video as well. Anyway, so Walter Payton, Chicago legend, number 34, Sweetness, is in Razor's corner. The other thing, now, you and I have been Federation fans. We've been company men for a long time. And they have been the masters of merchandise production. There have not been many ugly things.
No, I wouldn't say that. There's been a decent amount of ugly things.
A decent amount, but a lot, not many since the Attitude Era. But the mid-'90s had their share of failed experiments, and one of them, and you and I each had a friend, or in your case a relative, who purchased it. On this night, they debuted a brand new Razor Ramon T-shirt. It was this gaudy-looking banana yellow shirt with a huge half of his face on the front of it. It was the ugliest thing I think I'd ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it was pretty grotesque.
It probably goes down as one of the 5 worst T-shirts the company ever made. But again, yes, I know, and you made the point, and overall the point makes sense. It was the bright colored era of the new generation. So the color thing is not the problem. The design and the scheme was just a disaster. Remember Razor wore banana yellow tights, so it made sense. The shirt itself, though, was a colossal piece of crap. And my friend Gary, who liked Razor, and one Friday night, school had just started. I was just starting my senior year in college, and it was Friday night. I was getting out of class. Him and I were going to go to the movies and hang out, and he pulls up in front of my house, and I look at him. I go, I can't believe you did it. He goes, what? I can't believe you actually. And how much were the T-shirts then? Were they 20?
Yeah, probably around there.
$20. I said, you actually wasted $20 on that? He goes, what? I thought I liked Razor. I'm like, I know, dude, but seriously? What are you afraid of getting pulled? What are you afraid of? If your car breaks down, you don't need to light flares? You could just wave in the middle of the road? I ripped the shit. I mean, the guy was one of my dearest friends when I was a kid and when I was in college and high school, but that was one of the ugliest pieces of shit I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it was an odd design for sure.
Yes. And as mentioned, your cousin owned one as well. Mm-hmm. Poor guy. Vinny. Do I know Vinny? Is Vinny the
man you affectionately call Giambi?
Giambi. Ah, Giambi, yes. Good man. Bad shirt. Good man. All right. There's your match. And the match itself, 2 click guys. You're going to expect a colossally great match. And it was.
Did you mention? I know you were teasing it, the guy in Razor's Corner?
Yeah, I said Walter Payton, yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you finished.
Yep, and his son. Yeah, Walter's son was there too.
Yep. Jarrett Payton.
Right? Was his kid there too? Yeah, Jarrett Payton. Who would end up going to... Where did he go to college?
I'm not sure about that. I know he made the NFL. He played for the Titans for a while.
Yeah,
where did he go to school? Where else he ended up, but...
I don't know if he went to same
He
school.
comes in the ring. He comes in the ring at the end. But Walter, I think it was a good piece of celebrity usage here. Obviously, Walter Payton was a god in Chicago.
Yes.
And it was good to... I mean, Razor didn't really need the additional pops anyway, but it was cool the way they had built Shawn as being this troublemaker through all these, over the past few months. And obviously, Brett needed someone to back him up against Diesel and Shawn, and now Razor does the same. So I thought it was a good touch. Peyton doesn't get too involved to where it's like overbearing or obnoxious. He just chases Shawn around a couple times, and I thought it was fine. I thought it was a good piece of usage of celebrities.
Yeah, I agree. Now it's going to kill me. I have to look it up. I'll have to look it up during our break because I got to... he went to... His father, Walter, went to Jackson State, probably one of the greatest black college players of all time. But I don't think his kid went. I think Jarrett went to a kind of more high-profile school. I'll have to look it up. Anyway, the match is very good. And
he went to Miami.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, so he definitely went to a more high-profile school. Okay.
Then he was undrafted. He played in the Canadian Football League. And then was signed by the Titans, where he played, looks like for a couple of years, and now he's still in... Well, he went back to the Canadian League, and now he's in the Indoor Football League.
Oh, okay.
So more than you ever needed to know about Jared Payton.
About Jared Payton. Now I just want to know what school he went to. But that's good. Now, the one thing about this match I like is that a lot of times when you talk about the talent of the Clique, you usually think of Sean as the central piece, and he wrestles everybody else. But this is the first time you actually get to see the other two guys, the other big dudes, have a really good match. Again, usually Sean dictates the tempo against the other guys, but here we get to see the two big guys, Razor and Diesel. And I thought they put on a tremendous match. You know, Razor, it's making an analysis like this is kind of sad considering what's going on in his life now. But Scott Hall definitely, when he really didn't have his head up his ass, was one of the best in-ring guys of this 4 or 5 year run.
No, definitely.
When he really wanted to get the job done, the guy put on great matches. And what I loved here is he actually, for a guy who was 275 pounds, actually played a good small guy in this match.
Yep.
You know, he played the good small guy, which is great. Diesel was the big man, and he let Diesel dictate the tempo.
Yeah, he's a great talent in ring, on the mic, character-wise was tremendous, and obviously we'll detail his spiral as we go along and into what he's become. But here he was in his prime as far as being a top-level character goes, and he was very, very over throughout this whole summer, throughout this whole feud. And it's been a good feud. Razor and Sean have been battling since December. Diesel got in the mix, stole his title, and now Razor gets revenge. They have a good 15-minute match. Lots of action, a lot of activity around ringside, a lot of heat, a lot of excitement. And, of course, the most important part, outside of Razor Ramon regaining his title, is, of course, how the match ends. And that's when Shawn Michaels comes in the ring. Diesel holds Razor up. Razor ducks, and Shawn super kicks Diesel. For now, it looks like a little bit of miscommunication between the new tag team champions. But as we will see over the next few months, things would start to degenerate a little bit more.
No pun intended.
Yes.
But yes. So, Razor Ramon, once again, World Wrestling Federation Intercontinental Champion. Second time. And Diesel is a little pissed. Just a little. But it might have been just an accident. Just an accident. Accidents happen. For now. We'll get more into it. That's a good match. Let me check our good man, the Broham, Graham Cawthon. That match is on nothing. That match is not on anything. In fact, this show, there's only one match that's on anything.
Right.
And we all know what match that is, but we'll get to that in a minute. So there it is. Razor Ramon is your new World Wrestling Federation Intercontinental Champion. Second time for him. And but a good match. I suggest looking for it. It's one of the best. If you have the Coliseum video as I have, or if you have you have it right off the pay-per-view, right?
Yep.
Your copy. So if you have that, if you taped it right off TV like he did, like Justin did, or if you have the little cooler compilation. It's a match, definitely, if you've never seen, definitely watch. It's one of the unheralded matches of that show. A lot of people think this is a one-match show. It certainly is not. Certainly is not. And this match is that we just watched. We talked about a great women's match, and also this match. Diesel and Razor put on a great match here. One you should definitely check out if you can find it. See if it's on YouTube or. Our next match. I'm looking forward to this because I want you to. This is all you, my friend.
Oh yes.
The build for this one is just so colossally hysterical.
I love this.
I'm not going to take. I'm not stealing your thunder. I'm letting you. This is all yours. Our match.
What kind of disgusting, despicable lack of respect is that Billy What's-His-Name show booking a match for the total package Lex Luger and Super Brawl? Super Saturday? What is it? I don't know what it's called. What is it called?
Super Brawl Saturday.
Super Brawl Saturday? Can he afford to pay me to wrestle around? I don't know. I'm one of the biggest legends and stars ever in this. God! And your t-shirts are too tight too, Billy! And you book a match with me against Ryan Keelings? Look at me! I'm a total package. I will rip him apart. I'm pissed now.
Well, you would end up being pissed Big time at the end here. Our match is Lex Luger, your aforementioned total package, taking on
that motherfucking Native American, Tatanka.
Ladies and gentlemen, as always, our Argentinian freedom fighter, El Gigante.
This is all I have to say about this fucking prick. He gets the chance to beat the Ludwig Borga, and he fucking blows it on the superstars and ends his streak and gets hit with the chair.
Pretty much. Now, where were you, El Gigante, at Super Brawl Saturday?
At Super Brawl Saturday, I was supposed to fight for the Ron Killings, but the Lex Lugers took my spot. His shirt was too tight and mine was too big.
Lex Lugas?
Lex Lugas, yes.
He sounds like a librarian.
He is, a librarian of my asshole.
Hey, earlier tonight I was talking with our good friend Dr. G. We were watching
the Dr. G's. We don't care about him.
We were watching a match from Capital Combat 90, and there you were in your big Super V vest there.
The El Gigante was there.
You looked really great. I have to say.
I always look good, you son of a bitch, you old piece of shit. I saw a picture of you tonight. You were singing some kind of song. Was that the Justin Bieber you were singing?
Yes, no, I don't remember what that was, but that was for that was the song for our good friend the Lithuanian lover boy or whatever the hell the Liverpool lover boy.
You look like you're in the midst of going down on the Rotellers.
All right, go back to your
goodbye.
fighting.
Goodbye.
Go back to fighting freedom in Buenos Aires. Okay, there you go. Anyway, okay. Tatanka is who, of course, he's talking about anytime we mention Ludwig Borga. Taking on the total package Lex Luger. You're wondering, why are two babyfaces fighting each other? Well, why don't you, my friend, paint the lovely picture for us?
Okay. Over the summer, in June, Ted DiBiase comes out, starts talking about the fact that he had signed Lex Luger to join his corporation. Now, not a lot of people believed it at first. No one thought Lex Luger would sell out to Ted DiBiase, but he kept pushing the issue and hinting at it, and on 7/18, Luger actually earned an IC title match with Diesel. And during the match, Ted DiBiase was at ringside rooting him on. They would go to a double DQ, and DiBiase was very upset that Luger didn't win the title, kind of stomping around. Later in that show, he had a little face-off with Tatanka at ringside, and they were arguing, Tatanka saying he wasn't sure, he didn't know if Luger really would have sold out, and he called out DiBiase, and DiBiase said, oh yeah, well, I bet you can't even beat Nikolai Volkov, and we'll put $10,000 on the line. And one of my favorite, and my little inner circle of friends' favorite Raw moments where Tatanka repeatedly keeps saying, yeah, well, I'll take that bet. Yeah, I'll take that bet. I'll take that bet. He says like 4 times in the span of like 40 seconds. That was one of the things we always repeated over and over. So, of course, the next week, Tatanka would defeat Nikolai in the $10,000 challenge. And as the weeks went on, Tatanka started to kind of believe the rumors, and he kept questioning Luger, kept calling him out, saying that he had sold out to DiBiase, and Luger kept denying it. He said he did have a meeting with Ted DiBiase, but that he did not sign a deal. And DiBiase kept saying, yes, he's mine. He's all mine. He's part of the corporation. Tatanka kept arguing about it. So Luger says, fine, you know what? Let's have a match at SummerSlam. Me and you, two guys that had been prepped as good friends since 1993. We're going to face off here to, I'm not sure what they were looking to prove, Luger.
Yeah, I don't either.
Somehow defeating him was going to prove he wasn't lying. But, and of course, it was hinted that DiBiase would be with Luger here. Now, many of you know the fallout from the match, obviously, and it was telegraphed a million ways from Sunday, and that is Ted DiBiase ended up hooking up with Tatanka. It was Tatanka who had sold out all along, and DiBiase helps him defeat Luger by distracting him and throwing some money at him, or handing him a bag of money, and Tatanka rolls him up, and then they kind of look at Luger with the money, and then they attack him, and Tatanka now becomes a heel. But in the funniest bit of all this is earlier in the show, they had the little hotline segments where they'd be backstage and some of the wrestlers would be on the hotline. And I can't remember if it was DiBiase that was being interviewed or if it was Luger or Tatanka. Do I have it in here? I think it was just Pettingill asking fans if... Oh, yeah. Was it...
So it was
either at SummerSlam... Hang on. Okay, there were 2 times it happened. The first time was actually on the SummerSlam Sunday Night Slam show. Remember, we watched this as well, where Vince and Jerry Lawler were taking live calls.
Yes. Yep.
And a fan called in and said he thought Tatanka sold out, and Vince kind of cut him off and hung up on him. And that whole show was tremendous. It's all the loser fans with hang-ups and crank calls. You could tell they were way in over their heads. And then earlier on this show, Todd Pengill's asking different fans, like, who do you think? Do you think Luger sold out or not? And one guy goes, I think Tatanka sold out. And they quickly talk over him and cut him off. It was pretty funny. So 6 minutes, quick match here. Tatanka wins, is now a heel. Now, and I want to know what your thoughts on Tatanka turning heel are. Do you think it could have worked if they went the route we've talked about before? If he, I guess it wasn't as big at this point, but if he became kind of the money-hungry casino kind of Indian with the suit, or I shouldn't say Indian, Native American in the suit, saying that that the white man had stole his land and he was coming for revenge and he was a businessman looking, if he did that kind of thing instead of he ended up just keeping the same exact look and everything else and just was a heel now.
Yeah, the only difference really was his color started to get a little darker.
Yeah,
he would start wearing like darker brown and black, and instead of the lighter brown and that kind of thing. But I think that would have been funny. He walked around with like a suit and that, and he keeps his hair, but he walks around in a suit and a briefcase, and looking sleazy, and why not? I mean, you got to totally do a 180. All of a sudden, he's just the same. And then he ended up becoming a big loser after this. But I mean, that's neither here nor there. But,
well, as we see, unfortunately, he just. Like other guys will see as we go along in these shows, once they're pretty good faces because they can sell and make good comebacks. But when they turn heel, it's just not the same because they don't have the offense to carry the matches.
Right? No, they don't. They don't. The match is kind of it's all right, not great. These two actually would have had a better match a year and a half earlier at King of the Ring when Luger was the heel and dictating the tempo. For some weird reason, the match was actually better.
Well, this match, they don't give him a lot of time here. I mean, this is all about the storyline.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I understood the heel turn. It seemed like right after WrestleMania 9, Tatanka's face character quickly got stale. Mm-hmm. It was like almost immediately. So this was probably long overdue anyway.
Yeah.
But it would have been nice to see like a different kind of sleazeball with a briefcase and, going to different cities and saying, we're closing up a couple of schools to open up a casino and, like sleazy things like that. I think that would have been pretty cool. He could have been working with DiBiase as like his money man, kind of like they could have had like this sleazy money grubbing thing going on. I think that would have been a good idea. I think it would have been a lot better than just turning him heel and just being some dude. It's not
another
like
guy that they hoped DiBiase's heat would rub off on to help turn him heel.
Yeah, well, you could slowly see over the next 6 months that, and this, I don't know how to say this without insulting DiBiase because we love the $1 Million Man, but it just, I don't know, just wasn't there. But we'll analyze that more as time progresses. But so the whole time I would love to have seen Lex Luger turn heel again. I think that would have been even better.
I almost feel that they should have went that way. It's almost they telegraphed it too much. They should have had Luger turn heel. I think he was better suited for it.
Yeah, because he's a disgusting sleazeball anyway.
Yeah.
So Tatanka is now firmly in the camp of the $1 Million Company, $1 Million Corporation, and Lex Luger looks like a fool again. So after two straight, so we're batting about 500 so far. We've got two really good title matches and then two kind of flat average matches. So before we move on to the next flat, we actually have and this show continues to go up and down anyway as we move ahead, but right now we'll take a break and kind of chomp on that heel turn and talk to our good friends, the announcer and the champ from WrestleChat.net. Because
the promotional considerations have been paid for by these followings.
How many pro wrestling news websites do you visit to get your daily news? 3, 4, maybe 5? Do yourself a favor and make that number 1. WrestleChat.net, the only professional wrestling news site that brings you all wrestling news all day long, and is home of the critically acclaimed Still Real to Us podcast, starring former CZW, ROH, and ECW announcer Eric Gargiulo
and the champs Jeff Pex.
That's WrestleChat.net. WrestleChat, it's where it's at.
Jeff's Pecs. sounds like a gym. Let's go check out Jeff's Pecs.
Shut up, you asshole. Go back and sing the Beavis.
the Beavis. and Lex Lucas. WrestleChat.net is your home for everything pro wrestling. Of course, our weekly news and notes segment on our Cornucopia Fun and Games headline show is brought to you by our good friends there. Everything WWE, TNA, and some UFC as well. Of course, the champ and the announcer there with their podcast. And, of course, you can link onto ours. Right on the right side of the page is the PTB Gnome, El Guiante's pet. Click on it, and you'll go right to our Podbean page and hop right on with us. So go to WrestleChat.net. It is your home for everything pro wrestling.
And before we do move on, we should take a moment to wish our good, dear, long-time, close, personal friend, the Liverpool lover boy himself, Matt Rotella, a happy birthday.
Yes. I forgot it's November. Yes, it is his birthday. He still looks like a 9-year-old with glued-on hair, but that's okay. I did not see him today. I had the day off, but I'm sure he was swearing up.
Consider yourself one day luckier if you didn't see him.
Yeah, exactly.
I have to deal with him twice later tonight.
You do, huh? Oh, that's right. He is going to the. Yes, for those of you who don't know, of course, we are big college hoop fans here on the Place to Be podcast, and you, my friend, later this evening are going to your first Friar game of the year.
Yep, I'll see him there, and then we are going to celebrate his birthday at Trinity Brew House down in Providence.
Ah, the brew house right across the street from the Dunk. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, only him though. He schedules the party for like 6 hours after the game's going to end. The game's at 2:00, but for some reason we're going across the street to the bar at 9:30. So only him.
What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? Jog up and down the escalators at the mall?
The George Scott of booking plans here.
Well, I get to see him back-to-back nights next week because we're actually going to see the Friars on Monday at the arena at Harbor Yard against Fairfield, and then the next night we'll be back because, as you know, your humble correspondents will be live for WWE programming next week. My PIC and my friendly mortal enemy, Rob Houston, heading to Boston Monday night for Raw. You'll see the return of the great Mick Foley. And the Liverpool Loverboy and I will be Tuesday night back at the arena at Harbor Yard for SmackDown. So, of course, we will give you a full report on that Wednesday night on our headline show, Cornucopia of Fun and Games. But that's Wednesday. Let's talk back to tonight. Back to the United Center in Chicago for SummerSlam 1994. Like I said, we batted about 500 so far tonight. We've got 2 really good matches, both title matches, and 2 kind of flat average matches. We move on to our next match, which is really... What is going on here? This is Vince. I don't think if he was in prison now if he was convicted of the steroids or whatever and he was in jail, this match would never have happened. But this is Vince. This is Vince's handprints. Jeff Jarrett. Of course, your cousin's number one guy. Taking on... There he is.
Get that fat ass of the Purple out there and tell him to rap. Then get him back to his cage.
That's right. Mabel, 1/3 of the new edition. He's our candy fat ass.
Yes.
And this match is just so bad.
And there's really not much of a build here. Obviously, like we talked about, they wanted to keep Mabel. They liked him as a big, happy face. So with Mo out, they wanted to kind of keep him in the singles spotlight. Jeff Jarrett really didn't have much going on at all here. And so the week before the show, they had him have a little confrontation in the aisle on Raw, and Jarrett kind of avoided him. They built it up as country versus rap. Because obviously these two men completely epitomize the 2 genres.
Of course, absolutely. Not exactly Mr. Perfect versus the No Limit Soldiers, that's for sure.
No, this is the country megastar versus the king of the New Jack Swing, Mabel.
Lovely. New Edition versus, Conway Twitty?
Yes, Conway Twitty.
Trying to think of some bad country guy in the 80s.
When we talk to Stevie Richards next time, I want to see why he didn't use that name instead. The king of New Jack Swing, I think that would have been
the king of New Jack Swing, yes. Probably because he was working with New Jack in ECW, perhaps.
Yeah, but New Jack wasn't New Jack.
Well, yeah. That's true. That's true as
He
well.
was rap. He was hardcore. He wasn't New Jack Swing, man. New Jack Swing's Boys to Men, New Edition.
Right. Yep.
What is that asshole's names?
Johnny Gill?
No.
R. Kelly?
No.
Bobby Brown?
What is it? We're just listening to him today. The guys, Color Me Bad.
Color Me Bad? I want to sex you up, Vanilla Ice.
Yeah, but there was another. Oh, no, it was another one I'm thinking of. Not Color Me Bad. Fucking A.
Crisscross?
No. Well, yeah, they're considered New Jack Swing as well.
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to drive me insane now. I got to try and find it.
You know what?
Belle Biv DeVoe, that was definitely New Jack Swing. That's not who I'm thinking of, though, but that is definitely New Jack Swing.
Blackstreet? No.
They were kind of fringe swing. They may technically be considered. I'm looking.
You know what? We'll have to save this for our return to.
Oh no, I'm gonna find it right now. I'm looking through my playlist here.
We are gonna return to the time machine with our men Reesh and Jordan Duncan at some point to talk about early '90s New Jack Swing. So.
De La Soul. That's what I'm thinking of.
Oh God, De La Soul. Oh, yikes. Good Lord.
Don't you hate on De La Soul?
Is that like Rex in Effect?
No, that was
zoom and a boom.
No, that was yeah, that wasn't them. That was
commercial rap.
Yeah.
All right. Before we continue on deeper into this genre and start pulling out what's it, Casey and JoJo or something. Yeah.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, tell me, mirror, what is wrong? Can it be my De La clothes or is it just my De La song?
They need Oscar rapping that. All slow.
Yeah.
Is it just my De La Soul?
Yeah, because if you try to do it, that's going to be more like just my Great. We're gonna get Facebook messages to this one.
Hey, you're the one who's talking jive, not me. I'm just talking about New Jack Swing. You're one step above the Rotella Silverback.
And from that comment, he's world heavyweight champion now. All right. Okay, enough's enough. As much as I'd love to, as much as it's better to actually listen to this wonderful music than actually talk about this match,
yes,
we have to talk about
these matches.
We have to talk about these matches. And this match is absolutely abysmal. So why don't we move on? Jeff Jarrett wins because Mabel goes for a butt drop and misses it, and then Jarrett lifts up like half his calf for the 3 count.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that they had Mabel lose here. I mean, he lost to IRS in the first round of the tournament, and Jarrett didn't really seem destined to go anywhere at this point. So I thought Mabel would pick up the win. Honestly, I was a little shocked.
Well, if they're making such a big stink about giving him singles matches, you'd think he'd at least freaking win them.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Just weird. Anyway, let's move on because now we get down to the nitty gritty. We get down to the centerpiece match of this show. Clearly.
Who are you to doubt El Dandy?
Well, we're not doubting you, my friend, because you're up. So get in the ring.
This guy's a serious professional.
He may be, but that's not who you're fighting tonight. Next up is indeed your World Wrestling Federation Championship match. And for the first time in 4 years, 5 years, actually. Oh, yeah. For the first time in 5 long years, we have a cage match.
Fat, sloppy pig.
Well, that was the last show. He's not on the show.
Yeah, he was. He was in the opener.
Was he? Did he come out with the head shrinkers on? Oh, well. So for the first time...
Hey, PTB Nation, it is now time for the Rob Houston Memorial Hacksaw Jim Duggan Update.
As the sexual tones of Derek LaRue bring us in, the time has finally arrived where the Jim Duggan, now WCW update is upon us. At this time, Hacksaw Jim Duggan had already made his WCW debut, defeating the great Tex Slazenger on the July 19th Saturday night taping. That was his official debut. On August 15th, on the WCW Pro taping, he teamed with Marcus Alexander Bagwell and the Patriot as they lost a tough match to Lord Steven Regal, Paul Orndorfer, and Paul Roma, some of your favorites. And then,
That's right.
And then on 9/25, of course, taped August 16th, though, it would air on 9/25 edition of the main event. He fought Lord Steven Regal, the TV champion, to a draw. And then he would tour Europe. He defeated Diamond Dallas Page on September 1st in Zurich, Switzerland. He would return to Wembley Stadium, defeat DDP there as well. Defeated DDP before that in Birmingham. This is all early September. Defeated DDP once again in Germany. Spielberg. In Munich, he pinned DDP again. And again in Frankfurt. He's already continuing his winning ways, as he finished off the tour in Dortmund, Germany, on September 14th to defeat DDP once again. Now, Jim Duggan would have a much more prolific month, but we'll save that for our next show. So for now, that is the Jim Duggan WCW update.
I don't do any tricks.
I wish you had and cut off that entire report. I'm glad we all know that DDP rebounded from that 15-match losing streak to eventually become WCW World Champion.
The Boo-Hoo Jim Duggan crew, led by Scott Criscola.
Yeah, sorry. How did he even be allowed out of the country? Wasn't he on a work visa? Wasn't he on wasn't he still serving some type of probation for the roach clips and the easy widers that were in his trunk with the iron cheek?
He was the Goodwill ambassador.
Oh, good Lord. Oh, yeah, there's a guy. Have him do speeches. Rather hear Oscar. Anyway, let's get back to two actual good wrestlers. Bret the Hitman Hart. No, Art, you were a great defensive lineman, but you never wrestled. Bret the Hitman Hart, your World Wrestling Federation heavyweight champion. Continuing the feud he was having with his younger, jealous brother, Owen. And, of course, Owen had a pretty good summer back in June in Baltimore in front of the Goodwill ambassador, Art O'Dono. Owen Hart won the King of the Ring. And that led him to this match, getting a World Championship match against his brother inside of a steel cage.
And, of course, all of the Hart family at ringside here.
Yeah, this is where it reaches a zenith in terms of the family being on camera. I mean, like everybody's here.
Diana was there. The Anvil. I love that too, because you have the main family members all sitting the front couple rows, and then the Anvil kind of slunk down behind them, kind of almost hiding in a way. But also in the front row, a returning superstar. This guy, we haven't seen him since the fall of 1992 when he was sent packing with the rest of the steroid monsters. And that is the British Bulldog, Davey Boy Smith, sporting a new look. Of course, the curly hair, and he had his little glasses on. And he was, as always, juiced to the gills, as you would expect out of the British Bulldog. So he sitting front row, of course, with his wife, Diana. And Anvil slouched down behind them. And, of course, Bruce and Keith and the rest of the Good Time gang are out there as well. So... So a lot of anticipation here, of course. This whole family feud had been building since November the year before and had been awesome, really carrying them throughout 1994. And the anticipation for this match was very, very high. Yes. And Bret and Owen, of course, Owen had defeated him at WrestleMania, won the King of the Ring, and now the last piece of the puzzle is to defeat Bret Hart for the title. We've talked about this match before. What makes it special is that Owen's not looking to hurt Bret. He's not looking to beat him up, not looking to maim him. He just wants the title.
Yep, so he just wants to win.
This whole cage match is very different than most cage matches. He's not looking, it's not brutal, it's not vicious. It's 32 minutes.
It's a cat and mouse game.
Yes, exactly. Of Owen trying to escape and Bret trying to keep him in there and trying to escape himself. So it's basically Owen trying to keep Bret down long enough so he can get out of the cage, get the title, and get the fuck out of there. So 32 minutes these two guys are given, these two brothers, and they deliver another classic. Not quite as good as their WrestleMania 10 gem, but it's damn good.
Yeah, well, it's a different philosophy, and this has to be, as far as I can surmise in my head, the first singles match in pay-per-view history to go over half an hour. In WWE pay-per-view history to go over 30 minutes. I don't think we've had a 30-minute plus singles match on pay-per-view yet.
I don't know. Maybe someone can look that up for us.
Yeah, somebody look that up through all of our vaults. I don't think we've had a singles match in the Federation. We definitely didn't have one in the Federation years, and I don't think we've had one in the 90s yet. Go
Savage
over
and
half
Flair?
an hour.
Well, what was Hogan Warriors? What, 20 minutes?
24.
Yeah.
That one definitely didn't get to 30 minutes.
That's a good question.
I don't think
how about Brett Shawn at Sorry Sirs 92?
Close. I think that one was like 28
I'm
change.
looking it up
Let's
right
take
now.
a look. Okay.
That was 26:42.
Yeah, I still don't think.
And how about Brett Bulldog?
Brett Bulldog, I don't believe was that close.
25:09.
Yeah.
Those
No,
are probably
I seriously
the closest.
don't. Yeah. So the first singles match on pay-per-view.
Probably.
To go half an hour. WWE pay-per-view.
Oh,
don't
how
count.
about Warrior Savage? That was pretty long. It's 7. That was 20:46 only.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, you may be right for once.
Yeah, I don't think there's been a singles match over 30 minutes. Obviously, that'll get broken eventually. And I'm saying WWE pay-per-view. Obviously, the NWA. if you're talking about Ric Flair, I think at least 4 a year were over 30 minutes.
Yes.
But yes, the psychology, and I don't know if 2 other guys would have pulled this off as well. Here. The reason that the match at 10 at the Garden was so great was because of the chemistry these two had.
Yep.
And that's why I think similarly, this match works the same way. Brett understood the philosophy. He knew that Owen had already beaten him. So beating Brett, just beating him up was irrelevant.
Right.
He wanted to take what Brett cared about more than anything, and that was the title.
And what he felt he deserved because he beat Brett on the night that Brett won the title. So he felt that he all along should have been the champion.
Yep. And then to make it even better, he actually took the title of King from his brother.
Yep.
So it just everything worked out perfectly for this match. And for those of you who probably are thinking to yourself, oh, so they weren't really fighting. Oh, this must be a boring 32 minutes. Not at all.
No. A lot of excitement.
Not at all. And the crowd was off the charts.
I mean, and it's not just them running around. I mean, they hit some stiff moves.
Yes.
Owen hits a good pile driver, and they whip each other into the cage. I mean, they're trying to take each other out. Brett suplexes them into the ring off the top of the cage. That's a great move. There's some really good moves here. So it's not just them running around. But the point is that they're trying to escape, not trying to maim each other. And, of course, at the end, they're both climbing. It looked like Owen may have the lead. Brett catches up to him, kind of bangs him off the cage, and Owen's legs get hooked in the bars, and he tips backwards, is hanging from the cage, watching his dream slip away as Brett climbs down and wins the match.
Right.
Now, after that, we have a great aftermath as the Anvil, who, as we said, was kind of slinked behind Bulldog the whole match, jumps up, clotheslines Davey Boy and Diana over the railing to wipe them out. Then he hops in the cage, they padlock the door, and Anvil and Owen just beat the shit out of Brett in the ring.
Yep.
And then in an awesome, awesome moment, the rest of the Hart brothers, Bruce and Keith and Smith and Dean and all the other ones, they all jump. Not Dean, obviously. Dean had passed away.
Okay, no. That
Smith
would have been awesome.
Who's the other one I'm thinking of? Smith?
Smith, Owen, Keith, Bruce.
There was another guy in there. Maybe not. Whatever. Ross.
Ross.
So they all hop up in the cage and they're trying to get in, and Davey Boy's back up, and they're all climbing up, and Anvil and Owen are fighting them off, and finally they all get in the cage, and Anvil and Owen run off, and the Hart brothers all help Brett up. So as far as Bruce didn't turn heel on him too on his own, but yeah. So a really cool moment. Just watching all the Harts scale the cage as Owen and Anvil beat the crap out of Brett inside was just great. So obviously this feud is not over still, even though Brett retains his title. And really the whole package, just like the year before with the whole Brett Lawler Doink stuff, another match where it's a great match surrounded by a great storyline package. And really, this should have ended the show.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no question about it. And the Chicago crowd was great.
Yep.
And you made a great point. You put a great line. That's one of my favorite lines you've ever written in any of our reviews. If you lifted this scenario up and dropped it in the middle of the Saddle Dome, the place would not have been a saddle. It would have a roof. The place would have just gone absolutely ballistic.
Yep.
Boy, Boy, what a vision, huh? That would I try and picture that in my mind, seeing Owen and Neidhart just creaming Brett.
Yep.
Kudos to Brett for selling that because he got the crap kicked out of him.
Yep.
And you got Bulldog and all these brothers, and Stu's like directing traffic outside, and all these guys are crawling the cage. And I mean, if it was in Calgary, the place would have been a riot. There would have been a riot. Owen would have gotten.
It was awesome.
Killed.
It's a great moment.
Yeah. It was the height of the Hart family in the company.
Yep.
Not that it would go down from here, but there wouldn't be many more good moments like this. So a 4-star match. This one you can find in a myriad of places.
Oh yeah, it's everywhere.
I will give you the list now. It's on the 1994 Year in Review tape. It's on Off the Top Rope, which I have no idea what that is. It's on Bloodbath, which is that old steel cage compilation.
Yeah, one of the first comp sets they really started to put out.
Yeah, in early 04.
How much does he weigh?
About 250. Thanks, Art. Sorry, Art, I can't hear you. Art. It's a great way of Gorilla blowing him off. The history of the WWE title. Sorry, Art. The history of the WWE Championship compilation, that like book-looking set. And then finally it's on, of course, it's got to be on the Heart and Soul DVD. It's got to be. So that match is on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. 5 compilations. And of course it's on the DVD in the cooler, too. So that's it. That's SummerSlam. Hope you oh. Never mind.
So now tell me, what would you rather have in the show? This match coming up or this segment?
Hey, Axel, have you seen Sapphire, baby? No, I haven't, Dust, but we're all still looking for her.
Well,
I don't do any tricks.
Well, if I had my way, we would have a camera follow Duggan walking out of the Spectrum driveway out into the street to look for Sapphire, and then a bus hit him, and then we could put up the copyright. So thanks. Sorry. He's not with the company anymore. It's not my fault. All right. Unfortunately, fans, and you all know this, we are not done. Yeah, I'm glad you're laughing, Art, because I'm not. Obviously, with the last 2 vintage vaults, someone has been conspicuously absent. And of course, that guy that has been conspicuously absent is The Undertaker, who we have not seen since my PIC's pay-per-view cherry popper, the 1994 Royal Rumble in Providence, when he was lifted through the rafters and right past our man Jim up into the netherworld. After the 15 heel beating he took with Yokozuna for the title.
Yokozuna.
The
big Jap brother.
Yeah. Why don't you...
That's a sound bite we're going to get.
I know. Yeah. Why don't you paint the picture for us, my friend?
Okay.
And tell everyone what was going on. Where was the dead man?
All right. So as far back as April, following WrestleMania 10, rumors began swirling that Undertaker had been sighted around the country. We get little vignettes each week. Various local American Joes claiming they saw the Undertaker. Maybe he was at a deli, at a construction site, in the supermarket. But no one could grab a hold of him to find out when he was coming back or what he was doing.
At a deli.
Over the summer.
Ham and cheese, please. Deli. It's crazy.
Over the summer, after Ted DiBiase had fired up his corporation, he claimed, in addition to Lex Luger, that he had also bought the Undertaker services. Of course, it was DiBiase that had originally brought him into the promotion, and he said he was able to reach him and he had the connection to him, and that was a nice little bit of continuity.
Yes.
And so, lo and behold, one week, DiBiase comes out with The Undertaker. Undertaker was back on TV, started wrestling shows, house shows, TV. And to the diehard fans, though, it was a little bit obvious that it wasn't quite the real Undertaker. It was a little bit shorter, a little bit fatter. For the rubes in the audience and a lot of fans, it was close enough to be believable. And, of course, the announcers, all kind of played it up as well. Paul Bearer would start coming out, though, and saying it was bullshit. He said, there's no way DiBiase had bought Undertaker services. It's not true. Paul Bearer said, I'm in charge of the dead man, not you. So they would come out, and Paul Bearer came out, and he tried to woo the Undertaker back with the urn, and Undertaker instead bowed down on one knee to DiBiase's money, not the urn. So the build-up here is actually pretty good. As we'll see, the match doesn't really pay off. But during this time, the WWF decided to hire a special detective to help try and locate The Undertaker during this missing period. And, of course, that is comedic legend Leslie Nielsen.
Yes.
For weeks, I've been flying all over the world, tracking down every lead I could in my attempt to solve this mystery of The Undertaker. Every trail I followed led to another dead end. I don't know what it is, but I feel I'm onto something.
All right, fans, Ray Rougeau here. The Undertaker mystery is thickening. I want to start that over. I didn't like it.
There I was, heading poolside, trying to catch some rain. Sorry, Ray. The girls were feeling macho.
Macho Man, you're so big.
Easy now, girls. It's family entertainment. Yeah.
I had work to do. I was scanning around the globe for clues to the biggest mystery of our time. The sun was extremely bright.
If your deductive capabilities were a fraction of what you profess, this incognito caper would have been solved by now.
Thank you, son. Right kid. And he was right. After all this time, I'm still tormented by that one burning question. How can there be two Undertakers? Maybe one is corrupt like you. Police, arrest that man. I will solve this case at Summerslam.
So, of course, Leslie Nielsen, one of his many roles was the Naked Gun. He was always kind of playing the gumshoe, dopey cop. So, and with all the different puns and different little clips like that. So we get a bunch of those vignettes, and here he shows up with his longtime compadre in the movies, and that is, of course, George Kennedy.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it was John F. Kennedy's brother, right? But
yes, precisely.
He was part of the family, though, wasn't he? Wasn't he one of them?
I don't think so.
You sure?
No. No. Why do you do this to me? First off,
you know your politics, and obviously you're of age to have lived through the Bay of Pigs and various things. So
yeah, exactly. Joe. His father. Jack's father, Joe, and I bootlegged liquor in the 1920s. Yes.
His father, George Harris Kennedy, was maybe not. I don't know why I thought he was. Like a relative.
First off, there's two things about that. About that vignette that we're.
Well, hang on. Before we get back to the vignette, I do have a question for you. Can you tell us?
Yes.
What was George Kennedy's role like in Sergeant Bilko? Did you enjoy that role?
You know what? I liked him. Well, it was only a few one-line parts. I did enjoy him in Spartacus.
Okay.
And he was also in Charade with Cary Grant.
Now, how did you feel though when the Phil Silver Show became Sergeant Bilko, or simply Bilko in reruns? Did you feel like that was a good changeover?
Well, I don't know. I started going away from it. I started watching Gunsmoke, and then I saw him with Betty Davis in Sweet Charlotte, and then of course in Harm's Way with John Wayne.
So you didn't always follow the Dumont Network at the time, then?
No, the Dumont. I kind of stuck along with the American Broadcasting Company.
Okay.
And
all right,
the Masters of the Rabbit Ears.
Fair enough.
Anyway, as for that vignette, two things about that vignette were incredibly disturbing. Maybe it was just the quality of the audio, but number one, it sounded like Ray Rougeau was saying that this Undertaker story is sickening, not thickening. Hey, boy,
the Undertaker story is sickening.
And then number two, I do love how Randy Savage turned into the Ron Jeremy of vignettes.
Yeah, looked like him, to be honest, at that point.
That's the last thing we needed. Savage is riding some meaningless ring rat. But anyway.
Yeah, not that big.
Yeah. So there you go. Leslie Nielsen there. Frank Drebin, that was his name on Police Squad, looking for the Undertaker. I like how the Undertaker was at a construction site. Really?
Yeah.
He was at a construction site. Yeah, of course.
And of course, we need to talk about the man who's playing the fake Undertaker, or Underfaker, as he's been come to be known as, and that is, of course, Brian Lee, who was a professional wrestler, started in the Continental Wrestling Association, USWA, down in Memphis, worked Smoky Mountain. That's where he kind of hit the big time as far as being like a kind of an indie name, indie star. He's a guy you'd always see in PWI and all the other different magazines.
Right.
He was brought in here just to portray the fake Undertaker. So after this, he's never actually seen again after this show. He returns to Smoky Mountain. Well, Brian Lee's seen again, but the Undertaker is not. He goes back to Smoky Mountain and eventually to ECW, and he will return one day to the WWF. We'll see that in a few years out. So,
yes, yeah. So you're thinking to yourself, "Wow, what an amazing moment!" You know, the real Taker and the faker Taker.
Now, you know what's funny during this time, since we've already name dropped him once, and my cousin Vinny and my other cousin Jared, his brother, they went to a house show around this time. And, of course, The Undertaker was billed. And this is why when I said the Rubes kind of didn't really get the storyline, they went with their parents to the show. I think it was the one at the musical theater that summer he was there. And they were all pissed off because they felt like they had, specifically their mom, I remember heard, really complaining about this, saying that they had been ripped off, that they said it was The Undertaker, and they had clearly had a fake one, and not really understanding the storyline, just thinking they were just screwing with people and saying it was The Undertaker and having this guy pretend to be him. So it was kind of like, it wasn't the best idea for some of these people, thinking they were getting The Undertaker and they weren't. So,
right, exactly. But I don't know what's more offensive, me talking jive or you calling 60% of our audience rubes. But
I didn't say 60% of our audience. I said
okay.
The majority of the WWF's audience. Our audience is 100% non-rube.
Okay, fair. But just wanted to clarify that, and maybe they understand jive, so they're multifaceted. But
they understand jive and they understand how racist it is.
Hey, we're all good. We're all silverbacks in the end.
Yeah, if they find out you're sitting there in blackface doing this, then you're really in trouble.
Yes, and tomorrow night you're going to see Matt, and he's going to have a shirt that says "I love silverbacks," so that's okay. Yeah, and if he walks around the dunk wearing that shirt, then you can.
By the way, I'm definitely wearing the. I know I said I might wear it to Raw, but I'm definitely wearing the Obey shirt tomorrow night for his birthday.
Oh, excellent. I think I'm wearing his shirt. I think I'm going to wear it to SmackDown. Yeah, this match is just. Well, here's the problem. Number one, Brian Lee is about a foot shorter than Taker, and number two, you have to have these guys. Well, not these guys. Mark Calloway is Taker, and he can, he originated the movements and everything, and Brian Lee has to try and mimic that,
right?
Which just makes it just unwatchable crap. And fortunately, it only lasts 9 minutes. Taker, the real Taker, hits 3 tombstones and seals the deal.
Yeah.
There's really not much more to say.
No, 9 minutes of boredom. The only highlight is Paul Bearer coming out with him. Of course, Taker, the real Taker, has got his new look, got his purple on instead of gray.
I love the purple. Yeah, I love the purple.
And Paul Bearer has this diesel urn that he carries out.
I know, it's like the Cadillac of urns.
And he comes out, he opens it, and this big light shoots out, and he's turning it all over the arena, and then Taker walks out. So Taker's back after his vacation, much-needed vacation, and the fake Undertaker is never seen or really talked about again, honestly, until years later when the historical kind of vault stuff opened up, and they started to talk about their history more.
Yes.
For a while, we really don't hear much about the fake Undertaker. So the real Undertaker moves on, continuing on his revenge list, as we'll see at our next show. But unfortunately, for the second pay-per-view in a row, we really end with kind of a blah match after a pretty good show. As you said, this one was very up and down. To me, we ended up both settling it with a B.
Yeah.
When you look at the match grades of the matches, you may say, oh, is this really a B? But it's the title matches that delivered, and the ancillary matches didn't. And the main event was the main event, whatever. I mean, yeah, end the show on a kind of a blah note, and the match sucks. But to me, the cage match, the IC, and the women's match all carry the show, and the crowd and the excitement and the look of it as well. So, and honestly, it was the good matches that were the longer ones. The other ones were all pretty short. Brett and Owen was 30 minutes. Razor Diesel was 15, and Alundra Bull was 8. So I mean, that was a good chunk of time. And even Tatanka Luger, it wasn't really that bad, and it was a pretty good storyline carrying on as well. So, and then the other matches just kind of there. So overall, I always enjoyed the show. I like the show. It has good memories. Another nostalgic one. So I'm curious to see what the feedback is when we get to it in a minute. So what are your final thoughts on it?
Again, it's an up and down show, and anytime I throw it in, when after the awesome Brett Owen match and the after match, and then I watch the Leslie Nielsen vignette, and then I pop the tape, put it back on the shelf, and watch something else. I don't bother watching the rest. There's no need to. And if you are a fan, we recommend the show to watch. Again, we don't tell people what to watch and what not to watch, but if you want to save yourself 15 minutes of your life to do something else, pop the tape or turn off the DVD after Brett and Owen. There's nothing to watch after that. The matches in the middle, really, I mean, Jared and Mabel, you can kind of buzz through, but the matches you definitely want to watch are Razor Diesel, Alondra Bull Nagano, and Brett Owen. It really is the backbone of the show.
Bull Nagano.
And obviously, take a deep breath and say a prayer for, of course, the Macho Man Randy Savage as we bid farewell to one of our favorites. It's gonna be tough, man. It's one of our favorites. Many great matches. We already gave you his record at WrestleMania 10. So, all right, why don't we hop into the feedback? Because as usual, we have our well-spoken and well-versed, loyal and smart PTB Nation and their excellent comments. I'll buzz the two quick ones, and then I'll do my fellow Laker fan.
Okay.
Matt Davis says, "Have you finds Undertaker yet?" Yes, we did. Unfortunately. Nick German says, "Fool Jal, Tatanka." Did he really say that? Fool Jama. Yeah. All right. Let's get down to the meat and potatoes. Fellow Laker fan Corey Ferreira says, "WWF debuts the new United Center, the fortress of the late '90s NBA." That is true. I don't think one arena was on TV more for the next 5 years than this building was, for the most part. Overall, the show is not good. Okay? The opening tag match is nothing special, but we get the return of the $1 Million Man on pay-per-view and the start of his stable of heels who play a big role in the next year. Alundra Blazing Bull Nakano, in my opinion, might be one of the better female rivalries in WWF history, considering the amount of matches they had during the era. That's true. The match is nothing much. The match is nothing much at all. Razor vs. Diesel. Razor wins the strap back from Big Daddy Cool. Despite losing the IC title, Nash's stock would rise to the top by the fall. The Peyton HBK stuff is pretty good. Tatank versus Luger. Nothing at all. The Donk versus Luger. Nothing at all. Look how far Luger has fallen from main eventing SummerSlam of 93 to middle of the card in 94. Double J and Mabel is a dud. The Mabel rise continues. Now the crown jewel of the night, the greatest cage match of all time. The WWF champion Bret Hart, the Hitman, and the 1994 King of the Ring, the King of Hearts, Owen Hart, go for 32 minutes of pure wrestling, and it's awesome. It deserves the 5-star rating, and it was given from Dave Meltzer.
You and I might need to rewatch that. Maybe I think we might be rating it a little bit lower than it deserves.
A little bit low, you think?
I think so.
Interesting. Okay. You might be right. Both matches they had in 1994 were true classics in WWF history. The return of The Undertaker to face The Underfaker, or as me and my friend called him, The Underfaker. Okay. The match is not good at all, but it gives us the staple for The Undertaker entrance as we know it today.
That's true as well, because to this point, we didn't really have the lights going out, and, he had the entrance, but this has brought it closer to what we know.
Yeah, it does. Yes, you're right. I have to say the Leslie Nielsen promos of him looking for The Undertaker to build this match are pretty funny. Also, this match is the birth of The Undertaker $1 Million Man feud for the coming months. Ugh. Overall, SummerSlam 1994 is a meh show. Some average in ring work, some poor, and a standout match. What a way to open the home of his airness. That is true.
Yeah, Pablo Picasso, Mr. Greenhouse, who has a new assignment that we can talk about off air. Bret and Owen in a cage is a match that I can watch over and over again. Watching live on pay-per-view, I remember being on the edge of my seat the entire match. The return of Davey Boy Smith was a great surprise. Razor vs. Diesel was awesome. I liked Walter Payton at Razor's corner. If Todd Pettengill referred to Walter Payton as sweetness one more time, I may have thrown a brick through my TV. Luger versus Tatanka was I liked the Tatanka heel turn. IRS and Bam Bam versus the Headshrinkers was a good opener. Would have been better if HBK and Diesel hadn't beaten the Shrinkers for the tag titles the night before. I'm sure this was around the time that Shawn and Nash started using the stroke around the company, especially Shawn. Now the clusterfuck known as Undertaker versus Underfaker. I love the storyline and the vignettes with Leslie Nielsen, but the match is horrible. Brian Lee did one hell of a job pulling off the gimmick, but Mark Calloway pulls it off better. One of the better SummerSlams with an awesome Chi-Town crowd.
That's good. We have conflicting opinions there. Jay Henchy says, SummerSlam 1994 came to the Chicago's United Center, and overall is a pretty solid SummerSlam. Of course, the Bret Owens steel cage match for the WWF title is what most remember and is a classic. Taker vs. Taker was all right, and the build to it with Leslie Nielsen was kind of funny. I like Naked Gun, so what can I say? Razor Diesel for the IC title is pretty good with Walter Payton in Razor's corner, and HBK costing Diesel the IC title is memorable as it would be the beginning of their problems heading into Survivor Series, where it would really come to a head. I like the Luger-Tatanka match from the standpoint of we didn't know which one sold out to Ted DiBiase. It's been a while since I've seen the rest of the card, but overall not a bad SummerSlam.
Dave Hall. Once again, we have a reasonably solid card where the good outshines the bad enough to forget about. Brett and Owen put on one of the greatest cage matches ever. The story was good and the whole family at ringside added to the drama. Wait, is that? Yes, it's the Anvil waiting to attack everyone. The family brawl at the end is great as Bulldog is reintroduced and another layer to the feud is laid. Razor and Diesel put on a good match as well, with Diesel continuing to improve. Sweetness really added a little to the match, and Shawn nearly steals the spotlight, but Razor regains the belt in a great match thanks to the super kick, which begins a slow turn for Diesel. The Luger-Tatanka storyline was a little obvious, but Tatanka's beatdown after the match was really good. I remember looking forward to the feud, but always felt it fizzled out a little. The Head Shrinkers, now beltless, put on a solid opening match. It's too bad they were the ones to suffer at the hands of Diesel and Shawn's storyline, as they could have been a lot more with the Shrinkers as champs. Blaze Nakata was acceptable, but Jarrett Mabel is a joke, and the return of The Undertaker is hurt by the horrible match against Brian the Faker Lee. It's a shame this wasn't earlier in the card. I understand Taker is returning, but the card would have been much better ending with the Hart Brothers cage match. Leslie Nielsen's sketches are enjoyable, and the show that celebrity can be used as comedy without ruining a show.
I agree. The master of the apostrophe, J. Arsenio D'Amato, actually asks one of the most poignant questions in the history of professional wrestling. And that is, how could they break up Bull and Dump?
Bull and Dump, coming to a local theater near you. These two Japanese monsters dominate the ring with their exciting moves and powerful action. However, can they defeat the team of Scott Criscolo, leading the Golden Girls down to the ring, his favorite women?
Well, who did we say Bull and Dump was? It was Matt Rotella, and it was somebody else.
Oh,
I have to look
probably,
back.
I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
If anyone looks like a dump, it's him.
It is quite true. Anyway, the master of the apostrophe says, how could they break up Bull and Dump? Abe Knuckleball Schwartz made a brief appearance as a reminder of the '94 baseball strike.
Mm-hmm.
I miss the old school heel turns like Tatanka on Luger, Rest in Peace Sweetness, and Leslie Nielsen, two all-time greats. Yes, that's right. Neither of them are no longer. They're both no longer with us. Peyton died in 99. He had liver cancer, and Leslie Nielsen died
recently, right?
Last year, something like that. Yeah, he had cancer too, I think.
Jared Incel with his creepy avatar here. I've always loved the atmosphere this show has. Something about the new United Center in Chicago that was just awesome. I agree with that. Overall, the card is pretty solid. Brett versus Owen in the steel cage was obvious match of the night and one of my all-time favorites. It's a shame that Vince just wouldn't let them close the show, and instead the hot Chi-Town crowd had to sit through the dreadful Undertaker versus Undertaker match. I understand how much the WWF put into building this angle over the summer, and the stuff with Leslie Nielsen was gold, but again, what the fuck, Vince? The IC title match between Razor and Diesel with the antics of HBK and Sweetness Walter Payton was another memorable moment. The rest of the card is pretty mediocre, but nothing offensive. But this still remains one of the better SummerSlam pay-per-views from the WWF's dark years in the mid-90s. One moment that always stuck out to me is when Jim the Anvil Neidhart says, shut up, to the officials while he's padlocking the cage door in the post-match activity of Brett versus Owen. This always stuck out to me as absolutely hilarious.
Funny. Neil Trauma says, it's finally time for the PTB podcast for the first WWE pay-per-view I ever saw live on, pay-per-view. It was at my friend Eric's house, and we ordered Domino's because we were such fucking marks. Sounds like one of our get-togethers. And I cheered like crazy for Owen in the main event because I was an awesome mark. I'll always remember predicting the Tatanka heel turn beforehand and thinking I was so smart for getting it right, and my friend insisting that Mabel versus Jeff Jarrett was going to be the best match on the show.
He was a big New Jack Swing fan, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. Always have fond memories of SummerSlam 94. Apparently your friend does too.
Mike Wilkinson. This show brings SummerSlam back as Brett and Owen show the world all cage matches don't have to be bloodbaths. The title match should have been last, even with the return of Taker, in my opinion. The Tatanka heel turn was huge at the time, and I thought Luger was turning. Jarrett and Mabel was in the sink. Love the Hall Nash match for the IC title. Just a nice, solid show, and I remember being very happy Taker was back. Also, what the fuck was with Jim Neidhart's pants? Wow. I think he had some Zubaz classics on at this show.
Yeah, he definitely, yeah. Him with his gut sticking out, he definitely had Zubaz on. Jordan McKinnon. I don't remember much about this show. About all that stands out is the fantastic cage match between Brett and Owen. Still think it's a shame that it had to be a gimmick match because they could have easily topped their WrestleMania match. A 30 or 40-minute match with a belt on the line and both guys giving everything they had would have been outstanding. The Faker-Taker match stunk. and was an awful way to end the show after Brett and Owen tore the house down. Fortunately, the mid-card was kept short. Tatanka's heel turn was so blatantly obvious leading up to the show that it really lost its effect. In the end, a barely average show saved by Brett and Owen. Quickly, though, in hindsight, after it happened, did it seem obvious?
When you look back and put it all together, it did. But at the time, I don't remember thinking going into it that Tatanka was turning for sure. I thought that they were just going to say DiBiase was lying, kind of like the Flair imperfect thing with Savage and Warrior. I think at the time that's what I kind of thought. But looking back, obviously, it was clear they were just setting us up for a swerve. Sean Watts, son of your buddy Jim Watts. Decent show. Don't understand why Mabel was in the show. Isn't as bad as most people say it is.
Okay. Austin Pfaff. Finally the power is back and I'm able to leave feedback for another great show. Yeah, it has been a while for you. Nice opening tag match. The titles not being defended didn't hurt it. Bull Nakano was a beast, but where was Dump? He was cutting our intros.
He was cutting the meat at LaRue Meat and Deli. Check it out.
Razor carried Diesel through a good match. Tatanka took the money and ran with it. It was due time for a heel turn. He acted a good heel during the McMemphis time. Candy Girl came up a bit short on a win. Can't believe we just started calling him that now. That's great. The cage match is one, if not the greatest cage matches of all time. It did not need blood. If it had blood, it probably would have hurt its appeal of the actual match in its case. Mm-hmm. I know people will bitch about Taker, but I enjoyed it for what it was. Just got to look at it from that point. I can't believe anytime anyone looks at Mabel and they think of Candy Girl. Tremendous.
Oh, boy. You gotta love our ever-growing batch of misfits. Brett Carlson,
Yes,
2 words. Oozing machismo. Greatest shirt ever. As far as the show, it sucks that the Taker match was the main event because it was pure awful. Brett Owen was as awesome as it always was. I think everyone is probably on the same page that this was extremely up and down.
You know, Brett, you are a very loyal PTB Nation member, and we love your comments, but you are out of your mind if you think that was one of the greatest shirts ever. And finally...
I'm going to try and find one for you for Christmas, and then we're going to take a nice picture and put it up on the wall.
Oh, lovely. While I'm holding the Jim Duggan book, written in crayon. Finally, on our page, Karen Polland.
The Hot Scott.
That's right. This show took place the month I was born. Jesus. Which makes this automatically awesome. Luger is made to look like a silly bully. A silly Billy. And his D-push continues.
Luger is a silly Billy.
The steel cage match is good, but I find it to be overrated because there's too many escape attempts. Interesting. All right. I'm glad someone said that. It's good. It's good to have opinion on both sides. Taker's crap, but it's Taker, so it'll have some form of awesomeness to it. We bid adieu to the Macho Man as he ends his WWF career, as he leaves a legend. Indeed.
Okay. Now we quickly hop over to Graham Cawthon's History of WWE Facebook page. J. King Kong's Spudley Wilmette. Loved it. It was a very underrated pay-per-view with Brett and Owen cage match. Taker versus Taker was a good match as well, and the opening tag match was fun.
Okay. Zoo Hodge. Sounds like Bull and Dump's manager. Zoo Hodge. Razor Ramon with Walter Payton versus Diesel with Shawn Michaels. Also a good match.
Paul Fraser, a very good pay-per-view. Loved Taker versus Taker as a kid. A great women's title match. Wasn't sure about Owen versus Brett cage match. Didn't really entertain me.
Okay. And finally, Steve Riddle. SummerSlam 1994 was overall a pretty good show. Riddle me that. The opener was good, even though the starch was taken out when the tag titles were taken off the Head Shrinkers. The women's title match was solid as both ladies brought it in the ring. Razor Diesel was great from the in-ring action to the antics outside with Michaels and Walter Payton. The next 2 matches were average as Tatanka Luger was prodding with the most predictable ending ever, while Mabel Jarrett was nothing. The cage match was excellent as Brett and Owen put on another great match, and the visual of the end with the brothers climbing the cage is a great iconic moment. The Taker match was intriguing from a storyline perspective, but the match wasn't great, and at least the right Taker won. This was a good show, but it is in the middle of the SummerSlam totem pole.
So, we want to go ahead and thank all the great PTB Nation members, as always, for dropping us your comments and feedback on these pay-per-views. Without you, of course, these vintage vaults would not be nearly as good. So, as always, thank you.
Yes.
So, with that said, visit us at the message board, bigelow34.proboards.com. Visit us at the Facebook page, on Twitter at place2B podcast. Check out WrestleCast. Check out Graham Cawthon's History of WWE.com. Check out LaRue Meat and Deli as well. check everything out. That's what we do here. We give happy and healthy plugs. So,
Exactly.
With that said, we also want to give a shout out to all the veterans, if any are listening. Happy Veterans Day.
Absolutely.
And,
Thank you for your service.
Yes, and happy birthday once again to Matthew Rotella. So, with all that said, we're going to go ahead and wrap things up. We will be back next week with our recap from the live Raw and SmackDown we're going to be attending. We're going to wrap up the big football matchups from this weekend that are going to be happening, and we're going to go ahead and preview the next week and probably catch you a little bit more up on this disgusting Penn State nonsense and the NBA lockout as well. So, for my PIC, Scotty C, I am Justin R. Have a great weekend. We will talk to you next week.
Peace.
The best. Let's stick out Jimmy and see what we can catch. Stick 'em up, Jimmy. Next, won't be needed unless Jenny wanna get right to the flesh. So we can act out over there. Get that woman. Get my buddy I won't lie. I love BUD.
The Place to Be podcast is a proud member of the History of WWE.com website. The History of WWE.com features thousands of complete cards and detailed results from throughout wrestling history from legendary promotions across the country, in addition to informative columns and reviews. It is also the official home of the Place to Be podcast and Scott and Justin's pay-per-view reviews. So visit us at thehistoryofwwe.com or on Facebook by searching for History of WWE or the Place to Be podcast. Because for anything and everything pro wrestling, the History of WWE.com is always the place to be.
Yeah, Frank here, he's got his own billiard room. Yes, it's what do you call it, Kramer? The billiard room? No. The name. The billiard? Not the billiards. It was, come on, Rudy, come on. We call it the place to be. The place to be, yes, it's the place to be. Then I shall be there.
Now, it's time. Live and in living color.
The Grandy Man can.
Time to play the game.
Well, you always left me satisfied and smiling, so.
That's what she said.
Why do I want this?
Yeah.
Because I want to make bank, bro. I want to get ass. I want to drive a Range Rover.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, it is now time for the Place to Be podcast. And now your hosts, Justin Rosero and Scott Criscolo.
Place to Be Nation, welcome to another great episode of the Place to Be podcast, not Codcast, unfortunately. I am your co-host, Justin Rosero. With me, as always, is my tag team partner, the man who's always a new winner in my book, and that is the one and only Scott Criscolo. Scott, how you doing?
Good evening, JR. Thunder to my lightning. Welcome, everyone, to episode 86 of the Place to Be podcast. The year, of course, that I last celebrated a World Series championship with the New York Mets. The year that, at the same time,
you turned
after
62.
I thought you were going to say the New York Giants won the World Series. Thank you, Art. It was also in 1986 that both the Jets and the Giants were both 10-1. They both had the best records in the league at the time. Everyone thought a Super Bowl was happening, but of course the Jets lost their last 5 games and then lost to the, I don't remember, they lost to the playoffs. And of course the Giants won this. Yeah, they probably did. Well, they lost the Patriots the year before. When the Patriots made their run to the Super Bowl. I don't know who they lost to.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the year before the Pats.
I don't know. This is all before my time. I'm really
exactly.
Not too caught up on the mid-'80s NFL playoffs.
And, of course, the Giants won it that year. It was also the year of Wrestlemania 2, my PIC's favorite Wrestlemania of all time, and many other great things. But it is episode 86. As we get to December, we are in the final month of 2011. Can you believe it?
No.
Unbelievable.
But you know what I'm excited for? The Vintage Vault is back.
Yeah, what are we doing? Is that what we're doing tonight? I thought we were doing another headline show.
I'm actually kind of nervous about it, to be honest. It's been 3 weeks since we've done one, so.
Yeah, this isn't exactly I am as well, because this isn't exactly one of the more superlative shows to hop back into. But of course, we dive into our VVs, always full of piss and vinegar, as somebody used to say in the WWE world. But anyway, tonight is kind of a polarizing show. Because many feel this begins the 1-year stretch of maybe the worst quality of wrestling that WWE ever put out over a 12-month span. So this is kind of a polarizing show to many fans. So I hope you enjoy it, because JR and I are going to kind of take it to a different. We're going to try and make it pleasurable as best we can. It's not a terrible show, but definitely not. Definitely one that you got to think about for a while. And by the way, you don't call him Bob. Tonight you call him Mr. Backlund.
Strategy number one. First of all, follow the lead of the Heartbreak Kid, all right? Now, if y'all's down, and my leadership, you should have no problem. All right? I'm ready.
I'll take double J. Yo. First thing we do, we take out Big Daddy Crew. Okay. All for one, one for all. Yeah!
What tonight comes down to is a matter of principle and a matter of pride. There's something in this world you just can't put a price on.
What's it all about?
It's all about money.
We're going to show the whole world tonight that we're the true power lives. Right here.
Okay, guys, are you ready? Tonight's the night.
Don't you guys embarrass me out there. I'm in it, Cheesy. This is serious. Hey, get that camera out of here.
Interesting open. All the teams.
Yeah, one of the more unusual. Yes, one of the more unusual ones in the history of WWE. Tonight, our first V squared in quite a while. It seems like we bring you the 1994 Survivor Series. And as you can tell from that open, we don't exactly have the most straightforward of cachet of straightforward matches tonight. We have some interesting stuff to give you. We have an interesting celebrity tonight. We'll tell you who it is later. One of JR's favorites of the mid-90s.
Oh, yes.
November 23rd, 1994. Live from the Freeman Coliseum in San Antonio, Texas. Not the home of the Spurs. The Spurs played at Hemisphere Arena. Although at this time I think they were already out and were playing their 2 or 3 year stretch at the Alamo Dome before they went to their new building, the AT&T Center. I think it's amazing, JR, that even at this point, in 9 years of the pay-per-view era, WWE has had 2 pay-per-views in San Antonio and none in actually the biggest metropolis in the state of Texas, and that is Dallas-Fort Worth. Mm-hmm. Kind of crazy. They didn't do a show. Well, I guess in the 80s, World Class was still running strong, so they really didn't want to go into Dallas.
Right.
But by this point, obviously,
Tuesday in Texas was kind of, I don't know how long, I forget if we talked about this, if it was planned far in advance or if it was kind of a last-minute idea, but that was more like a TV taping anyway, so it makes sense why it was probably just in San Antonio.
Yeah, that's true. That is true as well. And, of course, they were in Houston way back at the 1989 Royal Rumble. Our attendance, 10 grand. They call it a sellout, although I think 8,000 paid.
I don't do any tricks.
Well, you were close by, so you might have gotten a call. That's up to you. The attendance is 10,000, although our Broham Graham Cawthon says the paid attendance was 8.
Makes sense.
So we don't know what the actual sellout is, but the buy rate 0.9. Your commentators, and this is another one of our sad moments, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
Another sad moment. Of course, your play-by-play guy is the main play-by-play guy at this point. That's, of course, Vincent Kennedy McMahon, VKM. But doing color commentary for the first time in his pay-per-view career as a commentator, but also for the last time, the standard bearer, undoubtedly the standard bearer for play-by-play wrestling announcers forever, before and after. Some have attempted, but never to duplicate. For tonight, on this night in San Antonio, the final broadcasting pay-per-view appearance of the great Gorilla Monsoon. And as you, for those that are in the know, Gorilla had a tough summer in his personal life. JR, do you want to let the listeners know what happened that summer?
Yeah, sadly, on July 4th, Gorilla Monsoon's son, WWF referee Joey Marella, was killed in a tragic car accident. I always was a Joey Marella fan. I liked him as a referee. The kind of creepy thing about it was, though, they had already filmed a month's worth of matches and TV stuff with him in it. So they didn't announce his passing until, I think the end of August or something like that. when they finally announced it on TV, but it did happen on July 4th. So since that time, a lot of pundits and other guys in the know have said Gorilla was never really the same after that. Obviously, I think he did take some time off a little bit over the summer after it happened. And I'm guessing that was partly part of the reason why they brought Jim Ross back into the fold over the summer as well. I think part of it was because of Vince's being wrapped up in the steroid trial, and then also because Gorilla was taking some time off due to that. So Jim Ross is back in the fold full time now. He'll be here till forever. So
that's right.
But yeah, sadly, the Morella family did have a major loss over the summer. So
yes,
Gorilla, we will see him many more times on pay-per-view, though. This isn't his last appearance, but it is his last time in the booth, where we've grown to know him and love him.
Yes, of course. And for those that have any of those, including you, sir, that have any of those great Coliseum videotapes that came out in 93, 94, with your favorite, the iconic Johnny Polo, it's almost like he checked out of those shows too.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was like pretty much screwing off. But you know what? It was actually hilarious, entertaining television.
Yep. I
watch those tapes. So it wasn't even bad that he checked out of them. You know.
Well, he was like that anyway. If you watch old house shows and stuff, he was always kind of for that kind of stuff, just going through the motions a little bit. But even going through the motions, he was still fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of the Garden, and depending on who his color commentator was, obviously when he had Bobby with him, he used to stay like kind of pseudo kayfabe. But it was like Lord Alfred or even like Billy Red Lions when they would do shows at the Maple Leaf Gardens. They'd get a little snarky with each other, and nobody knew what the hell was going on, but it was funny anyway. Like it was stuff like that.
Or even the stuff in late '87, as we found out watching some tapes this past weekend. Him and Nick Bockwinkel did some shows.
Yes, yeah, and Bockwinkel was acting the heel. I had totally forgotten that Bockwinkel was there for a brief time. It was really weird. Which is funny because he ended up coming back in the later, I think right before AWA closed. Oh, maybe he didn't, because he did lose the title to Kurt Hennig before he became perfect. So I guess he never came back. But yeah, like those matches were that show's a Garden House show, very very funny. So okay, so let's get down to business.
It's a main event. You think I'm not going to be in a main event?
No, not tonight. You're not. What is our dark match, my friend?
It is a big match between two J-Fave Deluxes. Bob Holly defeated Quang.
Yes.
And so I wish I was there to see that live. They need to release a DVD of all the dark matches from this era. I'd definitely buy that. Dark matches from like 91 through 95 would be awesome.
Well, yes, and of course, wait till we get to the dreaded. What's worse than the one thing worse than being in a dark match is being a Coliseum video exclusive, which is even worse than a dark match.
That'll be the big 95s. Will be the Coliseum exclusive.
Yes, plenty of those, and I watched them because I have most.
I don't know. She's just acting real funky.
Yeah, you're a Coliseum video exclusive pretty soon. Okay. Our opener is our first old school Survivor match, and big doings in this match. We got a lot of stuff. We jump right in, folks. No futzing around. We do have one goof match later.
Mm-hmm.
We almost had a third. Well, not we were going to because we have say, but someone attempted to be a third host tonight.
I'm sure he did.
And I think you know who I'm talking about. We'll get to his match in a little bit. This one though is very important. It's got a lot of stuff's going to go on here. We have the team of the bad guys. The team of this team's right up your alley too.
Mm-hmm.
Razor Ramon, the Intercontinental Champion. Fatu, one half of the Head Shrinkers. The 1-2-3 Kid. The British Bulldog. And not a newcomer, but a return. I'm going to give you the honor here. Who is the returning guy joining this team?
What the hell is this shit? A chocolate or something off?
Well, it certainly isn't him.
Of course, the return is Sione, the Barbarian.
Yes.
Barbarian had been last seen in early '92, I believe. He was in the Rumble that year.
Yes.
When he did some indie stuff, went to WCW for a little while. Returns here with Samu being phased out of the Head Shrinkers. Actually, I'm not sure. Do we ever really get a full explanation why he left? Let's see here.
No.
Let's see if there is one. Soon after the title change, Samu left to recover from injuries and was replaced by Sione, who of course is the Barbarian. And he fit right in, obviously, Samoan, so it made sense. Yes. And it was also around this time that big, fat, sloppy pig Lou Albano decided to try and humanize the Head Shrinker. So he made Fatu start wearing boots, and that would become kind of play into the match here, as well as other matches they were having where he was uncomfortable in the boots, and it would screw him up, and he'd get distracted trying to fiddle with them. And that actually happens to him here. Now, this match, I actually watched this match earlier tonight at work. I was working the late shift and trying to kill some time, so I'm pretty fresh on it as we move along. But go ahead, why don't you tell us the opponents for the bad guys?
Yes, the opponents, a good team there called the Teamsters. And that is the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels. Your former Intercontinental, well, they were both, I guess. Former Intercontinental Champion, Big Daddy Cool Diesel, who fresh off losing at SummerSlam. Of course, the two of them were still the Tag Team Champions. Double J, Jeff Jarrett. Jim the Anvil Neidhart. And, of course, the Rocket, Owen Hart.
The Rocket King, as Gorilla called him many times throughout this match.
Yes, the Rocket King. A little mishmash here. We got a team full of your favorite guys and a team full of your favorites, your cousin's favorites,
everyone's.
Josh's favorites. You got a whole mishmash here.
And if you listen to our Survivor Series Listomania, we ranked these teams, you'll know I had the Teamsters very, very high. I think I had them top 3, if I believe, or top 5, something like that.
Yes.
They were a tremendous heel team.
Yes. And, of course, guess who was getting the mega push? You could see from the first 3 eliminations who was the big balls in this match.
Mm-hmm.
Diesel knocks out Fatu. Although, I'll tell you something, fairly long match. Longer than I thought it would be.
I noticed that when I was watching it tonight, and that was one of the points I wanted to bring up. Yeah, they go 13 and a half minutes before there's an elimination. And the only guy who doesn't get involved until the end is Shawn Michaels. The rest of the guys are all involved. And Fatu gets hot. He's rolling. He has the anvil down. He hits a headbutt off the top. And then he starts fiddling with his boots and gets distracted. That allows the anvil to pop up and tag Diesel in. And Diesel comes in and quickly finishes Fatu with a pretty good jackknife. He just kind of tosses him. And then the 1-2-3 Kid was next. He comes in, hits a couple moves. I think he hit like a drop kick, and he had Diesel rattled, but then Diesel caught him, hit him with the jackknife, put him away. Sione comes in next, and immediately Diesel just kicks him down and hits him with a jackknife. Now, that was a little rough when he had a hard time getting him up. It was actually kind of scary to watch. So now we're down to 5-on-2. British Bulldog comes in. Diesel immediately boots him. He falls out to the floor, and then Owen and Jarrett go over and start brawling with him, and he gets counted out. So now Diesel, who wasn't even in the match really until the 13-minute mark, it's pretty much Jarrett, Owen, and Neidhart that had done all the work, just comes in and just starts swatting guys. And the commentary, they were putting him over big time as a monster, and just how good he had become. And he actually looked really good at this point too. He looked like he even dropped some weight from the summer. He was pretty thin at this point. And really was just the crowd was into him here, and he was just running through guys. And he honestly looked like a main event player.
Yes, he did, and you could tell that he was getting to that point now where Vince was really starting to kind of prepare him. And we'll tell you on next week's Vault, we'll tell you what he was being prepared for. But and then of course it happened. Just as everything was looking good for the Teamsters, which is why my PIC ranked him so high on the Listomania. It happened. The first time.
Do you want to talk about the first time first, or you want to do it?
Well, yeah. We'll set it up. The first time was, of course, we talked about in our last Vault many moons ago, at SummerSlam when he super kicked Diesel and cost him the Intercontinental title. The second time is probably, and you and I talk about this all the time, probably one of the greatest television tag matches of all time.
Yes.
On the brand new show, by the way. Won't you? Right? This was the debut show, right?
I think it was the second or third week. But yeah, the Action Zone started on USA. It replaced All American Wrestling. All American kind of run its course, and they wanted it. It wasn't a live show, but it was all within the arena. So I think they wanted something more like that than like a studio show. And that debuted on USA on Sundays. Action Zone. The first week had Brett and Owen in a match.
Right, which I believe is on Brett's DVD.
Yes, it is.
I think it's Owen's last title shot, and Brett beat him. Good match, of course. No surprise. But this tag match, is it on a mix anywhere? It must be on a comp somewhere. I don't think it ever made a DVD, but it's got to be on something.
I can try and find out. Do we have the date and the fun fact there?
The 10:30 Action Zone, October 30th. The match. Well, he's looking it up. The match is the 1-2-3 Kid and Razor Ramon against the Dudes with Attitudes, the tag team champions, Diesel and Shawn Michaels.
All right. Apparently, it was only on a few tapes. It was on Slamfest '95. Shawn Michaels hits from the Heartbreak Kid '95. So I'm guessing those are both tapes. According to Grand, that's all it's on.
Okay. So in that match, Shawn Michaels super kicked Diesel again.
Yes.
And this time the titles did not change hands. I think it ended in a count out or a DQ.
No, Michaels pinned the Kid. He pinned a roll up. Yeah.
Right.
Actually, Diesel recovered. Sean ended up working most of the match by himself, after he super kicked Diesel. Then Diesel got up and he ended up helping Shawn win. But that match was actually 22 minutes.
Wow. Yeah, that's a match that needs to go on a DVD. Maybe if they do like a Dudes with Attitudes or something. I don't know, maybe they'll do a, maybe while he's in the company, now maybe they'll do like a Kevin Nash DVD or something. I don't know.
And yes, that was the second Action Zone. The first one was 10/23 with the Brett and Owen match.
Yes, which I believe is on Brett's DVD.
Yes, it is. Yep.
Yeah, and it's a very good match, but it's Brett and Owen. Why wouldn't it be? So, with that said, things were looking good for the Teamsters until...
So sure what he wants him to do. Come on, ref, get him out of there. Shawn Michaels on the other side. Here it goes, a big boot. Oh, no. Oh, no. Michaels just nailed a 7-foot Diesel. This is the third time we've seen this happen on television. Diesel. Michaels is still screaming at Diesel. Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. What happened? Look at the look on Diesel's face. The honeymoon is over. Diesel wants to get to Shawn Michaels. He's had it. Hey, wait a minute. Diesel. Look what Diesel's doing. He's a madman. Diesel's had enough of Shawn Michaels finally, a straw that broke the camel's back. Look at Diesel, giving a double jab. Michaels is headed back to the dressing room area, I think. And Owen trying to stop it. Owen, shot. Meanwhile, the referee is counting. Diesel, nothing can stop him. Michaels running for cover. And the referee's still counting.
So just to give some context, what actually happened was Diesel and Razor had a wrestle for like maybe three and a half minutes or something like that, and they had a pretty good fight going on. Diesel finally gets the best of him and hits him with the jackknife. So it looked like he was going to finish off the whole team. Shawn finally calls him over and says, tag me in. Diesel acquiesces and gives in. He goes in and tags Shawn in. And then when Shawn gets in the ring, Diesel's slowly starting to step back onto the apron, and Shawn calls him back in, and Diesel gives this look like, oh, God, leave me alone, I'm just tired, I want to go rest, but, fine, I'll give in, and Shawn's telling him to pick him up, and Diesel's kind of like, are you sure? And Shawn's like, yep, pick him up, and then, of course, he kicked him in the head, so I like the way they did it. Diesel, it looked like he at least put some thought into it, but he was just giving in because he just always deferred to Shawn, who had positioned himself heading into this match as the captain that would lead the team to victory and all this other stuff. He was shouting, the whole match, he was shouting instructions to Diesel throughout the whole thing, yelling at him every time, telling him to pin guys, telling him to do this, he'd get aggravated if anyone got any offense on Diesel. So he was being very, like, bossy from the apron.
Yeah, I was just about to make that point that you could just tell the whole match, like, Shawn was just being a complete pain in the ass, and Diesel, the way they were booking it was almost like, yeah, whatever, I'm doing my thing, and he was just jackknifing guys left and right, regardless of what Shawn was yapping on the apron. And then finally, Diesel's looking at him like, are you really? Can't you do this on your own? And Shawn's like, no, get in here, hold him up. And this is when Big Daddy Cool was getting that. This is where the cool comes in. Yeah. He's just got that. Jesus Christ, can I just take a powder? Yeah, basically. Get in here, hold him, and then he holds him, and then gets smacked. So with that, the entire Teamster team obviously goes down the apron and down the ramp and finds out what the hell's going on, and they all get counted out. And your Intercontinental Champion, the bad guy, Razor Ramon, is your sole survivor. Pretty good year for Razor, actually. Yes. I believe he was undefeated. Yes, undefeated on pay-per-view.
Well, no,
that?
The final.
Well, no, the one loss. I'm sorry, I forgot about King of the Ring. The one loss to Owen. So his pay-per-view record is what, like 6-1, right? He won at the Rumble. He won at WrestleMania. How many matches did he win at King of the Ring? 2. So 4-1, 6-1.
Yep.
6-1 in 1994. He was the man, and he is the sole survivor. I like this match a lot. One of my more. I might have undergraded this match. I'm gonna have to knock it up a half. Well,
point. It was great too, mainly because of the action was good for the first 15 minutes. Then you get the whole little segment of Diesel being booked like a monster, and then you get the great storyline stuff at the end.
Yeah, no, it's a complete package. Very well done. And you're finally see it. I think you finally seen the official Diesel babyface turn that you, my friend, 11 months earlier at the PCC was calling for.
Who would have thunk it?
Who'd have thunk it? You and the crew. You and the crew there, 11 months earlier, started this, and look where it's ended up. And in our next week, you'll see what you really started, and then you regret it. Okay, so there's your opener. All right. Now, I don't know if you have the you probably don't have the second clip. Backstage, there is Sean. As Sean's leaving, obviously being chased by Big Daddy Cool, he throws his half of the tag team belts in the trash as he's leaving. So once again, Shawn Michaels, and we haven't really picked on him for this much yet.
No.
But over time we will start to, particularly throughout '95. Once again, Shawn Michaels loses a championship without being pinned. As this time he just takes the belt and throws it in the trash. So at the end, as of right now, as at the end of this pay-per-view, the World Wrestling Federation tag team titles are vacant.
Well, it's not officially declared vacant.
Not officially vacant. Yeah, they're about to be. They're going to be soon.
He throws it in the basket and storms off before Diesel can catch up to him.
Yep. So, stay tuned. Stay tuned. All right. We go from a great, serious match with a lot of fun and a lot of excitement to this.
Gorilla, who's the guy in the white suit?
You know what, Art? I wish you were there, because you might have actually
made this a lot better, that's for sure.
He could have made this watchable. Thus, when I said earlier, JR, about someone asking to be the third co-host tonight, the third host, which of course I vehemently refused, the Lithuanian lover boy Matt Rotella wanted to join us because this may be... Yep, that's exactly what he got from me. Because this may be his favorite match of all time, which truly says a lot about the taste of Matt Rotella. There was a feud going on between Jerry the King Lawler and Doink. Why don't you give us a little background before we get to who the actual match is?
Well, to be honest, I don't completely remember all of it. I just remember the recurring nightmare that it felt like.
Yes.
When Lawler and Doink had a match on Raw, I believe, is how it kind of started. And then Dink interfered, and Lawler got all pissed off. So the next week, Lawler brought out his own midget to counter Dink. And then the next week, Doink brought out another midget known as Wink. And at this point, you could see where things were going, and you couldn't stop it. It was just like a bad train accident, just heading down the rails, and there was nothing you could do. So Lawler brought out his other midget, and then Doink brought out his fourth one, Pink, and Lawler brought out his. And Lawler's were named Queasy, Cheesy, and Sleazy. They were all ugly little Derek LaRue's. And, of course, the clowns are all ugly little Matt Rotellas in paint.
Yeah.
I don't know which group of midgets was worse looking, honestly. They were all pretty gross.
Wow. I mean, they certainly were not the Wizard of Oz Lollipop Guild, that's for sure. I've never seen 6 uglier looking little shits in my entire life. And this was about as low, and everyone who knows me well knows I am not a fan of midget wrestlers whatsoever. And now you know why. It's a gimmick that may have been funny back in the 50s or something, or even maybe the 70s or into the mid 80s. But at this point, midgets are just not funny to look at. They're just thoroughly annoying in the wrestling world. And this match just totally.
Gentlemen, as you know, the Ultimate Warrior. Fuck it.
That's pretty much what I'd like to do right now, Mean Gene, is fuck it and move on to the next match. But that's not what we do here at the Place to Be. We analyze everything, no matter what big pile of crap it truly is. Okay, so you have the King, Cheesy, Sleazy, and Queasy. Have you ever seen more body hair on midgets in your entire life? I've never seen little hairier bastards in my life than these 3 midgets. They had hair everywhere. Their face, their back, it's just nasty-looking little shits. And then, of course, Doink's official team was called Clowns Are Us, which was Doink, Dink, Wink, and Pink. Now, if Pink was actually a pink clown, that actually would have been pretty funny. But he was not. I don't know. What do you say? I don't even know what to say. Most of the match is Lawler yelling at his little midgets to do things right, and they don't. It's pretty much 16 minutes, which is even worse. 16 minutes and 45 seconds of bad Lawler puns and parlor tricks. It's pretty much all it is.
Hey, PTB Nation, it is now time for the Rob Houston Memorial Hacksaw Jim Duggan Update.
I got my 2x4.
I will tell you right now. I'll tell you right now. This is I never thought I'd hear myself say this, but this is definitely the lesser of two evils.
Well, I figured I'd pile on now, right? It's as good a time as any to make you completely miserable.
Yeah.
All right, Jim Duggan in WCW had a lot going on in the fall of '94.
He was,
of course, the biggest strike came on September 18th at Fall Brawl when he defeated your boy Steve Austin, that is, in 40 seconds to become the WCW United States Champion.
Unbelievable.
Surprise television debut for the Hacksaw. He'd go on to defend his title against such luminaries as Steve Austin and Steve Austin and Steve Austin and the Gambler. The Cuban Assassin, Steve Austin. Hey, Halloween Havoc, he had a rematch with
Steve Austin.
And he beat him in 8 minutes by disqualification. At that point, he finally moved on a little bit into other matches. And let's see, where was he in November? He beat Steve Austin again on Saturday night in November. Oh, he beat Steve Austin again there. Beat Steve Austin again on the Clash.
No wonder he quit.
And we'll leave it there. It was a Clash 24, November 16th. He beat Steve Austin in 1 minute when Vader attacked him. So it was by DQ. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. There is your WCW Hacksaw Jim Duggan update. The Rob Houston Memorial, that is.
And just think. When we did this at SummerSlam, he beat Diamond Dallas Page like 45 times over the span of 2 months. Think of the two guys that he kept beating in 1994. Two guys who would become future world champions, and he'd be a future schmuck. So hope he enjoyed all those wins then. But honestly, I think I would rather watch. Just don't tell Matt Rotella this. I think I would have rather watched a Jim Duggan match than have to watch this 6-midget disaster. Yeah, and Art, you know what? I would have been happy if Doink didn't wrestle and Art Donovan wrestled with Pink, Wink, and Dink. I would have even enjoyed that. Hey, don't blame me. This is your fault.
God, what do you think Gorilla was thinking? And I don't blame him for this one. He wanted this to be his last announcing job. Having to sit through this match, but
exactly.
Yeah, the build-up was pretty bad, and the match itself is awful. Like you said, the first 10 minutes or so is this Lawler yelling at his midgets who couldn't do anything right, and then he ends up pinning Doink at 10:32, and you kind of get that moment where Doink just kind of looks at his midgets all sad and forlorn, and Lawler's just... That's the only highlight of the match, and Lawler's like sitting there cackling as they're all realizing what's going to happen now that these three midgets, clown fools, were left alone with Lawler and his. And of course, what ended up happening was the three Doink midgets would be quickly eliminated over the next 6 minutes by the three King midgets. So the King's Court survives in full, but then they turn on the King afterwards, right? And don't they all end up getting the best of him? All the midgets and Doink come out?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, all the midgets just start chasing him off, and that's pretty much that. So
I just don't get why this... I mean, I know there weren't a lot of matches on the show, but you could have probably fit something else on this card, and you didn't have to have this fucking mess go 17 minutes.
No.
And obviously they wanted to keep Lawler stronger than Doink, which is fine, but it just took up way too much time. This card would have been much better with Lawler in the booth and something else going on. Or just have this match, but have it be like a quick 5-minute one. Like that old Slaughter Nikolai team match in 1990, where it's just fast eliminations. It was over in 6 minutes. That's really what this should have been. And what's even more annoying is after this match, we get an interview with Todd Pettengill and Bull Nakano. And they announced that Nakano had defeated Alundra Blaze in the Tokyo Dome to win the women's title. So they have an interview Why couldn't we have that match here? A rematch or anything? That would have been way better than this mess.
Oh,
and, that interview itself is actually better than this because it's hilarious. Todd's talking to her and she only responds in Japanese and he just keeps deadpanning answers like, English, please. And okay, I agree. And you could tell Bull, I watched that as well tonight, and Bull's trying not to laugh. It's really funny. She almost cracks a smile twice. Todd almost gets her to break. But so, yeah, this match was a dud. And then the other big news is Bull Nakano is now the WWF Women's Champion.
Yes. Nakano!
Bull Nakano!
I would have taken that. I would have taken a steel cage 45-minute submission match between Bull and Alundra Blaze over Lawler, Doink, and 6 little turds. I would have liked Bundy to come in and squash all 6 of them like he did Little Beaver.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, all right, let's move on. You want to take a breather?
We'll do that. I think we're gonna need it after this match.
Yeah, I think we will too. All right, I agree. I wanted to ask. All right, we're doing a complete 180 now. We're going from a complete large pile of poop that you're not going to remember to this. An unbelievable, from top to bottom, an unbelievable segment, match included. We have our World Wrestling Federation champion having one of his best years of his career, the Hitman Bret Hart, and you won't believe who he's facing tonight. You know what? I'm going to let my PIC do this one. You can lead up to who his opponent is because the build is just awesome. And this one's yours. Let's get it started. How did the Hitman face this guy on this night?
All right. Well, on July 30th, Superstars, out of nowhere, we were gifted a tremendous match between Bret Hart and Bob Backlund. Bob Backlund had kind of just been a jobber to the stars to this point, just kind of doing his thing. And adding to the treat was that Jim Ross was filling in for Vince McMahon at this time on Superstar. So he's calling this match. These two guys went tooth and nail. I actually have the match on tape. I was lucky enough to tape it at the time. And it's a fantastic, fantastic piece of business. Technical masterpiece. Both guys were faces. And I'm actually trying to look here because I want to get the time for you.
Had to have been at least 20 minutes.
No, 15 minutes.
All right, still
so they go 15 minutes. Backlund looks like a couple times like he could have the match won, but Bret ends up getting the best of him, hits him with a small package, and gets the win, retains his title. Backlund, being the sportsman that he is, shakes Bret's hand, but after he does it, he's kind of hanging around in the ring with his head hung down. He grabs Bret's hand again and shakes it again and raises it, and then he smacks him across the face, jumps him, and hooks his vicious cross-faced chicken wing on. And Backlund would get pulled off by a bunch of referees, and then Backlund would stare at his hands in disbelief as he walked away. So now we kind of had, Bret was still prepping for his cage match at SummerSlam at this point, but we had this whole Backlund thing kind of lingering. This ended up being a pretty big shock, because Backlund had never really been heel, and even when they had wanted him to back in the early 80s, he refused, and that's why he ended up actually leaving the WWF, because Vince McMahon wanted him to turn heel, and he didn't. Now, they were pushing him towards this kind of crazed, possessed angle, and there was a rumor at the time and later on that it was supposed to be a storyline where Papa Shango, the old voodoo guy from a couple years back, would be returning at this time, and he was going to possess Bob Backlund with a spell, and that's why Backlund snapped, and you look at his hands afterwards. But Backlund actually got this gimmick over so well on his own, they let him run with it. He just kind of started being this crazed old man, and instead of his little ring jacket, he started wearing this great robe with the towel. And he started going on and on about how he had been screwed, and he snapped because he was screwed out of the title back in 1983. He didn't really lose it to the Iron Sheik. Arnold Skolin had thrown in the towel for him, and that's why he lost the title. So he wanted the title he never had lost, and he wanted revenge. And in the build-up to this, on one segment of Raw, he actually attacked Arnold Skolin and put him in the cross-faced chicken wing. And then we have this other great piece of character building as well.
Something, ladies and gentlemen, I do it. You're too weak. You can't go on a diet for more than one day. You suffer
exception to a remark you made that there is no escape with a chicken wing and the crossface, because you yourself at one time, Bob Backlund, said, for every move, there's a counter. For every hold, there's an escape. You're saying there's no way to escape with chicken wing crossface.
Ladies and gentlemen, and I use that term loosely. If there's anybody that can walk away or get out of that chicken wing once I get them pinioned to the mat, I'll retire from professional wrestling for good.
Lou Gianfrido, who writes for the WWF magazine, who's here covering tonight's activities, you invite him up here? Now, wait a minute. You're going to put the chicken wing on Louis? Why?
If you'd like it demonstrated, I'll demonstrate it.
Are you game for this, Lou?
Absolutely.
But I mean, there could be a WWF superstar you could call out here.
I said, if anybody gets away from it, I'll retire
for good.
When I say something, I'm not going to be fallacious with these people. I'm not the President of the United States. I don't lie and I don't cheat. If I say it, I'm going to do it. Whether you like it or not, I'm going to tell you the truth.
All right, Louis.
Easy, Bob.
Okay, you proved your point. Can you get out, Louis? Wait a minute. Hey, he writes for the magazine. He's not even a wrestler. Hey, what are you doing? Let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
So it was official. Backlund was a heel, and he was a great heel. And this is where he really started to become one of the top promo guys in the promotion. He'd go on these long rants and very confusing. He'd be using big words and just crazed stuff. And he really got himself over as a crazed madman, this grizzled old veteran who delusionally thought he was still the world champion. So he challenges Brett. Brett accepts the challenge. And Bob says, you know what? I lost the title on this technicality, and this is how we're going to have the match. It's going to be a submission match. You're going to have a guy in your corner. I'm going to have a guy in my corner. And the only way to win this match is to have your corner man throw the towel in. So Brett picks up his brother-in-law, the British Bulldog, who had recently returned. And Backlund, in a great heel twist, picks Owen Hart, Brett's brother, who obviously hated his guts at this point. So the whole Hart family would be in the arena at one point or the other. We have Stu and Helen at ringside. Brett's wife and kids were there as well. And this match has had a lot of build and a lot of heat on it. So they would go 35 minutes. And Scott, I'll let you kind of pick it up from here.
Yes. First off, again, I was in college at the time, so I was a little hazy on some. I don't even remember that promo.
Oh, God.
I got to find that.
Yeah,
I got to find that.
It's
What was
on
that,
YouTube.
on Raw?
Yeah, it was on Raw. Yep, it's on YouTube.
Okay. I got to find that because I don't even remember that promo. But the whole crux of it worked perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, they fit all the pieces in the right spot. And again, there's a few things I like about this whole match. Number one, the mix of psychology and the great grappling, and let's put it this way. We were still at the time in wrestling history where this kind of match still worked.
Right.
Crowd was into it. If this was maybe like 5 years later, I think people would be throwing like rotten vegetables in the ring, because no one has any. Starting in like 1999, no one had any patience for a match like this anymore.
No.
But at this point, I think fans still dug the grappling and.
Well, plus you had the two perfect guys for it. You had strong personalities, but guys that were believable in the style as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it would have worked with anybody else. Number two, I loved having, because you always see Stu in the crowd, but having Stu actually in the mix is really cool. This, speaking of another grizzled old bastard, but Stu's a guy you still don't want to screw with.
Nope.
And just him, like, and his, Helen, God bless her. She didn't know what to do. She's, she was upset seeing her son, having to be there, and her baby boy being a little bitch, Owen. And
well, before we get to the finish, though, I want to talk about too how much I enjoyed that they had the Backlund heel turn happen back in July. So he was kind of lingering over these months, building up heat on himself. Instead of like they turned him like a month before the show, like, and it rushed into it. You know what I mean? He really simmered for a few months before, while Brett finished things up with Owen, and then he interjected himself back into the picture.
Right.
And I just love the whole continuity with it being the submission match, the towels. That's how he lost previously, and this is how he was going to win it back. And just the whole thing was so well done. And when you factor in all the family stuff too, that had been really this year-long arc when Owen first had his issue with Brett a year ago at Survivor Series 93, coming full circle now where he has a chance to again put the screws to his brother.
Right.
Just, everyone, we always talk about the Mega Powers as being a great one-year storyline, but this Hart brother one was up there as well.
I agree 100%. And one more part of this match that I loved. I don't know if you noticed. Did you notice it? Oh, you say you didn't watch this match. You just watched the other match. But
I watched the first 15 minutes. I ran out of time at work.
Okay. I loved Gorilla's commentary because he obviously had the perspective because he was at that match. It was him and, for those who don't remember, that house show December 26th, 1983. It was him and Pat doing commentary.
Mm-hmm.
So Gorilla remembers, and he was almost kind of playing the heel here a little bit.
Yeah, he was. This whole show, he was acting a little heelish, but especially here, he definitely was. So it's kind of cool to hear. But don't forget, too, even Vince, both of these guys had experience calling Backlund matches like this because they both called them back in the late 70s and early 80s. So it was almost like a throwback for them as well.
Yeah, no, it was tremendous. I didn't want to spoil the ending. I was just saying every personality was on fire in this match, and that even includes Helen, who probably didn't know what the hell she was doing, but she was just good at whatever she was doing anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And Stu, just this big grizzled miserable old prick. You could tell he just wants to knock Owen in the teeth. It was awesome. In the climax.
Well, let's start at the 25-minute mark.
Yeah.
The British Bulldog is chasing Owen Hart around the ring, and he trips, and he goes head first and does the somersault over the steps. So it was a pretty good spot, and knocks himself out. So now Bulldog, who has Brett's towel, is unconscious on the floor. Moments later, Backlund hooks the crossface chicken wing on Brett. Now, of course, as you heard in the clip, this had been put over as like an unbeatable hold. No one's ever kicked out of this hold, and no one ever would. So now Brett is trapped, and for 9 minutes he rides in this hold, and Backlund's just wrenching it in, and Brett, it almost looks like there's a little spot of blood on his face, and it was a vicious hold, and Brett was really selling it tremendously. A couple minutes into the hold is when Owen starts pleading and begging his parents to throw the towel in because he can't do it, and his brother is suffering by Bob Backlund, and Stu, as you put so greatly in your comments, this grizzled bastard didn't buy into the shtick, and he's like, no, my son is not going to tap out. He would not want to give up. I'm not throwing in the towel. He rips it out of Owen's hand at one point, refuses, and Owen is just crying and pleading and begging, and tears streaming down his face, and he just keeps looking in the ring, and his heart is breaking watching his brother be massacred in the ring.
Yeah, he kept saying, "I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to do what I did. I'm sorry. I want to make things right." Like he was really like laying on the friggin' frosting, and Stu's just got this. I'm gonna knock you in the teeth, you little shit.
Yep.
But Helen, she's a mother before anything else. It was just so well done.
Yeah, so smart.
It was awesome.
So then Helen can't take it anymore. She grabs the towel from Stu, stumbles up to the ring and throws it in. The bell rings, and there's just so much shot going on. The first part is Owen grabs both towels and runs off to the back with his arms up, yelling and screaming how he did it. Hilarious stuff. Just a great celebration. And then you get to the ring, and that's when you realize that fucking Bob Backlund is the new world champion. He's sitting there with this like look on his face, like holy shit. He gets his belt, and he has this awesome celebration. Brett gets helped out by a bunch of officials, and Owen finally gets backstage. He catches up with Todd Pettengill, and for the third time this year, delivers a killer promo.
Thank you very much, Vince. I am standing with Owen Hart. Obviously, we've just witnessed we thought you were having compassion for your brother. Vince McMahon said we're seeing the true Owen Hart. This obviously was some sort of setup.
A setup? You got it right. That was a setup. This is the greatest Thanksgiving of my life. And Mom and Dad, you fell right into my trap. You threw the towel in. And Brett, you're no longer the WWF champion. Mr. Backlund is. And Brett, I could have beaten you before, but you cheated. But now, you're nothing. You're below me. You're down there in the gutter, Brett. You're not a champion anymore. You're a loser. And I'm a king. And Brett, you're a nobody. I'm going to be the WWF Tag Team Champion. I am going to be a WWF Intercontinental Champion. And Brett, I am going to be the WWF World Heavyweight Champion. And I, unlike you, will never quit. I will never surrender. You're a quitter, Brett. Mom and Dad threw in the towel, and you're history, Brett. And I am the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. Don't you forget it, brother. Whoa!
What a great prick.
Oh, my God. That might be. And obviously he would be in the business for a few more years, but that might be Owen's greatest promo ever.
I think it was so good. Mom and Dad. What a fucking douche.
You're not champion. Mr. Backlund is.
Yeah. Oh, my
awesome.
God. That's such good stuff. And
this
whole package was good. And he obviously makes it all. Backlund was a great character, but without Owen, without all that passion that he had built up over the last year, where this hatred he had for his brother, none of this could have worked as well without all that great character build throughout all this time, where he had hated him, but you almost kind of could buy it when he had this remorseful feeling watching his older brother getting assaulted like that. You could almost buy into it, and then the joy he shows after Brett gives up, or after the towel gets thrown in, he goes sprinting to the back with his arms up and both towels in his hands. Just awesome. Just a great setup. And again, I feel like for so many times this year, it's almost like if you cut the show here, you have a winner. You know what I mean? Of course, we had the crappy clown match, but 2 for 3 so far. And this match was just another string of great Bret Hart pay-per-view matches for this year. So 5 for 5 out of him, and all of them have included Owen in one way or the other.
Yeah, it's worth sitting through 17 minutes of dirty, ugly midgets to get to. Thank God nobody in the PTB Nation is to get to this point. I'm fine with it. It's a tremendous match. It's a tremendous overall package of personalities. And you have to watch it. It's not, looking on the history of WWE.com website, our good friend, the Broham, Graham Cotham, not one thing from this show is on a DVD. Not one thing. Which is unfortunate because this is a tremendous match. I think it belongs. You have the dub, I'm assuming, right?
I have the original copy from when I ordered it.
Taped it on paper. Okay, I have the Coliseum video copy. But if you find this match somewhere, you have to watch it. It is outstanding. Again, 35 minutes is a lot, but and then kudos to Bret. It's one guy we haven't really talked about. Kudos to Bret. He was in the chicken wing for it was literally 5 minutes.
No, it was longer than that. It was almost 10.
Was it?
Yeah.
Was it almost 10 minutes?
Yep. Because 25 minutes is when Bulldog goes down, and it's like a minute after that, and then the match is 35. So.
Yeah, 10 minutes of being. And let me tell you something. Whether Backlund does it well or not, the move looks like it hurts.
Yeah.
So. Definitely not a rock. Definitely not a rock sharpshooter. That's for sure. No, not at all. So, Mr. Backlund, what were you thinking? Oh,
there was so much going on.
So,
I was a Backlund fan even before he turned heel, and I loved it when he did turn heel, and of course I loved Owen. And this was another now for the second straight year for my birthday. I had some friends over. We watched the show. So we were all pretty excited. Of course, seeing a title change is always great too. So that was cool. And it was awesome. And then he gives a great promo as well in the back after, saying how he almost gives like a little press conference, saying how he's going to have another 7-year world title reign like his first one, and all this other stuff, and he's going to bring all the morality back to the promotion. And I was very excited for a Bob Backlund title reign. As we'll see, things don't quite go according to plan, but at times I really do wish they let him run with the ball a little bit longer, because he was such a great heel at this point, and I think he could have really been a hot champion for at least a 3 or 4 month run.
I agree. But as we will talk about next week, that doesn't happen. But he right now, though, is your World Wrestling Federation champion.
Yeah, and if you get the patience and the time, go watch this match if you can. Do us a favor and come back to the page and talk about it. If you haven't seen it in a while, I'm curious to see what everyone thinks, if it holds up or not. 35 minutes. It's a long match, a lot of mat-based stuff, but the emotion and the storyline of the characters just make it happen.
Yeah, and the last 10 minutes is just pure gold for everybody involved. So, Mr. Backlund, sir, he kabooves the World Wrestling Federation Championship from the Hitman Bret Hart. Unbelievable. All right, we need a break after that.
Yes.
That was a good one. But we need a break. We got a couple of more. We got one more old school Survivor match, and then oh Christ, I can't. And we got another main event that makes you go, Gah. But we will take a breather because we need to after that. But definitely, I agree with Justin. Please watch it, and then let us know on the Facebook page or tweet us. Let us know what you think of it, because it's one of the hidden gems of the mid-'90s, no question about it. But first, we will take a breather and talk about our good friends at WrestleChat.net. Because
now then, as it pertains to video, we promise there will be less dick references.
Oh, shit.
Watch your fucking mouth.
Well, fuck me.
God damn it. Fuck. Anyway, there will be less penis references.
How many pro wrestling news websites do you visit to get your daily news? 3, 4, maybe 5? Do yourself a favor and make that number 1. WrestleChat.net, the only professional wrestling news site that brings you all wrestling news all day long, and is home of the critically acclaimed Still Real to Us podcast, starring former CZW, ROH, and ECW announcer Eric Gargiulo and the Champ.
Jeff Beck.
That's WrestleChat.net. WrestleChat, it's where it's at.
And it's funny, you go from one awesome press conference, Bob Backlund, to another awesome press conference.
Yes.
But one that we won't discuss for quite a while. WrestleChat.net is your home for everything pro wrestling. WWE, TNA, some UFC. I think some guys post some reviews on there too.
Mm-hmm.
You go to their message board. They have a pretty good message board. I think a lot of guys post some write-ups there as well. Of course, Mr. Gargiulo and Mr. Beck with their awesome podcast. And of course, if you're on the page and you see the PTB Gnome on the right, click on it and you can hop right over to our Podbean page if it's working, which it usually is. We just had a rough night the other night, but usually it's working. And hop right on and listen to us. So WrestleChat.net, of course, they also sponsor our weekly news and notes segment, which you hear on our headline show. So WrestleChat.net is your home for everything professional wrestling. We, of course, are talking about the 1994 Survivor Series on this week's edition of the Vintage Vault. We just finished up with a tremendously, unbelievably awesome world title match. One of the most unheralded. Don't you agree? I feel this is one of those matches people just don't talk about or don't think about when they talk about great title matches.
I agree.
You know? Definitely needs to go on a DVD at some point. If they could put longer, matches on DVDs that eat up a lot of time, and you know which one I'm talking about, but we won't refer to it now. We got a while before we get to it. But that match is always on DVDs, but it eats up, 3/4 of the DVD space. Instead, put this one on. I implore WWE at some point in the future, in their home video DVD department, to please put this match on some compilation. I don't even think it's on the... oh, wait a minute. It is on a DVD. If you have the second Survivor Series Digipack.
Oh, well, yeah.
It's on there if you get the second. But it's not on any compilations. All right. Our third old school Survivor Series match pits the $1 Million Team, which is going to be done eventually, which consists of freshly turned heel Tatanka.
I'll take that bet.
Bam Bam Bigelow. King Kong Bundy.
What?
King Kong Bundy. Can you believe that?
On October 1st, we got a vignette saying King Kong Bundy's coming back. And the next week, he made his return, defeated Mitch Bishop on Superstars, and Ted DiBiase was in his corner immediately. So, King Kong Bundy's first time in 6 years he was on TV.
Yes.
WWF TV.
Yes, the last time he was on TV was on March 7th, 1988, when he and Hacksaw Butch Reed although he'd be the natural here in WWE, would lose to the Ultimate Warrior and the jacked Don Morocco. And the final guy on that team, and the final team on that team, this is actually 5 guy. This is actually a 1, 2, 10, a 5-on-5 team.
No, so is the opener.
Was it? Oh yeah, the opener. That's right. So here we have a 5-on-5, and it is Tatanka, Bam Bam Bigelow, the returning King Kong Bundy, and the Heavenly Bodies, Jimmy Del Rey, and Tom Pritchard, Dr. Tom. Their opponents are, I don't know where you rank this team in our Listomania.
Not very high. Well, in the middle
high.
somewhere.
Yeah, because I know you love the team name, Guts and Glory.
Yes.
G&G, captained by Lex Luger.
What kind of disgusting, despicable lack of respect is that Billy What's-His-Name show?
Mabel. There we go. Yeah. Break it down, Johnny Gill. Adam Bomb. We don't have a cool song for him. And the Smoking Guns, a team you'll start to get to know over time. Mm-hmm. They're kind of hit or missing on pay-per-view.
Yeah.
You'll see them, and then you don't see them, and then you see them, and then you don't see them.
Now, Adam Bomb, I think we mentioned at King of the Ring and then at Summerslam again, because he was in a dark match, he had turned face after he kind of had a falling out with Quang. Him and Bigelow had been feuding since September 10th, so there's a little bit of backstory there. And other than that, there really wasn't too much going on. The Guns and the Heavenly Bodies had a little bit of a feud going on. Apparently they had a match on September 3rd, and the Heavenly Bodies attacked them and they put on their cowboy hats and mocked them a little bit. So they had a little bit of a thing going on. Bigelow and Bomb had a whole thing going on. Bundy obviously had just returned, and then Luger and Tatanka was the main feud here. Right. I like this heel team, though. It's almost like the light version of that Survivor Series 87 main event team. Andre's team, this is like the almost the same level, but a little... That was with beef.
Right. Yeah, that's for sure. And I actually really like this match.
Yeah,
I do.
Good. It's solid.
I can't believe I actually graded higher. If you go to our... Which, of course, by the way... please check our written review out, bigelow34.proboards.com. Follow along with us. I actually grade this match higher than you do. I like it a lot. Number one, for the reason that it just shows it's the final burial of Lex Luger as any kind of a pertinent character in this company.
Yeah, that's pretty much ends it. I mean, you would think he was going to win this and kind of end things with Tatanka.
Yeah, but that doesn't happen. Vince knows the writing's on the wall with this guy, so... We get, it's actually a long match, too much longer than I thought it would be. After the 35-minute title match, I wasn't expecting a 23-minute match, but we actually do.
But it's spread out. Yeah, the eliminations are spread out. Go ahead.
Yeah. Mabel starts, our candy guy, pins Dr. Tom with a crossbody, about 4 minutes. Crossbody, good God. About 4 minutes in. Then he's counted out. Do you remember why he was counted out? I'm trying to remember.
I'm not sure.
I don't remember either.
Graham may have it. I'll check it out again.
Bigelow pins Adam Bomb about 9 minutes in with a moonsault. Luger gets a pin.
So you can tell, too, coming off the Doink stuff, and he had been rehabbed over the summer since being with DiBiase. They really are trying to rehab Bigelow. We'll see why when we get to our next show, but they were clearly resetting him up as a force.
Yes, I agree. Luger actually pins Jimmy Del Rey with a flying with his flying burrito, except it's a metal forearm.
All right, here's what happened at 7:12. Clothesline, Mabel and Bigelow clotheslined each other over the top. And Mabel hit his head on the barricade, and that's how he got counted out.
Okay. Tatanka pins Bart Gunn with the papoose to go, which is that. That's the babyface term of it.
Samoan drop, yeah.
Yeah, it's a Samoan drop, but it was the papoose to go when he was a face. Then now that he's a heel, they actually changed. What's it called, like the end of the trail or
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, they make it. Only guy I know who gets his name, who gets his name changed when he turns face to heel. Of course, if you listen to him, it's the greatest finisher in the history of the whole universe.
Obviously.
Yes.
Who are you to doubt Tatanka?
Yeah. King Kong Bundy's first pay-per-view pin in Jesus knows how long, as he pins Billy Gunn with an avalanche and an elbow drop at 17:10. Luger does pin Tatanka here, so he does kind of get a...
Body slammer around the world won everybody's vote. It almost knocked the hole right through the bottom of the boat.
You had to do that, didn't you? we wish he was here. But of course, he had just actually debuted on in WCW. What, like the week before?
I thought it was December. I think he debuted in December.
Okay, so he hadn't even hit TV yet. Okay, I had for some reason thought it was early November. So
How much does he weigh?
how much do you weigh, Art? So
How much does he weigh, Tatanka?
I'll tell you, if I had to guess, Art Donovan, I would say somewhere between 260 to 280 pounds.
Really?
I think they should make a T-shirt that says, "How much does he weigh?" and Art's face on it.
That'd be awesome.
Yes. So Lex actually does pin Tatanka in this match.
Okay,
He does
so
get
yeah,
the
so he does get a little bit of a
he does get a little bit back. About 23 minutes in, he pins him with a small package. But then they can't finish the match because 8 seconds later, Bundy hits him with a big splash because they need to repackage Bundy for some reason. And King Kong Bundy and Bam Bam Bigelow. What a tag team, huh?
Awesome. Well, it does kind of make sense now. Luger gets his win, but then, it's just too much for him to overcome, and Bundy and Bigelow. I can see why they wanted to reestablish Bundy. Obviously, they had big things set for him for the next year as well, for WrestleMania. And Bigelow as well, they had big things set. So, in retrospect, maybe it does make a little bit more sense. I don't think Luger maybe looks as bad as I originally had thought he did, especially since I had forgotten he actually does pin Tatanka to get revenge for SummerSlam. I mean, they would have their blow-off. I guess we might as well say it now because they don't really feud again on pay-per-view. But on February 27th, 95, Raw, they have their kind of main event, and Luger pins him to end it. So
yeah, so he does get his oomph back. So, but Bundy and Bigelow, a lot of beef there.
Yeah.
How about that? Two guys who were on opposite teams at the first Survivor Series. So they are back on the same team here. I actually give them again. I actually grade the match a little bit higher than you do. I like it a lot. It's actually very entertaining. I enjoyed it. Right before the main event, your guy, your champion, JR, Mr. Backlund, does his impromptu press conference. Were you still?
Got me excited.
What were you thinking here? Seriously, I'm sure you were with the usual cronies watching the show, your usual group of minions. What were you thinking? I mean, I remember I watched. I don't know if I was. Did I watch Super? I don't remember what I watched. But I remember when I found out. I almost laughed. I thought it wasn't even serious. I thought it was a joke.
No, but the way it was presented, it didn't seem like a joke, though. It's not like he was still the jobber guy. I mean, they had built him up pretty credibly in the month and a half leading up to this match. So, I mean, it was still an upset. Don't get me wrong, but it was just something different. Like, you definitely didn't expect it to happen, but he was so good in the role that it was exciting. And like I said, I really expected him to have a solid run. I mean, I kind of saw the writing on the wall who he was going to lose to eventually. I just didn't think it was going to be when it was.
Right. So Bob Backlund, again, just to recap, is your World Wrestling Federation champion. But as we will see next week on our Vintage Vault, it's not 7 years, that's for sure. All right, time for our main event.
It can't be a main event without me, Mr. Chris Bolo.
That is quite true. Ladies and gentlemen, our Argentinian freedom fighter and now our Argentinian luscious lover,
I'm a man of love. I'm a man of love, not hate. I don't like to fight. That's why I retired from the ring on top as the Triple Crown champion of the world.
That is true.
Mr. Chris Bolo, I heard that you like to reside in Cox Island. Is that true?
Well, we were talking about
the Dr. G's. Do you have a hut there with Matt Rotella's bathhouse included? Is that like a timeshare that Derek Lulu and his friends can rent out if they need to?
Did you call it Derek Lulu?
Derek Lulu.
I tell you something. You were what were you doing around this late '94? Were you want to be in the main events? I mean, Bob Backlund. I don't know if you
I was running the world. Where were you, you old bastard? Don't you remember? I was dominating life.
That's right. You were dominating life, and you always do.
The greatest man in the world.
Yes. Now, El Gigante.
Did you buy my penis shirt yet? Did that come
I was going to buy
it for you for your birthday, your 58th
Yes, I know.
birthday.
I know. I remember it's a really nice logo. The picture of you sitting there with your big hairy suit and your big hairy, yeah. Thank you, El Gigante. Much appreciated. And we hope you had a great Thanksgiving back in 1994, and we hope you had a good Thanksgiving this year as well. So
I did. I ate the turkey, the whole by itself. The turkey.
Ah, excellent.
Alive.
Well, it's always good to talk to you, El Giante. Enjoy.
You don't sound that excited to hear from me, Mr. Crispolo.
I'm always excited to hear from you, and I will let Matt Rotella know that the bathhouse key is always open for you.
Do you miss Cox Island when you're not there?
Yes, me and Derek Lulu.
Derek Lulu.
Yes, thank you. Yes, precisely. Well, you need to let us know when there will be a pay-per-view in your wonderful country of Argentina, and if you do have a 30-man Royal Bathhouse Rumble.
Well, we have a mixer tonight. That's why this song is playing here. I'm going to go ask the pretty girls all to dance with me.
Oh, of course. Well,
and they get excited because I act like a mime, and I do mime things. I don't just act them out. I become the mime while I dance. And I turn the ladies on. They take their panties off. I put them around my man suits. They wear my penis shirt, and we go have a good time.
Oh, you're the best. You're the best. Oh, we might have to do a place. Good night. Good night, El Giante.
All right, I don't know what the fuck. Yeah, he's all fired up tonight.
I know. Is he going to expect us to want to do episode 100 from Buenos Aires?
Yeah, I don't know. You got them all going now with this cock stuff.
Oh my God! Yeah, Derek Lulu. Derek Lulu. He should be managing Bull and Dump. Is what he should be doing. Oh God. Anyway, all right. Be honest with you, I'd rather have a nice in-depth discussion with El Giante over having to do this match, but we'll do it. All right. We go back now. We already talked once about your Royal Rumble back in January. Here's the final conclusion of that.
Ugh.
Yeah, I know. For the second time in 3 years, The Undertaker, the dead man, is in a casket match. And for the second time in 3 years, it's with a very large, rotund human being.
Mm-hmm.
Let us turn back the clock to January at the Rosero home office of professional wrestling. That is, of course, the Providence Civic Center, where the then World Wrestling Federation champion, Yokozuna, defeated none other than The Undertaker with the help of like every single heel on the roster, and buried him. And then, of course, the awesome rising to the heavens or wherever for The Undertaker as his big butt went right by our man Jim's face, right? Somewhere in that section of the dunk.
Yes.
And then after he returns at SummerSlam in that Taker-Faker match, he wants a little payback. So he'll get payback here as he takes on Yokozuna in a rematch, but this time it is a casket match.
Again.
Yeah,
so obviously he was looking for revenge. He wiped out the fake Taker. So he started doing the usual Taker parlor tricks where they'd flicker the lights and Yoko would get all scared and everything else. So, you figure they got to put an end to this feud. Taker never really got his heat back, but I get why it was last, because obviously they were going to end the show with Backlund winning. But really, it's just, again, for the third straight month, we just slock through the end of the show. What actually, to this point, really was a pretty good show. I mean, the world title match was tremendous. The opener was very good. And the last match even was solid enough. Yeah, you had the clown mess. But if you have a good main event to cap off the show, you kind of forget about the doink thing and you're saying, hey, you know what? Overall, this was pretty damn good. And it's funny because it's always looked upon as kind of a crappy show, but it really isn't. I think it's because of the year it kicks off from here till next Survivor Series is what gets its rap. But in a little bit of stunt celebrity booking, they bring in the immortal Chuck Norris to be the special troubleshooting referee.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, may I introduce our special troubleshooting referee. He is unquestionably one of the premier movie stars in the world today. He is the star of the hit TV series Walker, Texas Ranger, and is a martial art expert extraordinaire. Making his residence here in the great state of Texas, the
actually did get a pretty big pop.
Yeah, much bigger than I actually remember him getting. It's very weird.
Now, for those of you who only know Chuck Norris nowadays, well, not only know him, but where he's become big is with all the Chuck Norris facts, and he's kind of become like a cult icon. This is before all that, but I thought he fit pretty well here. You know, he wasn't overbearing. They just brought him in to be the troubleshooting ref because, obviously, harkening back to the Rumble where all the guys interfered, they didn't want that to happen again. That was kind of the thing. And actually, during this match, Jeff Jarrett and who else comes out? It's Jarrett and I know IRS interferes, but isn't there someone
Adam
else?
Bomb? No, Adam Bomb was a babyface.
Oh, Bundy. I think it's Bundy.
Bundy, yeah.
Bundy and Jarrett come out, and Norris he kicks Jarrett and runs them off. So that was kind of their way to show that he was going to prevent what happened at the Rumble. So I liked him here. He was a legit tough guy that you kind of bought in that role.
Yeah. No, I did too. And, it was actually a hot character to have, or celebrity to have on. I think Walker, Texas Ranger was obviously going strong. I don't think it was in reruns on USA just yet. I think it was still on regular TV. I think CBS carried it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it hit syndication for a couple of years. But, what the heck, Give the show a little sizzle. That's fine with me. But it doesn't save this match. This match is a disaster on all levels. Yoko needed a break. That's what I think. Yoko was going. I mean, give the guy credit, the big man. I mean, he was been going nonstop since he debuted at the end of '92. So he's been going nonstop for 2 straight years. And again, we're dealing with a pretty big guy. So I think at this point he was just wiped out. That's my honest opinion. And this match shows it. I mean, he looks terrible. And Taker, once again, has got to get stuck in a big, insipid, psychology-driven feud, which is fine in a lot of cases. But work rate-wise, this is just a mess.
Yeah.
At least these 2 casket matches this year, they kind of ironed out the wrinkles of the rules, and so now it's not as complicated as when he fought Kamala 2 years earlier. But he does finish off Yoko, and Yoko's gone for a while. Well, so we don't see Yoko for a few months, correct?
Yeah, right, he's gone until WrestleMania.
Yeah, and we'll obviously when we get there, we'll let you know what happens at WrestleMania. But he's gone for now. So the show ends with the Dead Man and Paul Bearer celebrating in their own special way in the middle of the ring. Really, I don't know as much to say. I mean, we both graded it pretty bad.
Yeah, the match, it's just 15 minutes. It's just kind of blah. The highlight, of course, is IRS coming in and taking out Taker, looking like Yoko's going to win again. Obviously, it doesn't happen, but that kind of sets up our next Undertaker feud heading into 1995. So that's really the only highlight here is Chuck Norris interfering and then IRS interfering as well. Oh, Chuck Norris preventing the interference and IRS coming in behind him and interfering.
Yes, and what IRS does leads us to what happens in a couple months. So, again, a ho-hum show, nothing really great. Obviously, Gorilla Monsoon's announcing career kind of goes out with a whimper, but not really. The last match is a whimper, but the show overall, unfortunately, I don't know whether we both gave it a C+. I almost feel like I want to bump it up half a grade.
Yeah, me too. I know.
To a B- because, again, other than we'll take away the stupidity of the main event and that midget disaster. The show is really very good, much better than I thought it was.
Mm-hmm.
See what I mean? We surprised you here on the Place to Be podcast. Here he was kind of saying, "Oh my God, we're in for a..." And look at this, we're pleasantly surprised. So, definitely a show I think you should check out.
I agree.
Definitely, particularly that title match. I mean, Justin and I don't very often tell people to do things because we want everyone to watch stuff and give us their own opinions, whether you like or and we're looking forward to our feedback tonight. I'm sure it's mixed also. But that's a match you have to watch. You have to watch the Backlund Brett match. It's tremendous. Yep. Tremendous. Let me ask you something.
Sure.
Do you think, say you move ahead a couple of years, do you think Backlund and Shawn would have had a match as good? Say Shawn was in that slot.
I think they would. I don't think it would have been like this. I think they would have had a good match, yes. It would have been different though. I don't know if Shawn could have conveyed this kind of technical. I mean, he does it. I don't know. It's just different. It's hard to explain. I think he could have done it, but he didn't have the trying to think of the way to word it, because he has emotion in his matches, but he didn't have this whole family. To me, the family part of it, and all the stuff with Owen is what carries this. So
yeah, exactly.
Could the match technically have been as good? Sure, but you wouldn't have had the whole. I mean, Owen, as great as Backlund is, Owen makes this match because this year-long storyline that's been going on is what really caps it. That he finally gets revenge on his brother, and that he goes to these lengths to screw his parents over as well,
right?
To trick them to get him in the end. So, yeah, I mean, I think technically from a match standpoint, Shawn probably could have done it, but it wouldn't have had the same emotion and heat behind it.
No, not at all. Not at all. So there's your show. We both give it a C-, C+, but I feel I almost want to knock it up just a one tick to maybe a B-.
I mean, it's definitely the worst show of '94, I'd say, pay-per-view wise.
Mm-hmm.
But it's definitely better than I think either of us or anyone else gives it credit for. It's really not that bad. Like I said, I think it's that people see it as being the end of kind of a good run. The symbolic with Brett losing the title, that he wouldn't regain for another year now. This kind of starts that year-long trudge through '95. So I think people kind of look at it that way, but
yeah,
it's really
I
not
think
that
so.
bad. And I mean, '94 has actually been a very good year for pay-per-views. The Rumble, we talked about why we liked the Rumble despite all the Taker and Yoko stuff. WrestleMania 10 obviously was tremendous. King of the Ring was very good. SummerSlam was very good. And really, if you lop the main event over the last three shows, there isn't much bad to say about any of these pay-per-views.
No, not at all. Not at all. These last two shows, yeah, I think maybe they could have adjusted it a bit, but they wanted happy endings, and unfortunately, Taker's feuds were the only ones that you knew were going to end happily. So, if you're a fan, so. All right, why don't we dive in? Because as usual, our awesome PTB Nation has a myriad of words in the feedback. So why don't we? Of course, we have some on our page, our Place to Be podcast page, and of course, I'm sure we have a couple on our on the great Graham Cawthon's History of WWE. So I'll get us started.
Well, honestly, I'm just going to read one that was posted later, just so we don't miss it. I put up another thread later on. So Ben Zanny. Well, not the best show. This is the WWF event with the best names. Guts and Glory, which sounds like a name of an 80s power metal cover band. Sleazy, Queasy, and Cheesy, a midget named Wink, and of course the Teamsters, which is the best Survivor Series name ever. Unfortunately, Kevin Nash takes the Teamster gimmick too far nowadays by taking his government-mandated 15-minute smoke break anytime he happens to have a microphone in his hand on Raw.
Interesting. I wouldn't go that far, but okay.
Well, that's because you're obsessed with the Nash and Triple H feud. Ben, I agree with you. So there you go.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Why don't we begin with our awesome PTB Nation's art director, Jason Greenhouse. By the way, I love the picture, the picture that was posted on our Facebook page.
Sin Cara.
The Sin Cara picture.
Well,
yes.
That wasn't Jason Greenhouse, though. That was Rob Houston.
Oh, Rob Houston did that. Oh, well, look at now he's trying to. First, he tries to take my spot off on the show, and now he's trying to take Jason Greenhouse's slot as art director.
He hunted me down at the gym so he could come tell me about this picture he put up, and I gotta say, it's pretty fucking funny.
It is fun.
The Sin Cara. If you haven't seen it yet, go to the Facebook page, please, and definitely check it out. Rob's got a funny little picture up.
Yeah, it is funny. Okay, Jason Greenhouse. I remember much of this time very well because Raw and Superstars were being taped a lot at my local arena, the Mid-Hudson Civic Center here in Poughkeepsie. There's a lot of our PTB Nation have gone there. This is when they would tape 3 weeks worth of TV in one night. So I saw a lot of the lead up and fallout from this show in person, including Backlund slapping the chicken wing on Arnold Skoland and the re-debut of King Kong Bundy. Survivor Series 94 had two strong points. First one was the opening match. HBK and Diesel's team is one of the best five-man teams in the event's history. The match itself was really good. The Diesel walkout was awesome. The other strong point was the Brett Backlund match. I love heel Bob Backlund. The match was an old-school battle between two scientific masters. Helen throwing in the towel is classic. Owen yelling at her throughout the match is hysterical. Vintage Owen. The rest of the card was pure crap. I remember seeing the introductions of Wink and Pink in person. I believe one was done after one of Doink's matches, and the other I know was during an episode. I lost my place. An episode of the Heartbreak Hotel. Dink kept on pinching Diesel's ass throughout the segment, and when all three midgets were out there, they jumped on the heart-shaped couch. If Steve Austin were there, I'm sure he'd say,
"You got a bunch of midgets jumping on furniture."
Yes. You know what? If only one guy could make a midget team good, and that would be if Stone Cold was a team.
I think
we
were so angry about that match, I didn't even think to do the Austin joke. I'm glad Jason brought it up.
I know.
Fucking clown midgets taking on the king midgets in a game of basketball.
Yes. The Taker and Yoko match had no flow to it. I'm a fan of both men. But it was disappointed this match never took off. Chuck Norris was overhyped. Justin disagrees.
I don't think he was really hyped. I mean, you know what? I can't say I've watched. That's 1 year, actually. I know we've seen the all the shows leading up to SummerSlam a million times on my tapes, but that's one kind of section of time I haven't actually seen a lot of recently. I've seen a lot of the 93 stuff, the 96 stuff, 97, 98, but that fall of 94 Raws, I haven't really seen it in a long time. So maybe Norris was hyped quite a bit. I didn't remember him being overly hyped more than just saying he was going to be the enforcer, but I'll defer to Jason there on this. It seems like this is a period where he knows pretty well.
Yeah. I got the whole idea of him being an outside enforcer, but it would have been cooler if he was part of one of the 5-man teams. I don't know about that. Perhaps taking the spot of that big, fat, sloppy pig, Mabel. And hey, don't say anything about the candy guy on Luger's team. So there you go.
Neil Trauma. Ah, yes, Survivor Series 94. This is one of the 2 shows I listened to through Static of the pay-per-view channel before we got the special box from the cable company to let you order the shows. Oh, you people that didn't grow up in the 90s, what you missed. Those were the days. It was also the first show I bought on videotape, so I've seen it so many times, I probably have the commentary memorized. It sucked, but it was 94. I was a mark, and I'll always hold a special place in my heart for this one, even though they were midgets. And I agree, Neil. It's definitely a nice... Overall, I think it's a good show anyway. I don't think it sucks. But I think nostalgia definitely aids it as well.
Yeah, I agree. Sean Watts says, great show that was let down by the Doink match. Although Brett vs. Backlund was good, I think Brett vs. Owen in a submission match with Backlund in Owen's corner, having been revealed to be his mentor trainer, would have been a hell of a match, especially if you let Owen win the title and carry till the Rumble before losing it to Diesel, which I think would have worked better to use the time from here till Mania to build the Brett vs. Backlund I Quit match. Okay.
J. Arsenio D'Amato, the master of the apostrophe. Davey Boy backing up the Hitman was as effective as Fredo in protecting Don Corleone. It was funny how when Bulldog knocked himself out and laid on the floor forever while everyone was stepping over him to tend to Brett. That's true. Bulldog's out for like 20 minutes and no one seems to give a shit.
Oh, damn it, just in WCW, bitch. Corey Ferreira, who's
enjoy
just as happy as I am that our purple and gold will be on Christmas Day. Survivor Series 1994 is a really good show. Besides the awful Doink comedy segment, the opening Survivor Series tag match is freaking awesome, and the teams are jacked. Razor, Shawn, Diesel, Owen, Kid, Bulldog. This makes for some great teaming. Biggest moment of the match is Diesel officially turning on Shawn to begin his face run. Also, Nash just cleans house in this match like he did 10 months earlier in the Rumble. Good opener to the show. And how do we follow that great opener but multiple Doink characters? Honestly, not even the greatness of Lawler can save this piece of shit. Now back to greatness, Bret Hart against Bob Backlund. I remember the promo on Raw where Backlund showed off the chicken wing submission. It truly turned him into the crazed heel he would be until he left the company again. I really got to watch that because I don't even remember that promo. I have to watch that. This match is great and continues to add the Owen-Bret rivalry with the finish when you think Owen is going to turn and side with Bret, but only gets Helen Hart to throw in the towel, so Bret loses the WWF title. Who would have thought 11 years after losing the belt, Bob Backlund would once again be the WWF champion? Now the origins of the $1 Million Team, this really shows off DiBiase as a heel manager. We get the return of King Kong Bundy to the WWF, which seems odd because he has not been on pay-per-view since WrestleMania 3 back in '87. Of course, he was at Survivor Series that year. Interesting booking. They have Bam Bam and Bundy as the sole survivors, the 2 big men. Then again, Vince was getting back to the big man mentality at this point in time, right after the steroid trial of all things.
Well, I mean, these big men were different, though. These weren't. These are the fat men era. This wasn't really as much the steroid freak monster era.
No, the guys were just fat dudes. Well, lastly, the end of a feud which began back at the Rumble, ironically, in the same match type, Undertaker versus Yokozuna. I know, it's funny. Casket match to casket match.
It really does. It really does kind of bookend the year.
Yeah. This really ends Yoko's 2-year run at the top of the WWF. The match is nothing that great. The Rumble match is a lot better. Then again, this is awesome just because of the presence of Chuck freaking Norris. Well, that concludes Survivor Series 94, which to me is the last of the classic Survivor Series type shows since '87. Also, the last time we see Gorilla Monsoon on commentary, but not the last time we see him in the WWF.
Mike Wilkinson, a few memorable moments to a non-memorable show. Diesel's face turn was huge. I personally was not a fan of Brett Backlund, and I thought if Backlund was just going to lose the title days later, that Owen could have done the same thing. I'm not taking away from Backlund Brett, but I felt Owen had a lot of heat, and a submission match between those two would have been huge as well. Taker Yoko was okay. Always loved Chuck Norris, especially since he divides by 0. An average show at best.
Okay. Jay Hinchy says, a pretty memorable Survivor Series that saw Gorilla Monsoon's final pay-per-view doing the announcing. I liked the submission match overall with Brett Backlund, but hated Brett losing the title to Bob. Looking back, though, with Owen tricking Stu and Helen throwing in the towel was amazing stuff, making Owen totally hate it at the time. Taker-Yoko casket match is all right for Undertaker's comeback since the Rumble and Chuck Norris being there was cool. I really like the Teamsters Bad Guys Survivor Series match for the Diesel-Shawn problems finally coming to a head and splitting up going into WrestleMania 11. Guts and Glory versus $1 Million Team. Been a while since I've seen that one, but Bundy and Bigelow being the survivors ironic to me since they were on opposite sides in 87. The Kings team versus Doink's team is a comedy match, but the midget stuff was kind of funny. Not so bad a Survivor Series overall, and I wish I could find it somewhere. Well, like I said, Jay, it's on the Digipack.
And Jay, actually, if you go to YouTube, there is a guy who has the full show in one piece on there.
Really? Wow,
it's like what the hell's his name? I found it tonight. It was like IWWE. That's like his name or something. If you just type it, it comes up eventually. If you search for it, if I can find the link again, I'll post it for you. But yeah, he has the entire show on there. Rob King. This is one of the first events I owned on VHS back in the day. Watching this back in the day and watching it today are two totally different reactions. When I was younger, the Doink versus Lawler match was one of the greatest things I had ever seen in my life. Guess this is one of Matt Rotello's buddies. And Hart Backlund was long and boring. But now that I'm older and appreciate wrestling more, the comedy match is unwatchable and the title match is great. And of course, anything with Chuck Norris in it is worth my time.
Yes, unfortunately, Rob King, Matt Rotella grew up and still thinks the way you used to.
Yes.
Yeah, Jared Incel. Oh, boy. Late 1994 was the beginning of a serious downtime for the WWF, one that would run through most of 1995 before things slowly began to change for the better at Survivor Series 1995. While Survivor Series 1994 is not a terrible show, it does mark the beginning of a year-long low point for the WWF, and because of that, I have never really looked upon this show in a favorable light. Most people will point the finger at Diesel's title reign, which ran throughout this period of time, but the WWF's problems ran far deeper than that. Their main event headliner and those problems start to become evident at this show. The event opens with an awesome on-paper match between the Bad Guys and the Teamsters. I love the way this match was going, but unfortunately we get screwed out of the finish, similar to the Flair's team versus Piper's team in 1991. The Clowns R Us versus Royal Family match, good lord, not even going to comment on it other than the fact that it exemplifies a lot of what was wrong with the WWF in 1994 and 95. I thought Brett and Backlund put on a great submission match, and the storyline with Owen was brilliant, but after all these years, I still didn't like the Hitman dropping the belt to Backlund. It's the first time I've ever heard anyone say that. I know he is a legendary champion, but putting the title on him for any length of time in 1994 was stupid, and it made Brett, the WWF's top star at the time, look bad.
Wow. I guess a lot of people aren't going to be crazy about the way you talked about the show, but I really didn't think it was that bad. I thought they built him effectively. It wasn't just like some old guy coming and screwing Brett. I mean, he had been built pretty legitimately, and they got over the whole thing how he never really did lose the title. And I mean, honestly, he didn't really beat him clean. I mean, Owen was the reason he lost. So I don't think it made Brett look bad at all. I mean, I think the booking over the next 5 or 6 months makes Brett look bad, but I don't think this match or feud hurt Brett at all.
No, I don't think so either. The rest of the show was pretty meh, as we have to endure Luger's feud with the $1 Million Corporation. Honestly, did anyone care about that? The casket match between Taker and Yokozuna was an okay way to close the show. One final note about this show that I always thought was hilarious was when Owen escorted Helen Hart by an unconscious Davey Boy Smith at ringside because she was concerned for Brett in the ring. Helen just stepped over the Bulldog with little concern for his well-being. It looked like she didn't give a shit about him. It was a really funny moment, and I was delighted to hear Brett touch upon it on the Heart and Soul DVD. Apologies for the long comments. Not at all, Jared.
No,
Anytime.
don't ever apologize. Yeah.
No.
All right, Austin Pfaff, the man who rules the FedEx ground department. Good show. One thing that was missing from the show is a balanced announce team. Vince Guerrilla was good, however, commentary works best with face and a heel. Great two teams in the opening contest, which resulted in the breakup of Shawn and Diesel, starting which Shawn said something that rang so true. Who was Diesel before Shawn Michaels? Owen should have won for an Oscar for his great acting performance at the end of a good title match. Rest of the show is just there for me, with the exception of Chuck Norris's kick to Jarrett. Because of this kick, Jarrett later created TNA. Thanks, Chuck. Sarcasm. And two quick notes. Gorilla was a little heelish throughout the show, like we mentioned, especially during the title match. And also Jay Hinchy, which you'll probably see before you hear this, because this won't be up for a couple days, but I just found the link and I posted it on the page, the full Survivor Series 94.
Okay. Brett Carlson says, plain and simple, Owen steals this show. That whole bit is awesome. Cannot disagree.
Yep, I agree as well. Grant C.O. Owens. Having not seen this pay-per-view since I ordered it from Cox Cable in 1994 at the age of 12, I remember two things about the event. Being a huge Bret Hart fan, I felt serious hatred towards Owen Hart when he made poor old Helen throw in the towel. Man, he was a great heel. I also remember loving the Clowns R Us versus Royal Family match. I know you voted it as one of the worst Survivor Series matches ever, but as a 12-year-old, I was fascinated by the comedy and cartoon style. Jerry Lawler was hilarious as well. And Grant, I know you were having problems with some of the episodes earlier. I think it was when Podbean was down, so please let us know if you're still experiencing issues, but all the episodes should be playing fine now on the Podbean page. And also, starting, I think about 3.5 weeks ago, our buddy, oh man, what the fuck am I drawing a blank? Jay Hunter was able to get them so they feed right to our Facebook page. So now, from now on, whenever we post an episode, it automatically posts right on the main Facebook page. So if you just scroll down throughout them, you can just play them right on Facebook as well. So
right,
we're going to try and fix the Facebook archive at some point. Just haven't had time to do it. But for now, everything should be working fine on Podbean and is iTunes as well.
Yes. We've got 7 comments on our good friend, the Broham, Graham Cawthon's History of WWE page.
Why don't you read the first 4 since they're quick, and then I'll grab the next one.
Okay. Eric Thompson, Chuck Norris. Stephen Warren Keel. Sounds like a heel. I like that name. $1 Million Team beat Lex Luger's team. I remember that, but that's all. Okay. Alex Vickers. Great event, although I prefer the 93 edition. Both main events were classics, and the championship match was a classic with an unbelievably great twist and ending. Sam Ho. The Towel Throwing Saga.
Steve Riddle, 1994 Survivor Series wasn't a bad event. The opener is very good. As both teams are stacked, and HBK Diesel partnership falls apart thanks to an errant super kick. Clowns of Russ Royal family match is terrible, enough said. The world title match is fantastic, from the in-ring action to Owens acting outside the ring, coaxing his mother to throw the towel, and Owen is just a complete dick, which is what he did best. The other Survivor match is okay, as Lex Luger is essentially buried, and rightfully so, as he failed in the main events. Casket match was decent enough, as the highlight was Chuck Norris at ringside. A lot of Chuck Norris left tonight. Overall, this was a good event to close out 94, which was a solid year. Sadly, 1995 would kill that momentum.
That's for sure. We talked, speaking of the Broham, here he is, Graham here, with his comments. Most fun match of the night was probably Team Razor versus Team Diesel. Most depressing match of the night, for a Bret Hart fan like myself, was Bret Backlund. Didn't really care for either of their stipulation matches, this or WrestleMania 11. Interesting. Taker Yoko was the big blow-off, but the match was nothing special outside of Chuck Norris's involvement. Wow, it's the first time I've actually ever heard anyone really not like that match. Interesting. Okay.
And Chris Scolds, apparently a Bengals fan. Survivor Series 94 is an average pay-per-view, better than 93, but that's not saying a lot. The best match of the night was Bret Hart defending the championship against former champ Bob Backlund, who played the crazy man heel role to perfection. Owen Hart watched from ringside and threw in the towel at the end of the match for Bret, which cost him the world title. A shocker ending at the time for sure. The only other notable match on the show was Undertaker versus Yokozuna, with Chuck Norris as the enforcer referee at ringside. It's also the only WWF pay-per-view where Vince McMahon and Gorilla Monsoon work together as a broadcast team. If you haven't seen the pay-per-view, it's worth a look, but is not a must-own DVD either. So thank you, as always, to the Graham Cawthon and Place to Be Nation Facebook pages, History of WWE, that is. And we appreciate the feedback. As always, it's never too much or too long. Always bring it, and we will always read it. So,
yes.
With that, Survivor Series 94 is in the books. 1994 is in the books. I think we had a successful return to the Vintage Vault after a couple weeks off. What do you think?
I agree. Oh, absolutely. No doubt about it. Hit a home run.
It's good to be back in the saddle. So with that, we will leave you for the rest of this weekend. I'll be back next week with our usual headline potpourri and NFL preview. And then we'll be back next week with the Vintage Vault as well for Royal Rumble 1995. So we'll get those threads up as the week goes on. Asshole of the Week as well. Visit us at our message board, bigelow34.proboards.com, on Facebook at Place to Be Podcast or History of WWE, Twitter at Place number 2B Podcast as well. So with that said, we will be talking to you later this week. Have a great weekend, rest of your weekend. Have a great early part of your week. For Scott Criscolo, I'm Justin Rosero. Take care.
Peace.
99 problems, but a bitch ain't one. If you having girl problems, I feel bad for you, son. I got 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one. Hit me. Years 94, and my trunk is raw. In my rear view mirror is the motherfucking law. Got 2 choices, y'all. Pull over the car or bounce on the devil, put the pedal to the floor. And I ain't trying to see no highway chase with Jake. Plus, I got a few dollars, I can fight the case. So I pull over to the side of the road. I heard, son, do you know why I'm stopping you for? Cause I'm young and I'm black and my hat's real low. Do I look like a mind reader, sir? I don't know. Am I under arrest or should I guess some up? Well, you was doing 55 in the 54.